The story begins in Tokyo, Japan, in 1970, where the city is engulfed in flames and reduced to ruins, with smoke pouring from the burning buildings. Amid the chaos, mages hurriedly draw magic circles, using fire magic in a desperate attempt to restore order. However, the colossal monsters remain completely unaffected, catching the mages off guard. As the grim reality sinks in, the leader of the mages breaks down, tearfully realizing they are utterly doomed. One of the monsters then launches a fiery assault, triggering a massive explosion. The mages instinctively raise their arms to shield themselves from the blast. As the smoke begins to clear, the mages spot a white-haired man standing at the center with his hand raised, and their eyes widen with hope. The white-haired man turns to them and praises them for doing well, and they break into tears of relief. He then urgently commands them to retreat, urging them to leave everything to him. As the mages heed his command and dash to the side, one of them, a brown-haired mage, anxiously asks whether they can really run away and leave that man behind. His comrade turns to him and calls him a fool, asking if he doesn't know who that man is. He explains that the white-haired guy is the founder of magic, as well as the strongest mage. The brown-haired mage is taken aback as he realizes the man is Ikikami Minato. His comrade, eyes filled with tears, quietly affirms that he is right, saying that Ikikami is indeed the one standing before them. Ikikami stands firm amidst the towering monsters closing in around him. When one of them swings its blazing paw, he counters with a swift blow to its face, scoffing that it's too slow. Without hesitation, he follows up with a devastating burst of magic, bringing the creature down in an instant. With unwavering confidence, he gestures for the rest to come at him, already preparing another spell. One day, all across the world, a large number of monsters suddenly began to appear, and this event came to be known as the Calamity. Humanity's weapons were entirely ineffective against the monsters. Humanity, however, began opening its eyes to the possibilities of magic. Magic soon became the one and only thing capable of defeating monsters. The battle between monsters and humanity continued for over a decade. Back to the present, for the first and most powerful of mages, Ikikami Minato, there was nobody but him who could save the world. Later, Ikikami stands still, exuding a menacing aura, while the monsters around him are utterly engulfed in flames. Suddenly, his attention is diverted to an enormous pink-haired deity, and he realizes that she is the demon god, the top-ranked monster, the boss of the Calamity. He can sense enormous magical power and pressure emanating from the deity. Looking at the giant monster with a stone embedded in its forehead, Ikikami wipes his face and internally notes that even though his whole body was cut up, amidst his contemplation, the monster attacks him with a radiant light beam, but he vigilantly jumps to the side and evades it. Realizing the creature is casting 14th level magic right from the outset, it becomes clear to him that the monster is fighting at full strength from the very beginning. Suddenly, the monster roars aloud and conjures a colossal magic circle, unleashing colorful beams to attack him. Ikikami deflects the attack with his hands and grits his teeth, realizing that it's a 6-element compound magic. A stone wall covered with vines emerges before him and exudes intense energy. Gritting his teeth, Ikikami tries his best to resist such an incredible force and withstand the pressure of shockwaves. Suddenly, the energy accumulates, causing Ikikami's eyes to widen in surprise, and a massive explosion occurs in the sky above the city. Moments later, Ikikami falls straight to the ground, injured but quickly regains his composure. He then closely notices the strongest demon god and, seeing her overwhelming power, he speculates that there is no way he can win at this rate. With no other option, he begins to release a thunderous, overwhelming aura, summoning numerous magic circles around himself. As he prepares to strike, he reflects that the power of magic is determined by its rank, and the number of magic circles determines a magic's rank. The highest rank a demon god can achieve is the 14th rank, but his limit is the 15th. He then unleashes the 15th rank Innocent Void, and it overwhelms the demon god. Soon, the sky clears, and the crown of the monster that has fallen on the ground disintegrates into a colorful mist. Ikikami also falls to the ground, convinced that he has defeated the boss and, with this, the Calamity can finally come to an end. But since he has used up all his magic, he thinks dying as a great sage isn't a bad way to go out. He grins, reflecting that he lived a good life, and then falls unconscious. At that moment, his soul drifts free from his body, silently crossing space until it enters the body of an unconscious patient lying on a hospital stretcher. A soft glow radiates from the boy's chest as the transfer completes. As the light fades, the boy suddenly sits up, confused and disoriented. He wonders how he could still be alive after using all of his magic. Glancing around the unfamiliar room, a sense of disbelief washes over him, and he thinks it can't be real. Then, catching sight of his reflection in a nearby mirror, he stares in shock, questioning who this body belongs to. His eyes fall on a nameplate attached to the hospital bed, the identity of the patient now tied to him. At that moment, a nurse and a doctor enter a hospital room, and the nurse calls out Kusanagi, who is standing in the bathroom. Upon their arrival, he lies on the stretcher, and as the doctor removes the bandage from his chest, they are taken aback. The doctor informs him that he lost consciousness and went into critical condition due to the traffic accident, but he is already healed, and it's almost like holy magic healed him. Kusanagi internally thinks that it's because his body automatically heals him with holy magic, but internally wonders about the traffic accident. As the nurse helps him put his shirt on, he curiously asks the doctor if his magic power has been depleted. The question catches the doctor off guard, prompting him to question what Kusanagi means. Kusanagi then casually mentions that he had been fighting monsters during the calamity, leaving both the doctor and nurse stunned as they exchange puzzled glances. The doctor then curiously asks him to tell his name and the current year. He introduces himself as Ikikami Minato and asserts that it should be 1970. The doctor wonders whether it could be a sequela and speculates that it appears to be a case of memory impairment. He then gently corrects him, saying that his name is actually Kusanagi Minato and the current year is 2022. Kusanagi is taken aback by the revelation and silently observes that they don't seem to be lying. He glances at the television and internally questions whether it really is a TV, surprised by how thin it is and how sharp and clear the image appears. His eyes then shift to the calendar, where he confirms the date. Noticing a tablet in the nurse's hand, he curiously wonders what the small device is, realizing he has never seen anything like it before. A mix of confusion and awe sets in as he begins to seriously question if he is truly in the future. The doctor informs him that the calamity he mentioned occurred 50 years ago and has not recurred since. Kusanagi is taken aback by this and wonders with curiosity how the calamity has not occurred again, then asks about the monsters. The doctor explains that while monsters still exist, they are few in number and the world is now very peaceful. Kusanagi reflects inwardly, thinking that if what the doctor says is true, then the world must have achieved peace at some point. With a quiet sigh, he silently gives thanks. The doctor tells him that Ikikami Minato died during the Great Calamity 50 years ago, so he cannot be that person. Kusanagi realizes that he must have died at that time and was reincarnated as Kusanagi Minato, though he is left wondering how and why it happened. Weeks later, he enters his apartment and looks around, noting that this room, belonging to Kusanagi Minato, is now his own. While going through a diary, he learns that Kusangi's parents died when he was a child, and after being rejected by his foster parent, he was sent to a boarding school. Since then, he has been surviving on the inheritance left by his parents. He notes that there is no such thing as reincarnation magic, so he wonders if his reincarnation was a work of God, or if it was all by chance. As he examines Kusangi's student card, he notices the name Kamui Magic Academy printed on it and reflects that back in his time, there was no reason for such an institution to exist. Finding it all quite fascinating, his thoughts are interrupted by the sound of a phone buzzing inside a bag near his foot. He pulls the phone out and sees an incoming call from someone named Tadano-kun. Confused, he wonders who that is, what the device even is, and what he's supposed to do next. After a brief moment of thought, he tosses the phone aside, muttering that he doesn't care. Once the call ends, a message appears from Tadano-kun, stating that he heard about the hospital discharge and urging him to come to school, emphasizing that he doesn't have enough money. The next day, he arrives at the school and takes in the sight of Kamui Magic Academy, feeling a rush of excitement at the idea of attending school again as an adult. He finds the experience thrilling at first, but his attention is quickly drawn to a green-haired student launching magic at a training mannequin. This sight leaves him internally questioning what kind of magic that even is and what sort of magic power he's witnessing. As he observes more students displaying their abilities, frustration begins to set in. He grabs his head, wondering why their magic is so disappointingly weak. He internally asserts that it can't be true. Compared to a newbie magician from his time, it's like a tenth of that power. He wonders how these students can even hope to succeed as magicians. He disheartedly walks to the side, muttering drunk on peace that said for magic to decline this much. He enters classroom 2A and takes a seat, feeling a wave of nostalgia. It's like a blast from the past, and he's genuinely excited. Looking around, he wonders whether he has any friends here. Suddenly, a red-haired student, accompanied by two subordinates, approaches him and sharply calls out, accusing him of ignoring his message and insisting that even if he is just Kusanagi, he shouldn't act so indifferent. Kusanagi turns around and calmly responds, implying he doesn't recognize him. This response infuriates the red-haired student, Tadano-jun, who angrily kicks the table and demands to know how he could possibly forget someone like him, then harshly calls him a piece of trash. Kusanagi remains calm and casually replies that he remembers, referring to Tadano as a friend. Tadano extends his hand toward him, saying it's good that he finally remembers and asks if he understands what being a friend really means. With a chuckle, Kusanagi grabs his hand and asserts they should get along, which startles him. Suddenly, Tadano pulls his hand back sharply and grabs Kusanagi by the collar, demanding that he hand over some money, quickly, insisting that he still has plenty left from his parents' inheritance. With a sigh, he realizes that Kusanagi Minato was being bullied. Holding his collar, Tadano clenches his fist to punch him, urging him not to get so full of himself. At that moment, a blue-haired student enters the class, and her striking appearance immediately catches Tadano's attention. He abruptly lets go of Kusangi's collar and shifts his focus to her. Before walking away, Tadano turns back and points out to him not to forget this, then heads off to bother another student nearby. Later, the teacher scribbles on the board, telling the class that today's lesson is about the final calamity known as the Great Calamity. He explains that monsters appeared all over the world, and thus humanity despaired, but the pioneer of magic, known as the Great Sage, Ikegami Minato, thought differently. He didn't give in and defeated all the monsters by himself, and at last, he confronted the calamity's boss, the demon god, whom he crushed, at the risk of his own life, and since then, the calamity has never returned. While everyone is listening attentively, Kusanagi sits quietly with his head lowered. The teacher then asks who Ikegami Minato was. The blue-haired girl, Mizuha, eagerly raises her hand, and the teacher allows her to answer. She explains that Ikegami was the only survivor of the first calamity, the first magician, and the reason that Kamui Magic Academy was built. With an excited glimmer in her eyes, she adds that he was the hero of the world and the idol of every magician. The teacher remarks that she is right and adds that he was the only survivor of the first calamity and the first human to use magic. He explains that this magic academy was created to turn out many more magicians like Ikegami Minato, the greatest magician in human history. As the teacher reminds the class that this will be on the test, Kusanagi trembles inwardly, silently pleading for it to stop. He finds it unbearably embarrassing, feeling as though he's being tortured and regretting his decision to come to school. Yet amid his discomfort, he recalls the doctor's words that the world is now at peace. He begins to wonder if that peace is the reason why magicians have grown so weak. Deeply engrossed in his thought, Kusanagi gazes out the window, watching birds chirp peacefully, and for a moment, he feels the calmness of the world. Meanwhile, the bell rings, signaling the end of class. Before exiting the room, the teacher announces that tomorrow will be their magic power assessments. Shortly after, Tadano walks over to Kusanagi with a smug expression and sarcastically remarks on the upcoming assessment, saying it will be entertaining to see just how pathetic his magic power turns out to be. Kusanagi silently wonders if that guy ever knows when to stop talking, and thinks there's no reason to stay around any longer. As he moves aside, Tadano scoffs, mocking that Kusangi's parents had no magic power either, calling him an orphan brat before bursting into loud laughter. The comment stirs irritation in Kusanagi, who turns back and calmly insults him. This utterly enrages Tadano, and he unleashes intense fiery magic, urging him to get off his high horse. The sudden outburst startles the other students, who begin to murmur in shock, wondering if Tadano is really about to use magic inside the classroom. Ignoring them, Tadano turns the magic circle toward Kusanagi and unleashes a fiery blast in his direction, shouting for him to die. Despite the danger, Kusanagi remains completely unfazed. Realizing the situation has become serious, Yuika quickly dashes toward them, recognizing the threat. But before she can intervene, the fiery attack collides with Kusanagi, triggering a powerful explosion that shakes the room. The students shield themselves with their arms to avoid the force of the blast, while Yuika struggles to maintain her balance. She firmly states that using magic over a meager squabble is unacceptable and warns that someone could get seriously hurt. Tadano defensively replies that Kusanagi was the one trying to start a fight and insists it's not his fault. As the smoke clears, Kusanagi emerges completely unharmed and calmly remarks that Tadano got him. His unscathed appearance leaves the students visibly stunned. Tadano stands in disbelief, unable to comprehend how Kusanagi could take his magic head-on without a scratch. Meanwhile, Kusanagi calmly reflects that since it was only level 1 magic, his passive magical barrier was enough to block it, and he doesn't need to use magic actively. Then, with a cold, intimidating tone, he asserts that he tolerated it because Tadano was a child, but he needs to be punished. In the next moment, Kusanagi releases an overwhelming aura that floods the room, paralyzing the students in place. They struggle to move, eyes wide with fear, wondering what's happening and what kind of magic this is. Kusanagi begins to walk toward Tadano with a menacing air, his presence alone causing Tadano to tremble in fear, unable to move under the pressure. However, as Kusanagi extends his hand towards Tadano, the teacher barges into the class, demanding to know what the noise was and whether someone is using magic. He urges the students to explain what's going on. Kusanagi calmly glances at the teacher and sighs, then, with a bright grin, assures the teacher that nothing happened in the classroom and fakes that maybe someone was using magic outside. When the teacher remarks that there is no magic club activity happening on the school grounds, Kusanagi comments that it's possible that a student outside of this department is using magic as he wishes, and emphasizes that magicians are keen on using their magic. When the teacher inquires about the smoke, Kusanagi lets out a light chuckle and casually points outside, claiming that's where it came from. The teacher, trusting his word, remarks that if Kusanagi says so, it must be true. He then raises his voice, declaring that he will go find the culprit and instructs the rest of the students to return to their seats. Kusanagi innocently waves to the teacher and internally apologizes for the trouble. Deep down, he considers the possibility that he may create false evidence to close this case. Meanwhile, the students remain stunned by what just happened. Yuika watches him intently, noticing a clear shift in his attitude, while Tadano clenches his teeth in fury, silently cursing him. Internally, Kusanagi reflects that even though they are students, their magical abilities are far too weak and doubts whether any of them could even take down a single monster. He contemplates that even if there is no calamity, there must be monsters around, so he decides to check it out. Later that night, with his face concealed behind a mask, he arrives in the ruins of old Shibuya City. Using magic circles to walk through the air, he lands atop a rooftop and takes a moment to observe how much Shibuya has changed over the years. Without hesitation, he conjures another magic circle beneath his feet and propels himself forward through the sky. Despite the ruined surroundings, he doesn't detect any monsters nearby and wonders if the police have already wiped them all out. Suddenly, he senses a monster's aura coming from very far away and can sense a lone human there, so he instantly dashes towards it. Meanwhile, at that very spot, a woman has fallen to the ground, trembling with tear-filled eyes as she pleads for the advancing monsters to stay back. Just as the creatures roar and prepare to strike, Kusanagi arrives in the nick of time, landing firmly between her and the threat. As one of the monsters lunges at him, he effortlessly counters, swiftly dispatching them all in a single, fluid motion. He then glances over his shoulder and notices the woman still collapsed on the ground. Spotting the badge on her uniform, he is momentarily surprised to realize she's a police magician. Without turning to face her, he calmly advises her to be more cautious next time. Before she can express her gratitude, he swiftly leaps away, disappearing from sight, leaving her staring after him in confusion. She wonders who he was, thinking he seemed like a powerful mage, yet as she reflects on the encounter, she realizes with surprise that he hadn't used a single chant. While soaring through the air, Kusanagi slightly lowers his mask, reflecting that it was the right choice to keep his identity hidden, and contemplates that since he had just reincarnated, he has no intention of drawing attention to himself. Still, he finds it troubling that she nearly lost her life to such a low-level monster. He considers how much the magic capabilities of the police have declined. Judging by that encounter, there's no doubt in his mind that people in this era can no longer defeat even basic monsters. He realizes that it's not just the students but the police as well, and the magicians in this timeline have certainly become weaker. Standing atop his magic circles, a grin spreads across his face as he muses that perhaps, even in this time period, the world still needs his power. With that thought, he leaps midair, deciding that for now, he might as well eliminate all the nearby monsters. The following day, the teacher presents a magic measuring device to the class, announcing that they will assess their magic power. He instructs everyone to ensure they obtain both their amount and attribute today, emphasizing that these are the most important values if they hope to become a professional magician. Kusanagi internally contemplates that he can't measure his power without using that thing. He wipes his sweat from his forehead, thinking that, not just the students, but even the teachers don't know something as fundamental as magic perception, which is the very foundation of magic. At that moment, Yuika approaches him and asks if now is a good time. Meanwhile, seeing her speaking to Kusanagi startles the class fellows, who are surprised to see him being called out by her. Yuika tells Kusanagi that this is the first time they have spoken to each other and introduces herself as Mizuha Yuika, the second daughter of the Mizuha magic noble house. Kusanagi is taken aback to hear that she is a magic noble. Seeing his surprised reaction, she frantically asks if he doesn't know, then proudly adds that they are from the leading 4 noble houses, the head of magicians. Kusanagi thinks that back then, nothing like that existed, and he had never heard of the Mizuha family. He internally observes that her magic power is not great for a family of prominent magicians and concludes that their power is sure to be lackluster. Yuika internally wonders what's with this dude after she so generously started a conversation with him and internally urges him to be more grateful. Meanwhile, Tadano watches them from a distance, gritting his teeth in frustration as he sees Kusanagi casually chatting with Yuika Mizuha. Kusanagi curiously asks her what business the magic nobility has with him. However, Yuika feels irritated, thinking that his words only grow more infuriating the more he talks. She takes a deep breath, trying to steady herself and reminding herself to stay composed, to act like a noblewoman and uphold her dignity. Deep down, she wonders what on earth is wrong with Kusanagi and recalls how he emerged completely unharmed after being hit by magic the day before. She suspects there must be a reason behind it. However, before she can bring it up and question him, the teacher interrupts, calling everyone to attention and urging them to prepare for the assessment. Kusanagi excitedly walks to the side, remarking that it's time to get measured. Meanwhile, Yuika watches intently, determined to witness his true abilities through the assessment. Tadano confidently exudes magic, stating that his mighty self is up next, and places his hand on the assessment machine. The machine displays that his magic power is 1,000, and his attribute is fire, which excites him, and he finds it better than before. Standing to the side, Kusanagi thoughtfully contemplates that if 1,000 is still the standard, then the measuring standard hasn't changed over the past 50 years. The teacher then calls Mizuha Yuika for the assessment, and as she walks ahead and places her hand, exuding magic, the teacher announces that her magic power is 2,000, and her attribute is water. Her classmates react with excitement, impressed by the result. The teacher comments that both Tadano and Mizuha's magic powers are at the top of this year's level and that both of them will make fantastic magicians. The students cheer enthusiastically, echoing that the results were just as expected. However, deep down, the protagonist finds it a joke that she is at the top with 2,000 and considers her no less than an amateur. Yuika internally asks Kusanagi how that is and proudly claims, "This is the power of the House Mizuha." Kusanagi turns his face around, pondering why she looks so proud, and urges her not to look at him with that face, finding it unbearable. The teacher then calls Kusanagi next, and as he walks to the machine, the students whisper among themselves, remembering he was ranked at the bottom last year. They acknowledge his academic skills but doubt his magical abilities. Tadano sneers to himself, convinced Kusanagi is talentless, mentally mocking him and hoping he humiliates himself in front of Yuika. As Kusanagi walks past Mizuka Yuika, she cynically wonders just how much magic power he could possibly have and is confident that there's no way he will surpass her. As Kusanagi approaches the apparatus, he wonders to himself what approach he should take. recalling how he used to draw too much attention in the past, which became a burden. He briefly considers holding back to avoid standing out again, but ultimately decides against it. Placing his hand on the device, he releases his full magical power, causing a radiant, rainbow-like energy to burst forth. With quiet confidence, he thinks that if this machine can truly measure the power of a great sage, then let it try. His intense power overwhelms everyone around and even catches the attention of students outside the class, prompting them to wonder what's going on. The brilliance of his energy illuminates the entire school building, as if divine light were descending from the heavens. As the machine struggles to contain the surge, it suddenly explodes with a deafening blast, shattering into pieces and shaking the room, making it difficult for the students to maintain their footing. However, Kusanagi remains steady and thinks that it broke after he got just a little too serious, so nobody here could sense his magical power. Seeing the students shaken by the explosion, he wonders whether these guys are really capable of becoming magicians. The teacher, slightly scratched from the explosion, looks around and asks if anyone is hurt. Two students, collapsed on the floor, weakly assure him that they are okay. The teacher then asks if Kusanagi is okay, and when he remarks that he is fine, the teacher comments that he is lucky, as he was right in the middle of that explosion. Seeing the shattered pieces, he comments that it's the first time he has seen a measuring device get destroyed and wonders whether it was a defective device. He thoughtfully asserts that this isn't good, and that now they won't know Kusanagi's magic power and attribute. Kusanagi asks with curiosity if that's a bad thing. The teacher explains that students are normally split into groups for combat class based on their measured results, but now that they don't have Kusanagi's data, it complicates things. After a moment of thought, he turns to Tadano and asks if he can include Kusanagi in his group. With a creepy grin, Tadano enthusiastically agrees. The teacher finds it great and states that if it were Tadano, he could rest assured. Tadano menacingly looms over Kusanagi and whispers to him that he is looking forward to it. The next day, the teacher leads the class to Old Shibuya and explains that despite the devastation caused by the Great Calamity, monsters still roam areas that were heavily damaged. The current Shibuya is abandoned, and at regular intervals, magicians and police subjugate monsters here. He emphasizes that the academy students are also required to help in these operations. However, since more than half of the monsters have been taken down by the pro-magicians, the students don't have to worry too much. Kusanagi internally reflects that he didn't expect a practical class and considers that even students should be able to take out a few monsters since they will be working in groups after all. As he scans the surroundings, he wonders if this is the same area he visited the previous night. It feels strange that he has certainly eliminated all the monsters back then, yet he can still sense some nearby. Considering that there is no sign of any disaster here, he wonders why the monsters are showing up here. He overhears two classmates talking about competing with each other, and one confidently declares that she won't lose today. Kusanagi thinks to himself how carefree they are, even though this is a practical combat class. As he sighs, engrossed in his thoughts, Mizuha, walking to the side, turns to him and intently gazes at him with a serious expression. The teacher then announces that the practical class has started and instructs them to work as a team. As Kusanagi moves off to the side, Tadano calls out to him, prompting him to pause. Tadano and his comrades laughed at him and urged him to stay here and not get in their way. Brushing the dust off his shoulder, Kusanagi remains calm while Tadano asserts that he is being kind to him, so he must not get carried away, and warns that he is not going to go easy on him this time. Leaning casually against a wall, Kusanagi remarks that if Tadano doesn't like him, he should just ignore him. The comment infuriates Tadano, who pointedly snaps back, demanding that someone like him, who's at the bottom of the barrel, has no right to speak to him. He frustratedly clenches his fist, wondering why, even though Kusanagi is literally trash, Yuika is so interested in him. After a brief pause, Kusanagi guesses if it means that Tadano likes Mizuha. Seething with rage, Tadano sternly clenches his teeth and exudes a menacing, fiery aura. But just as tensions rise, Kusanagi senses something and shifts his gaze to the side. As Tadano and his friends unleash a barrage of fiery magic, urging him to die, Kusanagi nonchalantly tells them not to do it. However, Tadano scoffs, declaring that there is no point in apologizing now. Kusanagi urges him to look behind, but he remarks that he won't get fooled by such childish tricks. However, as they turn around, They are taken aback to spot a giant creature lurking behind them, which catches them off guard. Stunned and unprepared, they struggle to comprehend why a demon soldier would appear here of all places. Tadano's friends, now panicked, turn to him with desperation in their eyes, insisting that if anyone can handle it, it's him, and they plead for his help. Though momentarily shaken, Tadano regains his composure and affirms that he can win, claiming that this is light work for him. He then casts a fiery magic spell, engulfing the creature in intense flames. As he confidently declares the fight over, one of his comrades commends him for the impressive attack. However, as the smoke clears, Tadano's expression shifts to disbelief as the monster stands completely unharmed, not even singed by the flames. Watching from the side, Kusanagi reflects that a demon soldier won't go down from a mere level 1 spell like Tadano's. As the demon slams its massive foot into the ground, the impact sends a chilling shock through the group, causing Tadano to fall to the ground. As the demon looms nearer, Tadano breaks down in tears, trembling as a wave of fear washes over him, convinced that his end has come. Just as the creature raises its massive claw to strike, its focus suddenly shifts to Kusanagi, who stands calmly behind. Recognizing something from the past, the demon instinctively leaps back. Kusanagi steps ahead, claiming that, apparently, even a demon soldier can tell which one of them is stronger. The demon glares at Kusanagi with a threatening intensity, its aura radiating danger. In response, Kusanagi calmly releases his own overwhelming energy. Reacting swiftly, the demon roars out a chant and summons several magic circles in preparation to strike. But before it can launch an attack, Kusanagi effortlessly forms a magic circle of his own. Watching in terror, Tadano cries out that it's impossible to defeat a creature like that with just level 1 magic, while his friends, on the verge of tears, panic that they are all going to die. The demon ferociously casts a level 2 spell, Rock Break, launching a massive boulder toward Kusanagi. Unfazed, Kusanagi counters with a simple level 1 fire arrow, but instead of a mere flame, a massive fiery sphere erupts from his magic circle and collides with the incoming rock. The fireball obliterates the boulder in an instant and strikes the demon head-on, causing a massive explosion. The shockwave forces Tadano and his friends to instinctively shield themselves with their arms. Yet amidst the chaos, Kusanagi stands composed and utterly fearless. As the flames completely swallow the demon, Tadano stares in disbelief, trying to grasp what just occurred and questioning whether Kusanagi truly managed to defeat a demon soldier. The idea seems unreal to him, especially coming from someone like Kusanagi. Meanwhile, Kusanagi walks to the side, internally contemplating that if it's his level 1 magic, it can kill a demon soldier, and finds it strange for a demon soldier to be in Shibuya. The fact that he killed every monster yesterday, yet they appeared again, is so weird. He wonders if this is a bad omen before a disaster, and if the situation is more pressing than expected. As memories from the past surface, he clenches his fist with determination, silently vowing to himself that no matter what happens, even if another calamity strikes, he will protect everyone this time. As Tadano hears his friends whispering in disbelief that Kusanagi actually defeated a demon soldier and questioning if he's really the same person they knew, his fury boils over. Clenching his fist, he slams it against the wall in frustration, unable to contain his anger. Meanwhile, hidden from their view, Yuika quietly observes the scene from behind a nearby wall, her expression unreadable. Moments before, Yuika unleashed her level 1 magic, Aqua Saucer, and effortlessly annihilated a monster. Her teammates are amazed and enthusiastically praise her. She internally scoffed at their reactions, thinking it was ridiculous to be so impressed by something so simple, and asserts that ordinary people were such a drag. A confident grin formed on her face as she remarked that it couldn't be helped. After all, she was a genius. Then, noticing Tadano and his group in the distance, she paused briefly before casually telling her teammates that she would leave the rest to them, leaving them startled by her sudden decision. She then dashes towards Tadano's group, thinking that Kusanagi might be getting bullied, so she can't miss this. She approached cautiously and was stunned to see them facing a demon soldier. She believed that wasn't an opponent they could handle and felt compelled to intervene, being a member of the esteemed Mizuha family. Just as she stepped out from hiding to urge everyone to flee, a massive explosion erupted, catching her off guard and forcing her to shield herself with her arms. Watching Kusanagi cast the spell and incinerate the monster, she finds it hard to believe what she just witnessed and questions if that magic really came from him. She certainly reflects that he used to be extremely timid and had no aptitude for magic, and thinks it's as if he is a different person now. She is taken aback, reflecting that he didn't hear any chanting, making it hard to fathom that he used a magic without chanting, and wonders how he can beat a demon soldier with a level 1 magic. A demon's strength is determined by the number of crystals, and this is also how their ranking is established. The hierarchy follows a set structure: Magical Beast at rank 6, Demon Soldier at rank 5, Demon Captain at rank 4, Demon General at rank 3, Demon King at rank 2, and Demon God at rank 1. Each demon has a fixed number of effective ranks, and this classification system is considered basic knowledge among modern magicians. Observing Kusanagi from behind the wall, Yuika contemplates that one needs at least level 3 magic to defeat a demon soldier, and it's impossible to beat it with level 1 magic. As he steps to the side, she abruptly hides beside the wall, but internally wonders why she is hiding. Kusanagi walks to the side and, without looking at her, states that peeking around is a nice hobby. Caught off guard, she steps out from hiding and asks how he knew she was there. He points out that any competent mage should be able to sense it, which leaves her visibly surprised. With a quiet sigh, he muses to himself how unbelievable it is that they lack the ability to sense magic, then casually walks away. Confused, Yuika hurries after him, asking him to wait and clarify what he meant. However, when she reaches the alley he disappeared into, she finds it empty and scans the area curiously. Unbeknownst to her, Kusanagi, perched atop a rooftop, gazes down at her and states good grief. He quietly observes the situation and decides to check the surroundings just in case. With a purple glimmer in his eyes, he scans the surroundings from the rooftop and notes that there are no demon soldiers left, but a considerable number of magical beasts are present. With a sigh, he reflects that even if someone like Tadano, who is considered an excellent student, acted like that, the other students would have a hard time even against magic beasts. He decides to cut down the number of magical beasts and, as a powerful aura radiates from him, he gauges that his magic can easily cover the entire area around Shibuya Station. Forming 2 glowing magic circles in his hands, he casts level 2 magic, Magic Barret, releasing a barrage of radiant beams that shoot through the sky. The sight of the glowing projectiles streaking across the air draws the attention of nearby students. Some gaze upward in awe, wondering if they are shooting stars, while Yuika watches closely, suspecting that it might be a powerful spell, possibly even a multi-cast magic ability. On the other hand, 2 students find themselves surrounded by a horde of rank 6 magical beasts. Overwhelmed and trembling, the girl breaks down, crying that she can't take it anymore. Just as one of the beasts lunges at her with deadly intent, she freezes in fear. However, before it can hit her, the radiant beam slashes it down in the nick of time. As she stumbles back in shock, her teammate dashes towards her, asking if she is all right. Meanwhile, watching the beams streak across the sky from the rooftop, Kusanagi feels a grim satisfaction from wiping out the enemies. But suddenly, his vision blurs slightly, and sweat begins to drip down his face. Placing a hand on his head, he looks down at the field of annihilated monsters and realizes he may have gone too far. He notes that he ended up eliminating most of them, which would make it difficult for the class to continue their training. With a quiet sigh, he reflects that he really should have held back. He then jumps into the air, concluding that this area should be clear enough, and lands quietly in a secluded alley within the slums. He reflects that there's no real need to keep hiding his strength anymore, though drawing attention to himself is still a hassle he'd rather avoid. As he walks toward the alley where several students are gathered near a teacher, he observes the instructor closely inspecting a demon's corpse on the ground. The teacher, puzzled, comments on the unusually high number of remaining magical beasts and notes that the herd should have been mostly hunted down by now. He internally notes that all the beasts were taken down with a single strike and suspects that whoever did it must be highly skilled. He considers the possibility of it being null attribute magic and reflects that unleashing countless magic bullets fits that category, though he's never witnessed anything quite like it. Deep down, he acknowledges that without this magic, things could have been troublesome and contemplates that firing 2 of these bullets is no big deal. But when the number reaches above 6, it is probably not a student's job. The students, clearly frustrated, demand an explanation from the teacher, questioning why there were so many magical beasts and insisting that they all nearly lost their lives. Bowing his head, the teacher sincerely apologizes, explaining that he had been told the police had already cleared most of the pack. He admits he should have verified it with the school as well and expresses genuine remorse for putting them all in danger. A girl with braids who was endangered earlier steps forward and asks if someone has come to save them. The teacher remarks that he doesn't know, while the girl informs him that he just wanted to thank whoever it was. He thoughtfully contemplates that it was probably neither the police nor an official mage and considers the possibility that it was the work of an unregistered magician. Still, he acknowledges that whoever it was did save everyone and silently offers his thanks to the mysterious mage. Later, as the students head back, they murmur among themselves, discussing the magic they saw earlier and wondering what it could have been. Kusanagi quietly observes that everyone made it through safely and lets out a sigh, noting even Tadano and his friends, who glare at him with clear resentment. As he walks off to the side, Yuika catches sight of him and reflects on the fact that he managed to take down a demon soldier with just level 1 magic. She wonders if he was also responsible for the earlier display of infinite magic, but quickly brushes off the thought, reasoning that no student, not even him, should be able to wield both fire and null attribute magic at the same time. She adjusts her hair, brushing off her earlier suspicions, and reassures herself that she's overthinking since there's no way Kusanagi could wield 2 magic attributes. The person who used null attribute magic must be someone else entirely. Still, the fact that he defeated a demon soldier lingers in her mind, making her question just who he really is. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Tadano's blonde-haired friend brings up the radiant, laser-like magic they saw earlier and wonders aloud if that was also Kusanagi's doing. The blue-haired student scoffs at the idea, saying there's no way that's possible, but the blonde-haired student points out that he beat a demon soldier. Hearing this, Tadano snaps and sharply tells them to shut up, his voice laced with fury. He warns them not to say another word or he will kill them, leaving both of his friends stunned and taken aback. With a bitter glare, he insists there's no way that loser could actually be strong and suspects that there is something fishy going on. His friends admit that it's certainly weird and mention that Kusanagi was such a coward. Tadano firmly asserts that the loser is cheating in some way and asks how dare he make a fool out of him. With a threatening tone, he swears he will uncover Kusanagi's true character. Later, after school, as Kusanagi is heading back home, Tadano and a group of his friends surround him, stating that they had been waiting for him. Kusanagi sighs, saying that they are so persistent and asserts that studying magic will be a better use of their time. Tadano snaps in frustration, accusing Kusanagi of being the last person who should talk and outright calling him a cheater. When Kusanagi repeats the word cheater in surprise, Tadano sternly urges him to stop playing dumb and points out that there is no way he can use that kind of magic legitimately. He accuses him of definitely using some dirty tricks. Kusanagi sighs, realizing that they can't be reasoned with, while Tadano turns around and urges him to come with him, scoffing that he will give him props for not running away. Despite being outnumbered, Kusanagi calmly remarks that there is no need for him to run away. Tadano yells at him, urging him to stop spouting nonsense, and swings his fist to attack, claiming that Kusanagi can't use magic here. His fist slams on Kusanagi's face, and his comrades collectively begin beating him. As the assault continues, Tadano mocks him, sarcastically asking what's wrong and if he's helpless without his magic. Sneering, he declares that even if Kusanagi begs, he won't be forgiven and coldly tells him to just die. Kusanagi endures the beating with composure, inwardly noting that the blows aren't even grazing him. His magical powers automatically shield him, rendering their attacks completely ineffective, no matter how hard they hit. As the blows continue to rain down, Kusanagi inwardly grumbles about how irritating it all is, considering whether he should pretend to be hurt to get it over with. At that moment, Yuika approaches them and asks them firmly what they are doing. Tadano and the other students freeze, clearly taken aback by her sudden arrival. Tadano quickly tries to cover up, nervously claiming that they are just playing around. She angrily points out that it's obvious they are bullying Kusanagi, expressing disbelief that students from their prestigious magic academy are bullies, and demands to know if they feel any shame for their actions. Her words leave them momentarily speechless, while Tadano burns with anger inside, blaming Kusanagi for making her look at him with disgust. She then holds Kusanagi's hand and helps him stand, urging him to let's get out of here. The sight of her holding his hand catches Tadano off guard and fuels his rage, making him curse Kusanagi inwardly. Seething with fury, he begins chanting a spell, summoning magic circles and shouting that he will kill him, while his friends follow suit and conjure their own magic circles to back him up. Seeing this, Yuika anxiously demands to know what they are doing, but before she can get an answer, they collectively unleash a barrage of fiery magic spells aimed at Kusanagi. Alarmed, she leaps toward him, warning that it's dangerous, but he stays calm and composed. As the attacks close in, the shockwave forces her to raise her arms to shield herself. Watching the scene, Tadano lets out a smug chuckle, scoffing that not even cheating could save Kusanagi from that level of power. His friends, now visibly shaken, nervously mutter that things are looking bad and wonder aloud if Kusanagi might be dead. Tadano, trying to stay composed, sarcastically asks if they are scared and quickly spins a false story, claiming they accidentally used magic outside school grounds. It got out of hand, and Kusanagi just happened to be caught in the crossfire. But as the smoke begins to clear, Kusanagi emerges from the scorched ground and calmly states that it seems they have really gone too far. His composed presence catches Tadano completely off guard. Looking directly at him, Kusanagi coldly adds that he has tolerated Tadano, thinking he was just a brat, but apparently, stupidity can only be cured by death. He firmly declares that it's time to discipline them, while Yuika, who has fallen behind him, is utterly taken aback to see him standing firm despite the intense attack. Tadano and his friends can't fathom that he is still alive even after getting hit with that much magic. Kusanagi remarks that it's bad enough they targeted him, but involving Mizuka Yuika as well shows just how rotten Tadano has become. Tadano fiercely yells that both of them are at fault here and demands to know how he dares to make a fool out of him. He conjures another spell, vowing they won't stop attacking until Kusanagi is dead. In response, Kusanagi calmly raises his finger and activates a tiny magic circle, causing Tadano and his friends to laugh mockingly at what they see as a pathetic attempt. Without hesitation, they launch another relentless wave of fiery spells, proclaiming that this time, Kusanagi won't survive. Kusanagi calmly activates the magic drain spell, causing several magical vines to sprout from the small magic circle. The whimsical vines swiftly entangle Tadano and his friends, catching them completely off guard as they struggle to break free. Confused and panicked, they find their strength rapidly draining and fall unconscious. With the spell complete, Kusanagi releases the magic and sits down beside the fallen Tadano, reflecting that he only absorbed a small amount of their magic. Yet it was enough to knock them all out. He quietly hopes this experience will make them reflect on their actions. Meanwhile, Yuika stands frozen in shock, internally questioning the magic she just witnessed and trying to understand why Tadano and his group are now unconscious. As Kusanagi turns to leave, she quickly calls out to him, demanding to know what that spell was, what just happened, and reminding him that he wasn't supposed to be capable of using magic properly. She presses him for answers, asking who he really is. Kusanagi lets out a tired sigh, clearly irritated, and casually continues walking, remarking that instead of bombarding him with questions, there's something else she should be saying first. With blushed cheeks, she turns her face around and reluctantly states that she will give him her regards for helping her, and thanks him. She then turns her face to him, urging him to answer her questions now, but she is taken aback to see that he is already gone. She yells out in frustration, wondering where he has gone. Later that night, Kusanagi arrives at Old Shibuya and lands atop a rooftop. He clenches his eyes shut, reflecting that he had a bad feeling, so he came to check it out. As he thought, he killed all the monsters in the afternoon, yet it's full of them again, and he wonders if this is some kind of bad omen. He opens his eyes, thinking that if the problem were limited to Shibuya, he could take care of it by himself. However, sensing similar presences in other areas, he considers that this situation might be too much for the police to handle. He reflects that the magicians aren't reliable either, and as he sits on the rooftop fence, he acknowledges that there's no way he can eliminate every monster in Japan on his own. Faced with this growing threat, he begins to wonder how to deal with it, and realizes he needs to devise a proper plan. He then leaps into the air onto his magic circle, and begins releasing spells to eliminate the monsters in the area, making sure to do it discreetly so he doesn't attract attention. On the other hand, in a dimly lit alley, a drunken man staggers along, humming a tune, completely unaware that a monster is silently stalking him. Just as the creature opens its jaws to attack, Kusanagi arrives at the last moment and swiftly destroys the demon. As the man turns around, confused by the sudden commotion, Kusanagi quickly hides behind a wall with the demon's corpse, causing the drunk man to dismiss it as a drunken hallucination. Peeking out and watching the man wander off, Kusanagi quietly wonders if he managed to stay undetected. However, unbeknownst to him, a man in a red shirt nearby secretly recorded the entire scene on his phone. Thrilled by what he sees as viral-worthy content, he quickly uploads the footage, featuring Kusanagi's partially concealed face, onto social media. Later, in the dean's office, all the students involved in the previous day's incident are gathered. A teacher standing beside the dean addresses them, stating that it has come to their attention that some students of their school were seen using magic outside school grounds. He emphasizes that it's true that they have no choice but to expel those students. Gritting his teeth, Tadano asserts that he wants to explain to them what happened. He frustratedly points towards Kusanagi, asserting that it wasn't them who used magic, but Kusanagi came to them looking for a fight. The protagonist silently observes how effortlessly Tadano lies, finding it almost impressive. He guesses he can't keep his mouth shut. Even though it's a drag, he needs to explain himself. Before Kusanagi can say a word, Yuika steps in and firmly declares that everything Tadano said is a lie. She states with conviction that Tadano and his friends were the ones bullying Kusanagi and that they were the first to use magic. The teacher, intrigued, asks if that means Kusanagi also used magic. Yuika confidently responds that it was purely self-defense and insists he did nothing wrong, leaving Kusanagi slightly surprised. Tadano, trying to keep his composure, argues that they didn't do anything either, but Yuika quickly and sharply tells him to be quiet. She turns to him, asking what kind of person bullies someone, and then blames them when faced with the consequences, and asks if he isn't ashamed of himself. Tadano, visibly unsettled, responds that it's Kusanagi who's the problem, just a small fry who doesn't belong at the academy, and claims he was simply getting rid of the trash. Without hesitation, she counters that Tadano is the one who doesn't deserve to be part of the school. Tadano insists that he's the top student in their class and declares that only someone like him deserves to stand beside Yuika, not someone like Kusanagi. Yuika, visibly frustrated, questions what he's even talking about, but Tadano pleads with her to stop defending Kusanagi. With eyes brimming with emotion, he asks her to look at him and become his woman. Yuika firmly responds that there's absolutely no way, sending a jolt of shock through Tadano. She explains that she rejected him because he is a bully, violent, and because the timing of this confession makes zero sense. Her every word hits him like an arrow, and he falls unconscious on the ground. Seeing him lying unconscious, Kusanagi internally admits that Tadano deserves it, but still, that was brutal. The dean then calmly observes that, based on what he's heard, it's clear Tadano and his group were in the wrong, and that Kusanagi's use of magic was purely in self-defense. With a firm tone, he concludes that there's no place in their school for students who wield magic for selfish reasons, and announces the expulsion of Tadano and his friends. As Tadano remains unconscious, his friends desperately beg the dean not to expel them, insisting they were only following Tadano's orders. The teacher then turns to Kusanagi and Yuika, telling them they are free to return to class. The two leave the dean's office, and as they walk down the hallway, Yuika vents her frustration, saying Tadano is the worst and she hasn't felt this angry in a long time. Kusanagi, still curious, asks what's going to happen to them now that they have been expelled. She remarks that it's obvious that they won't be able to become a mage anymore. She then turns to Kusanagi and urges him to speak for himself, prompting him to think that he was going to speak, but then she spoke up. However, he opts to remain silent and then thoughtfully considers how many times she has tried to save him now, reflecting that back in class, when they got into a fight, and now too. With a bright grin, he comments that she is a crazy good girl. This compliment leaves her blushing profusely, and, covering her face, she dashes to the side, urging him to shut up. Meanwhile, he watches her go with a smile on his face. As she departs, he places his hand on his chest and internally reflects that Kusanagi Minato has died, and he has been reincarnated. Ikakami wonders whether Kusanagi was bullied to death or if it was a normal car accident. He admits he doesn't really know, but whoever was responsible, they were definitely guilty of something. He just hopes all of this will be worth it in the end. On the other hand, two students standing in front of the dean in his office asked if someone had used magic outside the academy, and a few students had gotten caught up in it. With his hands collapsed under his chin, the dean affirms and adds that, fortunately, no harm was done to the general public. The blue long-haired girl, Mizuha Ruka of the third-year class, looks at him and asks why she was called. He explains that the student caught up in the incident was Mizuha Yuika. She then turns around with his subordinate, stating that she understands the situation and thanks him for reporting this to her. The dean urges her to give his regard to her father. Without turning to him, she remarks rest assured and adds that her father is willing to invest in the school. Walking beside her, Katsuragi Ruji of the third-year class remarks that if what the dean said is accurate, then this Kusanagi guy must be insanely powerful. Ruka remarks that fighting multiple mages would be nearly impossible and asserts that one wouldn't be able to win unless there is a huge power discrepancy. He asks if she thinks that guy is stronger than they are, but she firmly denies it, though she expresses interest. As they continue walking down the hallway, he curiously asks what she plans to do. Ruka responds that they will assess the abilities of the student, Minato Kusanagi, and based on that, decide whether her sister, Yuika, should be expelled or not. As they make their way through the corridor, other students glance at them in awe. Ruji, with a smirk, comments that it sounds like things are about to get interesting. On the other hand, in class, Kusanagi rests his head on the desk, thinking that now that everything's calmed down, he's completely lost his motivation. Across the room, two students are huddled over a phone, watching a viral video. They excitedly refer to the mysterious figure in the footage as the Mage in Black. Without turning toward them, Kusanagi overhears their conversation and slowly lifts his head, picturing the so-called Mage in Black in his mind. He wonders if it's supposed to be the same as a magic noble, but quickly dismisses the thought, telling himself it has nothing to do with him. However, he is unaware that the video they are watching is actually the viral clip of him in the mask. At that moment, the teacher steps into the classroom and calls out Kusanagi, informing everyone that the students who weren't measured last time will now undergo testing. Hearing this, Yuika lets out a determined sigh, thinking that this time she will finally get to see what Kusanagi is really capable of. Just then, the room stirs with surprise as Ruka enters, catching everyone off guard. Yusuke curiously wonders what she is doing here. Later, the teacher calls out Kusanagi Minato to begin the magic power assessment. Kusanagi walks up and places his hand on the device, thinking to himself that he destroyed it during the last test, so he needs to be more cautious this time. As he begins to channel his magic, the device activates, but suddenly, he starts huffing and panting heavily. Concerned, the teacher asks if he's okay. But upon checking the device, the teacher remarks that they have successfully obtained the results. He then announces that Kusanagi Minato's attribute is none, and his magic power level is only 100, leaving everyone around completely stunned. The students glance at each other with curiosity, murmuring among themselves that his score is the lowest in their batch, noting that having no attribute is uncommon and essentially renders him useless. Ruji sighs, remarking that it seems that there is no truth behind the talk of Kusanagi defeating delinquents all by himself. Ruka moves aside, stating that their business is finished and they should leave. Meanwhile, other students mock Kusanagi, pointing out how exhausted he looks from a simple reassessment and claiming that such fatigue is expected from someone with such low magic power. However, the teacher places a reassuring hand on Kusanagi's shoulder, encouraging him not to think too much about it and emphasizing that the amount of magic power one has doesn't mean everything. On the other hand, Yuika, standing to the side, internally speculates that something is definitely wrong. She is certain that Kusanagi definitely has the ability to defeat the demon soldiers and believes that he should be able to use the dual attribute of fire and none. She recalls that she's never heard of anyone being able to adjust their own amount of magic power, and can't figure out what exactly he did. Later, after class, Kusanagi lets out a sigh and grins, thinking the result turned out perfectly. He chuckles to himself, noting that all it took was some precise magic manipulation, though it's taking a toll on him. Fortunately, it seems he has started to get a grip on it. As Yuika walks up to him in the hallway, he casually mentions that she was also in the assessment room. Walking beside him, she remarks that she was just a bit curious. At that moment, Ruka and Ruji step in front of them, blocking their path, and she sternly urges them to stop right there. Kusanagi curiously asks who they are. Ruka introduces herself as the eldest daughter of the Mizuha family and introduces the guy beside her as Katsuragi Ruji. adding that they are both third-year students. As he considers the name Mizuha, Kusanagi asks if there's something she needs from him. Ruka steps ahead, asserting that she no longer has any business with him, and turns her attention to Yuika. Approaching her, she says that it seems like Yuika isn't even a match against the delinquents and mentions that she heard that Yuika was saved by a guy whose magic power amount is merely 100, and asks if that's true. When Yuika stutteringly admits that it's true, Ruka firmly tells her to quit the academy, prompting Yuika to respond with a nervous and confused protest, asking why she should. Looming over her, Ruka sternly asks if Yuika has ever won against her even once, whether it's academics, sports, or magicraft, and asserts that she never fails to lose against her in everything. She leans closer to Yuika, emphasizing that she is not suited to be a mage and asserts that she being one is more than enough. Before Yuika can respond, Ruka sharply cuts her off, demanding that she listen to what she says. She tells Yuika to quit the academy and transfer to a regular school, a statement that leaves Yuika trembling with a tear beginning to form in her eye. Ruka then leans in menacingly, asking if she heard her, to which Yuika responds with a shaky affirmation. At that moment, Kusanagi steps in, calmly pointing out that Ruka is being rather arrogant. When Ruka sharply turns to him, asking what he just said, he casually replies that she has been going on and on without giving the other side a chance to speak, and questions what else he should call it if not arrogance. She firmly remarks that this is a conversation between family members and that outsiders should refrain from interfering. He casually asks if she calls it a conversation and asserts that it sounds like she is ordering her sister around to him. Narrowing her eyes, Ruka sternly asks what he said and calls him a brat. However, he remains composed and remarks that coercing someone out of their own way of living is something even a family member is not allowed to do, and asserts that the same principle applies to forcing one to give up on their dreams. Ruka sarcastically remarks that her younger sister doesn't have what it takes to be a mage and mentions that she has never won against her, not even once. Hearing those words, Yuika begins to break down inside, thinking that it's just as Ruka-sama said. Tearfully, she admits to herself that she lacks the talent and, overcome with despair, reflects that she's only telling herself that she's a genius, that she has the aptitude to be a mage even though she's never once defeated Ruka-sama. At that moment, Kusanagi speaks up with conviction, declaring that Yuika can win against Ruka, which surprises Yuika, and she tearfully gazes at him. Meanwhile, Ruka sharply questions what he just said, whether he truly believes Yuika can win against her. Kusanagi calmly responds that while it's impossible for now, it could be different in the future. Ruka then proposes a 2-on-2 magic duel in 2 weeks' time. When Kusanagi repeats the words 2-on-2 with a hint of surprise, Ruka responds that, after saying so much earlier, it seems he is planning to run away. Unfazed, Kusanagi confidently states that he will participate in the duel as well, then turns to Yuika and asks for her answer. After a brief pause, Yuika firmly remarks that she will participate too. He remarks that it's decided then and asserts that if they win, Ruka will no longer be allowed to say anything on the matter. Ruka remarks that if she and Ruji win, Yuika will have to quit the academy. She then turns around, stating that she won't hold back while Ruji raises his hand, urging them to be prepared to face reality. Later that day, on the rooftop, Yuika asks Kusanagi for his help and expresses her desire for him to teach her more about magic. He sighs, thinking to himself that he had been wondering why she suddenly asked him to come up there. He then comments that he's just a lowly mage with only 100 magic power and questions whether she is really certain about being taught by someone like him. She remarks that she knows he is hiding his real power and certainly asserts that he is definitely much stronger than her, which surprises him. She emphasizes that he knows of a way to become stronger, which is why he said she can win against Ruka. Kusanagi internally contemplates that those kinds of people are the type who desperately want to control everything, which is why he set it up so that Ruka gets provoked and suggests a fight against him. But there is no way he can say that. Yuika desperately bows before him, pleading with him to teach her. With a sigh, he agrees, causing Yuika to pause and ask if he's really sure. He replies firmly that she must follow everything he says and warns her not to back out halfway. She eagerly affirms, her face lighting up as she jumps with joy. Watching her, he muses internally that there's no way he could refuse when she pleads like that. Besides, he needs to prepare for what's going to happen from now on, and thinks raising a mage might not be so bad. He then turns around, stating that they will begin immediately, starting today. As he brings up the topic of where they should train, Yuika, cheeks slightly flushed, shyly suggests that he come to her place. Later, upon arriving, Kusanagi is taken aback by the sheer size of her house. While casually stretching her arms, Yuika explains that her father is a noble mage, so having a house like this is only natural. She internally reflects that this is the first time she has invited a boy over to her house. She then walks to the side, thinking whether he finds it strange for her to invite him to her house, but quickly reassures herself that it's not like she has any weird intentions behind it. Kusanagi then turns to her, stating that they should get started, and calls her by her name, Yuika, for the first time. The unexpected familiarity startles her, and with flushed cheeks, she shyly asks why he used her first name instead of calling her Mizuha. Surprised by her reaction, he casually explains that since her sister also goes by Mizuha, it would be confusing to use the same name, so that's why he chose to call her Yuika. He then asks if she doesn't like it and offers to use a different name instead. She quickly denies it, stating that he can go with Yuika. With that settled, he asserts that it's time to begin and poses a question. What exactly is magic power? She confidently remarks that it's easy and explains that it's the energy inside their body that is needed to perform magic. When he asks about incantation, she enthusiastically remarks that a program-like way to automatically turn magic power into magicraft. He follows up by asking whether it's possible to intentionally increase one's magic power. With confidence, she replies that it's impossible, emphasizing that the limit of a person's magic power is predetermined before birth and naturally stops increasing after a certain age. She then asks how about it and confidently brags that she answered it all perfectly. However, to her surprise, he remarks that all answers are incorrect. He grips his head and sighs, internally wondering who would have guessed that the current mages are so foolish, and ponders what just happened in the past 50 years. He then explains that the magic power is not just within their body, but also exists in nature. Incantations are simply tools to support their magicraft, and it's possible to intentionally increase their magic power. She argues that those are all lies because if it's true, it would overturn the Magicraft Academy itself. He responds that it doesn't matter whether she believes it yet, but he will teach her about the 3 things he just spoke about. He then urges her to sit over there so he can channel magic power into her now and asks her to inform him once she feels it. As she sits on the ground, she glances back and wonders aloud if he can sense the magic power himself. He states that without the ability to sense it, one cannot grow stronger, and tells her to close her eyes, telling her that he will touch her now. He then places his hand on her back and pours magic powers into her. When she doesn't respond, he realizes the amount isn't sufficient, so he increases the output and questions internally if she still feels nothing. Shortly after, she remarks that her back feels so hot, and that she is feeling something. He halts the process and explains that what she just experienced was a perception of magic power. She then understands that this is what he meant by sensing magic power. He confirms and instructs her to remember the sensation, emphasizing that being able to feel it means she can also detect it. He adds that she will eventually be able to sense magic power in nature, and tells her to focus on that as her immediate goal. She confidently claims that, as the second daughter of the Mizuha family, she will master it in no time. As she beams with excitement, he reflects inwardly that it took an excessive amount of magic power for her to sense anything at all, and concludes that she likely lacks the talent to be a mage. 1 week later, she cries out loud, asserting that she can't do it at all. Watching her, he sighs internally, noting that despite her earnest efforts and steady practice over the past week, her progress remains painfully slow, though, like it or not, the time is almost here. He tells her he's going to channel magic power into her once more, then places his hand on her back and begins pouring in the energy. After a moment, he instructs her to open her eyes. As she does, her expression lights up with excitement as she says she can see something and begins to wonder if what she is seeing is a magical power. Looking at the magic exuding from her hands, she finds it awesome and can't fathom that she can really see magic power. She then turns around, thinking whether she can see Kusanagi's magic power now, but she can barely see it, and wonders what the meaning of this is. Seeing this, he sarcastically comments that she did her best. With a chuckle, she remarks that it's only natural for her. He then explains that now that she has achieved magic power perception, the next step is to adjust the amount of magic power she possesses. He instructs her to use Magicraft with only the necessary amount of magic, eliminating any waste and focusing on efficiency. Additionally, he urges her to push her magic power usage to its limit, emphasizing that once her magic is completely depleted, the total amount will increase after it recovers. He tells her that she should be able to maximize its use once she is able to sense magic power. She then curiously asks if it is any different from the basic teachings of the Magicraft Academy. With a sigh, he remarks that it's okay even if she doesn't believe, but she insists that she believes it and ensures that she won't doubt him anymore. He then declares that it's time to move on to the next stage of their training and tells her to step back a bit. Removing his blazer, he states that this will be a practice battle. Ready for the challenge, she responds that she's fine with that and adds that she also wants to witness his true power. She quickly conjures a magic circle and casts the first level of aqua sorcery, but before the spell can reach him, he effortlessly deflects it with his magic shield. She is taken aback to see that he blocked the Magicraft. Kusanagi points out that if she can't even break through his first-level non-attribute magic barrier, there's no way she can hope to defeat Ruka. Determined, she launches an Ice Bullets maneuver, but it too is effortlessly neutralized by his shield. He advises her that she must stay in motion while using Magicraft, stressing that standing still during combat means certain defeat when facing another mage. She fiercely casts another spell, but quickly collapses to the ground, exhausted, admitting that she can't go on. Kusanagi hands her a towel and explains that she's wasting too much magic power by using it inefficiently. He then adds that if she learns to properly adjust her magic power, she won't need incantations at all, and will be able to use Magicraft freely as long as she has magic power. To demonstrate, he performs the Flames of Fire Blast maneuver, releasing a small fiery beam, and tells her that this is what her Magicraft looks like. He re-releases the same maneuver, but this time the fiery beam is thick and powerful, striking the mannequin with force. He explains that this version is his own. She curiously wonders if the magic power is dispersed in her Magicraft, and he affirms that she is right. He tells her that it's possible to perform Magicraft even without incantation as long as one can adjust their magic power. She curiously gets up and asks if it means there is no need to chant. He affirms and adds that she must first learn how to shorten her incantation. He asserts that once she is able to adjust her magic power, she won't need any incantation. He emphasizes that it will be advantageous in battle if she can shorten her chant, and then she will no longer waste magic power on her incantation. She wonders whether it will strengthen Magicraft. He agrees and tells her they are starting again, prompting her to nervously question if it's not too soon. He insists it's pointless otherwise. With that, he activates a radiant magic circle, urging her to practice like her life depends on it. The intensity catches her off guard, and she collapses from exhaustion. Sitting down beside her, he casually asks if she is still alive and declares that they will be doing this every day from now on. Later that night, he arrives in Harajuku, aware that monsters have appeared there too. Internally, he observes that their numbers don't seem to dwindle despite repeated extermination efforts and questions what exactly is going on. Just then, he spots a frightened girl frozen in place before a looming monster. Without hesitation, he leaps down and eliminates the creature in a single, clean slash. With his face hidden behind a mask, he calmly checks if the girl is unharmed. Startled but fascinated, she quickly pulls out her phone and snaps photos of him. But by the time she looks up again, he has already disappeared. As he adjusts his hoodie mid-air, he reflects on how the girl suddenly started taking pictures without even offering a word of thanks, and wonders what's wrong with people these days. The next day, he resumes training Yuka at her place, where she eventually collapses onto the ground and breathes heavily. Standing before her, he notes that only a few days remain before the duel. Internally, he acknowledges that while she's steadily improving, she still falls short in every aspect when compared to Ruka. Looking at her, he contemplates that there is no way she will win if things continue like this, and tells her that it's okay to give up. Sweating profusely, she stands up, telling him that she has always been compared to her sister Ruka. She admits that she can't beat her in anything, and that she has been forced to give up on many things, but Magicraft is the one thing she refuses to give up on ever. Kusanagi tells her that she won't be able to win if she continues like this, but she insists that he should be even stricter with her. With a grin, he remarks that he won't hold back, and she firmly remarks that it's more like it. They spend the entire day training, and by evening, he carries the unconscious Yuika on his shoulders to take her home. The next day, as she pants heavily after another intense session, he informs her that she has passed the training. She excitedly lies on the ground, overjoyed that she's finally made it, while Kusanagi acknowledges that she has worked hard. When the day of the magic duel finally arrives, standing within the school grounds, he asks if Yuika is ready, and she responds with a confident nod. Suddenly, a group of news reporters blocks their path, requesting a comment from Yuika about the upcoming magic duel and questioning if there's any conflict between her and her older sister. As the reporters broadcast that the Mizuha sisters are set to face each other, Kusanagi wonders what's going on, while Yuika calmly remarks that it's normal for the press to get noisy. He internally notes that a battle between students shows just how important the lineage of a noble mage family is. As the arena fills with spectators, Kusanagi stands in the participants' tent, glancing around and commenting that the whole setup feels a bit excessive. Yuika responds that it's rare for a magic duel to occur, and it feels more like an event. When the announcement calls both participants to the stage, Yuika rises to her feet with determination. As Kusanagi calls out to her, she turns with a slight tremble in her voice and asks what it is. He calmly encourages her to do her best, leaving her momentarily surprised by his support. She then confidently affirms and walks to the arena, thinking to herself what a mysterious person he is, as his words resonate in her heart. In the arena, Ruka stands before Yuika and notes her presence, acknowledging that she didn't back down. Yuika responds with confidence, asserting that, of course, not. Ruka retorts that it's uncouth and asks if she really thinks she can win against someone like her. Yuika confidently declares that she will definitely win. Observing her confident stance, Ruka comments that Yuika seems to have improved significantly over the past 2 weeks. Yuika internally acknowledges that Ruka-sama is strong, realizing that the difference in their magic power is so large, but she is determined not to lose. As the announcement signals the start of the magic duel, she conjures her magic circle, focusing her thoughts. She reasons that if she can just shorten her chant, she might be able to seize the upper hand. Ruka leaps into action and swiftly forms a magic circle. Observing this, Kusanagi reflects inwardly that constant movement is fundamental in combat, especially in a duel between mages, something Ruka clearly understands. In contrast, he notes that Yuika was so nervous that she forgot to move in battle, and that she lost the advantage of speed in chanting. Meanwhile, both sisters unleash first-level aqua sorcery, and their magic collides with each other and hits Yuika, who shields herself with her arms and dissipates the magic. Yuika can't fathom that she managed to counteract it, and internally realizes that she is getting stronger. Ruka pauses for a moment and comments that in just 2 weeks' time, she has become stronger than before. Yuika feels a surge of excitement upon hearing Ruka-sama acknowledge her improvement. However, noticing her reaction, Ruka firmly asks what she is happy about and clarifies that it was a mere comparison. She is not praising her. With a cold intensity, she declares she will now raise the level of her magic. A menacing aura surrounds her as she casts second-level Water Blitz. Yuika attempts to deflect the attack, but the sheer force overwhelms her, sending her crashing to the ground beside Kusanagi. He looks at her with a composed demeanor and internally contemplates that, in terms of enchanting speed, Yuika's chance of winning is higher, but the other party is simply stronger than her. Ruka walks towards him, calling him a cruel guy, and asks why he is not helping Yuika, reminding him that he protected her before. He calmly remarks that there is no need for it, which startles Ruka, who curiously asks what he said. At that moment, Yuika slowly pushes herself up to her feet, much to Ruka's astonishment. She stares in disbelief, pointing out that she had struck her with a second-level spell and questions how she could still be standing. Yuika firmly declares that she is not going to lose because her magic power is the only thing she has. She asserts that even if she loses in everything else, this is the one thing she won't ever give up. With fierce determination, she unleashes another spell, but Ruka swiftly counters with a vigilant strike. As their magic clashes, Yuika begins to tremble from exhaustion, yet she continues to push forward, repeating to herself that she will win no matter what. But despite her determination, her body gives out, and she collapses onto the ground. The announcement declares that contestant Yuika has exhausted her magic power, and the victory is awarded to contestant Ruka. As Yuika lies on the ground, trembling and holding back tears, she laments that she couldn't do anything. Kusanagi quietly sits beside her and places a reassuring hand on her shoulder. Inwardly, he reflects that while the battle centered on the control and manipulation of magical power, Yuika was ultimately lost in terms of the amount of magic power. Standing nearby, Ruka asks if he understands now that this kid has no talent and asserts that he must have thought so too. Kusanagi calmly admits that Yuika indeed lacks talent. She is clumsy, slow to progress, inefficient, and even falters more during actual combat. His blunt assessment weighs heavily on Yuika, and tears begin to well in her eyes. But he continues to say that she is a hard worker who diligently practices every single day like an idiot, which startles her. Ruka responds with a sarcastic comment, pointing out that this is the end result. Kusanagi remarks that it's true that she lost, but he likes hardworking people, just like Yuika, which makes more tears well up in her eyes. He adds that Yuika is his disciple, and that he finds it displeasing when Ruka speaks badly of her, which makes Yuika cry profusely. Ruka frustratedly remarks that he is being too cocky for someone with a magic power of amount of 100. But he responds with conviction, declaring that this very man with a mere 100 magic power will be the one to defeat her. Annoyed, Ruka scoffs that he's good at spouting nonsense and firmly states that she has no intention of being his opponent. At that moment, Ruji pumps his fist with excitement, declaring that it's finally his time to shine. As Ruka walks past him, she tells him to just get it over with, and Ruji, heading toward the arena, replies that she doesn't need to tell him twice. Meanwhile, Kusanagi hoists Yuika in his arms and places her onto a nearby chair, telling her to pay attention to his battle. As Kusanagi steps aside, Yuika glances down at herself, surprised to find that her body doesn't ache and her wounds are already healing. Meanwhile, as Kusanagi walks towards the arena, he reflects that although he said he can defeat Ruji with just 100th of his magic power, there is no way he will win if he doesn't go out. He resolves to keep his magic power at 100, using no attribute, and he will go with no incantation. He internally contemplates that he didn't set a magic barrier, so if he gets hit directly, he might actually die. Nevertheless, he finds it a thrilling situation. As he enters the arena, Ruji sarcastically apologizes, stating that he won't hold back for him. Kusanagi responds with a calm shrug, casually saying that in that case, he will be the one holding back. The students in the audience cheer loudly for Ruji, teasingly urging him not to go all out and should be nice to him. As Ruji exudes his fiery aura, Kusanagi internally measures that his magic power is 8,000. He contemplates that it usually wouldn't be a big deal, but because he currently has only a magic power amount of 100, he might die if he lets his guard down. As the announcement signals the start of the second match, Ruji forms his magic circles and casually tells Kusanagi not to hold a grudge. While chanting his spell, he reflects that with this one attack, he will be able to test whether Kusanagi really defeated those delinquents or not, and internally ponders if he can withstand his full power. However, before Ruji can release his spell, Kusanagi calmly fires a magic bullet straight at his forehead, remarking that he's far too slow. The student spectators are stunned by how quickly the match ended, as it is announced that it's settled and that contestant Kusanagi has won. Ruka kneels beside the unconscious Ruji, struggling to comprehend how Kusanagi managed to knock him out with a single blow. She mentally notes that there was no incantation and questions what kind of trick he used. As Kusanagi walks past her, he casually remarks that he finished it quickly, just like she wanted, further aggravating her. Meanwhile, Yuika watches in awe, still trying to process the fact that he actually defeated Ruji. With a frown, Ruka admits that Kusanagi seems to be quite skilled. When he casually adds that he's better than her, she quickly snaps back, claiming he is still talking nonsense. As her powerful aura flares up, Kusanagi observes inwardly that while her magic power is only around 1,000, she's still stronger than Ruji. Meanwhile, the announcer declares that an unexpected development has occurred in the second match and that Kusanagi's unique fighting style has drawn significant attention. It is announced that the final outcome will now be determined by the third match between Kusanagi and Ruka. He begins chanting and releases a spell from his magic circle, which she quickly counters with her own magic. During the exchange, he reflects on the fact that with only 100 in magic power, his magicraft output is low. Because of this, he knows his attacks won't have much impact unless he targets her head directly. Watching her deflect his spells using her arm, He realizes she has figured out that staying still and focusing on defense is the better strategy against him. He begins chanting and releases a spell from his magic circle, which she quickly counters with her own magic. During the exchange, he reflects on the fact that with only 100 in magic power, his magicraft output is low. Because of this, he knows his attacks won't have much impact unless he targets her head directly. Watching her deflect his spells using her arm, he realizes she has figured out that staying still and focusing on defense is the better strategy against him. On the other hand, Yuika is excited and internally curious about the technique he used, and is certain that he employed something. Ruka fiercely unleashes level 2 magic blitz, but Kusanagi effortlessly dodges her attempts with mere moves. Ruka is stunned to see him dodging everything without resorting to any magic at all. Yuika contemplates that one can counteract a magicraft with another magicraft. Even if they have differences in their power, they can still annihilate it. It's common knowledge that they will get hurt if they don't do that. Meanwhile, Ruka grits her teeth in rage, thinking that a level 2 technique means a different speed and mass, and there is no way of escaping unscathed. She wonders if this guy has no fear. Kusanagi senses what she must be thinking and internally notes that evading magic is possible if one can accurately detect and read the flow of magical power, though it also requires a fair amount of courage. Suddenly, Ruka casts a 3rd level spell, Azure Splash, releasing a powerful surge of water magic. The unexpected escalation startles the students, and they begin to speculate that it could be dangerous if Kusanagi takes a direct hit from such a high-level spell. As the water splash engulfs him, Ruka plops to the ground, confident that he shouldn't be able to dodge this. Suddenly, she is hit by his magic bullet on her head, which causes her to wince in pain. When she looks up and sees Kusanagi standing calmly before her, she's stunned and demands to know how he's unharmed and how he managed to avoid the attack. He explains that he used a magic drain that's capable of consuming magicraft and simply walked through the center of that magic, which startles her. She then chuckles aloud to hear that he just walked through it and admits that it's her loss. The announcer expresses surprise at the outcome and declares Kusanagi the winner. Yuika dashes into the arena, asking if they are all right. He remarks that they both are fine and tells her that he won. With tears welling in her eyes, Yuika confirms it. Ruka comments that, as promised, she won't say a thing anymore, and that Yuika is free to do as she likes. With a sigh, Kusanagi turns around, stating that Yuika's wound was quite shallow. Ruka must have been holding back, unlike during their fight, while Ruka frustratedly argues that it's not the case. He points out that Yuika got much stronger within 2 weeks, and Ruka must have realized it too, so she should stop being so overprotective. Yuika firmly declares that she will get stronger so as not to make Ruka worry. Softening her stance, Ruka concedes that Kusanagi has a point and begins walking toward her sister. Just then, Kusanagi feels a strange disturbance and quickly turns his gaze to the crimson sky, and realizes that this abnormal magic power is the calamity. On the other hand, in the classroom, Tadano and his friends rummage through Kusanagi's bag, asserting that they have to find it now that they have lost so many people due to the duel. His friend informs him that Kusanagi only has textbooks and asserts that the guy is way too diligent. Tadano frustratedly continued searching around, insisting that he must have had something. Otherwise, how could it be possible for him to use that kind of magic? Suddenly, the blonde-haired guy's attention is diverted to something outside, and seeing his reaction, Tadano curiously asks if he has found something. They are all stunned by the sight of the crimson sky, trying to make sense of what's going on. The blonde-haired student nervously claims it's a calamity, while the blue-haired one denies the possibility, saying something like that shouldn't be happening. On the other hand, Kusanagi and the Mizuha sisters are taken aback by the sight of the sky, which also creates panic in the crowd. A student anxiously asks if it is a calamity, but the other anxiously remarks that there is no way this can be a calamity. As Kusanagi looks up, he silently questions why a calamity would be occurring now and suspects it might be connected to the situation unfolding in Shinjuku. He reflects that the first calamity also happened in Shinjuku and wonders whether it is merely a coincidence or what. Suddenly, a crimson portal emerges, and menacing demons emerge from it, catching the students off guard. Standing among the panicked students, the teacher urges them to calm down. Kusanagi abruptly unleashes his radiant magic spell and exterminates the monsters approaching the students. With a small magic circle in front of his mouth, he announces to everyone to calm down, and with this magic, his voice can be easily heard by the students, gathering their attention. He adds that only weak monsters will come out during the opening of the calamity, which should be fine as long as they handle this rationally. He urges everyone to evacuate to the gymnasium and move in groups because it's dangerous to move alone. Turning to the Mizuha sisters and Ryuji, he instructs them to evacuate quickly, which prompts Yuika to wonder what he intends to do next. Kusanagi turns around, stating that he will go and save the people in the school building. The teacher standing beside him curiously asks if he is planning on going by himself and asserts that he is being too reckless. Ryuji steps forward, claiming that he will go too, and declares that there should be no problem now. When the teacher tries to halt, he asserts that he has seen what Kusanagi is capable of. The teacher understands it and urges him not to force himself, while Ryuji confidently claims that there is no way he will die. Hearing their conversation, Kusanagi simply shrugs his arms. He then turns to Yuika and informs her that he will be leaving now, and she asks him to be careful. Before he can make a move, Ryuji dashes past him, asserting that he will go first and calls him Junior. He internally reflects that his speed allows him to run 100 meters in 10 seconds and sarcastically asks himself if Kusanagi can keep up with him. However, to his astonishment, Kusanagi sprints past him with ease, saying he will take the lead and referring to Ryuji as senior. Shocked by the display, Ryuji finds his speed monstrous. Nevertheless, while running, he asserts that just speed itself is useless and declares that he will closely observe Kusanagi's true power, and that he will save everyone along the way, too. Amidst dashing, the protagonist scans the building, noting that there are 58 magic power users in the school building, but there might be a human who doesn't have magic power. He leaps toward the building, declaring that if that's the case, he will simply have to search the entire school himself. Inside the building, the monsters are looming over frightened students, but he timely jumps in from the window and exterminates those in his way with his magic whimper. As one of the monsters attempts to ambush him from behind, he instantly senses the threat and eliminates it without even turning around, dispatching it with a precise burst of magic. At that moment, Ryuji arrives and calls out, asking if he is all right. To his astonishment, Kusanagi stands firm amid the remains of defeated monsters. Without pausing, Kusanagi walks past him and says he will leave the evacuation of the students to him. Concerned, Ryuji turns toward him and urges him to wait, insisting that it's too dangerous to go alone. But he is taken aback to see that Kusanagi is already gone and acknowledges that he is way too fast. He thinks whether Kusanagi sees him as a burden, but admits that he can't say anything since it's probably true. As he surveys the scattered monster corpses, he reflects on how Kusanagi wiped them out in a matter of seconds, leaving him pondering the true nature of the person he just witnessed. On the other hand, dashing in the hallway, Kusanagi internally contemplates that he can only defeat the monsters in one go with magic bullets if it's outdoors. But indoors, he might accidentally harm the students, so he has no other choice but to ceaselessly attack them with low-grade magic. He annihilates the monsters coming his way and frees the students stuck inside. As one of the rescued students tearfully thanks him, Kusanagi contemplates that it would be a waste of time if he continuously brings the students to the gymnasium every time he saves one. On the other hand, Ryuji exterminates the magical beasts while urging the students to evacuate. Suddenly, a student nervously points to the side, drawing Ryuji's attention and making him wonder what's wrong. He is startled to see students enclosed in magic spheres descending from above, leading him to wonder if they are actually falling from the sky. Observing the scene closely, he suspects this might be Kusanagi's method for evacuating them quickly and begins to question the true nature of that person. Meanwhile, looking down through the window, Kusanagi thinks that Ryuji seems good at taking care of others, so he should be fine. Suddenly, he sensed something amiss. Meanwhile, on the second floor, a girl with braided hair is overwhelmed by fear as she finds herself surrounded by multiple magical beasts. Trembling and in tears, she sits against the wall, crying out desperately for someone to save her. Suddenly, a radiant slash slits through the monster, which startles her. She recalls that it feels just like what happened before. Kusanagi approaches and asks if she is hurt. Surprised, she asks if he is the one who saved her. When he confirms, she curiously brings up the time during the practice class, wondering if he was the one who saved her back then as well. Helping her stand up, he remarks that such a thing did indeed happen. She tearfully bows and thanks him for saving her life twice. He gently downplays it, telling her not to sweat it. It's nothing special, which makes her blush. At that moment, Ruji arrives there and asks who the next person is that needs saving. As Kusanagi ascends the stairs, he tells the girl that she will be safe if she follows Ruji and adds that he will take his leave now. He then swiftly dashes to the next floor, thinking that there are still quite a number of people who need to be saved, and there is no time to wait for the police to arrive, so he needs to hurry and save them. On the other hand, at the Prime Minister's office, an emergency meeting is underway. The Prime Minister announces that a calamity has struck Kamui Magic Academy. The nation's key figures have assembled in a large conference room, visibly stunned by the news. They question why such a disaster is happening in their country, especially when there hasn't been a calamity in 50 years, and turn to the Prime Minister, asking what course of action they should take next. The Prime Minister firmly remarks that they are still in contact with both the Beast Countermeasures Division of the Metropolitan Police Department and the Magic Nobles, and that the Ground Self-Defense Force has also begun its preparations. However, some members express concern, pointing out that the only mages within the Self-Defense Force are those trained to handle natural disasters, not those equipped to fight against magical beasts. The Prime Minister remarks that he is already aware and internally contemplates that it's the negative effect of living peacefully without facing any calamities. Most of the military expenditures were allocated to the national defense and international affairs, and they can only leave the handling of the beasts to the police and magic nobles. He slams his fist on the table, thinking that the disaster from 50 years ago is happening again, but Ikakami Minato is no longer with them. On the other hand, while driving, Sergeant Sanada Karen of the Beast Countermeasures Division in the Metropolitan Police Department turns to her colleague and asks if a calamity has really occurred. Sitting beside her, Inspector Shiru Shaogo from the same division confirms without hesitation, saying there's no doubt about it. Karen points out that the country has remained safe for the past 50 years, to which Shiru calmly responds that the peace was only temporary. But that's not an issue. After all, this is exactly why their division exists. While driving, Karen reaffirms her resolve, stating that she will do her best. Meanwhile, a helicopter hovers near the scene of the calamity. Inside, a reporter peers down and delivers a live update, announcing that a calamity has struck Kamui Magic Academy. The sky has turned a deep crimson, and magical beasts are emerging one after another. The reporter explains that these creatures are appearing within the school grounds and that the students and faculty are currently taking refuge in the gymnasium. Meanwhile, the teacher and students outside unleash their magic circles to ward off the intruders, while the teacher says that the magical beasts are their only opponents and that they should be able to defeat them if they work together. The news of the calamity spread like wildfire. It is reported that the teachers and students are working hard, but there are so many beasts appearing that it's impossible for them to leave the academy. Elsewhere, one of the guys watching the news asks his friend if it is true that the Kamui Magic Academy is located near them. The second guy looks at the window in horror, seeing the crimson sky outside. On the other hand, a menacing monster lurks on the city streets, which terrifies the people around and panics them. From a distant rooftop, two individuals observe the unfolding events at the academy, their expressions tense as they realize the situation is spiraling out of control. Elsewhere, some friends watch the chaos on the phone and laugh at the situation as if it were just entertainment. In stark contrast, two elderly viewers sit frozen in fear, watching the news on television, deeply shaken by the growing disaster. On the other hand, Kusanagi speedily dashes to the side, contemplating that the monsters keep pouring in huge numbers. He asserts it's almost time to enter the second stage, and he knows that stronger beasts will appear as they progress through each stage. Moreover, the beasts will keep on appearing no matter how many times one defeats them. Amidst unleashing his magic to annihilate the monster, he reflects that for as long as the boss is left undefeated, the beasts will just keep on appearing, and the boss will reveal itself in the final stage, so he resolves to hold on until then. For goodness sake, he admits that a calamity is truly bothersome. He then casts a green aura around two nearby students. Mentally tallying this brings the total to 20 people he has protected so far. He internally notes that they are scattered everywhere, so saving them is already a significant challenge. He then swiftly dashes to the next floor, where Tadano is anxiously engrossed in unleashing his fire spell. He pants heavily and grits his teeth, realizing that there is no use and that he can't launch any more attacks. He kneels anxiously before the towering, menacing demon soldier. His friends, filled with fear and tears, express their confusion about the presence of a demon soldier. Overcome with frustration, Tadano slams his fists onto the floor, thinking that Kusanagi can defeat it in just one hit. But why can't he himself defeat it? Suddenly, he hears someone comment that it is because he is weak. In the next moment, a blazing slash bursts through the wall, instantly destroying the demon soldier in one powerful strike delivered by Kusanagi. As he walks to the side, Tadano grits his teeth in frustration, reflecting that it happened again, that he got saved by Kusanagi again. He rushes toward Kusanagi, who stands calmly in the hallway, and demands to know why he saved him. He asks if Kusanagi isn't irritated with him, and if so, then why help him at all? Kusanagi responds with indifference, saying there's no particular reason. He simply did it because he could. Tadano trembles with anger, repeating Kusanagi's words to himself, questioning if that's all he has to say. He frustratedly urges Kusanagi not to mess with him and calls him nothing more than a wimp. He reminds him that he couldn't even use magic properly before, demanding to know how he became so powerful. Ikakami in Kusanagi's body remarks that Kusanagi Minato died in a traffic accident, and he was reborn. This startles Tadano, who asks in frustration if people become even stronger when they are at death's door. He insists that he should have been stronger than Kusanagi, struggling to understand how he ended up losing to someone like him. Kusanagi turns to him and calmly asks if he truly considers himself strong. He states that true strength doesn't come from oppressing the weak, nor make the weak gain anything by looking down on those even weaker. He explains that Tadano was blinded by a false sense of superiority, which made him believe he was strong. With a steady voice, Kusanagi adds that in his current state, Tadano can't even begin to imagine what it's like to face him in a real fight. As Kusanagi walks to the side, Tadano plops to his knees and admits to himself that he is running away from the fact that his power hasn't grown much since junior high. Instead, he vented all his frustration onto those weaker than him. Yet in the end, he got saved by the Kusanagi, who was supposed to be a weakling, and he couldn't accept the truth. Nearby, his friends watch in uneasy silence, questioning what they had been doing all this time when, in the end, it was Kusanagi who came to their rescue. They then call Tadano, who is kneeling on the floor and is crying profusely. On the other hand, Kusanagi continues annihilating the monsters coming his way. At that moment, a demon soldier flies there and lands before him. Kusanagi launches a radiant beam of magic, but the demon soldier evades it with ease. Without hesitation, Kusanagi casts another spell, engulfing the creature in a fiery explosion that completely wipes it out. He then notes that the demon soldiers are increasing in numbers, and it would make sense if the boss shows up soon. He then turns his attention to the terrified students nearby and reassures them to stay calm, saying that everything is now under control. Meanwhile, Ryuji, gritting his teeth in frustration, unleashes a powerful burst of fiery magic, wiping out the monsters chasing a terrified girl. Turning around, he firmly declares that he will protect everyone and tells them to follow him. The students being rescued by him call him Big Brother and excitedly praise him. Ryuji scratches his head, feeling a bit flustered as he notices more monsters creeping in from different directions and wonders what he should do next. At that moment, Kusanagi emerges behind him out of nowhere, stating that he will help him. His sudden appearance startles Ryuji, who tells him not to appear out of nowhere. The protagonist firmly urges him to escape as soon as he defeats the beasts. Ryuji, visibly anxious, argues that escaping is impossible with the number of enemies around and suggests finding another route instead. In response, Kusanagi unleashes a single, powerful attack that obliterates the incoming monsters, leaving Ryuji and the rescued student stunned. Glancing back over his shoulder, Kusanagi questions what Ryuji is still doing there and urges him to move quickly and get going. Ryuji abruptly complies and commands everyone to let's go, and they all follow suit. Amidst the running, the students are awestruck by the radiant beams of light unleashed by Kusanagi, and their eyes widen with amazement. Ryuji smiles, thinking to himself how incredible Kusanagi truly is. Meanwhile, seeing the dead monsters, Kusanagi notes that they have gone now, and he should go back and search the school building. Elsewhere, a group of students and a teacher continue to fight, unleashing magical attacks in a desperate effort to hold off the advancing monsters. Standing among them, Yuiko wearily trembles, but Ruka timely grasps her shoulders to balance her and tells her to go inside if she can't fight, asserting that she is being a nuisance. Yuika determinedly turns to her, declaring that she can still fight and emphasizing that they don't have time to rest. Moved by her sister's resolve, Ruka looks at her with newfound respect. At that moment, Ruji arrives there and tells the teacher that he has brought the rescued students. The teacher praises him for doing well and instructs him to take them inside. Then, standing beside Ruka, Ruji asks what the situation is, and she wearily remarks that they are barely holding them back. Yuika curiously asks him where Kusanagi is, and he remarks with a bright grin that Kusanagi is fine, alive, and is kicking. Hearing this, Yuika lets out a relieved sigh, her face lighting up as she softly repeats his words. Ryuji comments that Kusanagi is truly remarkable, and with someone like him around, they should be able to overcome the calamity. While launching her magic at the monsters, Yuika smiles and agrees, expressing her belief that as long as Kusanagi is there, they will definitely make it through. Suddenly, the ground begins to shake violently, catching the students off guard. The teacher immediately raises their voice, urgently instructing everyone to evacuate now. Suddenly, the sky deepens into a darker crimson hue as an overwhelming number of monsters and demon soldiers begin to appear. Stunned by the sight, Ruji is caught off guard and anxiously insists that they need to escape immediately. As the monsters pursue them, panic sets in, and they all dash to save themselves. As they run to the side, Yuika suddenly feels a presence and quickly glances over her shoulder. Just as the demon is about to strike her, it is taken down by a timely blast of magic, startling the Mizuha sisters and Ryuji. Inspector Shido of the Beast Countermeasures Division at the Metropolitan Police Station casts his spell and urges his team to move quickly, eliminate the monsters, and focus on ensuring the civilians' safety. Watching them in action, the students become thrilled, feeling reassured that the police have arrived and they are finally safe. Shido glances back and assures them that everything should be fine now that his team has arrived, urging them to evacuate according to their instructions. However, Yuika steps forward and declares that they will fight alongside the police. When Shido says civilians should head to the gymnasium, Yuika firmly responds that they are not just civilians, they are mages. Shido agrees and instructs them to provide support from the rear. Internally, he reflects that the police are actually short on manpower, so having the mages help is a huge relief, even if it feels a bit shameful for the force. Meanwhile, Sergeant Karen casts a healing spell on the injured students. Elsewhere, Kusanagi looks out the window at the police vehicles below, recognizing that the authorities have finally arrived, and decides to leave the rest in their hands. However, he finds it surprising that the police arrived before the self-defense forces. A calamity of this scale is a national-level crisis, so it's unlikely that the country wouldn't have some kind of contingency plan. With a wry grin, he considers the unsettling possibility that this nation might truly take peace for granted. Without wasting more time, he rushes off, declaring that he will do whatever he can and focus on rescuing the remaining students. On the other hand, the newscaster in the helicopter reports that it seems the police have arrived. However, the beasts are growing in number, and wonders whether the police alone will be enough to take care of them. She emphasizes that the people of the nations are waiting for the mage nobles to arrive. Watching the broadcast, the children who had previously laughed at the unfolding events now smile with hope, chanting mage nobles, believing that this is exactly when they are meant to appear. Meanwhile, an elderly couple watching the news on TV comments that they have already paid their taxes and wonder if the mage nobles should be the ones to handle this crisis. At the same time, the news reporter strongly urges the mage nobles to arrive quickly and take action. Elsewhere, Mage Noble Fuka Jin, head of the Fuka household, sits in a chair with his face turned away, calmly instructing his subordinates to ignore the plea. His secretary, standing nearby, asks with curiosity if he's certain about his decision. Fuka casually replies that the police are more than capable of handling what he deems a small-scale calamity, so there's no reason for the mage nobles to intervene. As he walks away, the secretary asks where he is headed, and Fuka responds that he is going to sleep. When he shuts the door behind him, the secretary bows and wishes him a good rest. On the other hand, Inspector Shido continues casting magic spells, gradually realizing that the situation is getting worse. He slightly turns around and asks his subordinate if they can take care of the beasts near the entrance. The subordinate remarks that they can't, since there are too many of them. Shido internally notes that the beasts are appearing at a faster rate than they expected and realizes it's impossible to evacuate the civilians in time. He grits his teeth, contemplating that rear support is all the self-defense forces are obligated to do, and they have yet to arrive. With no other options, they can only rely on the mage nobles, but they can't get in contact with them. He frustratedly asserts that the mage nobles exist for times like this and calls them a useless bunch of people. Elsewhere, the students, including the Mizuha sisters and Ryuji, relentlessly cast their magic spells to halt the progress of approaching monsters. Amidst the chaos, Shido reflects that he has learned about this from the available information, but it is called a calamity for a reason. He wonders whether people of the past handled things this way, too, and if the boss were to appear. Suddenly, an intense violet beam descends from the sky, and the demon captain, the boss, emerges out of it, which catches everyone off guard. Shido begins to sweat profusely, overwhelmed by the sight, finding the situation nearly impossible to handle. Meanwhile, Ruka anxiously recognizes the creature, realizing it's a beast that rarely appears in this era, and even then, only mage nobles are capable of defeating it. Yuika trembles in fear, anxiety gripping her as she internally realizes that they need magic beyond level 5, something no one among them can use. Suddenly, the boss conjures 3 magic circles and unleashes a devastating fiery attack, catching Yuika completely off guard. But before it can hit her, Ruka intervenes and counterattacks with her water blitz magic and shields her sister. However, her counterattack proves futile, and the torrent crashes against the incoming flames, but the power of the demon captain's spell overwhelms her defense. The blazing attack pierces through and strikes Ruka's back, causing her to scream in agony before collapsing to the ground. Yuika calls out her sister's name in distress. As Ruka lies there, trembling, she weakly urges Yuika to run. While the other students flee in a panic, Yuika, unfazed by the chaos, clutches her injured sister tightly and desperately cries out for help. Yet, amid the unrelenting barrage of attacks, no one is able to come to their aid. Watching the boss unleash a torrent of intense fire, Shido mutters grimly that they won't survive this. With tears streaming down her face, Yuika holds her sister and desperately calls out to Kusanagi, shouting his name with all her strength. A terrifying magical aura engulfs the towering pillar of flame, and at its center stands the demon boss, reveling in the destruction. But suddenly, its expression shifts as its fiery magic is forcefully pushed back by a surge of powerful green energy. Kusanagi firmly stands before the Mizuha sisters and, without turning to them, apologizes to her for being late and for keeping her waiting. Yuika tearfully glances at her unconscious sister and quietly tells him that she is still breathing. Kusanagi sits beside her, reassuring her that it's all right, that Ruka has only passed out. Gently, he brushes Ruka's hair away from her face, while Yuika stares at her sister in distress, unable to hold back her tears. Around them, the battlefield is littered with unconscious students, the aftermath of the boss's terrifying assault. Kusanagi grits his teeth and turns around, declaring that he will defeat it, and she agrees. He then casts multiple magic circles beneath the unconscious students, causing a soft glow to envelop their bodies. Yuika watches the shimmering light in surprise, wondering what it could be, and is stunned to see her sister's injuries beginning to heal. Meanwhile, the other students slowly regain consciousness, looking around in confusion. Observing the powerful healing spell at work, Sergeant Karin is taken aback. She wonders if it could possibly be Sacred Heal, a third-tier holy magic spell that even she herself is incapable of casting, and questions who could have performed such an advanced technique. She then dashes towards her senior and asks if he is all right. Shido, sitting on the ground, assures her that he is fine and says that he just ran out of magic power. Glancing around at the chaos, Karin anxiously asks what's going on. With a weary expression, Shido rises to his feet, admitting that he doesn't know either, but insists they must continue protecting the civilians. She anxiously argues that it's too reckless, emphasizing that he might die, but he remarks that if they don't fight, everyone will be killed. With tears brimming in her eyes, Karin tremblingly asserts that it's already impossible and anxiously informs him that the police have been annihilated. Shido grits his teeth in frustration, asserting that both the self-defense troops and the mage nobles aren't showing up, and there is nothing they can do. As the monsters and the towering boss stride forward menacingly, the news reporter and the cameraman are taken aback to know that the police were annihilated and mutter in despair that it's the end for them. The three boys who were happy and laughing at the chaos now seemed distressed while watching the live broadcast. The reporter's grim voice echoes through the screen, declaring that the mage nobles are useless, that they will all be killed, and that no one is capable of standing against the demon captain. The weight of those words casts a shadow not only over the boys, but also over an elderly couple watching from elsewhere, their faces filled with worry and disbelief. He then strides confidently to the side, prompting Karin to anxiously exclaim that the student is walking straight toward the demons and question whether he has a death wish. Witnessing this, Shido urgently calls out to him, demanding that he get away from there. However, Kusanagi firmly stands before the menacing boss demon and asserts that the creature has just been doing whatever he felt like. The boss continues to repeat, "Kill, kill," in a harsh, bloodlust-filled voice, sending a wave of fear through everyone nearby. Without warning, it's engulfed in a blazing surge of Kusanagi's fiery magic as he fiercely tells it to shut up. In retaliation, the demon captain lets out a deafening roar, prompting all the surrounding monsters to release a barrage of magical beams. Kusanagi watches the incoming attacks, internally acknowledging that while he had once gone all out during the world's greatest calamity, this time he must restrain himself as he can't afford to endanger the people around him. Suddenly, all the monsters' beams collide with Kusanagi, completely engulfing him in a blinding explosion. Witnessing the impact, Shido anxiously mutters that he must have been killed. But just as the monster's magic is about to reach the nearby students, a wave of green magic surges forth, forming a protective barrier around them. Kusanagi, unharmed, raises both hands and activates two glowing magic circles. From them, countless radiant beams erupt, swiftly obliterating the approaching monsters. Stunned by the display, Shido stares in disbelief, questioning what he's witnessing and wondering just who this student really is. The newscaster reports that a student is battling the beast, though his face remains unclear, and urges the cameraman to move in for a closer shot. Suddenly, Yuika casts a magic spell at the camera, causing it to flare and startling the cameraman. Internally, she reflects that Kusanagi must have been hiding his true strength and thinks that now, without the broadcast drawing attention, he can fight without any distractions. Kusanagi's radiant magic beams annihilate the approaching monsters in a single, decisive move. Watching this unfold, three nearby students light up with excitement, calling him incredible and wondering if they might actually be saved. With renewed hope, they exclaim that he can really do it. At that moment, three magical beasts suddenly appeared in front of the students, catching them off guard. Before the beasts can strike, they are swiftly obliterated by a magic attack from Shido, who firmly declares that there must be something they can do and that they will support Kusanagi. Karin quickly agrees, determination in her eyes. Watching from the side, Kusanagi grins slightly, thinking to himself that the police of this era aren't half bad. Kusanagi continues to unleash his radiant magic, wiping out the approaching monsters with powerful blasts. Suddenly, the demon captain lets out a thunderous roar and opens its mouth, forming several crimson magic circles in the air. Shido's expression stiffens as he realizes it's 6th level magic, an advanced spell on par with the mage nobles. A wave of anxiety washes over him as he acknowledges that, against something of this caliber, there's nothing they can do. The demon's 6th level dragon flame engulfs the area in a hellish blaze, creating a fiery whirlwind that sends waves of heat and terror through the battlefield. The students tremble in fear, while the reporter and cameraman cling to each other, overwhelmed by the intensity. Amidst the chaos, Shido spreads his arms wide to shield Karin and a student behind him, his eyes fixed on the inferno as it rages before them. Shido clenches his teeth, murmuring that no matter how powerful that student might be, defeating the demon is out of the question. There's just no way he can win. Meanwhile, Yuika remains confident that Kusanagi can triumph. She firmly believes that if anyone can defeat the demon, it's him, and there's no doubt in her heart that he will win. On the other hand, Kusanagi coolly analyzes the situation. He observes that while the demon captain is massive, its movements are slow, and it's clearly straining itself to wield 6th level magic. Extending his hand toward the demon, Kusanagi admits to himself that continuing to rely on 2nd level magic won't be enough to win. Though he would rather avoid drawing too much attention, he knows he has no choice but to reveal more of his true power. He then conjures 4 magic circles in midair, and their power surges around him, enveloping his body in a radiant glow. Witnessing the rising energy, Yuika's eyes widen with excitement. The magic quickly takes form, transforming into a colossal water serpent that coils through the air with immense force. The sight stuns Shido, who watches in disbelief and wonders whether this is synthesis magic. The serpent hurls itself at the demon's massive fiery spell, and the two elemental forces collide in a fierce clash. Sensing resistance, the demon captain roars and unleashes an even more devastating burst of flame, its voice filled with bloodlust as it vows to slaughter the humans. Despite the overwhelming fiery spell, Kusanagi nonchalantly sighs and remains indifferent. Soon, his water serpent completely extinguishes the demon's fiery spell, overpowers the creature, and reduces it to ashes. Watching the battle come to an end, Kusanagi calmly remarks that the demon lacked proper training, speculating that it could have performed better. But ultimately, it was weaker than he had anticipated. As the ominous clouds disperse and the sky returns to normal, he glances upward and quietly notes that the calamity seems to have passed now that the boss has been defeated. They can finally be at ease now. The surrounding students, stunned by what just happened, try to grasp the reality that they might be safe and that the demon captain has truly been defeated. Moments later, relief washes over them, and they burst into joyous celebration. The cameraman and the news reporter are overcome with emotion, tears streaming down their faces as they realize they made it and the boss has been defeated. Karin, overwhelmed with relief, embraces her subordinate with tears in her eyes, overjoyed that the danger has passed. Standing quietly behind Kusanagi, Shido struggles to believe that a student could have taken down the demon captain, a feat so great that even the mage nobles might not have been able to accomplish it, and he finds himself silently trying to figure out who Kusanagi really is. Suddenly, he falls on the ground and sighs, saying that his knees have given out. Kusanagi then sits beside Yuika and informs her that he has put an end to it. Yuika, holding her sister, affirms and expresses her belief in him, then tearfully thanks him. With a smile, he welcomes her gratitude. Suddenly, their attention shifts to the commotion caused by a group of students rushing toward Kusanagi. They surround him with excitement, praising and thanking him for saving them. Taken aback by their enthusiasm, Kusanagi responds that he understands and calmly asks them to give him some space. As he sweats nervously, he reflects on how he ended up drawing attention again, just like in the past, and inwardly worries about what might come next. Seeing them from the side, Yuika, with a smile, notes that Kusanagi seems annoyed. Later, a student excitedly sees the news on his phone, in which it is being reported that the calamity that occurred in Kamui Magic Academy has been safely put to a stop. It adds that the academy has announced it will not disclose the identity of the student who defeated the boss, and that there are no casualties, but several people have sustained mild injuries. The students around excitedly chatter, recognizing that the news is clearly about Kusanagi. One of them remarks that it's only natural since he's their savior and adds that it seems he's been promoted to S class. Meanwhile, Kusanagi sits quietly among them, looking unimpressed. Suddenly, two girls approach from behind and rudely try to push the others aside, claiming that ordinary people like them aren't worthy of speaking to someone as exceptional as him. The girls eagerly approach Kusanagi from behind, bombarding him with questions about his strength and speculating whether he might possess the blood of mage nobility. Despite their enthusiasm, Kusanagi stays expressionless, clearly unfazed by their praise. Suddenly, a student wearing glasses sitting on the side interjects with a sharp remark, stating that Kusanagi is growing conceited from being so pampered and asserts that there is no way a student as strong as him exists. Two students turn to him and argue that Kusanagi defeated the demon captain, and that he is teasing him out of frustration. Meanwhile, Kusanagi quietly slips out of the room unnoticed. The glasses-wearing student insists that no matter how they look at it, something about the situation is strange. Outside, Kusanagi sighs and mutters that it's all a bit much. At that moment, Yuika approaches him, sarcastically saying that he is having it hard, but he urges her not to tease him. With a smile, Yuika adds that he's the hero who protected everyone, so naturally, there's no avoiding the attention. Before Kusanagi can respond, she continues, mentioning that he's also been promoted to S class, likely as a result of the battle and the recent calamity. When he remarks that she doesn't seem happy, she remarks that she is happy after all, a certain someone is there too. He then shifts the conversation and asks how Ruka is doing. Yuika replies that she is fine, and they talk more often than before. When he comments that it's good to hear, Yuika responds with a warm smile, saying she's pleased and it's all thanks to him. She thanks him again, adding that she's genuinely glad he's here. In his usual casual manner, he lightly taps her on the head, leaving her puzzled as she asks what that was for. As he steps to the side, he tells her that thanking him once is enough, and she doesn't need to keep repeating it, causing her cheeks to flush with embarrassment. On the other hand, in the meeting room, the Prime Minister hangs up the phone, stating that the teleconference with each country is over. A member sitting next to him raises concern, asking whether finding support for the next calamity would be hard, as they already have so much on their plate, just taking measures against it. The other members bring up the rumors about a student defeating the boss, noting how chaotic the scene was and that most of the police were incapacitated, leading some to suspect it might just be a misunderstanding. The Prime Minister responds that the leaders of other countries are skeptical as well, but given the circumstances, their doubt is understandable. He commands the return of the mage nobles, emphasizing the need to set up a measurement conference to prepare for the next calamity, and the members affirm without any objections. Elsewhere in the academy, Ruka and Ruji walk up to Kusanagi and Yuika. Ruka mentions that there is something she would like to ask Kusanagi and earnestly requests him to make her his disciple. A few days later, Yuika and Ruka quietly sit on a bench. After a short pause, Ruka comments that it seems Kusanagi was the one who put an end to the calamity. Yuika nods in agreement, confirming that he defeated the demon captain and used 4th level synthesis magic to do so. Ruka is taken aback by this and repeats what she heard, pointing out that such magic is beyond the reach of most high-ranking mages. Yuika assures her that it's true, and Ruka agrees, saying she believes it since she knows Yuika wouldn't lie. Yuika, a bit curious, wonders why her sister believes she wouldn't lie. Ruka responds that it's because Yuika has always been an upright child, even back then, an obedient girl who never lied, someone gentle, serious, and hardworking. She adds that with those qualities, she never believed Yuika could be a talentless mage, though she admits she might have been too forceful about it. Yuika calls her name and stands up, declaring that she will become stronger, strong enough to put Ruka-sama at ease, so she should rest easy. Ruka looks at her intently and acknowledges that Yuika has truly grown. Inwardly, she reflects that Kusanagi Minato's strength exceeds what one would expect from a student and might even surpass their father's. She then turns to Yuika and asks if she can help with something. Later, she stands up, thinking that if things continue like this, at most she will just end up as a high-class mage, and to become even stronger, she needs Kusanagi's help. She then apologizes to Kusanagi for insulting and looking down on him. With her eyes closed, she acknowledges that her request may sound selfish, but she's willing to set aside her pride to make it. Before she can even ask, Kusanagi agrees, which surprises her. He calmly repeats that he will take her as his disciple. When she curiously wonders why he would do so, he calls her a weirdo and reminds her that she is the one asking for it. Ruka admits that it's true, but highlights that she has done so many awful things to him. He mentions that he forgives her since she has apologized, and he accepts her apology because she asked him to. That's all there is to it, which surprises her. Standing beside them, Ruji excitedly asks if he can be taught as well. The protagonist agrees, saying he has no problem teaching one or more people. Seeing this, Yuika comments that he's just that kind of person, while Ruka finds him to be a mysterious guy. Ruji casually rests his arm on Kusanagi's shoulder, saying that this much should be fine. Later, Kusanagi sits with Yuika in the conference room beside the teacher. Shido and Karin, seated across from him, show their ID cards and introduce themselves as members of the Beast Countermeasures Division from the Metropolitan Police Department. They bow and express their gratitude, acknowledging that without his help, both the civilians and they would have been wiped out. With a smile, Kusanagi remarks that they have said their thanks over and over again during the questioning, and he thinks it is more than enough already. He then asks if there is something else they need now. Karin remarks that the investigation related to the calamity is over, but there is something that piqued their interest. When Kusanagi wonders what it is, Shido thoughtfully notes that Kusanagi awoke his mage ability after getting involved in a traffic accident, since people around him also said the same thing, so there is no mistaking it. However, there is one who said Kusanagi seems like he has become a whole different person after the accident. While the protagonist intently hears him, he adds that Kusanagi's personality changed, and his magic became abnormally strong, powerful enough to defeat a demon captain. Yuika frustratedly intervenes, asking what he is trying to say. Shido then changes the question and asks if the protagonist knows the Black Magician, which surprises them. He shows a video on his phone featuring a man in a hoodie, explaining that the individual is a mage who has been defeating beasts and aiding people under cover of darkness. The video has spread widely across the internet, and he wonders if they have come across it. When Yuika curiously wonders what connection that has to Kusanagi, Shido points out that it's because they share similarities in stature and age. He explains that the Black Magician is known to be an exceptionally skilled mage, and there are very few individuals within that age group capable of wielding such powerful magic. On top of that, the period when he began his activities is close to the day Kusanagi got discharged. Shido stresses that using magic within the city without proper authorization or qualification is a violation of the law. If the person in question is a student of the academy, the authorities are willing to leave part of the decision to the school's discretion. However, given the level of public attention the case has drawn, the police cannot simply overlook it, and mere expulsion would not be a sufficient response. That said, if Kusanagi admits to being the one behind it, they are prepared to do everything within their power to reduce his punishment. With that, Shido urges him to respond carefully to whether he is the Black Magician. Without a moment's hesitation, the protagonist firmly states that he is not. Shido lets out a small chuckle, commenting that if he truly isn't the Black Magician, then that's a relief. With that, they rise from their seats, thank them for their time, and say they will be taking their leave for the day. As they walk down the hallway, Shido reflects that Kusanagi didn't even fluster in the slightest. That's a lot of courage to have if he really is the Black Magician. He concludes that Black Magician is nothing like a regular high schooler. There must be something different about him. However, Karen is convinced that Kusanagi is definitely the Black Magician. Both their ambience and voices are similar too. She wonders whether his nocturnal movements are purely for the sake of saving people. She contemplates that she can't tell the senior about Kusanagi's real identity, which could be counted as a failure for a policeman. But in her eyes, he is a nice person who saved her. Meanwhile, Shido internally resolves to look further into Kusanagi's real identity, unwilling to let the mystery go. On the other hand, Karen resolves to hide his true identity. The next day, the teacher stands before the class and announces that Kusanagi and Yuika will be joining the second year's class starting today. She asks the students to welcome them warmly and encourages everyone to get along. As Kusanagi walks towards the seat, two classmates excitedly halt him, asking if he really defeated the demon captain. At the same time, two girls surround Yuika, curious about what it feels like to be part of the mage nobility. Noticing the sudden buzz around the newcomers, the teacher urges everyone to return to their seats and emphasizes that class is about to begin. Later, walking outside the class, Kusanagi sighs, thinking that he got barraged with questions all the way up to recess time, which is exactly why he didn't want to stand out. At that moment, a pink-haired girl whom he had saved earlier approaches him and asks if she can have a bit of his time. Standing on the rooftop, the protagonist wonders if it is a custom to invite people to the roof when they want to speak with them. Meanwhile, unbeknownst to him, Yuika is also on the rooftop, hidden behind a wall. She had come up thinking she could get in some solo training, but now finds herself quietly wondering what he is doing here. Peeking from her hiding spot, she notices a girl standing with Minato and wonders what they are doing up there together. With slightly blushed cheeks, Emma, the pink-haired girl, asks Kusanagi if he remembers her. He apologetically admits that he doesn't. She reminds him that he saved her during the calamity, prompting him to recall and acknowledge it. She mentions that back at the combat lesson, she was also assaulted by monsters, then somebody saved her using magic, and recalling that magic, she asks if it was him. Kusanagi recalls the moment she mentioned, and before he can respond, Emma excitedly thanks him for saving her twice. He casually replies that it's nothing, saying he simply did what he could. With her cheeks now deeply flushed, she shyly praises how cool he is. Meanwhile, Yuika, quietly sneaking along the side to eavesdrop, strains to hear their conversation and wonders what exactly they are talking about. Meanwhile, with her eyes closed, Emma earnestly confesses her feelings, saying that she likes him and pleads with him to go out with her. Hidden nearby, Yuika is taken aback to hear that confession, and it hits her like shockwaves. Clasping her hand tightly, Emma admits that she doesn't really have any good points, but she will do her very best, so please let her be his girlfriend. With a gentle smile, Kusanagi thanks her for liking him, but apologizes, stating that he doesn't have time to start dating someone, since there is something he must do. Emma gathers some courage and, with a smile, thanks him for rejecting her up front, thinking she can give up on him now. She then walks to the side with a tear brimming in her eye, while he silently watches her go. As she departs, Kusanagi calls Yuika to stop hiding and come out, which startles her. She hesitantly peeks her head out from behind the wall and states with a nervous chuckle that she thought she hid her mana well. Without turning to her, he dryly remarks that her mana control is downright awful and it's practically spilling everywhere. Turning to face her, he sighs and says it's the second time now, and wonders aloud if she's into voyeurism or something. Flustered, Yuika quickly insists it was just a coincidence and that it's not like she wanted to eavesdrop. Still curious, she tilts her head and asks why he rejected the girl, pointing out that she was pretty cute. Kusanagi walks a few steps to the side, casually replying that he's not planning on dating anyone. Internally, though, he reflects that the real reason is that they are simply too far apart in age, despite physically being in the same school year. Yuika asks if that means he won't go out with anyone, but as she waits for his response, she finds herself strangely relieved to hear that. Quietly trailing behind him down the stairs, she repeats his words in her mind that he isn't planning on dating anyone. As they descend, Kusanagi glances back at her and tells her bluntly to put more effort into her mana control, adding that it's obvious she hasn't practiced nearly enough. With a sigh, she remarks that she knows already and walks beside him, internally resolving that she will work harder and become stronger until the day he finally acknowledges her. Later that night, Kusanagi steps onto the dimly lit streets, his face hidden behind a mask. As he surveys the area, he notes that the number of monsters hasn't decreased despite the calamity being over and wonders whether it is a sign that another catastrophe is on the way. Suddenly, Kusanagi hears a cry for help echo through the empty street. He spots a girl fleeing in panic, pursued by a red-haired goon conjuring a magic circle, while laughing cruelly, convinced no one would be around at such an hour. Kusanagi steps in between the two, calmly but assertively announcing his presence. He seizes the red-haired goon's arm and drives a powerful blow into his stomach, enhanced with magic, sending him flying to the side. Kusanagi finds the mage an amateur mage and criminal whose close combat skills are incredibly crude, who must not be fighting other mages. Meanwhile, the girl standing behind him thanks him and curiously asks if he is the black mage. Without giving her an answer, he shoots into the air at blinding speed, while she anxiously urges him to wait. Hovering mid-air on a magic circle, Kusanagi recalls how the students and even Shido mentioned the black mage, realizing they were likely referring to him. Still, he wonders why the name has gained so much attention. The following day, during break, while sitting with the Mizuo sisters and Ruji, the group discusses the topic of the black mage. Kusanagi brings up how Shido had mentioned it earlier, an amateur mage who operates at night, and notes that others have been gossiping about them too. He wonders aloud why it's become such a hot topic. While eating, Ruji casually replies that it's probably because the black mage has become popular on the internet. Kusanagi, puzzled, asks what the internet is, wondering if it's something like a fishing net. Yuika leans over and quietly asks her sister if it's possible that Minato is just bad with technology, calling him tone-deaf like the elderly who struggle with smartphones. Ruka responds in disbelief, saying that in this day and age, it's hard to believe anyone doesn't know what the internet is. They already knew he was out of touch with society, but this level of detachment surprises her. She then explains to Minato that the internet is a global information network where people can find almost anything, and news spreads at lightning speed. She adds that it even has pictures and videos, so basically everything can be found there. Kusanagi nods thoughtfully, saying he understands. Ruji then moves closer and tells him he can search for things using his smartphone, encouraging him to try opening the app first. Kusanagi stares intently at his phone, and after a moment, successfully opens the app. He turns the screen toward them with excitement, proudly announcing that he did it. The others clap and cheer, telling him that now he can use the internet too. Kusanagi chuckles, stating that this much is easy. Letting out a sigh, Ruka reminds him that he promised to help them train and asks when they will be starting. The protagonist remarks with a smile that they can begin after school today, adding that since they taught him how to use a smartphone and everything, he will do his very best to train them. Ryuji and Ruka light up with excitement at the news, while Yuika can't shake a bad feeling creeping in. Later at Yuika's place, the three plop on the ground exhaustedly while Kusanagi stands firmly before them. He reminds them that they haven't even warmed up yet and urges them to act as if their life depends on it. Despite being worn out, they immediately spring back to their feet, refusing to be underestimated. Ryuji, determined, declares that he will show just how stubborn he can be. With a smile, the protagonist appreciates their spirit and encourages them to come to him. In response, they simultaneously unleash their magic spells to attack. On the other hand, near Tokyo Tower, two men observe the scene from a distance through binoculars, finding it unbelievable that everything appeared normal just moments ago but has now completely changed. One of them, gripping the binoculars with trembling hands, tries to comprehend the overwhelming sight of countless demons emerging. Later, as they pause in exhaustion, Kusanagi questions what's wrong and whether they have already given up. Ruka and Ryuji firmly respond with determination, insisting they are not done yet, and desperately cast their spells once more, urging him to take their attack. However, Kusanagi effortlessly deflects their magic and counterattacks with magic bullets, catching them completely off guard. At that moment, Yuika launches an attack from behind, scoffing that his back is wide open, but he effortlessly evades it and firmly responds that he is not, catching her completely off guard. She's unable to believe he dodged it so easily. He then strikes back with a magic bullet, sending her down as well. As the three of them slump to the ground in exhaustion, he finally declares that it's break time, much to their relief. As they sit on the bench, catching their breath, some drinking water and others wiping sweat from their faces, Ryuji, drenched in sweat, wonders aloud if Kusanagi might be far too powerful. Ruka agrees, admitting that to the point where even she, the top student of the academy, couldn't put up a fight. Yuika comments that indeed he is not at the same level as students and notes Kusanagi's usual annoyed look. Kusanagi remarks that he almost died due to a traffic accident, and he obtained this power the moment he regained consciousness. He emphasizes that the reason is unknown, so they must stop asking. Ruka curiously asks whether his near-death experience was the trigger to the awakening of his power, and he remarks that maybe so. Seeing Kusanagi sigh with a faint smile, Yuika internally realizes that he must be thinking that both of them are too gullible, and convinced by the look on his face that he believes he has successfully deceived them. However, she contemplates that he might have a reason for not telling them the truth, given his efforts to hide it. Perhaps it's better not to look into it any further. Meanwhile, Kusanagi, watching the three of them, genuinely thinks they all are too gullible. Later on their way back from school, Ryuji stretches his arms, stating that it was excellent training. Walking beside him, Kusanagi acknowledges that he is really tough, and Ryuji proudly replies that it's because he trained himself. Ryuji then mentions that he is hungry now, but he needs to go home and cook some food for those brats. Hearing this, Kusanagi curiously asks if he makes his own food despite his appearance. Ryuji frustratedly wonders what he means by that and asks whether he always eats outside. Kusanagi denies it, saying he mostly eats cup noodles, which prompts Ryuji to question in disbelief if that's all he eats. With a sigh, Kusanagi comments on how convenient the world has become. Ryuji, looking concerned, warns that his body won't last if he keeps up such unhealthy eating habits, but Kusanagi shoots back, asking if Ryuji is trying to act like his father. Ignoring the jab, Ryuji pats him on the shoulder and insists that he come over so he can cook for him. Before Kusanagi can object, Ryuji confidently declares it's settled and tells him to follow along. Kusanagi smiles to himself, thinking that Ryuji is quite the forceful type. Later at Ryuji's place, three toddlers excitedly cling to Kusanagi, giggling as they hang on to him. Meanwhile, Ryuji, wearing a yellow apron, brings out the food and apologizes for making Kusanagi watch over the kids. In response, Kusanagi surrounds the children with his green magic orbs, assuring Ryuji that it's no trouble. Ryuji, visibly frustrated, insists that, of course, it's something to worry about and tells him not to use magic indoors. Flustered, Ryuji places the food on the table, muttering that he's never heard of anyone using magic just to play with children. As Kusanagi softly tells the little girl that he got scolded, she gently pats his head in comfort. Watching the interaction, Ryuji comments with mild surprise that it's unexpected to see Kusanagi so good with children. A shadow passes over Kusanagi's face as he recalls a grim memory, and he quietly replies that kids are precious. Taken aback, Ryuji teases that he sounded like an old man just now, prompting Kusanagi to retort bluntly, telling him to shut up. Later, as Kusanagi sits with the toddlers, reading aloud from a picture book, Ryuji turns around, seeing them with a smile. Shortly after, before starting their meal, they all clasp their hands and offer thanks to the gods. Then, with cheerful energy, they begin eating. As Kusanagi takes his first bite, he's struck by the rich flavor and praises that it tastes so good. A tear of joy wells up in his eye, reflecting on how long it has been since he last tasted a home-cooked meal. Amidst constant battles, he had been so focused on surviving and protecting others that he had completely forgotten to take care of himself. He then asks Ryuji about his parents, and Ryuji, while wiping one kid's face, remarks that he doesn't have a father and his mother is working till late. He adds that he does the housework and babysitting in her stead, and he has also got a part-time job in his free time. The protagonist remarks that it seems like Ryuji is quite busy. With a bright smile, Ryuji replies that it's hard, but he doesn't hate it. He excitedly flexed his biceps, saying that the tougher things get, the more fired up he becomes. Later that night, while the kids and Ryuji fall asleep, Kusanagi lies between them with his eyes open. Ryuji glances at him and apologizes for having him stay over due to the brat's selfishness. Kusanagi tells him not to worry about it and that it's not bad to do this once in a while. With his eyes closed in relief, Ryuji thanks him, but the protagonist remarks that he did nothing to deserve his gratitude. Ryuji clarifies that it's about Ruka, stating that she has become brighter than before, and he believes it's all thanks to Kusanagi. The protagonist internally wonders whether this is a romantic kind of thing, and then asks him if he likes her. With a smile, Ryuji quickly denies it, saying there is no way, and asserts that both of them are misfits, so they naturally stick to each other, that's all. Kusanagi internally contemplates misfits and thinks it's similar to him. The next day, on their way back to the academy, Ruka and Yuika stand in front of them, pointing out that they are late. Ryuji explains that Kusanagi wouldn't wake up and urges them to look at his tired, sleepy face. Yuika curiously asks if they had a sleepover, while Ruka wonders if they were training. Kusanagi internally wonders how they are meeting up so naturally, but he doesn't really mind, though. At that moment, Shido and Karen arrive and ask for a minute with Kusanagi. The protagonist sighs to see them again. Looking a bit embarrassed, Karen apologizes to him for continuously disturbing him, but they have an urgent matter this time. She explains that beasts have started abnormally appearing in the surroundings of Tokyo Tower, and there is a possibility that it's related to a calamity, so they have come to ask for Kusanagi Minato's cooperation. Kusanagi remarks that he is just a student. Shido remarks that Kusanagi managed to prevent a calamity by himself, so he is not suited to be categorized as a student, and truthfully reveals that it's too much for just them to handle. Kusanagi curiously asks if it is all right for a police officer to say that. Shido remarks that it shows the extent to which they have been driven into a corner, and then firmly requests him to please work together with them. The protagonist replies that if they are fine with it, he's willing to lend his strength. Shido, a bit surprised, confirms if he truly means it. Internally, Kusanagi lets out a sigh, thinking that even though he wants to avoid drawing attention, the current situation doesn't give him that choice. Shido then reassures him that proper compensation will be arranged and tells him not to worry, promising that they will handle the communication with the academy themselves. Yuika firmly declares that they will assist as well, with Ruka adding that they can at least provide support from the rear, and Ryuji enthusiastically offering their helping hands. Shido thanks them for the offer, but clarifies that it would be impossible for them to help, which startles them, and Ruka argues, stating that they are top-level students in the academy. Shido remarks that they are merely the top within the academy and adds that they are talking about the level for a real battle here. He then asks whether any of their powers are on par with Kusanagi, which makes them speechless. As he walks off to the side, Shido tells them to return to the academy and calls for Kusanagi to follow. Kusanagi turns to his friends with a smile, encouraging them to catch up to him. They respond with excitement and head back toward the academy. Later at police headquarters, the head office of Calamity Emergency Countermeasures, Head Officer Chen reports to the members present that there are hundreds of beasts appearing near the Tokyo Tower. He emphasizes that they need to set up a countermeasure before they cause harm to the civilians. He mentions that they have asked for cooperation from the student who played an active role during the calamity that happened in the academy a few days ago, and urges Kusanagi to stand up. As the protagonist rises to his feet, a brown-haired member named Han leans toward his colleague and questions why a brat like him is present in such a serious setting. The blue-haired Kim responds that it's been said Kusanagi was the one who defeated the boss during the calamity at the academy. Han scoffs, dismissing it as nonsense. Overhearing their conversation, Karin lets out a frustrated sigh. Meanwhile, clearing his throat, Shido takes the mic and addresses the room, stating that Kusanagi Minato is the student who put an end to the calamity at the academy. He affirms that he has personally witnessed Kusanagi's abilities up close, and there is barely anyone whose power is on the same level as his. He adds that Kusanagi is somebody who was involved in the calamity that happened for the first time in decades, and they believe that cooperating with him is a must. He then gestures toward Kusanagi, telling others to treat him as a fellow collaborator instead of a student. Han grits his teeth in frustration, clearly bothered by the fact that the one being acknowledged is just a student. Beside him, Kim mutters with disdain that Kusanagi is acting all high and mighty in a room full of professionals. Head Officer Chen speaks up firmly, declaring that their objective remains unchanged, even with an outsider among them. He stresses the urgency of eliminating the beasts and instructs everyone to return to their assigned posts. As Han and Kim walk away, Karin watches them with a tense and uneasy expression. Meanwhile, Shido approaches Kusanagi and apologizes for the earlier tension. However, the protagonist calmly remarks that it's all right, acknowledging that he must have just put them in a bad mood. Impressed by his composure, Shido remarks that he is really mature compared to Karin. But looking at her flustered expression, he asks what she is doing. She tearfully remarks that she was too scared to stop them. But Kusanagi, with a chuckle, tells her not to mind it since he really doesn't care. Her eyes light up at his words, and she internally thinks he's a genuinely kind person. Later, while Karin and Shido drive Kusanagi to their destination, he asks about the estimated combat strength. Shido glances back and informs him that there are about 80 mages, most of them mid-rank, with only a few high rank among them. Kusanagi thoughtfully considers that mid-rank mages are capable of using level 2 magic, while high-rank mages can reach up to level 3. Shido then turns to him again, admitting that it might sound pathetic, but since Kusanagi can use level 4 synthesis magic, he's currently their most powerful asset in combat. The protagonist then asks about their combat strategy. Shido responds that for outside combat, it will essentially be a pure magic battle, which doesn't really qualify as a proper strategy. Kusanagi internally contemplates that there won't be any problems if it's just a demon soldier and magical beasts, but begins on a higher plane than the demon captain, who has a higher intelligence, so they will need a countermeasure for that, and thinks that straight-up battle can't be called a combat strategy. He then points out that there doesn't seem to be any equipment, judging from what he has seen. Shido remarks that because there is no equipment capable of going against magic and beasts, they often go to battle using easy-to-move outfits or suits. When Kusanagi brings up the existence of anti-beast equipment in the past, Shido confirms it did exist, but says it's now extremely rare, and only the mage nobles have access to it. Kusanagi internally wonders how this could be since there used to be an abundance of it. Although he is aware there is a decline in magic and mages, he wonders what just happened during the past 50 years. Meanwhile, Shido sees him engrossed in contemplation from the rear mirror. Shortly after, they arrive at Tokyo Tower and, standing atop a building and surveying the area, Kusanagi observes the swarm of monsters below. While it doesn't feel like a full-scale calamity, their numbers are undeniably abnormal, leaving him questioning what exactly is going on. Seeing the monsters below, Han anxiously questions the reality of the situation, pointing out that their numbers far exceed what was mentioned in the report. Kim, equally unsettled, notes the presence of a demon captain among them and insists they won't be able to win like this, urging Shido to request support from private organizations or the mage nobles. Shido replies that they have asked for backup, but they won't get here right away, and that there has been an increase in beasts and illegal mages as of late, so they have enough on their plate already. The other members, visibly anxious, question if they really have no choice but to face the monsters themselves, fearing it's a death sentence. Shido turns to Kusanagi and asks if he can handle eliminating them. When the protagonist calmly agrees, Han and Kim immediately protest, sternly telling him not to get ahead of himself. They insist he shouldn't joke about something so serious, emphasizing that there's no way a single person could win against such overwhelming odds. Kusanagi calmly notes that something feels off, prompting the others to ask what he means. Just then, the monsters abruptly look up, and the clear sky turns a deep crimson, catching everyone off guard upon realizing that it's a calamity. An urgent broadcast from police headquarters reaches every post, announcing that a calamity has broken out across the country. The message is repeated twice, stressing that protecting civilians must be the top priority and instructing all units to implement countermeasures immediately. It is also stated that the focus will be on managing the calamity within urban areas, meaning no backup will be available for other regions. This revelation leaves the team stunned. Han nervously exclaims that another calamity is unfolding, while Kim, equally anxious, questions the meaning behind it. Looking up at the crimson sky, the protagonist reflects that calamities are meant to occur naturally, but suspects that the beasts seen earlier are the cause this time. He internally wonders if, over the past 50 years, they have figured out a way to deliberately trigger a calamity. As Han urges Shido that it is impossible to continue without any backup and insists they need to regroup first, Kusanagi sharply notes movement, pointing out that the beasts are heading straight for the city. The members voice their concern, panicking that if things continue like this, the civilians will be endangered, and that subjugating the beasts is their only option. However, Han snaps that it's no different from walking to their deaths. Observing the tension, Kusanagi calmly remarks how far the police have fallen, which instantly provokes Han. Glaring at him, Han demands to know what he just said and angrily insists there's no possible way to win against such a massive number of beasts. Kusanagi leaps off the fence with unwavering confidence, declaring that it is possible, and lands boldly in the midst of the monstrous horde. As the creatures snarl and lunge toward him, Han and Kim shout from the rooftop in panic, yelling that he's going to get himself killed and urging him to escape immediately. Unfazed, Kusanagi calmly casts a third-level spell, Wind Cutter, releasing a powerful surge of slicing wind that tears through the surrounding monsters in an instant. The devastating impact leaves everyone watching in shock, while Shido watches with wide eyes, thrilled by Kusanagi's overwhelming strength. The monsters, enraged by the earlier attack, simultaneously activate their magic circles and launch a barrage of spells toward Kusanagi. Yet, without even lifting a finger, he effortlessly blocks the assault with his magic barrier. Internally, he notes that the barrier alone is sufficient to withstand their attacks, but considering there are bystanders, it's best to keep it up just in case. Without pause, he then activates his green magic circle, releasing a surge of power that instantly wipes out the remaining monsters closing in on him. Shido is completely stunned by Kusanagi's overwhelming power, realizing that he's able to wield multiple magic attributes just as he thought. There's no one else like him. He quickly calls on the others to move in and support him, and Karin steps forward, declaring she will provide backup. Though the rest of the team trembles in fear, they grit their teeth and push past it. They charge into the chaos, pushing aside their fear as they remind one another not to fall behind. Together, they unleash their magic and face the monsters head-on. Observing them, Kusanagi grins, pleasantly surprised by their determination and skill, thinking that, unexpectedly, they seem capable. But suddenly, a powerful demon captain arrives, radiating a terrifying aura that halts everyone in their tracks, prompting them to think they are no match for its level and that only a legendary class mage can defeat it. However, before the demon captain can act, a massive water serpent conjured by Kusanagi surges forward and swallows it whole. Calmly, Kusanagi tells the others that he will handle the demon captain and entrusts the remaining monsters to them. Watching in awe, Han, Kim, and the other members anxiously question whether he truly defeated it. As they gaze at the deep scar left in the ground, they are left speechless, overwhelmed by the sheer power of his magic. Amidst the chaos, Shido suddenly calls out to his team, urging them to keep fighting the beasts until the boss reveals itself. He stresses that Kusanagi will take care of the demon captain and anything more powerful that appears. Meanwhile, as he continues annihilating the monsters, Kusanagi internally reflects that 60 years ago, a worldwide calamity occurred, the first calamity, and following it, calamities started to happen again and again, destroying the world. He grits his teeth, thinking that if what happened 60 years ago repeats itself, this calamity will spread worldwide. But Ikigami Minato is here this time too. He declares that he won't let them eradicate humanity. Meanwhile, elsewhere on the chaotic battlefield, Karin is caught off guard as a monstrous creature lunges at her with its claw. Just as the attack is about to land, Kusanagi suddenly appears before her and eradicates the beast with a swift, powerful burst of magic. Seeing him from behind, Karin realizes it's the same as that black mage. Kusanagi turns toward her, gently takes her hand, and asks if she's alright. She nods and thanks him sincerely. He internally reflects the same situation as before and wonders whether she has found out. As Kusanagi walks to the side, Karin internally wrestles with her thoughts, wondering why he became the black mage and how he gained such overwhelming strength. But she quickly realizes that asking such questions might make him hate her, so she keeps them to herself. With blushed cheeks, she desperately reminds herself that the other party is a student and that she can't think any strange thoughts. Suddenly, she is about to be attacked again, but Kusanagi protects her again in the nick of time with his magic spell. He then turns to her, stating that it's dangerous, and she apologizes to him. He instructs her to stand by his side, internally noting that she doesn't seem like she can use combat magic. Blushing deeply, she agrees and, seeing him from behind, she curiously wonders if he really is a student as he seems more like an adult than her. Suddenly, a monstrous roar echoes across the battlefield, sending a wave of fear through the team. The overwhelming presence catches them completely off guard, leaving them frozen and trembling. Shido is taken aback to realize that it is a subspecies of Demon Captain and wonders why the higher species of Demon Captain is here. Overwhelmed by fear, Han and Kim collapse to the ground, unable to comprehend the situation, let alone consider if even mage nobles could handle such a threat. As Kusanagi calmly walks forward, both of them desperately shout at him, calling him reckless and insisting that no matter how powerful he is, he stands no chance against that creature. But Kusanagi confidently turns to face them, stating with conviction that he can defeat it. The bold declaration leaves them stunned, and Han realizes in disbelief that his hands have stopped trembling. Meanwhile, Karin desperately prays for Kusanagi's victory, while Shido internally contemplates that Kusanagi should have the strength of a mage noble, and he might win against the Demon Captain subspecies. As Kusanagi faces the powerful creature with unwavering determination, Shido internally urges him to show him his true power. Shido instructs his subordinates to continue fighting with all their strength until the boss is brought down, and they respond without hesitation. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, Kusanagi stands unshaken before the Demon Captain subspecies. The powerful creature releases a surge of fire magic, but Kusanagi remains indifferent as the blazing spell passes by him, exploding violently behind him. Watching the display, Han nervously remarks that it's only a first-level spell, yet the power is overwhelming, calling the creature a truly terrifying monster. As Kusanagi casually shrugs his shoulders, completely unfazed, the monster demands to know who he is. He simply replies that he's just a student, then releases a powerful surge of blue aura that radiates around him. In response, the monster casts a 6th-level fire spell and commands its minions to eliminate the powerful human. The police officers, still engaged in battle, are stunned as they witness the massive magic being unleashed, struggling to believe that it's truly a 6th-level spell. While the massive fire erupts, Kusanagi calmly contemplates that even if he were to avoid it or use a direct magic attack, the allies will surely get engulfed, so he wonders what he should do. While he's lost in thought, all the surrounding monsters suddenly shift their focus to him and begin conjuring magic circles together, preparing a synchronized attack. Witnessing the unified coordination among the beasts, Shido is struck with disbelief, unable to accept that such cooperation is even possible. Meanwhile, Karin, deeply concerned, calls out Kusanagi's name and urges him to retreat. Just before the barrage of spells can strike him, Kusanagi swiftly evades the demon's fiery magic, using his magic circles and counters with a powerful surge of water that extinguishes the flames. As the minions launch their attacks, he blocks them with an impenetrable shield barrier, effortlessly weaving through the chaos. The demon, caught off guard by his fluid and overwhelming response, is visibly stunned. As Kusanagi's water spell pours down like rain, he coolly questions the demon if it's over already. Watching the scene unfold, Shido stares in stunned curiosity, struggling to comprehend who this guy truly is, while Karin remains speechless, unable to process what just happened. Shido runs a hand through his hair in disbelief. amazed that something so unbelievable is happening right in front of him. As he casts his own spell, he remarks that only a mage noble should be capable of neutralizing level 6 magic, and notes that it's a high-level technique on par with remote activation. While casting her spell, Karen is stunned that Kusanagi managed to pull off such an extraordinary feat. Shido adds that what's even more shocking is how he used a second type of magic almost simultaneously. Analyzing Kusanagi's actions, Shido explains that typically, a mage can only cast one spell at a time, and switching to a different type requires a buffer time. Yet, the protagonist bypassed that entirely and used both simultaneously. He asserts that a single type of magic is already powerful enough, and to use more than one at virtually the same time is extraordinary. He speculates that Kusanagi might be stronger than even a mage noble. He internally asserts that his intuition wasn't wrong and concludes that Kusanagi is the second Ikikami Minato he was looking for. On the other hand, the demon lets out a thunderous roar and charges at Kusanagi. But just as it nears him, the protagonist calmly remarks that it's too cramped here and suggests they move elsewhere. Before the demon can strike, Kusanagi points his finger and casts a combination of level 1 aerial and green magic, launching the creature high into the sky. As the demon lands on a suspended magic circle midair, Kusanagi follows him up, approaching through the air. Observing the situation, he notes that the demon seems capable of using aerial magic as well, while the demon cryptically mutters about avoiding cooperation at all costs. Kusanagi firmly remarks that he doesn't care about the beast's clumsy cooperation and declares that he doesn't need to hold back here. The demon lunges forward, slashing wildly with its claws, but Kusanagi dodges each strike with ease. In retaliation, the demon casts a powerful spell, launching a massive fireball that crashes into Kusanagi, seemingly knocking him to the ground. However, as the demon watches from above, it's stunned to see Kusanagi land gracefully, completely unharmed. Frustrated, the demon growls in disbelief, unable to understand how such a thing is possible. Unbothered, Kusanagi rises into the air once more, dismissing the demon's attack with a scoff. He remarks that since magic is ineffective, switching to hand-to-hand combat might be a better option. However, he confidently asserts that it's pointless as the demon won't even land a single hit on him. Without hesitation, he strikes the demon with a powerful punch, sending it flying and crashing hard to the side. Steadying itself, the demon growls in disbelief, insisting that there's no way a mere human punch could land with such force. But as it glances at the aftermath of the strike, a tremble runs through its body. Staring at Kusanagi, it shakily calls him a brat and demands to know what he is. Unfazed, the protagonist coolly replies that if the demon assumed he could only use magic, it's time to be proven wrong and declares that he will now show it his own personal technique. The protagonist begins radiating a dazzling aura of rainbow-colored magic, the vibrant energy surging around him with overwhelming intensity. The demon recoils in shock, unable to hide its astonishment at the sheer magnitude of the magic power before it. Elsewhere, both Shido and Karen freeze in their tracks, instinctively feeling the piercing chill that cuts through the air, and they can feel something above them. Standing mid-air atop a glowing magic circle, Kusanagi closes his eyes, and when he opens them, they shine with a piercing blue, just like Ikikami Minato's. Facing the demon with unwavering resolve, he listens as it roars defiantly, claiming that no matter how much magic a human cloaks themselves in, their attacks are meaningless against demons. Ignoring the warning, Kusanagi surges forward and slams his fist into the demon's face, following up with a brutal barrage of bare-handed strikes that leave the monster reeling. Watching the fierce clash from below, Shido is stunned, unable to comprehend how a human could completely overpower a demon captain through sheer hand-to-hand combat. He reflects inwardly that, typically, human punches have no effect on beasts, yet Kusanagi not only landed a hit, but actually injured it. Staggered by the impact, the demon struggles to understand how a human strike could possibly hurt it. Kusanagi then explains that while ordinary attacks and weapons are ineffective against beasts, the outcome changes when an immense amount of magic is infused into the strike. By combining physical combat with magic, he reveals that he's using a technique that blends magicraft with martial arts. The demon roars in defiance, refusing to accept that a mere human could surpass him. With ease, the protagonist evades its assault and lands a powerful strike to its abdomen, tearing it open and sending the creature crashing to the ground, leaving the surrounding monsters stunned. Moments later, the crimson sky clears, revealing a calm blue above. As Kusanagi floats midair, the police officers pause in disbelief, realizing the calamity has ended and wondering if that boy was truly responsible. Shido quickly snaps them back to focus, urging everyone to stay alert and eliminate the remaining beasts. With a smirk, Kusanagi notes that it should be fine to leave the rest to the cops. He internally acknowledges that it's been a while since he has used magic martial arts, so he was quite rusty. He then gracefully descends and lands smoothly, where he sees the officers awaiting him. Shido firmly thanks him for his hard work in defeating the Calamity's boss, and asserts that they thank him for his cooperation. They then collectively salute him in recognition of his efforts. Ever since that day, calamities have occurred all over the world. Thanks to the police and the mage noble's active participation, it was reported that the calamity had been stopped. However, the anxiety towards the calamity, criticism towards the governments and police, the expectations and disappointment towards the mages begin to intensify. As public fear continued to rise, a single statement began circulating: if they had the black mage, they would be saved. Online, people flooded forums and social media with posts praising the black mage, claiming he would be the one to defeat all the beasts. Some questioned his identity, debating whether he was a regular person or an illegal mage operating outside the law. Amidst the speculation, one comment stood out, saying that they don't care who the black mage is, but just save them. The following day, as the protagonist returns to the academy, a crowd of students quickly surrounds him. They excitedly mention the rumors that he stopped another calamity, showering him with praise and bombarding him with questions about what kind of magic he used. Some ask if it's true that the boss was a subspecies of the demon captain. Flustered by all the attention, he internally finds the situation bothersome and lets out a quiet sigh while Yuika, sitting on another bench, watches him intently. Shortly after, the teacher holding a paper announces that today they will talk about the calamity that has occurred recently. She emphasizes that while they are still students, they are also mages, and there remains a possibility that they could be summoned to assist in such emergencies. She urges everyone to always stay prepared. Her gaze briefly shifts to Kusanagi as she adds that they are fortunate to have an experienced student among them. At that moment, Sergeant Karen bursts into the classroom accompanied by 2 policemen, startling the teacher, who anxiously questions their sudden intrusion. Karen presents her ID, calmly stating that they are with the police and have already received approval from the headmaster. She then turns to Kusanagi, telling him that they would like to borrow his power once again. The protagonist internally notes that they really don't think much about their image and wonder whether they have any honor at all. As he notices the excited stares from the other students, he inwardly sighs in exhaustion, silently pleading for them to stop and wondering what's with those looks they are giving him. With a sigh, Kusanagi walks alongside them, asking them to explain the situation. Karen, visibly excited, quickly agrees and tells him not to worry, assuring him that he will receive both rewards and class credit for his help. She then begins to explain that aside from the recent calamity, beasts have started appearing in various parts of the world. Illegal mages and underground organizations are also growing increasingly active, and the authorities are severely short on personnel to respond to all of it. Kusanagi comments that this must be why she came to him again. With a slightly downcast expression, Karen apologizes for repeatedly asking for his help, admitting that there truly isn't anyone else as strong as he is. Holding his phone, Kusanagi asks her to please contact him using the phone next time. She quickly pulls out her own phone from her blazer, apologizing again and stating that she will do so next time. As she saves his number, she's taken by surprise, realizing she now has his contact information. The protagonist then asks what they need him to do. Karen replies that they want him to take down the beasts currently appearing in Harajuku and mentions they will head there together by car. However, before she can finish speaking, he abruptly dashes off, stating that it will be too late if they wait. The policemen are left stunned by the sheer speed at which he moves. On the other hand, in Harajuku, a young child clutches a doll tightly, trembling as he softly calls out for his older brother. The older brother, though clearly just as scared, tries to reassure him, trembling as he promises that everything will be all right and that he will protect him. As the monster lunges toward them, the older boy grabs his younger brother's hand and tries to flee, but the younger one suddenly stumbles and falls, causing his doll to slip out of his hand. The beast opens its jaws menacingly, ready to strike, as the two brothers cling to each other in terror. Just before the monster can reach them, Kusanagi appears and swiftly cuts it down with a precise strike, leaving the children wide-eyed in shock. Kusanagi kneels beside the two boys, gently acknowledging how bravely they held on and calling them amazing. Spotting the doll of a hero in a black cloak, he picks it up and asks the younger child if it belongs to him. The child smiles and happily takes the doll back. Without wasting time, Kusanagi dashes off toward the next threat, pointing to the approaching officers and reassuring the boys that the police will take care of them from here. The older brother stands up and bows in gratitude for saving them, while Kusanagi swiftly leaps away, leaving behind a radiant green trail. The younger boy watches him go, clutching his doll tightly with wide, admiring eyes. Not long after, Kusanagi lands in front of a group of frightened civilians. Observing the surroundings, he reflects that fighting in the city is far more troublesome than the previous battle at the academy. Unlike the destroyed Shibuya, Harajuku is filled with obstacles and people, making the situation more delicate. Since there are still people running away, he realizes that he can't use magic bullets. He contemplates that he can differentiate between beasts and humans' magic, but he can't detect humans without magic power. Given the risk, he realizes that the only way to save everyone is by patrolling the area. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Han conjures a magic circle and commands his subordinates to concentrate solely on subjugating the beasts, emphasizing that they can leave saving the civilians to the firefighters and the army. Suddenly, Han's attention shifts to Kusanagi, who is standing atop a nearby building. Han waves from the ground, calling out his name. Kusanagi recognizes him as the officer from the previous calamity incident. As Kusanagi leaps down, Han approaches him and asks if he's here as reinforcement, expressing how much of a relief his arrival is. Kusanagi asks about the current situation, and while activating his magic circle, Han informs him that they haven't managed to evacuate even half of the civilians yet. He adds that things are so chaotic, they haven't been able to access the east side at all. As Kusanagi casts a spell to strike the approaching demons, he firmly responds that he will go check out that side of the city himself. When the protagonist dashes to the side, Han loudly asserts that there have also been reports of illegal mages there and urges him to be careful. However, deep down, he is certain that there is no use worrying about him. Nearby, one of the officers curiously asks who that young man was. Han replies that it was Kusanagi, the one who wiped out those beasts in an instant, and comments that he appeared solely to protect people in this time of chaos. On the other hand, the protagonist unleashes a 6th-level burst stream spell, engulfing the advancing monsters in a powerful surge of water magic. As he watches the tide sweep them away, he internally reflects on how the appearance of a demon captain outside of a calamity is something that would have been unthinkable even 50 years ago. While using his green magic to lift rubble and massive stones, he notes with growing concern that the number of beasts is gradually increasing, and more troublingly, they are becoming stronger. It's reached a point where even he is beginning to struggle to keep up. He reaches out a hand to a rescued woman and child, helping them up while contemplating that if he doesn't begin taking precautions now, things might get out of hand. After entrusting the civilians to the approaching firefighters, he turns away, lost in thought, reflecting that he has several plans in mind, but he is unsure which one to pursue. Without wasting time, he continues his rescue efforts, encasing other fleeing civilians in protective green magic spheres to safely guide them out of danger. At that moment, Karen hurries over to him, her face filled with concern, while the rescued family breaks into tears of relief and gratitude. Kusanagi waved at a man in a blue shirt he had saved earlier, offering a faint smile. Later, Han holds Kusanagi's hand and thanks him, admitting that he has been a great help as they managed to minimize the damage thanks to him. However, the protagonist humbly denies, stating that it was thanks to the police and firefighters that he was simply helping out. With a sigh, Han admits that Kusanagi is truly incredible. He and Kim then bowed to apologize for their actions during the calamity, which were driven by their pride, and acknowledged that they had been treating him with disdain. Kusanagi remarks that it's only natural for a student like him to act all proud, so they must not dwell on it too much. Han comments that Kusanagi is simply too mature and thanks him again. At that moment, Karen steps ahead with a somber expression, stating that she would like to thank him too and apologize for continuing to depend on him when he is just a student. Kusanagi remarks that it's fine since he is the one who agreed to help out. He then mentions that he has been bothered by the fact that not only were there a huge number of them, but they were also all extremely strong. Karin nods thoughtfully in agreement, noting that they will need to come up with a proper strategy to counter both the beasts and future calamities. She adds that Senior Shido is already taking steps toward that, but before she can finish, the young boys Kusanagi saved earlier come running up to him. They thank him sincerely for saving them, and Kusanagi responds with a gentle smile, saying he's just glad to see they are safe. The younger boy, clutching his doll tightly, excitedly calls out to Kusanagi, referring to him as Big Brother, and eagerly asks if he's the great sage. While Kusanagi awkwardly scratches his face, the older brother quickly apologizes, explaining that his little brother is just a huge fan of the great sage. Looking intently at the doll, Kusanagi internally contemplates that if he is not mistaken, that's Ikikami Minato's doll. After a moment of thought, he nods and agrees that he is the great sage, causing the younger boy to light up with joy. The protagonist recalls a memory from the past, where Ikikami Minato sat on a chair, looking doubtful as he asked if they seriously intended to make a doll of him. In response, a man dressed in a dark robe and glasses excitedly insisted it wouldn't stop at just dolls. There would be photo cards and key holders too. Letting out a sigh, Ikikami had skeptically remarked that there was no way anyone would actually want something like that. The man leaned closer to him with a smile, stating that the great sage was the support needed in everyone's heart and asserted that these items were a must-have especially for kids, while Ikikami didn't really agree with him. The man in the cloak firmly stated that he was wrong and prophesied that it will keep on saving people even 100 years from now and requested Ikikami to permit him. Back in the present, the protagonist holds the child in his arms, reflecting that it's just as that man once said. However, he inwardly adds that mere dolls alone can't save anyone. What's truly needed is the presence of the great sage, especially in times like these. On the other hand, at a certain place in the capital, a bunch of delinquents report to the Underground Mage Guild, Black Rebellion President, Kuroi Akuto, about the information regarding the Black Mage. Surrounded by a group of girls, Kuroi Akuto narrows his eyes and remarks that if the Black Mage isn't affiliated with any guild, then it means there is a brat who dares to go against him. He suddenly leans menacingly toward one of his subordinates, catching the man off guard and making him break into a nervous sweat as he hurriedly confirms Kuroi's suspicion. With a cold grin, Kuroi then orders them to uncover the true identity of the Black Mage, adding with a chilling tone that he doesn't care if they have to use military force to do it. Underground Mage Guild Black Rebellion Executive, Kabuki Cho Branch Manager, Kaga Shuji, asks if that guy refuses, whether they can kill him. With a dark grin, Kuroi agrees, adding that it should only be after they have thoroughly tortured him. Kaga chuckles maliciously, remarking that he's looking forward to it. The next day, Kusanagi signals that training is over for the day, prompting the exhausted Mizuha sisters and Ruji to catch their breath. As they sit on a bench, they each reflect that they have definitely grown stronger compared to before. However, Kusanagi stands silently to the side, thinking to himself that it's still not enough. Watching him, Ruji mutters in disbelief that Kusanagi is a total monster, while Ruka comments that he didn't even break a sweat and wonders what the secret behind his strength really is. Wiping the sweat from her face, Ruka looks up and asks Kusanagi what his magic power level is. Sitting nearby, Yuika quietly listens, internally admitting that she's curious too. She begins to guess, maybe it's 100,000 or possibly even 500,000, thinking that if it's Kusanagi, such numbers could be possible. However, when Kusanagi casually replies that it's 99,990,000, the three of them freeze in shock. After a stunned silence, they hesitantly respond that even for someone like him, that number feels a little too outrageous. Ruka points out that even Ikikami Minato is said to have only about 1 million in magic power. Kusanagi, a bit puzzled, asks if that really is the case. Yuika nods, explaining that's exactly why 1 million is widely believed to be the upper limit of magic power. Ruka, slightly exasperated, questions if he didn't know that already and emphasizes that it's practically common sense. Glancing at his phone, Kusanagi internally wonders if Ikikami Minato's magic power was really just around 1 million and decides to look it up online. As Kusanagi keeps fiddling with his phone, he eventually lifts his head and lets out a grin, realizing that he's completely forgotten how to use it. With a sigh, he decides it's too much trouble and gives up trying. Just then, his phone rings with an incoming call from Shido Xiaogo. He answers and casually asks what's wrong. Shido apologizes for the sudden call and asks if Kusanagi has a moment. When Kusanagi replies that he does, Shido then asks if his friends are also with him. After the protagonist confirms, Shido politely asks him to turn the speaker on for him. Confused, Kusanagi turns his phone toward Yuika and asks what a speaker is. She calmly gestures to the correct button, telling him to press it. As he turns the speaker on, Shido explains that, in response to the calamity and the increase in the number of monsters, they have decided to establish a specialized anti-monster unit, the Special Magic Team. He then announces that he wants Kusanagi to serve as the captain of this new unit, which leaves his friends stunned. Yuika is astonished to hear Kusanagi being offered the position of captain of the special unit and thinks to herself that any mage would dream of such a title. There's no way he would turn it down. However, to her shock, Kusanagi refuses without hesitation. Caught off guard, she bursts out in frustration, demanding to know why. Kusanagi, puzzled, asks why she's getting so worked up, while Shido calmly interjects, asking Kusanagi to let him finish explaining first. When the protagonist agrees to hear, Shido explains that first off, there are too many problems, and the police can't handle them all. Also, the current situation is that they can't fight the monsters alone, and he hopes Kusanagi will understand it well enough. Hearing this, the protagonist internally wonders if it is because the level of mages is low. He then asks what happened to the mage nobles. Shido remarks that the heads of the mage nobles, Mizuha, Hamurai, and Kaichai, have yet to return from an overseas meeting. The only one currently present is Duka, but he vaguely adds that various complications have arisen there. Turning to Yuika, Kusanagi comments that he's never met her parents. Yuika replies that she's been away from home for quite a while. Shido then continues, stating that the new team consists of more than a dozen police officers, and from the academy, the selected members are Mizuha Yuika, Ruka, and Katsuragi Ruji. He assures them that he will personally handle all the troublesome responsibilities, including clerical tasks and negotiations. All they have to do is focus on cultivating and leading the mages, ensuring they receive rewards and school credits, which is also advantageous for finding employment. Standing up, Shido earnestly pleads with Kusanagi, emphasizing that he is the only one he can truly rely on, and once again requests him to take on the role of captain. With a sigh, the protagonist agrees to do it, which excites Shido, who asks if it's true. Yuika enthusiastically chimes in over the phone, saying that they will join as well. Ryuji casually remarks that he has no reason to say no, while Ruka adds that she can't just sit back and leave everything to Kusanagi. Letting out another sigh, Kusanagi internally reflects that he still has some concerns, but figures it's acceptable, especially since it allows him to train a few mages. On the news, an anchor reports growing criticism toward the mage noble family, the Fukas. The backlash stems not only from their failure to respond during the school disaster, but also from their delayed action in subjugating monsters. Watching the report, a man in a green blazer rests his hand under his chin, scoffing at the situation and questioning whether these foolish people are mistaking mage nobles for jacks of all trades. Just then, a knock sounds at his office door, and he permits the visitor to enter. His secretary steps into the office, politely asking for forgiveness for the interruption, and informs him that a document has just arrived from the Metropolitan Police Department. He hands over the report, which details the establishment of a special magic team. Upon reading it, the man scoffs, commenting that incompetent people always seem to enjoy doing pointless things. He then questions whether this is truly enough to quiet the silent public, and with a sharp tone, instructs his secretary to summon his foolish son. The secretary bows respectfully and acknowledges the command. On the other hand, at the joint briefing session for the special magic team, Kusanagi glances over at his gathered comrades. As the six-member squad lines up, Shido turns toward the whiteboard while Kusanagi stands beside him. Observing the small number of members, Kusanagi dryly comments on Shido's earlier claim of hiring dozens, prompting an awkward apology from Shido. He explains that although they had candidates, their applications were never processed. Still, he assures Kusanagi that if they can deliver solid results, more requests and reinforcements are sure to follow. Kusanagi internally notes that he could more or less guess that was the case and acknowledges that if a student is made team captain, there is bound to be friction. Shidu then hands him a temporary mage badge and addresses the squad, explaining that although this is an external cooperation, they are all considered public servants. He instructs them to present their badges when necessary, but clarifies that such badges are only issued to members of official units. Since none of them has officially qualified as mages yet, the badges are only temporary. He then pats Kusanagi's shoulder, declaring that his days of being treated like an ordinary student are over and that everything from here on is in the captain's hands. Kusanagi dusts off his shoulder, internally thinking that it's been a while since he stood in front of others like this. Stepping forward confidently, he introduces himself and announces that he will be leading the special magic team as their captain. First of all, he promises them that he will make all of them stronger than the heads of the mage nobles. The squad is startled by the claim that he will make them stronger than the heads of the mage nobles. Observing their doubtful expressions, Kusanagi comments that it seems they don't believe him and firmly assures them that he will prove it. He then turns to Shidu and asks if there is a magic power measuring device in the station, and Shidu reluctantly affirms that there is. Shortly after, they approach the measuring devices, and Kusanagi instructs Ruka and Ryuji to measure their magic power. Heeding his command, Ruka and Ryuji place their hands on the devices. As the process begins, Kusanagi reminds everyone that previously, Ruka's magic power was 10,000 and Ryuji's was 8,000. However, now the numbers are drastically different. Ruka reaches 30,000 and Ryuji hits 28,000. Both of them are stunned by the sudden leap in power, questioning if it's really accurate. Around them, the police officers and even Shidu are visibly shocked, realizing those numbers fall into the highest grade mage class, something they never expected. Kusanagi casually remarks that it's still too soon to be surprised, and then turns to Yuika, telling her that it's her turn now. Yuika hesitantly steps forward, her heart pounding as doubts flood her mind. She worries, wondering what if the gap between her and her sister is too wide. Despite all her effort, she may still fall short. Deep down, she knows she's always felt like just an ordinary person trying to catch up. But even with fear gripping her, she places her hand on the device, firmly deciding that she won't run anymore. No matter what the result may be, she resolves not to lie to herself ever again. As the process completes, Shidu and Karen are stunned to see the result. Meanwhile, Yuika nervously opens her eyes and sees the result, which is 26,000. Utterly startled, Shidu mentions that according to the records, her magic power should have been around 2,000, and asserts that there is no way her magic power has increased this much. Kusanagi gently pats Yuika's shoulder, reassuring her that it's possible to increase her magic power, but all she needs is talent as well as the will to put in effort and never give up. He then pats her head, stating that he is proud of her and that she did a good job, which prompts her to break into tears while Ruka watches from the side with a gentle smile and sets her hair. The protagonist then approaches Ryuji and Ruka, acknowledging that they both did well. Ryuji agrees with a nod, while Kusanagi turns to Ruka and praises her, saying it was just what he expected from her. Ruka, with a hint of pride, replies that for someone from the Mizuha family, this level of achievement is nothing unusual and insists she doesn't need his praise. Regardless, Kusanagi gently pats her head, stating that he will praise her anyway because she truly did a good job. Seeing this, Ryuji internally thinks Kusanagi was an out-of-this-world kind of guy who doesn't know fear at all. Meanwhile, Yuika is taken aback, considering her sister is going to get angry at Kusanagi. However, Ruka calmly asserts that she is not a child, prompting Kusanagi to take his hand off her head. Watching the interaction, both Ryuji and Yuika breathe a sigh of relief, silently thankful that she didn't react harshly. As the protagonist turns his attention to Ryuji, Ruka internally reflects that it's the first time he has ever been patted on the head, and that even her father never did that thing for her. At that moment, a man enters the room, announcing his arrival and expressing his frustration at having searched everywhere for them. He questions why no one is giving him a proper greeting. Shidu, clearly nervous, responds that he had heard the man wouldn't be coming today. However, the green-haired man curtly cuts him off, stating that he changed his mind. Shidu then introduces him to the group as Mr. Shu, a mage noble and the eldest son of the prestigious Fuka family. Shidu whispers in Kusanagi's ear that they have no choice but to ask for the approval of a mage noble, so he apologizes because he was forced to enlist all of them. Kusanagi then comments that if he remembers correctly, He heard the Fuka family ignored the dispatch request when the school disaster occurred, and asks if that is right. He adds that they have a habit of maintaining authority instead of responding to requests, because it's not something a mage noble would usually do. Shu remarks that he has heard that these are Japan's leading magic units, but wonders why there are just a bunch of students here. Shido steps ahead and introduces Kusanagi as the student who stopped the school disaster, and adds that because of his achievements, he has been appointed as captain of the unit. Shu steps closer and intently gazes at Kusanagi, asking if he stopped the disaster, and calls him an ordinary guy who isn't even a mage noble. He forcefully smacks Kusanagi's foot and harshly declares how dare he stand above him and call him a piece of trash, and urges him not to try getting cocky despite being a brat. Yuika sharply demands to know what he's doing, while Ruka steps forward, telling him to back off from Kusanagi. Ruji also intervenes, calling Shu a brat and threatening to blow him away. Shu laughs, mocking how easily ordinary people get emotional. Noticing the girls, he smirks wider and remarks that at least not all of them are worthless, recognizing them as the daughters of the Mizuha family. With a chuckle, he announces that he will be the captain of the unit. Shido anxiously remarks that it's already been decided that Kusanagi would be the captain of the unit. Shu suggests settling the matter through a competition, declaring that whichever unit defeats the next Calamity's boss will earn the captaincy. When Shido hesitantly tries to object, Shu brushes him off and walks away with his sons, firmly claiming the decision has been made. Left behind, Shido turns to Kusanagi and apologizes, admitting he was unable to stop Shu. The protagonist remarks that it's fine, acknowledging that whatever Shido says would have been useless anyway, and asserts that they have to win. Yuika, fired up, declares that there's no way she will let that guy become captain. Ruji insists he absolutely won't lose, and Ruka asserts that she won't go easy. Watching them storm off with determination, Kusanagi casually wonders to himself why they seem more fired up about this than he is. Later at the Metropolitan Police Department grounds, Kusanagi thoughtfully contemplates what he should do. Observing that the police officer's magic power was about 10,000, just as he thought, he decided to discuss magic power first. Gathering the squad, he states there's something important he wants to share, the true significance of magic. He explains that while magic power is the energy source for casting spells, its applications go beyond just producing magic. He then calls Ruji to step forward, and as he approaches, Kusanagi calmly instructs him to hit him with everything he has. When Ruji hesitates, expressing his reluctance, Kusanagi urges him to stop stalling. Pressured, Ruji finally throws a punch, warning Kusanagi not to complain afterward. As the attack lands, it's instantly halted by the invisible force of Kusanagi's magic power. Remaining unfazed, Kusanagi turns to the others and explains that this is the power of a magic barrier. As Ruji continues throwing punches, Kusanagi's magic effortlessly blocks each strike without him even flinching. While deflecting the blows, he addresses the others, explaining that those with a large amount of magic power can naturally activate it, and if their magic power is exceptional, they can use magic subconsciously. This phenomenon, he adds, is known as automatic magic. As Ruji pants heavily and puts his hand on his knees, realizing that his attack didn't work at all, Kusanagi tells everyone that increasing their magic capacity is the most important aspect for mages and urges them to bear that in mind. He then places his hand on a police officer's back, channeling his magic energy into them, causing a radiant aura to envelop their body. Meanwhile, the Mizuha sisters and Ruji conjure their magic circles and resume training with focus and determination, working hard to refine their skills. Later, sitting on his bed, Kusanagi contemplates that besides magic training, they are going to need some equipment. If possible, he wants to get some anti-monster equipment, but from the look on Shido's reaction, it seems like it's impossible to get it right away. He then walks to the side in his room, asserting that he doesn't think there are any craftsmen nowadays and guesses he will have to make it himself. He has never done it before, but he is sure he can do it. He opens a drawer, wondering if there is something he could use, and finds a cheap ring inside. Since it's been kept in good condition, he guesses it's important. Looking intently at the ring in his hand, he thinks this could work, but realizes it will not be enough. He then wonders where he should go shopping to find the rest of what he needs. At that moment, his phone rings and he receives a call from Mizuha Ruka, which surprises him as it's rare. He attends the call and asks what it is. As she goes silent for a moment, he wonders why she is silent. Ruka eventually speaks up, saying that he's the only one suited to be their captain. Surprised, he asks if she's trying to encourage him, and she confirms that's her intent. With a gentle grin, Kusanagi thinks she's an awkward person and decides to ask her about it while he is at it. He then casually asks if she's free tomorrow and if she'd like to go shopping with him, mentioning that he doesn't really know where to buy accessories. Ruka curiously asks if Yuika and the others are coming along too. He replies that it will just be the two of them, internally thinking that there is no need to go in large groups. As she quietly processes the idea of just the two of them going together, he smiles and gently asks her about her plan. She agrees, saying she doesn't mind, which makes Kusanagi light up with excitement. With a grin, he calls her a lifesaver and asks where they should go. When she suggests Harajuku, he proposes meeting at the station around noon the next day. She agrees, and the call ends there. As the call ends, Kusanagi looks at the ring in his hand, thinking it might be enough to purchase matching rings for the whole team. He then considers whether now is the time to begin crafting the anti-monster equipment using the same ring and feels confident that things will somehow work out. With that thought, he begins channeling his magical energy into the ring. On the other hand, Yuika, standing outside the room, calls out to her sister, telling her that the dinner is ready. When Ruka doesn't respond, Yuika wonders if she's already asleep, which seems unusual for her. She then announces that she's coming in and steps into the room, where Ruka is standing before the mirror with a dress in her hand, which surprises her. As Ruka turns to ask what she wants, Yuika, startled by the pile of clothes scattered across the floor, quickly apologizes and repeats that dinner is ready. Ruka responds that she will be right there. As Yuika leaves the room, she reflects inwardly that it's the first time she has seen her sister so eager about something. She begins to wonder if Ruka is meeting someone and suspects it might be Kusanagi Minato. The following day at Harajuku Station, Kusanagi awaits Ruka, while unbeknownst to him, Yuika, trying to conceal her identity with glasses and a cap, sneakily observes him from the side. She concentrates on suppressing her magic presence so he won't detect her and reminds herself that she can't let him notice or get too close. She sighs in frustration, wondering why she is spying on them like this, and internally apologizes to him and her sister. Soon after, Ruka arrives, drawing the attention of the nearby boys, who stare at her in awe. She approaches Kusanagi and casually asks if she kept him waiting. The protagonist denies, stating that he just got here, while Yuika continues to watch them discreetly. The surrounding boys murmur in admiration of Ruka's beauty. One of them, clearly envious, grumbles that the guy next to her must be her boyfriend and admits he's jealous. Sneaking behind a pillar, Yuika is utterly taken aback, thinking whether her sister and Kusanagi are on a date, and wonders what's happening. As they walk to the side, Ruka inquires about what he is searching for, and he responds that he is looking for rings. This leads her to wonder if it is for a gift, to which he vaguely replies that it is something like that and mentions he needs several. Ruka, intrigued, assumes he must have that many partners, and he confirms it with a calm acknowledgement, saying it is more or less true. She reminds him that Japan isn't polygamous, and he remarks that he knows that. She then steps ahead, telling him that if he is planning to buy in bulk, inexpensive ones are best, and asserts that she knows the place. He walks beside her, stating that he will leave it to her. After that, wherever they go, Yuika sneakily follows them in every shop they visit. Later, they arrive at another shop, and before entering, Ruka notes that sturdy, inexpensive, and unpretentious rings are surprisingly hard to find. Inside the shop, Kusanagi closely examines a ring in his hand, commenting that even when they find a good one, it still feels like something is missing. Ruka responds that the one he's holding is quite expensive as well. Watching them from a distance while sipping her juice, Yuika wonders what exactly they are talking about and notes that for some reason, they are standing awfully close to each other. On the other hand, a shopkeeper lady approaches them with a wide smile, asking what they are looking for, and adds that if it's a present for his girlfriend, she can give him a good deal. Kusanagi immediately clarifies that Ruka isn't his girlfriend, and Ruka also firmly denies it. Flustered, the lady quickly apologizes to them and dashes to the side, telling them to feel free to look around while Kusanagi scratches his head, thinking to himself how troublesome the misunderstanding was. Later, sitting inside a cafe, he sighs, stating that he is exhausted from all that walking, especially in such a crowded place. While sipping his juice, he reflects that it's still difficult to find exactly what he's searching for and considers whether he should reconsider his criteria. Sitting before him, Ruka quietly confesses that she's not very good at expressing affection and points out that he already knows how she is, to which he calmly agrees. She admits that she can't even interact well with Yuika, and because of that, she has caused her distress. Meanwhile, unbeknownst to them, Yuika overhears their conversation from the nearby table. Ruka adds that he would be better off shopping with Yuika, admitting that she would just be in the way. Kusanagi gently disagrees, stating that it's not true, and adds that she looked up the location of the stores beforehand, and she thought hard about which ones to choose. He adds that even though the shopping was for him, she took it seriously as if it were her own trip. With a reassuring smile, he states that she is really a big help, and with a slight blush, she quietly wonders if that's really the case. Meanwhile, Yuika, standing outside the cafe, thinks that she has never seen her sis make a face like that. She takes her glasses off, wondering what she is doing here, and walks to the side, thinking she should go home. Later that night, Kusanagi chuckles to himself, expressing his relief that they managed to find decent rings, while Ruka curiously wonders why he brought 5 of them. He explains that he bought one for each member, prompting her to comment that they would surely be delighted to receive something he chose with such care. He then clarifies that the rings are meant to be part of the unit's equipment, and naturally, they would be happy about that. Her eyes widen in surprise, and with a soft smile, she says, "So that's what it was." He then turns to her, telling her that she was a great help today and thanks her. She gently urges him not to mention it and adds that just being of help is enough for her. Still, he insists that he should repay her in some way, though she softly replies that there's no need. He then holds a ring and asks her to give him her hand, which startles her, and she nervously asks what he is doing. He then gently holds her hand and puts the ring on her finger. With a wink, he tells her that it is the first special ring he made and urges her to take good care of it. Her face flushing with embarrassment, she quickly turns away, murmuring that she appreciates it and will see him later. As she hurriedly walks off, he calls out for her to wait, but then pauses, thinking he was going to explain that it was part of the anti-monster equipment, but decides he can tell her another time. As she walks to the side, she comes to a gentle stop and quietly looks down at the ring on her finger. A soft expression crosses her face as she raises her hand to her chest, feeling the warmth lingering from the moment just shared. The following day, Kusanagi mentions giving the equipment to the unit members and urges everyone to take their own. The police officers and Karen are startled to have them, and she curiously wonders if this is anti-monster equipment. Handing a ring to Yuika, Kusanagi confirms that they are indeed anti-monster equipment infused with wind magic. He explains that by channeling magic power into the rings, they will be able to activate up to level 1 wind magic. Shido glances at the ring with curiosity and asks where Kusanagi got it from. To his surprise, Kusanagi casually replies that he made them himself. Stunned, Shido internally reflects that craftsmen capable of producing anti-monster equipment are nearly extinct these days, and yet Kusanagi creates them effortlessly. He then remarks aloud that Kusanagi truly never ceases to amaze him. Meanwhile, Yuika glances curiously at her sister and begins to wonder about Ruka's ring. But then her attention diverts to the ring in Ruka's hand, and she realizes Big Sister has never worn that ring before and wonders whether it could be from their date. The thought leaves Yuika flustered, and she grabs her head, internally panicking over what could have happened after she left. Meanwhile, Kusanagi shifts the group's attention back to their duties. He explains that what they lack is swift transportation, and emphasizes that they can't rely on cars as they won't be fast enough. Reflecting on the past, Shido internally affirms that they were always late. At that moment, Kusanagi leaps into the air, supported by a glowing magic circle beneath his feet. He explains that with the anti-monster equipment he provided, anyone can now cast the wind magic spell Aerial, allowing them to fly. He emphasizes that this will drastically cut down their travel times and improve the efficiency of their missions. However, he reminds them that it's only a basic spell, explaining that its magic power is low and not meant for attacking, which startles them. He then encourages everyone to try it themselves, explaining that Aerial combines flight and acceleration, and that the first step is to visualize themselves leaping into the air. As Karen and Shido heed his command, they manage to lift off the ground but struggle to maintain balance mid-air. barely holding their composure as they hover unsteadily. Seeing Yuika well maintained on the magic circle, Kusanagi appreciates her. With a light chuckle, Yuika casually responds that she's been training in magic manipulation for so long that something like this is no big deal for her. However, mid-sentence, her eyes meet Kusanagi's, and she suddenly falters. Embarrassed, she quickly turns her back to him and internally winces, thinking that the guilt of secretly spying on them is hitting her now. Kusanagi calls out to her and asks if she knows about Ikikami Minato. She turns around and replies that he's someone she greatly admires. When Kusanagi inquires about Ikikami's strength, she notes that his magic power level was approximately 1,000,000, allowing him to cast a wide range of spells. She mentions that he died fighting the demon god during the Great Calamity. Kusanagi then asks what happened to the mages after Ikikami died. She remarks that it seems there were few mages left, and confidently claims that among them, their noble ancestors contributed significantly to the revival, and the Mizuha family also aimed to play a huge role. She adds that at that time, almost no documents or data about magic were left, which is why they started building up magic studies again from scratch. Kusanagi thoughtfully remembers that the death rate of mages was quite high, but there still should have been a lot of books left. He reflects that he stored them in various places in preparation for the future. But the knowledge of modern magic is scarce and full of errors, and the magic level is low, too. He wonders whether all this is due to chance or someone else's doing. Seeing him engrossed in thought, Yuika tilts her head, asking if he is all right, and he affirms that he is fine. She earnestly tells him that if something is up, he can tell her, and adds that she might not be reliable, but still. He turns around, stating that her feelings are enough, and thanks her, acknowledging that she has been a big help. Walking to the side, he quietly reflects that Yuika probably won't spread what he says to her around, but there is also the matter of the Black Mage, and considering the possibility of getting her involved, he shouldn't just casually bring it up. Besides, if she knew that he was her much-admired Ikikami Minato, she might faint. Meanwhile, Yuika thinks that he can't tell her because she is unreliable, but if she gets stronger, she is certain that he will, and resolves that she will keep doing her best. 1 week later, Kusanagi instructs everyone to get ready and launch their attacks. Following his command, Karen casts level 2 Holy Magic, Holy Crest. Shido uses level 3 Lightning Magic, Lightning Blast. Ryuji unleashes level 4 Earth Magic, Stone Rain, and the Mizuha sisters together cast level 4 Water Magic, Waterfall. Observing their progress, Kusanagi calmly acknowledges that everyone's abilities have improved, especially noting that Sanada Karin, who previously couldn't use any offensive spells, is now able to cast attack magic. However, what intrigues him the most are the Mizuha sisters. Their compatibility is outstanding, especially considering they are sisters. Meanwhile, Yuika casts a spell equal in power to her sister Ruka's, leaving a deep scar on the ground. She reflects on her past struggles and feels overjoyed at how far she's come. Kusanagi appreciates everyone but cautions them not to get complacent just because their levels have increased. He asserts that their level doesn't necessarily indicate the strength of their magic. He then commands Ruka to use a level 4 spell on him, and she agrees. She then conjures a massive level 4 spell midair, but before it can hit Kusanagi, he unleashes a level 1 wood spear that pierces through her spell. This unexpected turn of events startled everyone around, and they couldn't fathom a level 1 spell neutralizing a level 4. Kusanagi explains that their level simply increases the limit of magic power they can infuse, but it doesn't mean higher level magic is always stronger, even with level 1 magic. If they infuse it with maximum power, they can beat level 4 spells. Of course, the attribute matters too. For example, water is weak to earth. He urges them not to get trapped by the idea of levels, but instead focus on understanding magic power, master the spells, and they will become stronger. Releasing magic power through his hands, he reminds them that beyond their individual strength, they also have each other, and by combining their powers, they can become even stronger. His words ignite a sense of unity, and the group responds with eager agreement. At that moment, Fuka Shu arrived there, scoffing that it must be tough being plebs. When Shido asks what brings him here, Shu nonchalantly replies that the calamity isn't coming, and he is dreadfully bored. Shido suggests that if he's not training, he could at least help exterminate some monsters. However, Shu brushes it off, saying it sounds like too much trouble and that it's better left to the police. His dismissive attitude visibly frustrates the Mizuha sisters and Ruji, while Kusanagi remains composed, observing quietly. Shu sighs dramatically, wishing aloud that the calamity would just arrive already. At that very moment, Yuika anxiously shouts for everyone to look at the sky, which has begun turning a deep crimson hue. As unease spreads through the group, Shu's expression lights up with excitement, thrilled that the calamity has finally arrived. He smugly reminds everyone that whichever squad defeats the boss first will earn the right to lead, then taunts them as plebs before boldly declaring that the game is on. Mizuha sisters and Ruji frustratedly brace themselves, declaring that they will never lose to someone like Shu. Before they can make a move, Shu and his subordinates leap onto their magic circles suspended in midair, taunting them to keep talking later. Watching them go, Yuika complains that it's unfair. Kusanagi asserts that they are going to work too and urges his comrades not to forget to put on their hands-free headsets. As they all leap mid-air on their magic circles, the protagonist reminds them that this is their first real fight since they formed the squad and urges them not to let their guard down. The team responds with determined resolve. Meanwhile, a driver in a passing car is startled to see Shu flying overhead and nervously wonders what is happening. Amidst flying, Shu sarcastically scoffs that they are too slow, so slow that it's making him yawn. Seeing Shu and his team ahead, Ruji anxiously comments on their incredible speed, and Yuika wonders how someone with that kind of body can move so fast. Kusanagi, observing the situation, notes internally that their opponents are skilled in wind magic, making it tough for Yuika and the others to catch up. Glancing back at his squad, he internally acknowledges that he could overtake his rivals alone, but that would defeat the purpose of being in a squad. He concludes that unless the citizens are in danger, there's no need to rush. Amidst flying backwards, Shu scoffs at what kind of special magic squad is this that they can't even keep up with him, and calls them losers. Though Yuika can't hear him, she is sure he is mocking them, which infuriates her. Soon, Shu arrives at the calamity spot and notices civilians rushing over in panic. Excited by the chaos, he commands his subordinates to begin the hunt, and they respond by activating their magic circles and unleashing radiant beams to slaughter the monsters. At that moment, a couple dashes over in panic, and the lady pleads with Shu to help them, but he doesn't pay attention to her and urges his subordinates to keep crushing the monsters. As the onslaught continues, the couple narrowly avoids being hit by the magical attacks. Just as another blast is about to strike them, Kusanagi appears in front of them, casting a magical barrier that shields them and deflects the incoming attack. The protagonist, exuding a menacing aura, sternly asks what they are doing. Shu and his subordinates are left stunned, unable to move, and anxiously try to figure out what's happening to them. Meanwhile, Yuika hurries over to the couple to check if they are all right, with Shido and Karin joining her shortly after. She then turns to Shu with a firm expression, questioning his actions and warning him not to involve innocent people in the situation. Meanwhile, seeing himself move again, Shu wonders whether that young brat did something, but dismisses his thought, thinking it can't be. With a sigh, he blames the civilians for getting in the way of a magic noble. Yuika, clearly frustrated, questions what just happened. Shu then leaps to the side with his subordinates on their magic circles, declaring that he will handle the boss and telling the squad to focus on protecting the commoners. Seeing them go, Kusanagi contemplates that it would be easy to incapacitate Fukushu, but that would make it seem like he is running from the battle. He then grins, thinking it might just be a perfect opportunity. He then turns to his squad, stating that he will protect the citizens while they focus on exterminating the monsters. Shido steps in, questioning whether Kusanagi can handle Shu alone, pointing out that even he might struggle to protect everyone on his own. Kusanagi responds with confidence, reminding him that he's the head of the special monster squad. Scratching his head, Shido admits it was foolish to even ask. Yuika then speaks up firmly, saying they can't always depend on Kusanagi, and that it's time for them to take down the monsters on their own. The rest of the squad responds with determined agreement. The protagonist firmly gestures for them to go and win for them. Without hesitation, they obey his command and launch into action, working together to eliminate the approaching monsters. Yuika unleashes her level 3 Azure Splash and takes down a demon soldier, reflecting that she was scared and couldn't do anything before, but now she is able to defeat the demon soldiers. She becomes excited, acknowledging that she has become really strong. On the other hand, Kusanagi closes his eyes and senses that a lot of magic energy, both from allies and monsters, has mixed in, and it seems there are also many civilians who failed to escape. He opens his eyes, realizing that rescue won't be easy. He leaps into the air, contemplating that if it were anyone but him, that is. Elsewhere, Shufuka and his subordinate continue exterminating the incoming monsters with their magic spell, urging them to die. Meanwhile, amidst unleashing the spell, Ruka urges her comrades not to let their guard down, while Ruji calls for them to get into formation, and Yuika encourages them to take the monsters down together. Suddenly, Yuika senses an overwhelming energy and wonders what it is. As she turns around, she is taken aback to see an overwhelming demon coming. At that moment, Shu desperately lunges forward, declaring that the boss is his prey and asserts that he will show them some real level 4 magic. Meanwhile, his subordinates frantically remind him that his opponent is a demon and that he can't defeat it with a level 4 spell. With a bright grin, Shu confidently remarks that he can handle it and asserts that there are hardly any humans who have fought demons, so he wonders how they would know. Conjuring his level 4 wind magic, Tempest, he declares that he is a magic noble. It's natural that he would win. However, the demon counterattacks with level 4 fire magic, Flare, causing a fiery spell to overwhelm Shu's spell. Shu is stunned, realizing that his supposedly invincible magic has been defeated. Reacting quickly, he darts to the side and shouts for his subordinates to retreat to avoid the incoming flames. The fiery blast sends the nearby civilians into a panic, but just before it reaches them, Kusanagi appears in an instant and shields them with a protective barrier. He then unleashes a powerful water spell, with the Mizuha sisters and Ruji stepping in to support him. As he glances at them, he acknowledges their coordination with a hint of approval. Meanwhile, Yuika turns her stern gaze toward Shu, who is slumped on the ground, letting out a sigh as he looks off to the side, muttering that it was a close call. As Yuika approaches him, memories flash through her mind of how she had once asked why he involved the civilians, and he had coldly responded that it was their own fault for not running away, adding that if they were going to slow down a magic noble, they might as well be dead. Recalling those words, she steps forward and delivers a sharp slap across his face and sends him flying to the side. She frustratedly scolds him, saying he's a poor excuse for a magic noble if he has no pride. Still reeling on the ground and holding his face, Shu wonders in disbelief if she really just slapped a magic noble. Without looking back, Yuika leaps into the air and tells Ruji to leave that fool behind, emphasizing that they still have demons to take down, while Shu yells aloud, asking how dare they ignore him. Shu, outraged, shouts after them, demanding how they dare ignore him. Meanwhile, while rescuing civilians, Kusanagi catches a glimpse of the scene from the side. Watching them, he thinks to himself that they are putting on quite the show in front of the enemy, but seeing how quickly they pulled themselves together, he figures it's fine. As the policemen salute him, Kusanagi responds with a brief hand gesture, thinking to himself that there are still survivors in need of rescue, and that he also needs to keep an eye on the boss. Meanwhile, in a crumbling building nearby, one of Shu's subordinates nervously tells him that there's no way they can win against the demons and suggests retreating. Frustrated, Shu silently admits that the demons are too strong, even for someone like him. It might be tough to take them all down. But then he has an idea, and he turns to his subordinates, asking what if they let them wear down the demons and then swoop in to finish them off. They find it a brilliant idea and praise him while, with a chuckle, he urges them to lie low and wait for the right moment. On the other hand, the squad stands face to face with the approaching boss demon. Yuika senses the immense magical energy radiating from it and questions whether they can really win, but reminds herself that they have to. As he begins chanting a spell, Ruji urges everyone to strike first and strike fast. The team responds by unleashing their spells together in a synchronized assault. As the spells overwhelm the demon, Ruji curiously wonders whether they did it. However, when the dust subsides, they are taken aback to see it unscathed, and Ruka comments that they either need a level 4 spell or an appropriate amount of magic power to defeat it. The boss demon unleashes a powerful fiery spell, and they instantly leap to dodge it. Suspended mid-air, Yuika observes that it's more powerful than before, twice as strong as her magic even. As she lands back on the ground, she realizes the gap in strength is overwhelming and doubts they can win like this. Just as she begins to wonder what their next move should be, Kusanagi's voice comes through their Bluetooth earpieces, calmly noting that it seems like they are having a tough time. Standing atop a nearby building, Kusanagi advises the squad to work together. Yuika, visibly anxious, responds that they already are. He clarifies, telling them to combine their powers in the truest sense, and adds that the key lies within her and Ruka. Confused, Yuika asks what he means, but Kusanagi simply urges her to figure it out on her own. Before she can press further, she senses an intense surge of fiery energy behind her. Turning around in alarm, she sees the demon unleashing another devastating spell and quickly jumps aside to evade the attack. As they all conjure their magic circles, Ruka remarks that Kusanagi's words definitely hold some kind of meaning, so they need to think about this together. Yuika internally contemplates that it's just as her sister said. Kusanagi has always led them, which means that she should play her role now. Turning to her squad, she points out that while the demon's magic is powerful, their casting time is long. She then firmly suggests they focus on clearing out the smaller enemies while dodging the boss demon's attacks. She quickly lays out the plan, assigning Shido and the others to attack from the east while her group strikes from the west. She adds that she'll give the signal when the demon begins casting, and the others agree without hesitation. As the demon starts chanting and prepares to unleash another powerful spell, Yuika counts down from 3, then warns her squad that it's coming and urges them to dodge. They immediately dart to the side, narrowly avoiding the blast. Kusanagi, while rescuing the civilians, notes that Yuika has started taking command. He reflects on his thought that Ruka and Ruji would step up, but she has a knack for reading people. She might just be cut out for this. On the other hand, Yuika places her hands on her knees and realizes that their magic's level and power aren't enough, which prompts her to wonder how they can win. She reminds herself of what Minato said that time and wonders whether she has misunderstood his words. Internally, she admits she's unsure whether such a ridiculous method could actually work, but also acknowledges that her sense of what's possible was shattered long ago and considers it a do-or-die situation. Gathering her resolve, she turns to her squad and urges everyone to lend her their power. Meanwhile, watching the squad from a distance as they huddle together, Shu wonders what they are trying to do. The squad devised a strategy and stood determinedly before the demon. Shido asks if Ruka and Yuika are sure they can do this. Yuika admits that she doesn't know, but they don't have any other leads. Ruka responds with conviction, saying she believes in Yuika. Ryuji firmly states that they will just have to grit their teeth and give it everything they have got, while Karin adds that if it doesn't work, they will come up with another plan. As the demon unleashes level 5 fire magic, blazing pillar and a huge fireball emerges above the heroes, but they remain unfazed. When the powerful wave of fire crashes down onto the ground, Shu instinctively shields himself with his arms, anxiously assuming that the incompetent squad has been taken out. Just then, one of his subordinates urgently points to the side, telling him to look over there. Shu is left stunned as he sees the squad's unexpected strategy. Ruka and Yuika riding on Shido and Ruji's backs while casting their spells, swiftly escaping the flames alongside the other squad members. With her eyes closed in focus, Karin unleashes her level 3 holy magic, Sacred Heal, to support the team. Elsewhere, Kusanagi places a hand on his earpiece, internally acknowledging the cleverness of their approach. He notes that fully dodging a level 5 spell is nearly impossible, and realizes that having Sonata Karin heal through the residual damage is a smart and calculated move. Meanwhile, radiating a fierce and radiant aura, the Mizuha sisters together unleash a powerful level 6 Grand Water spell, Burst Stream. Watching from a distance with a grin, Kusanagi acknowledges it as the right move. He reflects that when individual strength isn't enough, combining magical power is the answer, and that's exactly what grand magic is all about. At the same time, the sisters' spell surges forward with immense force, overwhelming the demon and striking it head-on with incredible intensity. Seeing the display, Ryuji remarks how cool it is, while Shido can't fathom that the sisters could cast a level 6 spell. As the spell subsides, the demon is still alive, but seems utterly weak. Seeing this, Shu chuckles, telling his subordinate that now is their chance, and that it's time to deal the finishing blow. However, just as he prepares to move, a vine suddenly wraps around him, draining his strength and leaving him stunned as he anxiously wonders what's happening and why his power is vanishing. Meanwhile, the protagonist stands nearby, a small magic circle glowing just before his hand. from which the vine is extending. Suddenly, Ryuji notices that the demon has stopped moving, and Shido speculates that it must be on the verge of death. At that moment, the sky begins to clear, prompting Shido to remark that they have defeated the boss. Ryuji joyfully adds that they have managed to stop the calamity, and Karen notes that it's all thanks to the Mizuha sisters and the rest of the team. Suddenly, the Mizuha sisters collapse to the ground in exhaustion. Ryuji quickly rushes over to them, concerned, and asks if they are all right. Lying on the ground, Ruka replies that she's completely drained of magic, and beside her, Yuika mutters that she can't move another inch. The two reach out and hold each other's hands, and Yuika softly says that they did it. Ruka smiles and quietly agrees. They won. Later, back at the office, Kusanagi appreciates the squad members for their great work in stopping the calamity. He adds that it was their first formal mission, yet they have already shown their worth. He adds he can already tell they will just keep getting stronger, especially Yuika, mentioning that her growth has been expected. He turns to her, stating that her instructions were on point and that the grand magic was impressive. He then asks if she already knows about it. With a smile, Yuika denies it and says she had no idea. Surprised by her remark, Kusanagi curiously asks how she pulled it off then. She excitedly explains that it's all thanks to the hint he gave, and the rest was intuition. He internally thinks she might be more extraordinary than he initially thought. With a sigh, he appreciates that she did incredibly well, especially to have succeeded on the spot, and adds that their harmony as sisters also played a significant role, which excites them. Kusanagi then glances at the clock, stating it's almost time, and turns on the TV. The screen shows a press conference featuring police officers. The general explains that the purpose behind forming the Special Magic Team, or SMT, was to enhance their ability to deal with the increasing number of demons and the threat of calamities. A reporter seated in front brings up a rumor, saying they have heard that the team's leader is a student who played a key role in stopping the calamity at the academy, and asks if that information is accurate. Shido says that he will answer that and introduces himself as Shido Shogo, the proxy representing SMT's leader. He confirms that the squad leader is indeed a student, just as the reporter surmised. The reporters gathered there find it impossible and murmur among themselves about a minor as the squad leader. Shido explains that the leader possesses a power that surpasses a magic noble and mentions that during the calamity at the academy, the magic nobles didn't come to help, leaving the police and the citizens in a dire situation. However, the leader Kusanagi appeared and saved them all. Shido firmly asserts that he is convinced that Kusanagi is the savior who shall shoulder this era, and there is no one else who could be trusted with the leadership role. Seeing the press conference on TV, Kusanagi internally wishes Shido wouldn't make such a big deal over it. Meanwhile, at the press conference, one reporter points out that it is a problematic statement, while the other argues that forming a squad of mages and overlooking magic nobles could strip them of their roles. The reporters begin debating among themselves, with one acknowledging that it's true the magic nobles failed to respond during the calamity. Another reporter comments that the Fuka clan, in particular, is known for its notorious reputation, and even if some of the clan heads are overseas, their failure to respond to the calamity was still an act of negligence. Wiping his sweat, the general emphasizes that the police force places a lot of importance on the magic nobles and clarifies that the creation of the special magic team is not meant to undermine them. Before he can complete, a guard loudly halts Shu Fuka and his subordinates from entering the vicinity. Nevertheless, Shu steps in and boldly claims that the current squad leader is completely unfit for the role, insisting that someone like him, a magic noble, is more deserving of the position. He adds that ignoring him and holding a press conference without his presence is highly disrespectful. His subordinates, while looking upward, back him up, asserting that it is as he said. Growing irritated, Shido stands and demands to know what they are doing there, firmly reminding them that they already lost the challenge. Shu plugs his ears with his fingers, casually saying he doesn't recall making any such promise, while his subordinates feign ignorance, acting as if they have no idea what challenge Shido is referring to. With a smug chuckle, Shu arrogantly declares that the words of a magic noble like himself are absolute, and that a commoner like Shido should simply obey. Just then, a female reporter raises her hand and politely asks for permission to pose a question. Shu arrogantly assumes she has a question for him, the new squad leader, and allows her to speak. She responds critically, stating that they have received reports claiming he failed to assist the citizens during the recent calamity and instead dragged them into the battle. Shu nervously denies the accusation, insisting such a thing could not have happened. Another reporter then steps forward and holds out his phone, explaining that they too received the same information and possess videos and images, leaving Shu visibly caught off guard. One reporter covers his face with his hand, expressing disbelief that a magic noble could have actually done such things. Another emphasizes that citizens are meant to be protected, and putting them in harm's way is inexcusable. At the same time, a third reporter points at Shu, firmly stating that such behavior is unacceptable. Shu, now anxious, snaps at them to be quiet and insists that it was the citizens' fault for interfering with a magic noble. He adds that peasants like them should remain silent. Shidu stands up, firmly stating that everyone must have noticed by now that the current magic nobles are corrupt. He emphasizes that what they need are heroes who will protect the people and will fight selflessly like their squad leader. He points his finger at Shu, declaring that they don't need magic nobles who don't protect the citizens, which catches Shu and his subordinates off guard. The police officers hold their heads in exasperation, while Shu ferociously grits his teeth and dashes out of the room with his subordinates. He angrily declares that Shidu will pay for this and warns that he will make them all regret what they have done. Meanwhile, watching the scene unfold on TV, Kusanagi grins, thinking that Shidu has truly made a move this time. At that moment, Yuika calls for her sister and Kusanagi to look at her tablet, pointing out that videos of the calamity are spreading everywhere. Pointing at the video, she asserts that the magic nobles are getting most of the bashing, especially the Fuka. Kusanagi internally notes that the internet is a scary place, and things can spread so easily. Suddenly, Yuika gasps while looking at her tablet, prompting him to ask what's wrong. She turns to him and informs him that their faces were clearly captured on camera as well. Kusanagi lets out a frustrated sigh, realizing that hiding his identity is no longer possible. As if he didn't already stand out enough, he thinks things are only going to get more complicated from here. 1 week later, as the protagonist enters meeting room 3, he pauses with a surprised expression, questioning the meaning of this. Seeing the large crowd, he wonders why there are so many people. With a smile, Shidu, standing behind, informs him that, for some reason, it's become easier to get the higher-ups' approval, and that the number of volunteers has suddenly increased, too. He adds that it's probably thanks to the press conference and the information on the internet. He clasps his hand before Kusanagi and apologizes to him, admitting that he ran amok during the conference, and assures him that he will make it up to him. The protagonist sighs, internally asserting that he did want to train mages, but he didn't want to stand out. At that moment, Yuika approaches him and encourages him to give it his all and strengthen his resolve. She adds that the world can't take its eyes off him. Kusanagi lets out another sigh, muttering that it's a bother and insists he doesn't want any more attention than this. On the other hand, the red-haired goon Ren is tied to a chair in a dimly lit room. Kaga Shuji steps closer and brandishes a dagger at his neck, urging him to tell him everything he knows about the Black Mage. Trembling, Ren stammers that he's already told him everything, that the Black Mage is just a young man who can cast terrifyingly powerful magic. Shuji fiercely slams Ren and leans closer to him, expressing his certainty that there is more than that. Ren winces in pain, begging him to stop, saying it really hurts. Then, with a nervous glance, Ren suddenly claims he remembers now and reveals that the police are making their rounds at the Magic Academy to find the Black Mage. Shuji wonders aloud if that's why there is a rumor that the Black Mage could be a student. Ren hastily insists that he truly doesn't know anything else, and Shuji finally remarks that it seems he really doesn't have any more information. Bound to the chair, Ren cautiously asks if Shuji will release him now. With a grin, Shuji remarks that, of course, he will release him, but from life's grasp. In one swift motion, he slashes Ren's neck, causing blood to spray across the room. As the crimson stains spread across his sleeve, he mutters that the blood ruined his clothes and repeatedly wipes at it, calling Ren filthy. He then pauses in thought, mulling over the idea of a student, and a grin creeps across his face. He remarks with certainty that a young man's agonizing screams must sound delightful, and inwardly tells the Black Mage to wait for him. Later that night in Shinjuku, Kusanagi, his face concealed behind a mask, obliterates the monster with a burst of magic. Just then, he senses something off and immediately leaps into the air. Hovering midair on a glowing magic circle, he notices two guys vlogging on the street with their cameras rolling. One of them records the dead monster with excitement, claiming it must have been the Black Mage's doing, but then sighs in disappointment, lamenting that he missed the chance to catch him on film. Kusanagi figured the hype around the Black Mage would have cooled off by now, yet here these guys are searching for him, even in these quiet residential areas. He flies off to the other side, noting that the patrols have also increased, and they seem to be dealing with monsters and disasters more efficiently now. He lands on a rooftop and quietly wonders if perhaps the world no longer needs the Black Mage. He slightly takes his mask down and spots two goons threatening a man. They urge the man that he owes them 10 million yen and that if he can't pay, then he must sell his organs. The terrified man, reeling on the ground, anxiously remarks that he only borrowed 200,000. The goons unleash their magic circles to attack him, claiming that's what interest is for, and warn that they will teach his body a lesson. Before their spell hit the terrified man who was pleading for help, Kusanagi jumped before him in the nick of time and shielded him with a protective barrier. Taking advantage of the moment, the man desperately flees by dashing to the side. The goons sarcastically ask Kusanagi how he dares to interfere, and if he thinks himself some kind of hero, and assert that he needs a taste of pain to learn. Shortly after, being badly bruised from Kusanagi's beating, the goons apologize and promise that they will not resist anymore. Kusanagi thoughtfully reflects that the police still aren't dealing with the illegal magic users. Meanwhile, the goons whisper among themselves, with the purple-capped guy speculating whether this guy could be the Black Mage, and adds that rumors have it that the underground syndicates are searching for him. The red-shirted goon wonders whether it means they found out that they are dealing on their turf. The protagonist leans closer to them, asking about the underground organization, which catches them off guard. They desperately bow before him, stating that they know nothing about the underground organization Black Rebellion, and plead with him to let them go, emphasizing that they will not reveal anything about him. Kusanagi firmly demands to know how much they are aware of, adding that if they talk, he might consider letting them go. With a thumbs-up gesture, the red-shirt guy agrees and informs him that Black Rebellion is an underground organization of mages who have kept out of the public eye. Apparently, they are involved in all sorts of crimes. The purple-capped goon explains that Black Rebellion rakes in huge profits and is always operating behind the scenes of major criminal groups, whether it's the Yakuza, gangs, or the Mafia. He adds that they have connections in both the media and politics, allowing them to do whatever they please. The goons go on to reveal that there is a branch located nearby in Kabukicho, and admit they were hoping to either gain a foothold or stay out entirely. The protagonist beats the pulp out of them and walks to the side, reflecting that Sanada Karen mentioned something about an increase in illegal mage activity, and wonders about Black Rebellion. Standing midair, he finds it interesting and thinks perhaps dealing with disasters and monsters should be left to the Academy's Minato Kusanagi, the Black Mage, who should clean up the underworld. He guesses it's time to take down that Kabukicho branch. On the other hand, in Kabukicho, the streets are alive with crowds and neon lights. Two men call out to passers-by, advertising special deals. One promotes 60 minutes for 8,000 yen, while the other invites people to a cabaret club, boasting that the first set is half price. Moving quietly through the bustling streets with his face hidden behind a mask, Kusanagi reflects on how remarkably lively modern entertainment districts are. He can sense magic everywhere, but he can't tell which ones belong to the organization. Staring at two men standing in a dimly lit alley, he thinks maybe he should start by arresting some guys doing questionable things around here. The men engrossed in doing their stuff sternly yell at him, asking what he is looking at and whether he is asking to be killed or what. Kusanagi beats the pulp out of them and afterward realizes that they didn't know anything. He puts the phone to his ear, stating he should report this and move on. While the protagonist is on the phone, two passers-by look at the beaten people lying on the ground with fear, and there are pistols next to them. Kusanagi glances at his phone screen and asks the beaten men if the Western Bar is where the organization members are gathering. One of the beaten guys hesitantly asks whether Kusanagi will let him go now that he has given him the information. Kusanagi slaps the man, leaving him wincing in pain, then dashes away, hoping the information he received is accurate. On the other hand, at the bar Western, a purple-haired lady, Camellia, enters the bar filled with guys. She takes a seat at the counter, where the bartender, polishing a glass, asks what he can get her. Instead of ordering a drink, she calmly inquires if he has any information about Black Rebellion's hideout. The bartender tells her that she is asking the wrong question and asserts that she should be asking a different one. When she curiously asks what he means by it, the bartender clarifies that her question should be what is going to happen to her next. She anxiously glances backward, where everyone's attention is turned to her. The goons of Black Rebellion gathered at the bar turn to her with malicious grins, remarking that they had heard someone was sniffing their business, but didn't expect it to be such a beauty. Leona anxiously stands up in alarm, wondering what she has done, and realizes that she has been fed false information. As the goons unleash their magical spell at her, one maliciously urges the others to grab her and keep her alive. She swiftly retaliates with her magic circle and dashes to the side, realizing that she needs to escape. But before she can escape, she is hit by a fiery assault and falls to the ground. Two goons maliciously approach her, with one stating that he doesn't mind a strong woman, while the other extends his hand towards her, imagining having a babe like her all by himself. Leona internally apologizes to Kai, stating that her sister couldn't do anything. Just as the goon is about to seize her, Kusanagi enters the bar, and their attention turns to him. Despite the tense scene, the protagonist quietly walks past them and asks the bartender if the members of the underground magic organization are here. One of the goons steps up behind him, cracking his knuckles and asking if Kusanagi is out of his mind or even understands the situation he's in. Reaching to grab Kusanagi's shoulder, the man mockingly tells him to go home and hide under his mommy's skirt. Without so much as turning around, Kusanagi drives a powerful punch into his face, sending him crashing into the wall with a resounding thud. The goon, teeth shattered, winces in pain and whimpers for his mother, leaving the other goons and even Camellia stunned by the sudden, brutal display. She internally realizes he is no ordinary person since sending someone flying like that is no small feat. She wonders whether it was magic, but she didn't see him cast anything, which prompts her to wonder who he is. Kusanagi turns to the other goons, stating that it looks like his intel didn't mislead him, and notes that quite a pile of low-level mages they have here. He calls the Black Rebellion thug scum for ganging up on a woman, and says it's proof that they are rotten to the core. One of the thugs unleashes a magic circle, while the orange-haired guy asserts that this is just one guy, so if they gang up on him, there is no way they can lose. As they simultaneously attack him with magic spells, he dashes to the side, dodging them, while the bartender ducks behind the counter in panic. Seeing Kusanagi effortlessly evading the attacks, Leona thinks that no matter how strong he is, numbers have the advantage indoors. She speculates that he doesn't look like he can cast high-level spells, so magic is out of the question, and concludes that he doesn't stand a chance. She anxiously urges him to run. Meanwhile, as the magical beams streak toward Kusanagi, he effortlessly slips past them, closing the distance to the capped goon and striking him square in the face. In the next instant, he sends two more thugs crashing to opposite sides of the room. Moving with overwhelming speed and precision, he single-handedly takes down the remaining attackers before they can even counter, leaving Leona visibly startled by his display of power. With only one nervous goon still standing while the others lie trembling and writhing on the ground, Leona curiously reflects that he moved too quickly for him to see and wonders what kind of magic he used. As the protagonist turns to the last goon, he fumbles on the ground in panic, asking who he is. Kusanagi calmly declares that he is the Black Mage, the man who will annihilate Black Rebellion. He then strikes the goon, knocking him unconscious, and turns his attention to Camellia, who sits on the floor, still processing the scene. She reflects in awe that he took down everyone in an instant, considering him an elite and wondering if he might even be a legendary mage. As Kusanagi leans closer, she notices that he appears to be about the same age as he was in high school, yet possesses striking, unforgettable eyes. He remarks that she doesn't seem to be injured, and, caught off guard by his observation, she agrees. Kusanagi strides toward the counter, addressing the bartender who is cowering behind it, and demands information about the organization. Clutching his head, the man nervously insists he can't talk, stressing that they will kill him if he does. Without hesitation, Kusanagi slams his fist down, shattering the counter in a single blow, then fixes the bartender with a sharp glare. He tells him this is his last chance and urges him to tell about the organization. which momentarily catches the man off guard. Utterly panicked, the man blurts out that he will talk and begs him not to cut him in half. He then reveals that the organization's base is in Tokyo, with branches in places beyond Kabukicho. Furthermore, the head of the Kabukicho branch is a real piece of work, or so he has heard. The leader is said to be a mage with influence in the underworld, and there are even rumors that he is manipulating Japan from behind the scenes. When the protagonist inquires where the branch is, the bartender anxiously swears that he doesn't know. He emphasizes that they don't tell the low-level guys like him, and they give them all the crap jobs. With that, the man anxiously flees, while Kusanagi calmly sees him leave, thinking he doesn't know where the branch is, and he believes he is back to square one again. He walks to the side, guessing that he will have to hunt more illegal mages then. At that moment, Leona hastily asks him to wait. She then thanks him for saving her and states that she can't imagine what would have happened if he had not been there. Kusanagi glances over his shoulder at her, telling her not to sweat it and that he just happened to be passing by. He adds bluntly that if she knew it was dangerous and still got herself involved, she has only herself to blame. Standing behind, she remarks that he is pretty harsh, and he affirms that this is indeed the case towards adults. She then asks if he is searching for the Black Rebellion's branch and what he plans to do once he finds it. He firmly remarks that he will destroy it. She internally realizes that he is determined to eradicate Black Rebellion. Deep down, she acknowledges that he is certainly powerful, but he can't do it alone, nor can she, perhaps. She then suggests that they join forces, prompting him to respond with skepticism. She explains that she is a detective and claims to have greater access to information and valuable connections, but she doesn't possess the same level of strength that he has. She internally contemplates that the Black Mage is more potent than the rumors say, and thinks that if she works with him, maybe he can also achieve his goals. He then asks if she is offering her information in exchange for his strength. With a faint chuckle, she remarks that it sounds like an ideal partnership. Extending her hand toward him, she proposes that they join forces, addressing him as Mr. Black Mage. Kusanagi internally reflects that he needs information, but wonders whether he can trust her. He reassures himself that if things go sideways, he can always cut ties. With that in mind, he shakes hands with her and agrees to work together. She then informs him that her name is Leona, and he replies that he is a Black Mage. She thoughtfully remarks that it's quite a mouthful and asks whether he doesn't have a shorter name. He denies and asserts that she can call him whatever she wants. She suggests calling him Chrono, and he responds that it's fine by him. Leaning his back against the wall, he asks why they were attacking her. She explains that she was searching for the Black Rebellion's hideout, and with a sigh, he remarks that it was careless. Frustrated, she retorts that she doesn't need him to tell her that, while he nonchalantly adds that he knows how to protect himself. She then remarks that she is aware of her weaknesses, but she had no choice because nobody dares to stand against the Black Rebellion. She adds that lately, rogue mages do as they please in Kabukicho, and apparently, the police are too tied up with the calamity to intervene. Kusanagi internally recalls hearing about this from Karen, who told him that, in addition to the calamity, monsters have been appearing all over the world, creating a dire situation. With manpower stretched thin, illegal wizards and underground organizations have been growing more active than ever. He then notes that Leona is trembling and remarks that it sounds like she has quite a situation. Overwhelmed with despair, she reveals that rogue mages attacked her little brother Kai. Ever since their parents died a few years ago, she has been taking care of him. She was working like mad just to provide for him. She adds that Kai must have felt lonely, but he never complained, not even once. Then one day, a burglar broke into their house. Her brother witnessed it, and the burglar attacked him with a fiery spell. Hearing this, Kusanagi asks if her brother was injured. She explains that he was severely hurt, but he hasn't regained consciousness yet. The protagonist contemplates that her brother must be in a coma, a condition that not even sacred magic can heal. She fiercely adds that the doctors say there is no telling when he might wake up and asserts that he is only 9 years old. She reveals that the perpetrators were Black Rebellion lackeys who had been arrested, but insists that it isn't enough. Kusanagi calmly asks if she wants revenge, but she firmly denies, claiming that she wants to correct things to prevent more people from going through this. She admits she lacks the power to do it herself, but notes that he has the strength to stand against the Black Rebellion, and asks if he can. Kusanagi internally notes that she doesn't seem to be lying and wonders whether she shares her story to prevent him from betraying her. He internally acknowledges that she is a tough woman and admits that he doesn't hate the desperate types. He then remarks that if she proves to be useful, then yes, he will stand against them. Holding something in her hand, she urges him not to underestimate a detective's information network and reveals that she has located several potential hideouts, but there are too many. She adds that the hideouts could belong to the Yakuza or the Mafia, which is why she has been moving cautiously. He urges her to give him all the locations of their hideouts, prompting her to curiously ask what he will do. When he firmly remarks that he will storm in, she snaps back that it's reckless, emphasizing that no matter how strong he is, that would be like walking to his own death. He nonchalantly remarks that he will not die since he is the Black Mage after all. She agrees but insists that she will go with him. When he warns that she might die, she replies that she doesn't care if she does. He then asks about her brother, and she reveals that if she dies, he will get the life insurance money. Recalling his past, Kusanagi tells her that money is worthless compared to family and urges her to never say that she is okay with dying. She responds with quiet sadness that strong people like him could never understand what it feels like to be weak. Tears stream down her face as she continues, saying that living righteously only to be oppressed by scum, to be powerless even while being beaten, is unbearable. Trembling, she asks what she and her brother ever did to deserve any of this. Seeing her cry, Kusanagi asks what she's doing, then turns around and tells her to hand over the locations of the hideouts. Turning his head back toward her, he emphasizes that they are going to give those people a beating. Wiping away her tears, she agrees, and as they step out of the bar, she remarks that it's going to be quite a walk. He tells her they won't have to, then steps closer and places a hand on her back, urging her to just hang on. The unexpected gesture causes her to blush in surprise. On the other hand, at the hideout, a man standing by the window peers outside with a curious gaze and asks what that is, prompting another to question what's going on. Before he can answer, Kusanagi bursts through the glass window with Leona in his arms, delivering a fierce kick to a goon's face and startling everyone in the room. Setting Leona down on her feet, Kusanagi demands to know if this is the Black Rebellion's hideout, while Leona, still rattled, thinks to herself that she truly thought she was going to die. The remaining goons brandish their weapons, demanding to know who the intruders are and asking if they even realize where they have stepped into. Kusanagi, unfazed, casually remarks that the Yakuza haven't changed much. The hideout's leader, a cigar clenched between his fingers, steps forward and snarls, demanding to know who the hell he is, calling him a punk. When Kusanagi calmly states that he is the Black Mage, the leader's expression hardens. With a sharp glare, he asks if Kusanagi has lost his mind, calls him a fool, and commands his underlings to eliminate the intruders. Before the goons can attack them, Kusanagi urges Leona not to stray away from him, and standing behind him, she agrees. As a punk swings his sword to attack, a colorful, radiant beam slits his sword, which catches him off guard, and he can't fathom what just happened. The other thugs begin to shoot them, but without even moving, Kusanagi conjures a shield before him and Leona, which renders the bullets futile and ineffective. The thugs are taken aback to see that guns and blades aren't working and anxiously call them monsters. Kusanagi then turns to the man and asks if he is the boss here, and if this group is connected to Black Rebellion. The man, shaking with fury, growls that this brat must be out of his mind if he thinks he can leave here alive, accusing him of underestimating the Yakuza. The goons open fire again, but Kusanagi remains perfectly calm behind his shimmering shield, remarking in mild annoyance that they are a stubborn bunch. Standing terrified behind him, Leona asks what he expects, emphasizing that they are Yakuza, and inquires how they remain unharmed. As the shield continues to deflect the incoming bullets, Kusanagi observes that there's no mage among them and concludes they likely have no connection to Black Rebellion. Deciding to end it quickly, he dispels the shield. The boss shouts that Kusanagi is the one whose life is going to be over and urges him to die. Kusanagi remains unfazed and, with a single, decisive kick, he sends the entire group crashing into the wall in one powerful blow. The sudden display of overwhelming strength leaves Leona momentarily stunned. Walking back to her, Kusanagi remarks that it seems they have come up empty and tells her they should move on to the next location. Leona internally acknowledges his immense strength, realizing this is the true power of the Black Mage, and considers that he might actually be capable of bringing down Black Rebellion for good. When he suddenly lifts her into his arms again, she nervously begins to protest, but he simply states that they are leaving and leaps out the window, prompting her to cry out in alarm and beg not to go through the sky again. They soon storm into another hideout, and before long, all the goons inside bow in submission, confirming that this place is also not connected to Black Rebellion. Later, standing in a secluded area, Kusanagi asks why they always attack them and if the Yakuza are a bunch of idiots. Catching her breath with her hands resting on her knees, Leona remarks that they aren't exactly the sharpest tools in the shed and asks if he honestly thinks they would ever listen to reason. She then firmly requests that he stop making entrances through windows, adding that at this point, it feels more like they are just ambushing people, and that she has had more than enough of heights. Looking to the side, Kusanagi remarks that he thought doing it was fine since they are Yakuza, and she curiously asks what kind of logic that is. He then agrees, stating that they will do it by the book this time. Later, they arrive at the Debiakukajo hideout and knock on the door. A bald thug answers, eyeing them suspiciously and asking who they are. Kusanagi calmly states that they would like to ask about the Black Rebellion, but the man quickly shuts the door, claiming they don't know anything and telling them to get lost, prompting both of them to sigh. The protagonist then kicks the door and sends it flying inside, which catches everyone off guard. The bald man snaps, demanding to know if this is a raid, while an armed thug beside him asks which clan they belong to. Kusanagi nonchalantly repeats that they just want to ask about Black Rebellion. The baldy leaps to attack while urging everyone to beat this kid, but Kusanagi firmly cuts him off, urging him to learn to listen when someone is talking. He then smacks his face and sends him crashing to the side. Seeing the baldy's head pierced into the wall, the other goons are taken aback. Kusanagi calmly looks around, asking where their boss is. A man approaches him, introducing himself as Ushiro, the boss of the clan, and asks what brings him here. Kusanagi asks if this clan is connected with the Black Rebellion, but before the boss responds, an armed goon sternly urges him not to go around asking such disrespectful questions. The boss sternly urges his underling to stop, which startles the goon, while the boss continues urging him not to lay a finger on the intruder, emphasizing that he is not someone they can handle. Ushiro then mentions that, as for his question, they have no relations with trash organizations like Black Rebellion, and emphasizes that his clan is all about honor. The protagonist then asks if he knows where their hideout is. When the boss asks if Chrono will leave him if he answers, Kusanagi affirms, assuring him that he will give him his word. Later, a goon serves them tea while the rest of the Yakuza members gather behind, quietly wondering how the situation ended up like this. Seated across from them, Ushiro formally introduces himself once more. Kusanagi introduces himself as Chrono, the Black Mage, and Leona follows by giving her own name. Gesturing to a map spread out on the table, Ushiro points to a marked location, explaining that, to the best of his knowledge, this is the hideout of the Black Rebellion, BR for short. He shares everything he knows about them, adding that he's unaware of any other possible locations. Kusanagi contemplates that it matches Leona's suggested hideout candidates and thinks that if they searched thoroughly, they might eventually find the right hideout. He silently acknowledges that she might be more reliable than he thought. He then asks Ushiro if he's certain about revealing all this, pointing out that they are supposedly in the same line of work. Ushiro replies that they are not, explaining that the Black Rebellion is an enemy force, and asserting that the Yakuza aren't so dishonorable as to harm respectable individuals. Kusanagi claims that they are also respectable people, but Ushiro remarks that they wouldn't call people who raid a Yakuza office respectable. He adds that the Yakuza have principles too and urges him not to lump them in with trash. Kusanagi internally finds it interesting that someone like him still exists in this day and age, even if he is a Yakuza. He and Leona then walk to the side, stating that they got what they came for and, as promised, they will leave. As they do, Ushiro rises to his feet and calls out to him, asking if they intend to pick a fight with Black Rebellions. He warns that rumors suggest the group has ties to influential figures in the country, which means it won't be a walk in the park. Without turning back, Kusanagi places a hand on Leona's shoulder, lifts her effortlessly, and leaps out the window, remarking that he's faced plenty of opponents like them before. Watching from the window, Ushiro comments that it's rare to see a gutsy guy like him these days and asserts that if it were him, he might just have a shot at wiping out Black Rebellion. On the other hand, in a warehouse, a meeting is held between two groups. The red-haired leader of the thugs grins at the sight of the opposing mafia leader in a black hat. A man from the thug group carefully inspects a crate of weapons and tells the leader that there is no issue with their quality. One of the thugs then hands over a briefcase packed with cash to a member of the other group. After receiving a confirming nod, both leaders clasp hands with matching smiles, declaring the deal is done. With a low chuckle, the mafia leader comments on how remarkable Japan is, noting that there is no other country so kind to criminals. The red-haired thug leader remarks that this place is filled with peace-addled folks and admits that it's the best country ever. Both of them then chuckle aloud. At that moment, hoisting Leona in his arms, Kusanagi barges into the warehouse through the window. The sudden intrusion startles everyone inside, leaving them staring in shock and wondering who these uninvited guests are. The group members, now on high alert, immediately unleash their magic circles in preparation to strike. Kusanagi, unfazed by the sudden hostility, casually remarks that he's finally found Black Rebellion, while Leona, still in his arms, appears to have fainted. Setting her gently on her feet, he quickly sizes up the situation, mentally noting the number of mages present. His sharp eyes catch that all the Black Rebellion members seem to be magic users, and about half of the mafia-looking men possess magical abilities as well, while the rest watch them with wary curiosity. Meanwhile, Leona sneakily hides beside a container and begins recording the entire scene. The red-haired Black Rebellion leader fixes a stern gaze on Kusanagi and demands to know who he is. Kusanagi lets out a weary sigh, remarking that villains always seem to start with that same line, prompting the leader to question what he means. Unfazed, Kusanagi introduces himself as the Black Mage and boldly declares that he's here to wipe out Black Rebellion. His words leave the gang momentarily stunned, before they erupt into mocking laughter, scoffing at the idea that a brat like him could take them on alone. Kusanagi answers their mockery with a blazing, high-intensity spell that blasts several mafia members off their feet and sends them crashing to the side. He then declares, with unwavering resolve, that he will take every last one of them down, his words sparking fury in both the mafia boss and the Black Rebellion leader. They unleash magic circles, acknowledging that he has some guts, and urge each other to kill him. However, when their combined assault strikes, every attack shatters harmlessly against Kusanagi's magic barrier, leaving them wide-eyed in disbelief. Amid the uproar, Kusanagi coolly notes to himself that they are restricted to level 2 magic indoors since any level higher will destroy the warehouse. He internally acknowledges that he could use combative spells, but their numbers are a pain to handle. Both the Mafia and Black Rebellion members are taken aback to note that their attacks are not working, and even the bullets aren't hitting him either. The Mafia leader sharply faces the red-haired thug, demanding to know what's going on and why their opponent is completely unscathed. The red-haired thug, clearly rattled, retorts that he has no idea and adds that he's never witnessed magic like this before. Kusanagi thinks to himself that it isn't even magic, yet their growing panic is noteworthy to watch. With a sly grin, the mafia leader asks the red-haired thug if they still have the special item he brought along, and the thug confirms they do. They then mock the protagonist to enjoy his confidence while he can, whether he's the so-called Black Mage or not. Kusanagi internally thinks they seem to have perked up. At that moment, with a mask on, a goon grabs a poisonous gas hand grenade from a crate. Kusanagi internally wonders if that is what he thinks it is, and abruptly turns to Leona with a small magic circle before his mouth and urges her to run outside. She abruptly stops recording and dashes outside. Meanwhile, the goon hurls the grenade at Kusanagi, but he halts it mid-air with his magic spell. As the gas begins to seep out, he raises his arms to shield himself. Both leaders, now wearing masks, mock him for reacting too late and confidently claim that even he can't withstand poisonous gas. Watching the cloud engulf Kusanagi completely, they erupt in laughter, declaring that his game is over. As the smoke slightly subsides, they walk ahead to see what his dead face looks like. However, as they lean closer, their eyes widen in surprise to see him standing unscathed, and they can't fathom how he can still be alive. Kusanagi nonchalantly remarks that magic barriers and magic shields can't block poisonous gas, but gas is gas, and if he circulates the air with wind magic, it's not a threat at all. He confidently claims that a superior mage like him can't be defeated by poison. The red-haired goon abruptly takes their mask off and urges his underling to call for backup. But the man, with a phone to his ear, anxiously informs him that nobody is picking up. Kusanagi informs them that, of course, they are not, since he has taken out all the hideouts outside Kabukicho, and they are the only ones left. He then sternly urges them to prepare themselves, which catches them off guard, and they grit their teeth in panic. Moments later, he single-handedly takes down every goon in the warehouse, leaving them sprawled across the floor. Standing amidst the defeated bodies, he declares that Kabukicho's Black Rebellion is finished, then thinks to himself that it's time to call Leona. Suddenly, he senses someone's presence there and demands to know who it is. At that moment, a man steps into the warehouse, gripping Leona's arm tightly with a dagger pressed against her neck. Eyeing the scene, he remarks that the Black Mage managed to take everyone down single-handedly and states it's impressive. With a grin, Shuji firmly places the dagger on her neck and urges him to negotiate. Kusanagi contemplates that the distance between them is quite far and that he won't make it in time if he uses a magic combat technique, except if there is a gap. He then conjures a magic spell, deciding to just immediately activate his first-level spell and make that guy drop his dagger. Shuji urges him not to try to do anything reckless, unless he wants to see this woman die. Kusanagi is surprised to realize that the guy can see his magic power, and he speculates that it appears there are still mages who can perceive magic powers in modern times. He internally notes that the guy's magic power is about 40,000, and it seems like he is a high-level mage, although it's possible that he is restraining his magic powers. Apprehended by Shuji, Leona anxiously apologizes to Kusanagi because she had followed him unreasonably. But the protagonist remarks that she must not worry about it and confidently claims that he will definitely save her. Shuji firmly presses the dagger against her neck, sternly urging them not to ignore his presence, and asks if they don't even understand what kind of situation they are in. He claims to be the god of this place and warns that if he dares to do anything reckless, he will kill her. Kusanagi calmly replies that he understands and assures him that he will not do anything reckless. With a grin, Shuji comments that it's good and, with an apology for the late introduction, introduces himself as Kaga Shuji, the head of the Black Rebellion Kabukicho branch. To tell him the truth, Shuji reveals that his boss ordered him to investigate the Black Mage. If possible, he told him to befriend him. Still, if that's impossible, then he is to eliminate him. He admits to torturing people connected to the Black Mage and says he had been on the verge of obtaining the information he needed. Pressing the dagger firmly against her neck, he shouts in frustration upon realizing she was merely a brat intent on destroying the branch. As she bleeds from the small slit on her neck, she winces in pain, and Shuji apologizes to her for getting too emotional, emphasizing that it was unlike him. He asserts that killing a hostage would be meaningless. Looking at the dagger with blood on it, he comments on how pretty the blood is and contends that it is wonderful indeed, given that he is the one observing it. Kusanagi then asks what his terms of negotiation are, and holding Leona's arm, Shuji admits that he almost forgot, and explains that it's simple. With a sly grin, he declares that starting from now, he will torture him and kill him. Swinging his dagger, he offers the Black Mage a chance to refuse and flee, but warns that if he does, the woman will be killed. Pointing the blade toward Kusanagi, Shuji's grin grows brighter as he demands to know what the Black Mage will choose, pressing him to decide between his own life and hers. Kusanagi remarks that he will accept the torture. Shuji firmly clenches Leona's arm while sarcastically stating what a self-sacrificing spirit the Black Mage has and finds it wonderful. Internally, Kusanagi notes that no attack would work on him, so the idea of torturing him is meaningless. However, Shuji demands that he suppress his immense power, insisting there would be no point if the Black Mage kept his magic barrier active. Leona is utterly taken aback to hear about the magic barrier and thinks about whether that means Kusanagi was able to block any attacks thanks to that. Meanwhile, Kusanagi is surprised to hear that Shuji knows about his magic barrier and assumes he must have seen it from the battle just now, and realizes that it was careless of him. He then subsides his magic barrier and asks if Shuji is satisfied now. While still gripping Leona, Shuji chants an incantation and fires a magic spell from his free hand, which hits Kusanagi. As he moves, Shuji, clearly ecstatic, urges him not to move, declaring that he will not kill him right away. He then unleashes a flurry of magic spells that directly hit the protagonist, while boasting that he will torture him using his first-level spell. Amidst this, Leona pleads with him to stop, but Shuji continues the torture, remarking that there is no way he can stop when he is having this much fun. As the protagonist collapses to the ground, Shuji heartily chuckles while Leona anxiously calls him Chrono. She internally accuses herself that this is all her fault and reflects that she has already made up his mind to annihilate them even if it kills her. Shuji, with a malicious smile, unleashes a magic circle, asserts that it's certainly a pity, but this is the end of him. He sarcastically thanks him for the pleasant time he has given him and bids him farewell. Meanwhile, Leona grits her teeth while internally resolving that she will not let him kill Chrono because he is her only hope. Shuji disheartedly hurls her aside on the ground, asserting that he can see right through her. He turns to her, stating that if she weren't here, the Black Mage wouldn't have lost, and asserts that a great man like him had to die because of a single small fry who doesn't know their place. He lunges closer to her and swings the dagger, scoffing at what a fitting ending for a stupid woman like her, and urges her to die here pitifully. However, before he can hit her, Kusanagi leaps in at the nick of time and slams his face, sending him crashing to the side. Seeing him crash on the ground, Kusanagi asserts that the one who is pitiful here is Shuji. Leona curiously asks how Kusanagi can be alright, mentioning that he restrained his magic barrier. Kusanagi remarks that it's simple and explains that just before Shuji's magic hit his body, he put up a tiny magic barrier so that he wouldn't find out. Leona remarks that it's not simple at all and asserts that only he can do such tricks like that. Kusanagi then leans closer, placing a hand near her neck and casting a healing spell, assuring her that she is safe now and has nothing to worry about. With a deep sigh of relief, she sinks to the ground and thanks God. Meanwhile, Shuji, gripping his face in frustration, stands up and demands to know what she means by thank God. Seeing him, Kusanagi internally contemplates that although he used a magic combat technique that emphasizes speed, Shuji didn't faint, which proves that he is pretty good. Gritting his broken teeth, Shuji sternly asks how Chrono dares to hurt him, pointing out that even torture is lukewarm to him. He then exudes an intense, fiery aura, declaring that he will burn him to death. Kusanagi observes that Shuji's magic power is surging, confirming his suspicion that the man had been concealing his true strength. With his face bruised and eyes blazing with fury, Shuji summons multiple magic circles and casts a level 4 spell, Fire Lightning Compound Magic, Fire Spark. Leona is stunned to see a 4th level compound spell in action, convinced there's no way they could withstand its power. As the blazing attack engulfs them, she is caught off guard while Kusanagi remains calm and unshaken. The protagonist then swings his arm and conjures a magic barrier around himself, effortlessly halting the devastating magic. She can't fathom that a 1st level magic spell completely blocked a 4th level spell and wonders how that's possible. Seeing Kusanagi, she feels a sense of relief internally and wonders if he will surely do something about this, and also ponders who he is. Meanwhile, observing them, Shuji chuckles aloud, stating that he knew Chrono was strong and he already assumed that his magic wouldn't work against him. Yet he claims he also has a trick up his sleeve. Standing inside the protective barrier, Leona curiously wonders why there are no signs of the magic wearing off and asserts that his magic should have disappeared by now. Maintaining the barrier, Kusanagi explains that it is a form of sustainable magic. When she questions what he means, he clarifies that, usually, a mage cannot use multiple spells simultaneously. Once a spell is cast, it gradually wears off until it eventually vanishes. However, if a mage reuses his magic at the same time as when the magic disappears, it will continue. He explains that the same principle applies when one takes flight using wind magic. Without doing that, one wouldn't be able to fly. She frustratedly thanks him for the explanation, but asserts that there is no time for that, emphasizing that the barrier is about to disappear. However, she is stunned to see that the barrier shows no sign of fading. Kusanagi calmly remarks that if he can explain the technique, it means he knows how to perform it, emphasizing that this is why he can obviously use sustainable magic as well, and that it's easy to do. Leona internally protests that there is no way such a skill is easy. Meanwhile, Shuji, growing uneasy, insists that it should be impossible, and is shaken to realize that the black mage can also use sustainable magic. Leona confidently points her finger at him, stating that his magic won't work on Chrono and advising him to give up now while he still has the chance. Shuji, frustratedly, grits his teeth and maliciously asserts he was just kidding, which catches her off guard. Unleashing more powerful magic, Shuji acknowledges that Kusanagi surely is strong, and it would have been difficult if he played normally. However, he has already told them that he has a trick up his sleeve. Inside the barrier, Leona anxiously plops to the ground, gasping that it's hot, she can't breathe, and wonders why her body is getting heavier. With a chuckle, Shuji asks if they know what happens, then explains that if they create a barrier in an enclosed space while surrounded by flames, naturally, there would be no oxygen, and the temperature would continue to rise. This means it is impossible for their barrier to block everything and assert that now they will continue to suffocate to death inside the barrier or will burn to death outside the barrier. He urges the black mage to make a choice, but the protagonist casually yawns, leaving Shuji stunned to see such a reaction amid the chaos, demanding to know if Kusanagi even understands the situation he's in. Shuji receives a calm reply as the black mage releases a spell, stating that he understands it even better than Shuji does. Growing uneasy, Shuji asks if he has done something and points out that his female companion is clearly on the verge of death, as anyone can see. Meanwhile, sitting in a more radiant barrier, Leona curiously notes that it's no longer suffocating and has gotten cooler now, which startles Shuji. Standing on a magic circle, Kusanagi remarks that while he appreciates Shuji's fire magic being able to affect the atmosphere, it seems that he didn't know about the fact that magic alone also exists in the atmosphere. Shuji frustratedly demands to know what in the world he is talking about. The protagonist explains that a magic barrier is a blend of the caster's magic and the magic found in nature. Since magic exists in the atmosphere and shares its properties, it functions as both air and a shield. He then asks if that explanation is sufficient. As Shuji watches his own magic diminish under Kusanagi's spell, he drops to his knees in disbelief, unable to comprehend how things have turned out this way. He yells in disbelief, insisting that his tactics were perfect, and it's supposed to be the best magic that can torture and kill anyone. Kusanagi, exuding an intense aura, casts a spell on him, declaring that he won't let him pass out just yet. He reminds Shuji of his earlier claim about liking torture, and urges him to experience the same pain he inflicted on his victims. Forming 6 small magic circles in his hand, Kusanagi releases Dark Zone at Shuji, who begins crying out in panic. Shuji anxiously glances around, finding himself surrounded by nothing but darkness. He wonders where he is, realizing that his voice won't come out. He can't hear anything, see anything, or even feel a thing. Panic grips him as he pleads for someone to save him, asking if anyone is there and questioning where in the world this place could be. With tear-filled eyes, he collapses to the ground, while Kusanagi steps to the side, coldly urging him to atone for his past sins in the depths of darkness. Meanwhile, looking around, Leona speculates that it appears someone has reported this place. Kusanagi hoists her in his arms and tells her they should leave, but she anxiously urges him to wait and pleads with him not to tell her that they are going to fly again. Without responding to her, he jumps down the window and lands on a nearby rooftop. Looking down, she remarks that this marks the end of Kabukicho's Black Rebellion, while Kusanagi casually notes that he will have to clean up the next district next. She then calls him, stating that she has a favor to ask and inquires if he would allow her to be his ally. She admits that she is powerless and might slow him down, but she has information and connections, and emphasizes that she needs his help, requesting that he please allow her. Glancing to the side, he remarks that he's just realized something. Apparently, he's weak to people's requests. Her eyes light up as she eagerly asks if that means he agrees. He nods, saying he looks forward to working with her from now on. She responds with determination, saying she also looks forward to working with him, and declaring that she'll handle public relations and recruiting allies, so he should leave that part to her. He blinks, quietly wondering what exactly she means by public relations. Later, the news spreads like wildfire, and a newscaster reports that early this morning, a large number of members from the secret organization known as Black Rebellion were arrested, with reports indicating that a person known as the Black Mage was involved in the arrest. The newscaster mentions that it is currently under investigation. Suddenly, she emphasizes that they have just received breaking news and reveals that this is a declaration message coming from the anti-illegal mage organization led by the Black Mage, stating that they are the Shadowbringer. In the footage, a man dressed entirely in black appears, introducing himself as the Black Annihilator, the one who stood against and crushed the illegal mages at the heart of Black Rebellion. His voice is cold and resolute as he declares that any injustice committed by mages will not be tolerated, no matter who the perpetrator is, and urges everyone to remember his words well. Kiroi Akuto, the president of Black Rebellion, watches the news and fiercely slams his fist on the table, shattering it while the girl beside him screams in terror. He roars in anger, cursing the Black Mage. At that moment, a man approaches from behind, advising him to stay calm and remarking that the Black Mage is nothing more than an insignificant person. Akuto agrees, adding that the Black Rebellion has him. Fuka Jin, the mage noble and head of the Fuka family, affirms that it is true, for they have a noble such as himself on their side. Later, Fuka Jin watches the news where two analysts discuss the situation on television. One expresses long-standing skepticism toward the magic nobles, stressing that although they are meant to protect the people, their conduct in videos and press conferences has been consistently appalling. Jin listens closely as the other analyst adds that during the calamity, their response was minimal, which was utterly disgraceful. The anchor, wearing glasses, notes that the special magic unit functions much more effectively and wonders whether they even need magic nobles anymore. Meanwhile, as the assistant serves tea to Jin, he sternly casts a spell on the television, shattering it, and orders the assistant to bring Shu to him. The man bows respectfully and agrees to carry out the command. Fuka Jin frustratedly slams the table, declaring that he will show them what happens when they cross the magic nobility. On the other hand, in New York, the city is engulfed in chaos, with smoke billowing in every direction. People rush through the streets in panic, desperately trying to escape the monsters hovering above. Amid the chaos, a police officer reports to his superiors that they have arrived on the scene and are working to clear the area immediately. Other officers unleash magic spells in an attempt to combat the demons. A blonde-haired cop, casting a spell, remarks to a fellow officer that there are too many of them, while another bald officer, ducking behind a car for cover, asks about the whereabouts of the SWAT team. The blonde-haired officer shields himself with his arm, stating that the calamity is happening everywhere and the SWAT team won't be arriving anytime soon. The bald officer grits his teeth in frustration, muttering about useless fools. Suddenly, an intense fiery spell detonates nearby, blasting apart everything around the cops and catching them off guard. As the smoke clears, a massive demon soldier emerges, radiating a terrifying aura. The officers, frozen in fear, struggle to comprehend how they could possibly defeat such a creature, and are left wondering what their next move should be. The demon soldier then unleashes level 5 Blazing Column, an intense fiery spell, which catches everyone around off guard. As the roaring tornado of flames hurtles toward the people, a sudden surge of magic erupts, a level 5 Titanic Bubble spell that engulfs and smothers the fire completely. Seeing the shimmering bubbles around, the stunned officers were left bewildered about what had just happened. The voice from their Bluetooth earpiece informs all units that a calamity specialist is on site and commands them to coordinate and initiate containment. It reveals that the specialist's name is Mizuha Taoshiru, who is from Japanese magic nobility. Meanwhile, Taoshiru, standing atop a building, glances down on the demon soldier. He then leaps down the building while chanting the spell and unleashing a 6th-level magic spell. The demon soldier conjures 6 magic circles, and the 2 spells collide with tremendous force. However, Taoshiru's water spell overpowers the fiery magic and obliterates the demon. This sudden turn of events shocks the nearby officers, who, in their excitement, begin chanting his name and surrounding him in admiration while Taoshiru seems unimpressed. Later, at the airport, Taoshiru is met by the minister and a crowd of paparazzi who continuously snap pictures of them. The minister thanks him, saying that because of him, the damage is minimal and that they owe him their gratitude. Taoshiru replies that he is just doing his job, so there is no need for thanks. Meanwhile, the minister's bodyguards whisper among themselves about Taoshiru's personality. One scoffs, telling the other to look at that Japanese man acting all high and mighty, remarking that he used to be impressive but has now fallen from grace. The other leans in and murmurs that, aside from the magic nobles, Toshiru's level is actually quite low, adding that Japan might be done for. Meanwhile, Toshiru silently overhears their discussion, but chooses not to respond. As he walks to the side with his aides, the minister remarks that it is unfortunate he is leaving so soon after the battle, noting that the Japanese certainly work hard. Toshiru waves back, explaining that there is a pressing matter he must address back home, and the minister wishes him success. As he walks to the side, Toshiru reflects on Japan's reputation, the current state of the magic nobles, and the fact that his daughters serve in the special magic unit. The thought weighs heavily on him, and he thinks this can't go on. On the other hand, at the academy, Ryuji sighs, commenting that Kusanagi's power is almost unnatural and speculating that he might be the strongest in Japan. Sitting beside him, Yuika admits she cannot deny it, while Ruka observes that it seems Kusanagi is not even using his full strength. Shiryu approaches with Karin, suggesting that they might have a chance at victory if they all attack together, and Karin adds that no matter how strong Kusanagi is, they will not lose. Yuika, brimming with excitement, remarks that they have all grown much stronger, while Ruka adds thoughtfully that their squad now has 100 members. With determination, Ryuji declares that not even Kusanagi could overcome those odds. Suddenly, Kusanagi appears out of nowhere, smiling as he asks if they would like to put that theory to the test. The unexpected challenge catches them completely off guard, prompting Yuika to hastily deny it, insisting they were merely having a casual conversation. Kusanagi questions whether they are trying to run away and wonders if he is truly that intimidating, a remark that sends a jolt of irritation through the group. With a firm tone, he announces that their break is over and sets their next training objective, to try to defeat him, urging them to give it their all. Fired up by the challenge, Ryuji declares that if Kusanagi is asking for it, then they should go for it. Yuika pointedly asks if he is underestimating them, while Ruka confidently asserts that it is time to bring him down a peg. The team launches their respective spells, determined to overpower Kusanagi. However, before the attacks can reach him, he calmly conjures a magic barrier that effortlessly deflects their efforts. Yuika confidently remarks that such a barrier will not be enough to protect him. However, without a word, Kusanagi responds by unleashing a level 4 high magic barrier with 4 protective layers, a move that startles everyone present. Ruka, refusing to be discouraged, urges the team to stay focused and break through with all their strength. The Mizuha sisters and Ryuji press on, relentlessly unleashing their spells. Yet Kusanagi's magic circle deflects every attack with ease, leaving them all stunned. When he finally lets the barrier fade, Yuika voices her frustration, noting that they had just hit him with a level 6 spell, while Ryuji mutters that something about him feels off. Ruka admits she expected him to be strong, but not to this extent. With a dark chuckle, Kusanagi casts a spell of his own, announcing that it is now his turn, which catches them completely off guard. Shortly after, he announces that the training session is over for the day, while those around him collapse to the ground in exhaustion, silently regarding him as a monster. Suddenly, the Mizuha sisters hear their phones beep inside their bags. Upon seeing their cell phones, they exclaim in disbelief, prompting Kusanagi to ask what had happened. With a serious expression, they say that their father is coming home. The following day, the Mizuha sisters sit nervously before their father, Toshiru. After a brief pause, he mentions that he has heard they have joined the special magic squad. When they confirm it, he urges them to tell him everything about it. His interest excites them, and Yuika enthusiastically explains that the special magic squad is making significant contributions to society, has resolved numerous calamities, and is filled with incredible members. Ruka adds that they have grown tremendously compared to before, with their magical powers more than doubling and their ability to use higher-level spells. Yuika follows by saying that this progress is thanks to Kusanagi and everyone else, while Ruka emphasizes that Kusanagi is an extraordinary man. She notes that without his guidance, their growth would not have reached this level, and stopping the calamities would have been far more difficult. Holding his drink, Toshiru comments that this Kusanagi seems to be quite an exceptional individual. Yuika adds that Kusanagi might even be on par with their father, and is at the level of a magic noble. Toshiru takes a thoughtful sip, sets his cup down on the table, and then firmly instructs his daughters to leave the special magic squad. The sudden statement startles them, leaving them to question his reasoning. He explains that they must already know the reputation of magic nobles is currently in decline, a situation that carries negative implications for Japan. He emphasizes that it is the magic nobles that support their country, and the special magic squad brings no help, but harm to them, especially this Kusanagi Minato they speak of. With a firm tone, he declares that from now on, he won't permit any further association with him. The sisters anxiously protest, with Yuika stating that it's not fair, and Ruka asserts that this is too one-sided. Taoshiru stands up, reminding them that they have always listened to him, and declares that it should remain that way. Yuika anxiously reflects that she has always followed her father's words without question and never once talked back, but this time she stands her ground. She firmly refuses, declaring that she will not give up on the special magic squad or on Minato, whom she believes is someone capable of saving the world. She adds that they have been training relentlessly and insists that the special magic squad is fulfilling the very duties the magic nobles should be carrying out. She argues that they would gladly cooperate if approached, but demanding they quit is unjust. Taoshiru firmly urges her to consider herself disowned and should never claim to be a magic noble again. Ruka calls out to him in distress, but Yuika steps aside with resolve, agreeing to his words and stating that she understands. Turning back with a faint smile, she adds that she will continue serving in the special magic squad, not as a magic noble, but simply as Mizuha Yuika. As she leaves the room, Taoshiru remarks in surprise that he never thought Yuika would go to such lengths, while Ruka quietly tells him that Yuika has changed, and so has she. Taoshiru firmly states that if Ruka chooses to go with Yuika, she must also stop using the Mizuha name. Stepping to the side, Ruka responds that if it means disownment, so be it. Before leaving the room, she bows and thanks her father for everything. As she departs, Taoshiru remarks that they fail to understand the true importance of the magic nobles. Later that day, the sisters leave the house with their suitcases. Yuika yawns, commenting that their father was being far too one-sided, and insists that both of them, along with Minato, are doing their best. Walking behind, Ruka affirms, emphasizing that their lives are theirs to decide and asserts that just because they part ways, it doesn't mean they should stop moving forward. Yuika turns to her and asks if she is sure about leaving the family and all. Ruka assures her not to worry about it, emphasizing that she shares the same sentiments as her and she can't leave her little sister alone, reminding her that she is still her big sister. Hearing this, Yuika excitedly embraces her. Later, they check various hotels but find no available bookings, eventually ending up in a cafeteria, sitting wearily. Yuika stares down at her drink with a hint of disappointment, remarking that every hotel, property, and even internet cafe was unavailable. Ruka points out that most places would turn away minors at the door. Noticing Yuika resting her head tiredly on the table, she considers that she herself could lie about their age to get a room, but doubts Yuika could pull it off. As Yuika takes a sip of her drink, she comments that it's strange they have money from their special magic squad activities. Ruka responds that even so, they still can't access or use it. At that moment, two young boys approach them, with one saying they are super cute while the other, wearing glasses, comments that they might be celebrities and offers them to come hang out. Without permission, they sit beside them, adding that they are so lucky, which prompts Yuika to respond with an expression of surprised disbelief. Ruka sternly warns them to stay away from her sister or face the consequences. This catches them off guard, and with a quick apology, they quietly leave. As they walk away, Ruka mutters that they are a bunch of idiots and asks Yuika what's going on. Yuika, smiling brightly, says it's nothing and pulls her aside, suggesting they make the most of their time and have some fun. When Ruka wonders about their place to stay, Yuika shrugs it off, saying they can deal with that later. They store their suitcases in a locker and spend the day shopping for clothes, stuffed toys, and enjoying karaoke. Later that evening, as they walked down the street, Yuika excitedly said it was so much fun, noting how many things they managed to do. Walking beside her, Ruka admits she hasn't played around like that since they were born. Yuika steps in front of her, beaming as she says she is glad to have Ruka as her sister. Ruka responds by asking if that's so, then reminds her they still need to figure out where to stay. Yuika casually remarks that it would be nice if someone could take them in. Before Ruka can finish, her phone beeps. She reads a message from Kusanagi Minato, saying he has forgotten how to use his phone and asking her to teach him again. The sisters exchange curious glances, and later, when they arrive at Kusanagi's place, he opens the door and asks why the sudden visit. They then ask if it would be all right for them to stay at his place. Shortly after, they explain everything to him. He asks curiously if they ran away from home and points out that it sounds a bit extreme. They sadly agree that they are aware of this. He internally notes that they have both changed, as they seem more honest with themselves now, and they have also seemed to get along better as sisters. Yuika then hesitantly states that she knows they are troubling him by suddenly asking this, but whether they can stay here for a while. Ruka pleads with him, saying that they have nowhere else to go. He internally acknowledges them as women, but since there is no romantic interest between them, he thinks it shouldn't be a problem. With a sigh, he agrees they can stay for a while, which excites them, though he adds that, so that they know, it's cramped here. They eagerly reply that they don't mind at all and thank him. Kusanagi remarks on what a handful of a pair they are, making them blush nervously. With flushed cheeks, Yuika internally notes that this feels different from the usual Kusanagi and thinks about how they will be living together from now on, feeling like they are doing something a little crazy. Meanwhile, with equally flushed cheeks, Ruka internally contemplates living under the same roof as Kusanagi. Her heart races as she wonders what this feeling is and urges herself to calm down. He then casually asks if they want to take a shower, which catches them off guard, and they scream in shock. Surprised by their reaction, he asks if they don't want to, and Yuika, grinning awkwardly, hesitantly remarks that they do. Afterwards, Yuika takes a bath while Kusanagi tells Ruka that it was a brave move and that he never thought they would run away from home. Sitting on the ground, Ruka replies that she's just as surprised as he is, adding that this is the first time both she and Yuika have gone against their father. She reveals that her father has always been strict, never one to tolerate any form of independence. She expects he will only become more resolute in his efforts against the calamities and monsters in the future. Kusanagi remarks that it seems their father's impression of the special magic team is rather abysmal, and speculates that he might even take action against them. At that moment, Yuika steps out of the bathroom, stating that it felt great, and with a giggle tells Ruka that she can go next. While Ruka is in the shower, Yuika grins and comments that it feels strange being in Kusanagi's room like this. He responds that it's the first time anyone has ever been in his house. She then thanks him, admitting that if it weren't for him, they would probably still be on the streets. He casually tells her not to worry about it, assuring her that it's no big deal. As she softly chuckles, he curiously asks what happened. She remarks that it's nothing, just him always saying that. He explains that the special magic team is his unit, and the Mizuwa sisters are not only his squad members but also his friends, so he would never abandon them. He assures her that he will help them through anything. Her cheeks flush deeply at his words, and she internally wonders what this feeling is as her heart races. At that moment, Ruka enters the room, announcing that she is done. Kusanagi walks past her, saying he will go next. Afterward, both sisters become absorbed in their own thoughts. Later, Kusanagi arrives at Shido's office, where Shido presents him with their training schedule. The protagonist studies it carefully and says there is no problem. Shido then stands, declaring that their regular meeting is over, but Kusanagi adds that he has something to report. He informs Shido that Yuika and Ruka have started living with him, which startles Shido, who asks in surprise if the three of them are living together. When Kusanagi confirms, Shido internally notes that he is living with not just one but two girls, yet remains so calm about it. He wonders if this is normal among today's youth, but quickly dismisses the thought, deciding that Kusanagi is simply an odd one and that he will have to teach him some common sense. He then calls Kusanagi and informs him that Japan doesn't practice polygamy, while the protagonist curiously asks if that is supposed to be a trend nowadays. Later, as Kusanagi walks down the hallway, he admits to himself that having 3 people in one room is seriously cramped and wonders if he should consider moving. At that moment, he spots Karen diligently practicing her magic on the training grounds. As she lets out an exhausted sigh, Kusanagi approaches and asks if the officer is still training. With a nervous chuckle, she admits she has been lagging behind and explains that she has finally reached the level where she can use offensive spells. She adds that since Kusanagi is their leader, there is no need for formalities, clarifying that she is his subordinate. He responds that he will speak more casually from now on, and with a gentle grin, she expresses that this is more like it. He then encourages her to try casting an offensive spell, which catches her off guard. Walking to the side, he decides that he will give her some advice and urges her to get started, to which she agrees. Later, he trains her until evening, and when she unleashes her newly learned spell, he acknowledges her significant improvement, telling her to keep it up and assuring her that she will become even stronger. She thanks him with excitement. With a sigh, she turns to him and admits that compared to everyone else, she still feels weak. He tells her that she is underestimating herself and that he believes she has been working hard enough. She explains that the only reason she was accepted into the police was that being a holy mage is rare. She asserts there is no way someone like her could be on par with everyone else and states that she is the weakest in the squad. She admits that she hates feeling this way about herself. She then anxiously apologizes, asserting that this must be unsettling him. When he curiously asks why the police, she explains that her grandma was a holy mage who helped many people during the calamities that occurred long ago. She wanted to be like her grandma, so she joined the police, but her grandma has passed away now, though. She then turns around, stating that it must be a mediocre reason, and admits that she doesn't have big ambitions or goals like everyone else. She assumes she isn't good enough and insists she can't do anything. He responds that if she thinks that way, she is overlooking her own strengths. Walking up to her, he points out that she can heal people and has learned to use offensive spells, which is already impressive. He stresses that the reason she chose this path doesn't matter. What matters is what she does with it. He acknowledges that she has been working hard, giving her all, and places a hand on her shoulder, affirming that she's come a long way, and it clearly shows. She breaks into tears at his reassuring words. Later, as they sit on the stairs, she apologizes, saying she must seem like a pathetic adult to him. He replies that he doesn't think age matters, and she agrees, admitting that she felt that way when she first saw him. With tears welling in her eyes, she thanks him, thinking to herself that he has saved her time and again, and to her, he is a hero. Later that night, Kusanagi, in his black mage persona, stands atop a building and asks Leona about the reason for her sudden call. She remarks that she has obtained the information he was curious about, which is about the dark rumors surrounding the magic noble, which piques his interest. He finds it impressive and urges her to share more. She then tells him to put on his Shadowbringer uniform, mentioning that she worked hard to make it for him. He curiously asks if she thinks he could wear it every day. She goes on to explain that she has been investigating illegal mages and shadowy magic organizations through her media contacts. That's when she came across dark rumors about the magic nobles, money laundering, collusion, embezzlement, and a long list of other crimes. In particular, the Fugas appear to have ties with the Black Rebellion. Kusanagi asks who leads the Black Rebellion, and she says rumors point to Kuroi Akuto, a former magic noble. She explains that he was apparently quite unruly during his time and was eventually expelled, an event that even made the news for a while. Hearing this, the protagonist comments that it makes the ties to the magic nobles seem even more suspicious. Leona agrees, noting that many suspect the connection, but there is no solid proof, as no one talks and no information surfaces. She speculates that they are likely being threatened. She warns him to be careful if he decides to dig deeper. He walks past her, telling her to send all the information to his phone. When she curiously asks what he plans to do, he raises his cell phone and states that justice needs to be served before leaping from the building onto his magic circle. As he soars through the air, he reflects that he has many methods at his disposal, and will show no mercy when it comes to dealing with villains. Later at his place, while Ruka is absorbed in yoga and Yuika is busy writing, Kusanagi lounges on a beanbag beside them, using his phone. He decides to look into Ikikami Minato, the calamities, and the 50-year history, now that he has learned how to use a smartphone. Scrolling through the screen, he eventually searches for the history of Ikikami Minato, the great sage. He observes that Ikikami's history up until his death is almost identical, but modern mages seem to be depicted at a much lower level. He internally notes that there is fake news about the magical nobles' ancestors being active, and there is a lot of vague information on the magic nobles, with no details on their high magical level or training methods. He reflects that if only his magic tome were around, mages wouldn't have been in decline. However, he recalls Yuika mentioning that no such books or data remain. It feels as if someone deliberately weakened the mages. He considers that the current head of the Mizuha family might know something. However, he realizes that meeting them now would be difficult, and there is also very little information available on the calamities. He wonders to himself where the calamities reoccurred, why they happened in the first place, and what a calamity truly is. Seeing him engrossed in his thoughts, Yuika intently gazes at him in confusion. The next day, on the training grounds, the special magic squad members are fully engaged in practicing their magic under Kusanagi's supervision. Suddenly, a message comes through his earpiece, urgently calling for the attention of all police department units, announcing that a calamity has been detected and ordering all units to proceed to the site immediately. Kusanagi abruptly leaps into action, urging his unit members to let's move to the site. They instantly heed his command and jump over their magic circles. As they arrive at the site, Fuka scoffs at them for coming late. Leaning closer to Kusanagi, he declares that he has already defeated the boss's soldier subtypes, and sarcastically asks what the special magic squad is even doing. With a grin, Shu further tells him to relax, stating that no civilians were harmed. He then walks to the side with his underlings, stating that the special magic squad always talks big about protecting the citizens, but questions what would have happened without the magic nobles, and urges them to be more alert next time. As they leave, Yuika curiously asks what that was all about, and Kusanagi replies that her guess is as good as his. On another day, when the squad arrives, Shu greets them with mocking sarcasm, calling them late fools and asking if they could possibly be any more useless, which angers the squad members. Walking to the side, Shu scoffs at the usefulness of the special magic squad and asserts that the world clearly still needs the magic nobles. Yuika sternly yells that this is the 5th time, emphasizing that it's strange and there is no way Shu isn't pulling something. Shido thoughtfully remarks that they might have been sabotaged, and their intel is clearly delayed. Deep down, Kusanagi thoughtfully contemplates that he can sense a calamity nearby, but farther away, his detection gets slower, and he internally wonders what to do. Meanwhile, Yuika vents her frustration, protesting that Shu disregards situations involving a demon-level boss, which she finds infuriating. At that moment, Karin, eyes wide, points to her phone and notes that the Fukas appear to be receiving a surge of online support. Shido finds this suspicious, remarking that they were not long ago facing heavy criticism. Karin adds that a press conference is about to begin, and when Kusanagi asks what it is about, she admits she has no idea but says that Fuka is gathering reporters. On the other hand, Fuka Jin thanks the reporters for attending and states that the conference has been convened for a single reason. It pertains to the recent inadequacies and disappointments displayed by the magic nobles, specifically for his dear son Shu. He sadly mentions that they have received a plethora of criticism concerning his actions and demeanor from the general public. The reporters interrupt with one stating that the magic nobles have put civilians in danger, while the other asserts that it's very inhumane and asks what Jin's plan is to address this. Fuka Jin bows over the table, expressing a deep apology, which startles the reporters since they have never heard of a magic noble apologizing. Still bowing, Jin adds that this is undoubtedly a reflection of his own shortcomings as a parent. However, he reassures them that Shu is making amends and is actively engaged in addressing the recent calamities. One reporter acknowledges that there have indeed been discussions about Fuka's son's role in managing these situations. A female reporter adds that, lately, he has been resolving incidents before the special magic squad can even arrive. Upon hearing this, Jin lifts his head with a bright smile and raises his hands to his head in a salute gesture. He then adds that recent calamities and the unforeseen overseas expeditions of other magic nobles have contributed to a shortage of hands, exacerbating the situation. He explains that they are working on comprehensive measures. Watching the press conference on her phone, Yuika notes that Fuka's press conference is trending, while Ruka, also viewing it, mentions that half of the comments are in Fuka's favor. This enrages Ruji, who insists it is all a calculated ruse. Reading through the comments, some siding with Fuka Shu and others criticizing the magic nobles, she mutters that it's a mess and tells the group that people are simply speaking their minds. She then questions whether they worked so hard only to be ridiculed like this. Standing beside her, Kusanagi urges her to calm down, stressing that no matter what the public says, their mission remains the same. He calls on everyone to trust him, assuring them that he will take care of the situation. On the other hand, the police general summons Shido to his office, warning that at this rate, the very existence of their team is in jeopardy. He explains that complaints against the special magic squad are mounting, and opposing the magic nobles has become a serious issue. The general then questions whether the escalation is partly due to Shido's own actions. Shido counters that the real problem lies with Fuka-Shu's behavior, but the general cuts him off, stressing that he should not have taken such an antagonistic approach. He accuses Shido of promoting the establishment of the team and making the magic nobles his foes. That's on him totally. Shido then mentions that their operations have been hindered and asks if the general has any insights. The general remarks that now he is throwing accusations at him. Shame on him. Pointing a finger at him, he sternly orders Shido to work on improving the public's perception and repairing relations with the magic nobles, warning that if he fails, the special magic squad will be finished. On the other hand, Fuka-jin chuckles, remarking that everything is going exactly as planned, while his bowing assistant praises his astounding foresight, something no one would dare question. Jin smirks, saying the public is easily swayed and that with just a bit of acting, those fools will believe anything. Raising his hands triumphantly, he declares that with the public on his side, he will crush the special magic squad in no time, before breaking into a loud, malicious laugh. Later on the rooftop with her friends, Yuika comments that it's so weird that they haven't been called to work for an entire week. Ruka notes that Fuka has been handling most of the recent calamities, while Ryuji adds that even insiders within the police are sabotaging the special magic team. Taking a bite of his burger, Kusanagi remarks that there are probably people in the police who have ties to the magic nobles. For them, the special magic team force is an obstacle. Yuika asserts that she can't understand why they would be an obstacle. Kusanagi remarks that their actions have been negatively affecting the reputation of the magic nobles. Internally, he adds that many of those nobles also seem to be in cahoots with Black Rebellion, and it would be convenient for them if their influence grew. Yuika argues that it's not their fault the magic nobles are incompetent. She leans closer to Kusanagi, saying that if the nobles don't want their reputation ruined, they should work harder, prompting Kusanagi to tell her to go ahead and say that to them. She then wonders aloud if their father could also be involved, but Ruka doubts he would ever be part of such a thing. Kusanagi stands up, declaring that they should go find out, and Ryuji agrees, adding that dilly-dallying will get them nowhere. Yuika hesitantly points out that they are not on good terms with him right now. Kusanagi turns to them and says they don't have to come if they don't want to, but the Mizuha sisters firmly declare that they are coming, emphasizing that they are his daughters, after all. Later that day, they arrive at Mizuha's residence, but the maids halt them and request that they leave. Yuika remarks that they just came to talk, and Ruka asks the maids if they can't make an exception. One maid explains that the master has expressly instructed that his daughters are not to be granted entry, and the other asserts that they cannot permit those who have been disowned to cross the threshold. This leaves the Mizuha sisters disheartened, but Kusanagi steps forward with a smile and introduces himself as the captain of the special magic team, asserting that he has some questions for Master Mizuha. The maid remarks that for interviews, he must schedule an appointment in advance. Kusanagi denies, stating that it's not for an interview, he just has some questions. The other aide insists that even for questions, an appointment must be scheduled. Wearing a faint smile, Kusanagi inwardly notes that this is getting irritating and briefly considers whether they should just barge in. At that moment, Mizuha Taoshiru arrives there. Asking what's going on here, the maid informs him that these students want to speak with him. After a thoughtful pause, Taoshiru turns around, allowing the maids to let them in. As they follow Taoshiru down the hallway, Kusanagi leans toward the Mizuha sisters and whispers that he didn't know they had a brother. Yuika quietly corrects him, saying that it's their father, while Ruka adds that people make that mistake often. Kusanagi then remarks that Taoshiru looks like he's in his 20s. At this, Taoshiru casts a sidelong glance at them. Soon after, they are seated before him, with the Mizuha sisters sitting hesitantly. Eyeing Kusanagi, Taoshiru comments that he must be the one leading his daughters astray. With a grin, Kusanagi remarks that blaming someone else for his children's independence is a bad habit parents tend to have, and asks if he shouldn't be happy that they have matured. This remark somewhat infuriates Taoshiru, but Kusanagi nonchalantly keeps smiling. The protagonist then shifts the topic straight to the point and asks if Taoshiru is the one putting pressure on the special magic team. The man remarks that he has neither given such orders nor has any involvement. He clarifies that magic nobles generally don't work together, and that Fuka is acting on his own accord. Kusanagi remarks that he is surprisingly straightforward and mentions that he thought this would take longer. Taoshiru remarks that he respects those who show resolve, then adds that he has heard stories about Kusanagi, a student with the power of a magic noble, hailed as a hero who has stopped multiple calamities. However, he admits he finds such tales suspicious. Kusanagi asks if Taoshiru would like to test him, prompting Taoshiru to unleash an overwhelming surge of aura. The protagonist responds in kind, releasing an equally intense aura while remaining unfazed and smiling. Meanwhile, their comrades struggle under the crushing force, barely able to keep their footing. They wonder what kind of magic power could produce such pressure, question if both men are monsters, and note that the oppressive magic feels utterly paralyzing. As their energies subside, Taoshiru praises Kusanagi, admitting it's impressive and noting that few mages can match his magic power like that. Kusanagi casually responds that sensing and controlling magic power is basic knowledge for handling magic, adding that Taoshiru wasn't even releasing that much power to begin with. Taoshiru smirks, remarking that Kusanagi sure talks big. The protagonist internally observes that Taoshiru's control over mana, along with its sheer volume, is unmatched by any other mage, making it clear he stands leagues above the rest in today's world. He reasons that talent and aptitude alone can't explain such power and speculates that there is definitely something more to Mizuha Taoshiru. He then asks the final question of why mages have become weaker compared to the past. Taoshiru curiously asks what his basis is for saying that. Kusanagi replies that it's because he knew about what happened 50 years ago. Taoshiru explains that the cause lies in restraints and regulations, prompting the protagonist to press him on what he means. Taoshiru only responds that he will understand in due time, adding with conviction that magic nobles are essential. Kusanagi asks if his claim applies even to the likes of the Fukas, but Taoshiru remains silent. Kusanagi then stands up, stating that it's about time they leave, and thanks him for answering his questions. Meanwhile, Yuika, sitting along with Ruka and Ruji, tearfully tells him that they cannot move due to the recoil from earlier. Kusanagi helps Ruji stand up and, before leaving, turns his head around, stating that, honestly, he might have hesitated if the Mizuha family were involved, and that he is a bit relieved that Taoshiru is not. He adds that Yuika and Ruka are essential friends to him after all. Taoshiru firmly asks what he is talking about, and while leaving Kusanagi remarks who knows. Later, two special magic squad members place cartons on the ground, excited that their uniforms have finally arrived, consisting of anti-monster equipment capable of resisting spells. With a smile, Shido remarks that with this, they can start operating for real. Standing beside him and holding his phone, Kusanagi remarks that preparations on his end are also complete, prompting Shido to respond by asking what operations he is referring to. The protagonist confidently urges him to move, declaring that they have a score to settle. On the other hand, Fuka Jin excitedly proclaims that the end of the special magic team is near, and that he will control Japan with the help of Black Rebellion. Shu, standing before his father, eagerly declares that money and fame will belong to the Fukas, while Jin adds that the foolish commoners will bow down. At that moment, the police burst into their house, ordering everyone to freeze. Jin anxiously demands to know the meaning of this and questions whether they realize whose house they have entered. Meanwhile, outside, a female reporter in a hovering helicopter announces that the police have entered the residence of the suspect Fuka Jin, noting that this is the first time a magic noble has been charged. The red-haired officer presents the arrest warrant, stating that Jin is under arrest for bribery, intimidation, and misuse of special authority, and announces that a search is being conducted. Fuka anxiously protests, demanding to know if they are joking and how they dare treat a noble like a criminal, insisting they had better have evidence. At that moment, Kusanagi enters with his squad in their new costumes, declaring that Jin can bet they do, and displays his phone, stating that the proof is right there. Shu is startled to see Kusanagi Minato of the special magic team and anxiously demands to know why he is there, while Jin insists there's no way he has any evidence. The protagonist plays a video, stating it is proof of bribery, followed by evidence of collusion with illegal mages, as well as threats and intimidation. Seeing this, Jin anxiously claims the material is fabricated, stressing that in this age, anything can be doctored. Kusanagi extends his phone toward him and asks if he would also claim this is fabricated. then plays a video showing Jin's assistant butler informing him that his assistance in fighting the calamity has been requested, stressing that the people need his power now more than ever. In the footage, Jin dismissively urges him to leave it be, insisting that the police can handle small calamities and that there is no need for a magic noble to intervene. This video leaves the Fukas visibly stunned, and Jin, in a fit of rage, ferociously yells at his son, demanding to know who dared spy on him, asserting that only a select few have access to his room. The butler calmly steps forward, admitting that it was he. Jin grabs the butler's collar with a stern glare, calling him a mere servant and demanding to know why he would do such a thing. Inwardly, the butler recalls the moment when Kusanagi, disguised as Shadowbringer, approached him. He had initially refused, saying he could never betray his master. But Kusanagi had looked him in the eye and remarked on his loyalty, then asked if that loyalty was truly genuine, and whether it was his duty to stand by and watch as the family he served descended into corruption. As the butler contemplated the situation, Kusanagi asked if he would choose to let the Fuka family continue its corruption or accept the pain and save the magic nobles. He urged him to make his choice. Back in the present, with Jin still gripping his collar, the butler meets his master's furious gaze and declares with unwavering resolve that Jin is unfit to be a magic noble and must be removed. Jin's teeth grind in pure rage as he raises his hand, channeling his magic and proclaiming that all of them will die. However, before he can cast the spell, the protagonist casts a radiant beam of spell, which Jin narrowly evades, but it shatters his table into two halves. Kusanagi firmly declares that there is no way out for the corrupt magic nobles. Trembling with rage, Jin asks how dare he undermine all his years of effort and all the money and status he has built up over the years, now all thrown away. Kusanagi remarks that they have brought this on themselves. Jin laughs out loud in panic, proclaiming that he has never been this furious in his life. With a twisted chuckle, he boasts that he has established overseas bases for exactly such a situation, and if he escapes there, no one will be able to touch him, but before that, he vows to kill them all. As the Fukas begin hurling magic spells in attack, the police quickly conjure a magical barrier that effortlessly deflects their assaults. The protagonist steps forward, instructing the police that the special magic squad will handle the matter and urging everyone else to stand back. From the helicopter, the reporter spots a radiant beam of magic bursting from the Fuka residence and announces that magic has been unleashed, speculating that the Fuka family has begun to resist arrest. She wonders whether the magic nobles involved in crime and criticizes them for thinking only of their own gain in these uncertain times, marked by calamities and monsters. Her words are broadcast worldwide, with viewers everywhere watching the scene unfold as she pointedly asks if the public can no longer rely on the magic nobles and whether there is anyone left who will truly protect them. The reporter quickly retracts her earlier claim, insisting it isn't true because the public still has the special magic squad and their leader, Kusanagi Minato. Meanwhile, the special magic squad faces off against Shu and his subordinates, while Kusanagi confronts Fuka Jin on the terrace. Elsewhere, Shu and his men hover on their magic circles, with Shu confidently declaring that the squad doesn't stand a chance against them with so few members. Yuka remarks that, unlike the lazy magic nobles, they are not idle and reveals that they have sent other members to deal with calamities and monsters. Shu frustratedly yells that she is annoying and that she keeps getting in his way. He furiously declares that he won't hold back anymore and will kill them all. Yuika leaps into action, proclaiming that he is a disgrace to the magic nobles and that they will never forgive him. Meanwhile, Jin asks if Kusanagi thinks he can defeat the magic nobles, and the protagonist remarks that he has no reason to lose to a small fry like him. Jin raises his hand and unleashes his spell on the hovering helicopter, declaring that he will see how it goes. However, before the spell can hit the helicopter, Kusanagi conjures a magic barrier beneath it, which deflects that attack, and he asks Jin how low he can go. Jin bluntly remarks that as long as he gets money, he will go as low as necessary. On the other hand, the special magic squad confronts the Shu and his subordinates head-on. They easily take down two subordinates with their water and fire magic, which catches Shu off guard, and he anxiously asserts that this can't be happening. He grits his teeth, unable to fathom that the magic nobles are being overpowered. Finding it impossible to accept being inferior to them, he internally vows not to allow it. He firmly commands his subordinates to do whatever it takes and insists they must kill the squad. Conjuring a massive green magic spell, he urges them to unleash their most potent magic, and they immediately comply. Yuika calls her sister, and they collectively unleash level 6 Grand Water Magic, Burst Stream. With the overwhelming force of the water spell, they swiftly bring Shu down, his subordinates collapsing to the ground. As the sisters close in on him, Shu, reeling on the ground, anxiously grits his teeth. He then bows before them with his men and asserts that it was just a momentary lapse in judgment, claiming that he will change. He pleads with them to forgive him. Yuika turns around, stating that if he truly intends to change, then they might have no choice but to forgive him. Catching her off guard, Shu and his subordinates prepare to maliciously unleash their spell, mocking her as dumb and asking if she really believes he would change. However, before they can cast it, the special magic squad swiftly summons their magic circles in readiness. Startled, Shu tearfully reminds Yuika that she had said she would forgive him. Yuika firmly replies, asking if he truly thinks they would forgive someone who never intended to change in the first place. This prompts Shu and his men to cry in panic. Observing the scene from the terrace, Kusanagi comments that it seems his squad has settled things over there. He adds that it seems like Jin's pride and joy of a son met his match against his comrades. Jin grits his teeth in fury and calls him a brat. Jin launches a level 1 aerial spell, but the protagonist effortlessly evades it by leaping to the side. He follows up with a level 2 wind spear, yet Kusanagi nimbly dodges the assault. Undeterred, Jin casts a level 3 wind cutter, but Kusanagi springs into the air, avoiding it with ease. From the helicopter above, the reporter witnesses the dazzling display of magic and comments that the magic noble Fuka is entirely on the defensive, questioning whether Kusanagi Minato is alright. Meanwhile, Jin casts a level 4 Tempest, the overwhelming force of the spell swirling violently around him. As the protagonist leaps into the air, Jin thrusts his hand upward, directing the raging winds toward him, then follows with a level 5 Grand Typhoon. Hovering on his magic circle, Kusanagi narrowly evades the spiraling tornado of magic, yet the overwhelming spell still engulfs him. Seeing this, Yuika calls out his name in alarm, while Ryuji remarks that it's starting to look dangerous. The protagonist effortlessly deflects the spell, then forms a 4-layer magic barrier around himself in midair, emerging without a scratch. Looking up, Ruka wonders in surprise if he really blocked such a powerful attack with just a barrier, while Ryuji grins and says with certainty that it's Kusanagi. Meanwhile, viewers around the world watching the live broadcast are astonished, remarking on how impressive the magic nobles are, and noting how easily Jin cast a level 5 spell. Two workers watching the broadcast remark in amazement that the kid named Kusanagi managed to block such powerful magic so effortlessly. Meanwhile, the reporter in the helicopter points out that neither side is yielding an inch and admits she has never witnessed a battle quite like this before. As the protagonist lands on the rooftop, Jin inwardly notes that his spells didn't have much effect and suspects he might be stalling for time, concluding that he must be waiting for backup. With a malicious grin, Jin taunts Kusanagi, asking what's wrong and whether he's unable to move. The protagonist responds firmly, stating that while he could defeat him quickly, it wouldn't be any fun, and instead urges Jin to unleash his full power. Wearing a confident grin, he declares that he will take everything Jin throws at him and still come out victorious. Jin, visibly frustrated, calls him an arrogant brat but agrees to grant his wish. Before that, however, he insists on telling Kusanagi something, and with a chuckle, warns him not to wet his pants over it. He then confidently boasts that his magic power is 200,000. Hearing this, Ruka, suspended midair on a magic circle, is taken aback, while Yuika, also standing on a magic circle, remarks that it has to be a lie, stressing that even 100,000 is rare in Japan. Meanwhile, Ryuji, hovering nearby, comments that Jin must be bluffing. Ruka asserts that they should help out even if just a little, and Yuika and Ryuji abruptly agree. Kusanagi turns his head to see them landing, while Jin, noticing them from the corner of his eye, extends his hand toward them. With a cold smirk, he tells them to consider themselves lucky, claiming that if they had been a bit closer, he would have killed them, which startles them. Jin then lets out a thunderous roar, unleashing an overwhelming surge of magic energy from his body. The squad watches in shock, noting how the sheer pressure of his magic makes his entire body glow. and they wonder at the insane amount of energy he's producing. To them, it feels like overkill even for someone like Kusanagi. But to their surprise, the protagonist remains completely unfazed and lets out a calm, almost bored sigh. Amidst the torrent of magic radiating from him, Jin chuckles darkly, claiming that Kusanagi can't possibly fathom the sheer magnitude of his power. He taunts him, saying he will demonstrate it in a way that even a simpleton like him can understand. As multiple magic circles ignite around him, Jin commands him to behold and drown in despair, declaring with pride that this is neo-magic. In response to his spell, a massive sphere of magical energy begins forming high in the sky. Seeing this, the protagonist grins, realizing it's a spell he has never seen before. The massive green magic sphere begins to swirl violently, its energy wreaking havoc as the terrain shatters beneath its pressure. Unleashing the spell, Jin confidently boasts that this atmosphere magic is the most powerful spell, capable of crushing everything in its vicinity and flattening a human in an instant. Kusanagi, leaping to the side with a casual air, responds nonchalantly that he would like to see him try. His remarks only further enrage Fuka-jin, who grits his teeth and channels extra level 6 atmosphere magic, air press, shouting for Kusanagi to die under the crushing force. The immense pressure sends rubble flying, while the protagonist stands firm, shielding himself with one arm. As the colossal magic sphere engulfs him, Jin lets out a loud chuckle, declaring that Kusanagi couldn't do anything and has died, and that it serves him right. Kusanagi's comrades grow tense, anxiously insisting it cannot be, that Minato cannot die, finding it impossible for him to lose in such a way, and claiming it must be a joke. Yuika calls out to him with urgency, pleading for him to answer and shouting his name in panic. When the spell finally fades, Kusanagi remains standing, turning his head toward her as if to ask what. She, still shaken, demands to know how he is still alive, while the protagonist calmly tells her not to declare people dead on her own. Sweating heavily, Jin shouts in frustration, demanding to know how Kusanagi could remain unharmed and insisting he was sure he had crushed him. Kusanagi explains that when external and internal pressures are balanced, there is no issue, comparing it to the principle that allows deep-sea creatures to survive. Jin, still rattled, protests that even if that is true, Kusanagi should not be able to use atmosphere magic since it is his own signature spell. Kusanagi responds that he simply watched and learned, leaving Jin on the verge of losing control, unable to comprehend that he had mastered it through observation alone. The protagonist points out that if Jin had used the spell immediately, it might have hurt him slightly, but instead, Jin was considerate enough to give a detailed explanation. In the end, it is simply a variation of wind magic, nothing too complex. Forming the smallest magic circle, Kusanagi states that if it is similar magic, he can use it as well, leaving Jin completely stunned and clutching his head in disbelief. Kusanagi then adds that by increasing the sound pressure, it becomes sound magic, another application of wind magic. Yuika internally recalls the moment when Kusanagi had previously used sound magic. Meanwhile, Jin clutches his head in frustration, demanding to know how Kusanagi dares to mock him. His magic aura flares intensely as he declares that he has held back long enough and will now kill them all with everything he has. Spreading his arms, he reminds them that he had said his magic power was 200,000, stressing that this was only for the moment, and when he goes all out, it reaches 500,000. Standing nearby, Shido anxiously realizes that Jin isn't bluffing, while Karin, struggling to keep her footing, wonders what kind of magic power could be this immense. Exuding an overwhelming aura, Jin bellows for Kusanagi to fall into despair. He releases an intense surge of energy, enveloping his entire residence in a vivid green aura. Watching this, Yuika anxiously wonders if this is the true might of the magic nobles, while Ruka struggles to comprehend that anyone could possess such power. Ruji grimly states that this isn't an opponent they can take on. Shido admits they had underestimated the magic noble, while Karin firmly declares there's no way they can win against such overwhelming magic. Amidst the torrent of magical energy, Jin lets out a low chuckle, boasting that this is his full power and declaring it's far too late for Kusanagi to beg for his life. Yet the protagonist remains utterly unfazed and lets out a casual yawn. Jin sneers that Kusanagi is too dull to even gauge his magical power, further claiming that his atmosphere magic must have failed purely by luck. With a sweeping motion, he begins unleashing another spell. His voice rises as he announces that the charade ends here and that he will finish Kusanagi with his ultimate magic. As he forms another sphere of magic in his hand and grits his teeth with menace, pouring all his strength into it, Kusanagi calmly observes his actions. Jin lifts his hand and casts a spell, creating 7 magic circles before him. Shido is taken aback at the sight of a level 7 spell, and Karen worries that even Kusanagi may not be able to withstand it. Meanwhile, Yuika clasps her hands, silently thinking that even in this desperate moment, she trusts Kusanagi to find a way and believes in him, urging him inwardly to win. Jin maliciously asserts that Kusanagi has missed his greatest chance, claiming that the few seconds he spent charging his magic were the only opening he would get, and it is now too late for regret. Kusanagi stays calm and casually asks if he is ready. Growing increasingly furious, Jin vows that not even a speck of dust will remain of him, and urges him to face his highest tier spell. As he unleashes the atmosphere magic level 7 plasma break, a massive ball of energy forms in the sky, its power even disrupting the helicopter's movements. Shido instinctively shields himself with his arms, overwhelmed by uncertainty about how they can possibly counter such an attack, while Karen stands beside him in utter terror. Ruka shouts Kusanagi's name and urges him to run. Ryuji insists there is no way he can withstand this, and Yuika calls out to him in deep concern. Jin warns that Kusanagi can run if he wishes, but in that case, he will target and kill his friends instead. Sweating heavily, he presses Kusanagi to choose between running and dying. Despite the immense sphere of energy churning in the sky, Kusanagi confidently states that he will face Jin's magic head-on. He then casts the level 4 core amethyst spell, and upon seeing the small magic circles and the crystal, Jin chuckles in disbelief, questioning what that is supposed to be and scoffing at the idea that Kusanagi could resist his magic with it. The crystal of Kusanagi's spell then soars higher and directly hits the massive energy sphere. In no time, it shatters Jin's magical sphere, which catches him utterly off guard. This unexpected turn of events equally startles Kusanagi's comrades, while Jin tremblingly wonder why his magic has disappeared. Kusanagi explains that it's because wind is weak to the earth attribute, and it's evident that a slow-moving spell would be neutralized. He then pointedly asks whether the magic nobles don't even know the basics. Jin clutches his head in disbelief, insisting there's no way his magic could lose to such a low-level spell. Kusanagi calmly responds that while core amethyst indeed has no real offensive power and wouldn't cause much impact damage, it holds an exceptionally high density of magic power despite its appearance. He explains that if it absorbs a compatible attribute, like the absorbing type of magic Jin used, it can neutralize it completely, even when there's a difference in rank. When Jin nervously questions why he would use such a seemingly useless spell, Kusanagi casually replies that it's simply an original magic he created for fun. The revelation leaves Jin stunned, collapsing to his knees at the thought that Kusanagi made a spell on a whim while he had spent decades perfecting his own. Looming over him, Kusanagi declares that class time is over. Now it's time for punishment. Panic-stricken, Jin begs him to wait, surrendering outright and asserting that his magic is depleted and he can't move. With a grin, Kusanagi leans in and extends his hand for a flick, remarking that he has no intention of beating a dead horse. Jin inwardly scoffs, calling him a fool and thinking there's no way a simple flick could harm him. However, the moment Kusanagi's finger snaps against his forehead, the sheer force sends Jin flying and crashing to the side. Kusanagi's comrades stare in shock, unable to comprehend how it all happened with just one flick, even questioning whether Kusanagi is truly human. Before the tension can settle, the police suddenly intervene and place Jin under arrest. Meanwhile, the news reporter excitedly announces that the magic noble has been defeated, and the captain of the special magic squad, Kusanagi Minato, has emerged victorious. The broadcast spreads like wildfire, thrilling viewers everywhere. At the same time, the Mizuha sisters and Ryuji cheer in excitement, praising Kusanagi for his unexpected victory and exclaiming that he actually did it. In response, Kusanagi humbly remarks that they all did well, too. Seeing Jin under arrest, the protagonist reflects that it is a relief and that the magic nobility is not as impressive as it seems, even though it is supposed to represent the pinnacle of Japan's nobility. He thinks they seriously need to train the mages of today. Before the police take Jin away, Kusanagi calls out, saying he has something to ask. He then brings up what the magic nobles did after the death of Ikigami Minato and wonders whether they destroyed the tome that existed 50 years ago, and if so, what's the reason behind it. Without turning back, Jin states that commoners could never comprehend the lofty thoughts of the magic nobles. This prompts Kusanagi to demand an explanation, but Jin dismisses him, telling him to figure it out on his own. Afterward, the police officers escorted Jin away under arrest. Later, a press conference is held with the police general, Shido, and Kusanagi. Shido addresses the reporters, announcing that they will now begin the press conference with the captain of the Special Magic Squad, Kusanagi Minato, and first asks him to share a few words. The news was also published in the newspaper, and people went crazy in the comment section. The following day, Kusanagi lies on a resting chair at Hawaii Beach, wondering what he is doing in a place like this. At that moment, Yuika approaches and leans curiously over him, asking what's wrong. A day earlier, during a squad meeting, Ryuji asked in surprise if Shido was suggesting they go to Hawaii, which shocked everyone. Shido explained that the special magic team had recently become incredibly popular and was overwhelmed by all the attention. Meanwhile, Yuika glanced at her phone and noticed a video titled "Minato looks so cute when he is in school mode." She frowned in confusion, wondering what kind of video this was and if they were secretly being filmed at school. Seeing the trending list featuring them, Yuika told the others that the video was going viral across multiple SNS platforms. Holding her phone, Ruka added that online news was flooded with coverage about the special magic team as well. Ryuji, checking the updates on his own phone, remarked that even television channels were reporting non-stop about the magic nobles and their squad. Karin glanced at her phone too, noting that they were really beginning to stand out. Shido informed them that all of Japan now had its eyes on them, which was why he had decided to give them a break, urging them to head to Hawaii and relax until things were sorted out back home. He then turned his attention to Kusanagi, thanking him and acknowledging that it was because of him their team had grown stronger. With the support of the Mizuha clan, Shido emphasized, their disaster response was well covered, and with the boss leading them, they could handle any monster threats that came their way. Shido patted Kusanagi's shoulder, praising him for working hard and telling him to use this chance to rest. Back in the present, when Yuika asks what's wrong, Kusanagi wearily stands up and says he was just lost in thought. She then excitedly asks how her dress looks, nervously wondering if it's weird. Kusanagi calmly replies that it's cute, leaving her flustered and blushing deeply. He casually continues, saying it matches her hair color, complements her style, and looks great on her. In short, it's cute. Ryuji, taken aback by his words, watches him with curious eyes. She shyly thanks him. At that moment, Ruka shows up in her black swimsuit, saying she's been looking for them. Kusanagi is caught off guard at the sight of her, and Ruka, tilting her head, asks if he has something he wants to say. After a pause, he tells her she looks gorgeous, which makes her freeze in surprise. He adds that she looks like a model, and even more than that. Her pale, clear skin makes the swimsuit stand out, and she is probably the most beautiful girl on this beach. His words leave Ryuji startled, while Ruka, blushing furiously, turns away and quietly walks off to the side. Ryuji internally marvels at the protagonist, finding him incredible, and unlike most people, Kusanagi isn't shy in the slightest and never hesitates. He notices that while Kusanagi openly compliments the girls, there's no trace of ulterior motive behind his words. Just then, Karin arrives with a swimming tube in her hand, apologizing for keeping them waiting. Her entrance utterly takes Ryuji aback. Karin then nervously asks how her swimsuit looks. Before Kusanagi can respond, Ryuji internally panics, anxiously urging him not to compliment her bust. Kusanagi instead remarks that she has a nice style, prompting Ryuji to sigh in relief, thinking that phrasing should be safe. With flushed cheeks, Karin shyly asks if that's true. Kusanagi nonchalantly adds that the contrast with her usual modesty makes her especially charming, noting that the swimsuit suits her well, catches the eye even from a distance, and makes her look like a beautiful grown woman. Ryuji is utterly stunned by his comment. Karin anxiously covers her blushing cheeks while urging him not to compliment her so much. As she walks to the side, Ryuji comments that Kusanagi is seriously impressive and asks if that isn't a bit too much praise. Kusanagi calmly replies, asking why, and asserts that he's simply speaking his mind. He adds that if he feels someone deserves a compliment, there's no reason he shouldn't give it. He adds that all three of them are beautiful, so he compliments them. Ryuji, scratching his head, remarks that nothing is wrong with it, though, looking at the shy girls, he internally admits it makes him feel awkward. Kusanagi then calls him out as well, complimenting that he has a great body, well proportioned, and that his simple swimsuit suits him, firmly asserting that he should be proud of his physical beauty. Ryuji grits his teeth in embarrassment and urges him not to praise him as well. After that, they all become engrossed in playing games like volleyball, riding jet skis, enjoying drinks, and engaging in many other activities. Later that night, Kusanagi steps out of the hotel, reflecting that they played a bit too much and that his throat is parched. As he walks to the side, wondering where the convenience store might be, he suddenly notices Yuika walking ahead of him, softly remarking that this is fun. He walks beside her, remarking that he didn't think they would be able to enjoy themselves like this. She agrees, noting that they had been fighting non-stop until now. Amidst their walk, Yuika recalls how her sister was wearing a ring back then and internally wonders if it meant she was dating Kusanagi. Quickly shaking her head, she dismisses the thought, insisting there's no way those two could possibly be together, especially since Kusanagi himself said he wasn't dating anyone. She then hesitantly asks if she can ask him something, and he wonders if it's about his power again. She quickly denies it, explaining that it's not that, then nervously asks what type of person he likes. He turns his head toward her and casually replies that he hasn't really thought about it. Blushing slightly, she anxiously presses, asking, for example, out of the three of them, or something like that. Without hesitation, he remarks that it would be all of them, which startles her. With a calm smile, he adds that they are all cute and attractive, and beyond that, they are hardworking and diligent, and he likes people who put in effort. She curiously asks if that isn't different from a romantic feeling. He turns his head slightly and asks if it really is, clarifying that he always thought the two were quite similar. But as he thinks about it more, he admits that maybe he likes her the most, which leaves her startled. He goes on to explain that since the moment they met, she has always been honest, serious, and kind, and above all, she consistently gives her best. With a gentle smile, he repeats that he truly likes her. His remarks utterly take Yuika aback, and she suddenly sits on the ground, prompting him to worryingly ask what's wrong and if she's okay. Blushing deeply, she tells herself internally that she knows he probably doesn't mean it in a romantic way, but it still makes her happy, and she realizes she really does like him. On the other hand, Shido notes that things are getting pretty heated. Looking at his laptop, he contemplates that there is a flood of criticism against the magic nobles, and there is a strong call for the special magic team to handle disasters and monster threats. He notes that Kusanagi's popularity is skyrocketing, and at the same time, the Shadowbringer's popularity is also rising. He reflects that the special magic team and Shadowbringer seem to be forming a confrontation rather than cooling down. Things are heating up, and he wonders what they should do. On the other hand, at the airport, the red-haired girl, Homirai Hinata, head of the magic noble Homirai family, comments that while they were away, things seem to have grown rather troublesome. Beside her, Kaichai Riku, head of the magic noble Kaichai family, scoffs and mutters, "Spineless lot." Hinata confidently boasts that if she had been present, everything would have already been resolved, while Riku, clearly irritated, finds her bravado nothing short of annoying. 1 week later, back in their hometown, while Yuika is preparing a meal in Kusanagi's apartment, he wearily remarks that they returned far sooner than he had expected. Sitting at the dining table, Ruka comments that it seems the Special Magic Squad has imposed certain media restrictions, with the school going along with it as well. Letting out a sigh, he notes that at least they can finally catch a break. Just then, Yuika calls out from the kitchen, asking for help carrying the plates, and Kusanagi readily agrees to assist her. Shortly after, as the meal is served, they thank her for the meal, and amidst devouring the food, Yuika mentions that school starts again tomorrow, but if they are sure everything will be okay. Holding a drink, he remarks that with the police and the school on their side, the attention towards the Special Magic Squad should have died down. Yuika affirms, mentioning that social media hasn't been as active as before. But before she can complete, Kusanagi, with a grin, states that people will lose interest soon enough, and they just have to ignore it. However, the very next day at school, he sighs to himself, realizing how foolish he was for even thinking that. He is immediately swarmed by a group of girls bombarding him with questions about whether he has a girlfriend, with some boldly offering to exchange contact information. Meanwhile, Yuika finds herself the center of attention among the boys in class, who gush over her beauty, whispering about how cute she is and even daring to suggest asking for her autograph. On the other hand, Ruji and Ruka in the hallway are also trailed by a group of students who won't stop pestering them. When they finally make their way to Kusanagi and Yuika's classroom, they are met with the sight of the crowd surrounding the two. Ruka states that they came to invite them to lunch, but things seem a little rowdy today. Kusanagi retorts, asking if she calls this a little. Yuika then notes that this is actually mild compared to before, explaining she heard it used to be far worse, with even outsiders barging into the school. Standing beside her, Ruji remarks that he is used to the commotion because of Ruka. Out of the blue, Ruka tells Kusanagi that they are out of toilet paper, and he remarks that they should do some shopping on their way home, which startles Yuika and everyone around. Kusanagi then turns to Yuika, stating that they can also pick up some bath salts, emphasizing that she has been wanting those, which catches her utterly off guard. The students around begin murmuring among themselves, wondering whether the three are living together, which embarrasses Yuika. She frantically shoves the protagonist from the back, urging him to move to the rooftop while Ruji seems engrossed in deep thought. Later on the rooftop, while having lunch, Ruji curiously asks if they are living at Kusanagi's place. He thinks to himself that there's no way they are actually dating, dismissing the idea outright. Normally, he would be against such a situation, but since it involves Kusanagi, he feels it might be acceptable. He tells the Mizuha sisters that if they ever need anything, they shouldn't hesitate to ask, assuring them that he will do his best to help. The sisters happily thank him with excitement. Then, turning to Kusanagi, he suggests dropping the formalities and asks if it's alright to call him Minato. Kusanagi agrees, stating that he can call him whatever he wants, while Yuika also calls him Minato. Meanwhile, Ruka silently lost in her thoughts. With her cheeks slightly flushed, Yuika reflects that, when she really thinks about it, living together is actually a pretty big deal. She quickly shakes her head, reassuring herself that it's not as if they are doing anything wrong. Still, she glances at Minato and wonders if he ever feels nervous about it. Later that night, as they all lie in their beds to sleep, Yuika opens her eyes as she can't sleep. Looking to the side, she wonders internally how Ruka and Kusanagi can sleep so soundly, questioning whether she is the only one feeling conscious about this. With her cheeks warming, she turns around and closes her eyes, finding it frustrating, and thinks she should sleep. As she sleeps, Ruka widely opens her eyes, as she also can't sleep and internally wonders how Yuika and Kusanagi can sleep so well, or if she is the only one bothered by this. Deep down, she admits to herself that she's still not used to sharing the same room with Kusanagi. She sits up, wondering why she is so nervous and why it bothers her this much. With slightly blushed cheeks, she glances at Kusanagi, who is sleeping on his bed. She then puts on her blanket and lies on her bed, reflecting that Ruji has started calling him by his first name, and that she is the only one still calling him by his alias, Kusanagi. The following day, on her way to the academy with her comrades, she wonders internally when the right time is to change how she addresses him and what she is hesitating over. She wonders why she is hesitating and reminds herself that she should casually call him, thinking Kusanagi, or rather Minato, won't mind. On their way, she just says M to say Minato, but as he turns around, she changes it instantly, stating maybe they have a good day ahead of them. Turning his head to her, Kusanagi wonders what's this out of the blue. She frustratedly grasps her head, internally scolding herself for being unable to say his name. Later, during lunch on the rooftop, she makes another attempt, beginning with his name but quickly diverting, saying that perhaps she should learn from Kusanagi, which makes him glance at her in surprise. That evening, she tries once more but nervously blurts out a question about where Minatomirai is located, leaving him bewildered. That night, determined to call him Minato, she stammers instead about how minnow fishing by the harbor would be nice, startling him as he remains completely unaware of what she is actually trying to do. Later, as she lies on her bed, she reflects on how she always ends up avoiding it, thinking she could have said it earlier, and wonders if she is really just a coward. The next day, on their way to the academy, Kusanagi glances back at her and walks up to her, asking if something is wrong or if she feels unwell. She replies that she is perfectly fine, referring to him as Kusanagi. At this, he corrects her, reminding her that it's not Kusanagi anymore and insisting that since they are no longer strangers, she should stop addressing him that way. Startled, she looks at him with curiosity before turning her head aside, then remarks that if he insists so much, she supposes she can change it, and finally, with excitement, she calls him Minato. Later, at a gathering of the magic nobles, Hinata sits with her guards standing behind her and declares that the very existence of the magic nobility is in jeopardy. As she nervously bites her nail, she insists that the rise of special magic is to blame, and that, for his sake, they cannot simply remain passive. Riku, seated at the round table with his guards standing behind him, raises the question of how they should deal with their captain, Kusanagi Minato. When Taoshiru voices his agreement, Hinata turns to him and asks what he thinks. Taoshiru remarks that he only seeks to align with their lord's will. Hinata frantically slams the table, calling him as cryptic as ever, and asks if he doesn't have anything else to say. Taoshiru observes that it seems Kusanagi Minato did not recognize him, prompting Hinata to curiously ask if that also means Kusanagi is unaware of their existence. When Taoshiru responds that it is most likely the case, Riku suggests they should put Kusanagi to the test, stressing that he could turn out to be useful. Hinata cheerfully adds that if he proves to be trash, they will simply eliminate him. Taoshiru remains silent at her remark. On the other hand, in a special magic squad meeting, Kusanagi tells the squad that the next great calamity shall strike Osaka. He pinpoints a spot on the map, asserting that the calamities have been following the same pattern as 50 years ago, except for the smaller ones. Yuika, wide-eyed with surprise, remarks that the media has also been reporting on it. At the same time, Ruka thoughtfully notes that although the pattern remains the same, the frequency has drastically shortened. Ryuji curiously asks if the calamities used to occur only once a year. With a worried expression, Karen points out that they can't predict when the next great calamity will strike, and even the police can do nothing more than stay on alert. The protagonist reflects that the disaster response is in disarray, noting that, unlike their region, there are no dedicated squads like the Special Magic Squad elsewhere. Suddenly, Shido bursts into laughter, saying he had expected Kusanagi to bring that up, leaving the protagonist puzzled as to what had gotten into him. Shido loudly asserts that the truth is that they are setting up a second Special Magic Squad in Osaka. His declaration startles the Mizuha sisters and Ryuji, who immediately ask if he is serious. Shido affirms and explains that, in collaboration with the self-defense forces and the police, efforts have been made to enhance disaster response, and in fact, they have asked them to train them. He then turns to Kusanagi with a smile, stating that he will go, while Kusanagi turns his head away and, with a sigh, remarks that Shido always makes such requests so smoothly. He then agrees, stating that he has no reason to refuse, a remark that excites Shido, who pats him on the shoulder. Shido goes on to inform him that someone is actually waiting for him there, a survivor of the Great Calamity 50 years ago, and one of the few remaining anti-monster equipment artisans, Takagami Shizuku, which surprises the protagonist. Shido adds that Takagami is interested in him and wants to talk directly, but clarifies that there is no pressure to meet her. When Kusanagi remarks that he will meet her, Shido responds that it is good to hear, emphasizing that Takagami is also the one who crafted the Special Magic Squad's uniform. Kusanagi then quietly contemplates Takagami Shizuku, while Shido watches him intently. Later that day, the Mizuha sisters and Ryuji arrive at the airport to see him off. As the protagonist asserts that he is leaving, Yuika urges him to take care. Ruka quickly adds that it is not as though they are worried, and Ryuji encourages him to show them what he is made of. Kusanagi agrees, then hands them bangles, remarking that he had almost forgotten to give these to them. As they gaze intently at the bangles, he urges them to keep them on until he returns, leaning closer to stress that they must not take them off for any reason and assuring them that they will be fine without him. Yuika confidently remarks that they have grown stronger as well, while Ruka tells him to head to Osaka without worries. Kusanagi then waves to them and bids them farewell, stating that he is counting on them. As Kusanagi settles into his seat on the airplane, he exhales in relief, glad to finally sit down. He recalls how the same thing happened during their trip to Hawaii, noting how being a magician makes the security checks far stricter. Closing his eyes, he muses about the seat, then feels a surge of excitement at the thought that he is actually flying first class, crediting Shido for pulling it off. Just then, the sound of footsteps reaches him, and he wonders who it might be. When Hinata and Riku take their seats nearby, Kusanagi glances at them from the side and reflects that they appear to be relatively strong magicians. He then sighs, contemplating that there seem to be quite a few of them on board, but with the tough security, it shouldn't be an issue. As 2 more passengers board, the plane finally takes off. Later, his mood lifts when the in-flight meal arrives. He can't help but get excited at how good it looks, savoring every bite with evident enjoyment. With only a handful of passengers present, a few give off an unsettling aura. One man wearing glasses walks down the aisle, but Kusanagi remains lost in thought, reflecting that with delicious food and a top-notch view, moments of relaxation like this aren't bad every once in a while. Still, he thinks he can't just sit back and enjoy himself. At that moment, several goons sprang to their feet, activating their magic circles as they commanded everyone to freeze. They coldly declare that if they don't follow their commands, they will kill everyone. While a goon standing beside Kusanagi is aiming the magic circle at him, the protagonist recognizes the goons as illegal mages and notes that there are 10 of them. He internally weighs the situation, realizing that taking them down one by one would put the passengers at risk, and using high-level magic could potentially destroy the plane. The thought strikes him that this may be too much for him to handle alone. Meanwhile, chaos spreads through the cabin as terrified passengers panic, desperately pleading with the goons to spare their lives. One of the goons in a purple shirt seizes the air hostess and snarls at the passengers to be quiet, threatening them with death if they don't comply. Amid the tense silence, a young girl tearfully admits to her father that she's scared, and he anxiously tries to comfort her, telling her it will be okay. The purple-shirted goon then roars out their demand, the release of the members of Black Rebellion. He rages that they will no longer stand for the unjust treatment of mages, proclaiming that lowly humans have no right to bind the superior mages. He loudly asserts that they will give the pilot 5 minutes to contact those on the ground right away and release their commander, or they will start killing hostages one by one. He demands to know if the pilot can hear him, which catches the pilot off guard. Meanwhile, Kusanagi thinks to himself that time is running out and wonders what move he should make. Hinata sits in her seat, visibly frustrated by the situation, while Riku remains calm and composed despite the unfolding chaos. The protagonist notes the enigmatic aura emanating from them, and they stare at him with the corner of their eyes. As the protagonist stands up, the goons' attention turns to him, and they turn their magic circle to him, with one warning him that if he makes one move, he will be killed. But at that moment, Hinata and Riku swing into action and swiftly take down the goon coming their way. Soon, they quickly subdue the remaining enemies in business class, then, after a momentary pause, rush toward the economy class. Once there, Kusanagi lands a fierce punch on one of the goons, while Riku cuts through another with his sword. At the same time, Hinata vaults over the passengers and delivers a powerful kick to the goon who had been aiming a magic circle at her. The purple-shirted goon, still holding the air hostess, snaps at them to stop, declaring that they have had their fun long enough. With a crazed glare, he threatens that if it has come to this, they will all go down together, vowing to kill everyone on board. But before he can strike the hostess, Kusanagi drives a fierce kick into his face, scoffing that he's far too slow. At the same time, Hinata and Riku dispatch the remaining goons with ease, mocking them as being too weak and far too naive. As the last of the goons are defeated, the passengers flinch in shock, uncertain of what just happened. Then, realizing the danger has passed, and they are saved, relief spreads through the cabin, and they erupt in excitement, cheering that they have been saved and showering gratitude upon their rescuers. Hinata, meanwhile, settles down beside the unconscious purple-shirted goon, muttering with disdain that it's pathetic how quickly it was all over. Suddenly, Kusanagi senses something amiss and dashes to the side, telling the other two that it's not over yet. Soon, the trio barges into the cockpit, where a goon is holding a gun at the pilot and urges them not to come any closer. Hinata grits her teeth in rage and, despite the warning, slams his face while Kusanagi shields the pilot with his magic barrier to save him from the bullets. Suddenly, the pilot grit his teeth as the aeroplane began to jolt violently, prompting Hinata to wonder what was happening and catch the passengers off guard. The pilot anxiously reveals that the controls aren't responding, and the radio is broken too, warning that at this rate, they are going to crash. This catches her off guard, and she anxiously leans closer towards the pilot, asking what he said. Overcome with anxiety, she ferociously yanks the pilot, urging him to do something. Suddenly, the plane's window shatters, forcing Hinata to shield herself from the violent gusts of wind tearing into the cabin. A chilling draft floods the cockpit, and the co-pilot, trembling in terror, grits his teeth as he exclaims that they will freeze to death before the plane even crashes. Reacting swiftly, Hinata unleashes a burst of fire magic, muttering that the situation is horrible and anxiously wondering what they should do next. As Kusanagi peers grimly out the window, Riku sighs that they will all die together, while Hinata ferociously urges him not to say such scary things. Hinata clenches her teeth, fearing that this might be the end, and Riku sorrowfully agrees. The co-pilot, overcome with tears, insists that it is impossible, that there is no way to be saved, and declares that this is the end and everyone is going to die. The protagonist, however, responds with a calm grin and states that it is no problem, causing the co-pilot to turn on him in fury, demanding an explanation and reminding him of their impending death. Unshaken, the protagonist confidently proclaims that he will save everyone. The co-pilot, with tears streaming down his face, insists that it is impossible, stressing that this is not something a mere human can fix. He tremblingly covers his face, crying that it's over and they are going to die. Meanwhile, Kusanagi nonchalantly walks to the side and jumps off the window, prompting the pilot to ask what he is doing. Seeing this, Hinata is taken aback that the boy ran away on his own. Suddenly, the plane shudders violently as smoke begins to pour from its frame. Crashing down, the pilot anxiously asserts that they are losing altitude rapidly, and at this rate, they will crash in a matter of minutes. As the plane moves violently, the passengers panic and cry out, begging that they don't want to die. The young kid leaps into her father's lap, crying out loud in fear, while her dad anxiously holds her tightly. Meanwhile, gritting his teeth, the pilot struggles to pull the controls and tries hard to steady the plane. However, just as it seems they are about to crash, the aircraft suddenly surges upward, leaving the pilot stunned as they begin to regain altitude. Bewildered, he wonders if they have been saved, unable to comprehend what just occurred. Hinata, shaken, realizes it is Kusanagi and is astonished that he is holding up the entire plane by himself. On the other hand, beneath the plane, Kusanagi's eyes glow blue as Ikegami Minato channels immense power to support the aircraft with his magic. Amidst this, he internally acknowledges that he has created a barrier using a massive amount of magical power and enhanced his physical strength with magical martial arts. At the same time, he adjusted the airplane's trajectory using wind magic. He grins, reflecting that it's his first time holding up a plane, making the task quite difficult. The pilot, staring out the window in shock, cries out that it's impossible, pointing out that they are thousands of meters above the ground and that the aircraft weighs over 230 tons, something no single human should be able to support. Hinata, watching in awe, realizes that this is none other than the leader of the special magic squad, Kusanagi Minato, and acknowledges that they have an unbelievable monster on their side. Meanwhile, the flight attendant tearfully informs the passengers over the phone that, thanks to a sorcerer's help, the aircraft has stabilized and they are safe now. The passengers anxiously question whether they are truly out of danger and if nothing else will go wrong. The young girl, still shaken, asks her father if they are really safe, and he gently pats her head, reassuring her not to worry. Meanwhile, as the pilot adjusts the controls, he warns that they can't relax just yet, since the landing gear has failed and a safe landing now depends entirely on Kusanagi. As the aircraft approaches the runway, Kusanagi unleashes level 6 void magic, high magic wall, and grits his teeth as he struggles to steady the descent. Despite the difficulty, he manages to bring the plane down safely. The passengers sigh in relief and exclaim in joy while the kid excitedly embraces her father. The pilot gives a sharp salute to the protagonist, silently thanking him and referring to him as captain in his heart, while the co-pilot struggles to wipe away his tears. Meanwhile, Hinata and Riku peer down at Kusanagi through the shattered window. Later, upon arrival at the airport, reporters and media personnel swarm around Kusanagi, proclaiming that he has once again made a tremendous impact and asking if he would be willing to share a brief statement. However, Kusanagi internally thinks it's the same annoying pattern all the damn time. The guards then step forward and urge the media personnel to clear the area, informing them that a press conference will be held at a later date. Once the crowd is dispersed, one of the guards gestures for Kusanagi to follow. informing him that Takagami is waiting. As he moves to the side, Hinata and Riku approach him, remarking that what he did back there was pretty impressive. When Kusanagi comments, "It's not really," Hinata responds in frustration, wondering if he is being sarcastic, while Riku remarks that it was incredible magic. Kusanagi acknowledges that neither of them was half bad either, and Hinata turns her face aside, dismissively stating sure, whatever. They then begin to leave, with Hinata telling Kusanagi to keep giving it his all. Before departing, she glances back at him and adds that they will meet again, and with that, she leaves with Riku. On the other hand, an old lady, Takagami Shizuku, standing in her room, watches her photo frames when a maid informs her that she has a visitor. She turns around and allows the maid to let them in. At that moment, Kusanagi enters the room and Takagami faces with a smile, stating that she has been waiting for him. She then has a seat and tells him that the reason she summoned him is that she is interested in him. She adds that his recent accomplishments are truly remarkable and notes that his magic closely resembles that of her mentor and ally, Ikakami Minato. She explains that void magic is a rare and difficult art, one that Ikakami had mastered, yet it is often dismissed as impractical due to how few sorcerers can wield it effectively. Despite that, she points out that Kusanagi can use it, and asks who taught him and how he is capable of using the same magic as Ikakami Minato. Kusanagi grins and remarks that Takagami never changes, that once something captures her interest, she dives headfirst into it. Takagami grows curious, wondering if they have met before, and he affirms it, saying it has been more times than he cares to count. He goes on to add that it is only natural that he can use Ikakami's magic because he is Ikakami Minato himself, leaving her momentarily caught off guard. Takagami then sighs, stating that there have been many in the past who claimed to have connections with Ikakami Minato, trying to cozy up to him, relatives, friends, lovers, and even secret children. Still, she never expected someone to claim that they actually are him. With a weary step, she moves to the side and apologizes if it sounds rude, but since she was the one who invited him, she politely asks if he could leave. Kusanagi responds by mentioning that he recently met a pair of brothers, the younger of whom carried a doll of Ikakami. Hearing this, Takagami pauses and asks what of it. He adds that she said it herself, that she wanted to make a doll of him. She turns her head around, asking how he knows about that. Kusanagi adds that, just as she once described, his doll gives children strength, and even now, Ikakami Minato is still saving people. She begins to wonder with growing curiosity if this could truly be happening and if he really is Ikakami. Kusanagi casually asks if she still doubts him, then goes on to recount several other moments from their past, leaving her visibly surprised. At last, she realizes that he genuinely is Ikakami, while Kusanagi sighs in relief that she finally believes him. She remarks that believing in reincarnation is hardly easy, noting with exasperation that he has always been the unorthodox type, but still, this is beyond belief. With a trace of sorrow, she recalls how, after Ikakami's death during the last great calamity, life had been incredibly difficult. She wipes away her tears, her expression softening as she admits that she is glad to see him again. Kusanagi then asks if she knows what has transpired over the past 50 years. He points out that the knowledge of magic was never correctly passed down, leaving sorcerers weakened. Now, all that remains about Ikakami Minato are twisted fragments of misinformation. On top of that, the rise of these so-called magic nobles puzzles him, so he asks Takagami what truly happened. Just as she is about to respond, her phone suddenly beeps. She glances at the screen, her expression shifting, and rises to her feet, causing Kusanagi to wonder if something urgent has come up. She brushes it off, remarking that it's nothing serious, then walks a few steps aside and suggests that since it's already late, they can continue their discussion tomorrow. With a firm tone, she adds that he should stay the night since he's already here. Later that night, while Kusanagi rests in a guest room, Riku quietly slips inside. With cold determination, he raises his sword and swings down to strike. To his shock, Kusanagi effortlessly slips out of harm's way, already standing at the side of the bed. With a calm but cutting remark, Kusanagi tells him it's rather tactless to attack someone in their bed. He recognizes Riku as the guy from this afternoon. Riku swings his sword again, but Kusanagi narrowly dodges it and internally acknowledges that the attacker is quick on his feet. Without wasting a moment, Riku slams Kusanagi's chest with a powerful kick and sends him crashing out of the window. As Kusanagi lands in the garden, Riku rushes at him and casts level 1 earth magic, Rock Break. In response, Kusanagi easily manifests level 1 void magic, Magic Barrier, which nullifies Riku's spell. However, Riku slices through the barrier with his sword, forcing Kusanagi to leap sharply to the side. Rising to his feet, Kusanagi observes the impressive blade that cut through his defense and considers whether it might be anti-magic equipment. Noticing the fiery aura radiating from Riku, he releases his own magic and, seeing Riku remain silent, concludes that questioning his motives is pointless, so he decides to enjoy the battle instead. Both of them fiercely lunge at one another, but before their clash can occur, Hinata, who has been watching from the side, intervenes and declares that it is enough. Kusanagi turns toward her, remarking that he suspected her involvement as well. Hinata lifts her phone and warns him not to resist, revealing that they have taken a hostage. She reminds him that he has many friends in Tokyo and points out that he already knows what consequences will follow if she contacts them. Kusanagi curiously asks what they want. Hinata responds by introducing herself as a magic noble and head of the Hamurai family, while Kaichai Riku presents himself as a magic noble and head of the Kaichai family. Hinata then declares that they have only one demand, for Kusanagi to join them. She explains that as a magic noble, he would gain status, honor, wealth, power, and women, whatever he desires, and, most importantly, he would have the means to protect his friends. With a grin, she adds that their orders are absolute and urges him to think about it. She warns that even if he manages to escape this predicament, he will be hunted by the magic nobles for life. She asserts that he can be the world's strongest. But while he is eating, using the bathroom, sleeping, or separated from his friends, as he is now, he cannot protect them. Pointing her finger at him, she presses him to decide whether he will join them or not. Kusanagi remains unfazed and nonchalantly refuses. Hinata responds that if that is the case, then it is for the greater good, and a little collateral damage cannot be avoided. She gives the order to her henchmen, who stand ready to strike at Kusanagi's unsuspecting friends who are still asleep and oblivious to the unfolding events. With a sharp command, she instructs them to teach Kusanagi a lesson he will never forget and to make sure he never shows arrogance again. However, before the henchmen can attack the Mizuha sisters and Ruji, their bracelets begin to glow, and the energy emitted from them turns into a silhouette of the protagonist, which catches the assassins off guard. Kusanagi's silhouette unleashes level 5 Void Magic High Magic Drain, which makes several giant hands extend towards the assassins and catch them utterly off guard. On the other hand, hearing the shrieks of her henchmen through the phone, Hinata curiously demands to know what happened and urges them to respond. At the same time, the massive silhouette hands firmly restrain the assassins, rendering every attacker around Kusanagi's friends unconscious. Riku informs Hinata that their men have been wiped out, and Hinata, bewildered, questions what Kusanagi did. Kusanagi nonchalantly replies that they should have expected this outcome unless they are complete fools. With a chuckle, Hinata calls him an annoying little pest, then admits that his handling of the hijacking and the hostages wasn't bad, and asserts it means he has passed the first test. Kusanagi then asks if hijacking is also their doing, and Hinata sighs, remarking that it was unexpected, and claims that they wouldn't pull such a stupid stunt. Riku and Hinata then exude their magical aura and ask if they should move on to the second test. Kusanagi's eyes glow blue as he unleashes his rainbow-colored aura, calmly remarking that he would prefer to opt out if possible. They then lunge toward him with Hinata chanting her spell, and Riku charges with his sword. As Hinata drives her foot toward Kusanagi's face, he casually raises his arm to block the strike, and without shifting his stance, he sends her hurtling backward. Without skipping a beat, she counters by unleashing a magic spell, a level 4 fire magic flare, and causes a massive explosion. Nevertheless, the protagonist remains unscathed despite being attacked. Seizing the moment, Riku darts in with a swift sword strike, but before the blade can connect, Kusanagi raises a small barrier to block the attack. With a calm tone, he remarks that had it been anyone else, they would already be dead. Hinata firmly urges him not to get too cocky and unleashes her level 5 fire magic, Blazing Column. Kusanagi nonchalantly deflects it with his level 3 water magic, Azure Splash, stating that her spell is not bad. As the fire and water spells collide, Kusanagi's water extinguishes the flames with ease. Hinata grits her teeth in fury, realizing the rumors were true that he cast without chanting and effortlessly nullified her level 5 magic with just a level 3 spell. Seething, she declares that he is making a mockery of her magic. Meanwhile, Riku swings his sword, but Kusanagi dodges it by leaping to the side. He lands atop a glowing magic circle suspended in midair, remarking that one cannot truly go all out while bound to the ground, then suggests they take the fight to the skies. Hinata and Riku quickly follow suit, rising into the air as Hinata narrows her eyes, admitting that they may have underestimated him. Riku grips his sword tightly, declaring that from this point onward, they will hold nothing back. With that, both of them simultaneously unleash an array of magic circles, their power surging through the skies. Hinata's voice rings with fiery conviction as she declares that her flames will reduce everything to ashes, while Riku coldly proclaims that his strike will crush and destroy all in its path. Hinata conjures level 7 fire magic, Demon's Blaze, prompting a massive wall of fire with an ominous smile. At the same time, Riku summons a giant boulder with his level 7 earth magic Comet. Smiling with confidence, Hinata boasts that her magic is powerful enough to demolish half the city, scoffing at the idea that Kusanagi could possibly defend against it. The colossal boulder and roaring flames surge toward him at immense speed, yet he remains perfectly calm. In response, he unleashes level 7 void magic, Vanish, which collides with their attacks and erases them effortlessly. Their eyes widen in shock as the spells dissolve before them, leaving them stunned and questioning if their magic had truly just vanished into nothingness. Kusanagi calmly confirms that their spells did vanish, explaining that he simply disintegrated and dissipated the magical energy. Hinata, her voice trembling with frustration, cries out that it's absurd, nothing short of cheating, and furiously declares that she won't accept it, insisting that he is disqualified. Overcome with rage, she unleashes her power with unrestrained ferocity, proclaiming that everything up to this point had been nothing but a farce and that from this moment onward, she will reveal her true strength. All of a sudden, they feel a disturbing shift as a sinister energy spreads through the air and the sky turns crimson. Looking upward, Kusanagi declares that the calamity has arrived. Inwardly, he reflects that far too much is happening at once, making it unlikely to be a simple coincidence. The three then turn their focus toward the approaching calamity. On the other hand, Takagami notices the sky turning crimson through her window. Nevertheless, she clenches her eyes and pulls the curtain over the window. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Hinata, burning with rage, snaps that Kusanagi must be joking and furiously charges at him, shouting that she doesn't care about the calamity and will crush him right here and now. But before she can make a move, Riku grasps her shoulder and tells her not to forget their mission, which prompts Hinata to grit her teeth in frustration. Kusanagi turns around, stating that, sorry to say, but their fight is postponed because he is going to deal with the calamity. He then turns his attention to the city, internally noting that it's Dotonbori if his memory serves him right. He reflects that the place has been left to rot since the great calamity that occurred 50 years ago, just like what happened in Shibuya. Even without the calamity, monsters still spew forth, and he doubts anyone would come here unless they are total idiots. As he soars through the sky, Kusanagi closes his eyes, internally noting that monsters are swarming everywhere, and if left unchecked, they could easily infiltrate human settlements. He realizes handling them all alone will be difficult. At that moment, Riku, seated atop his magic boulder, calls out that they will lend him a hand. Kusanagi offers his thanks, then asks if that means they have given up on trying to kill him. Riku replies that they were merely testing him, and since he passed, that's all there is to it. As they head toward the calamity, Kusanagi wonders inwardly if he truly passed and reflects that his problems only seem to keep piling up. Soon, demonic harpies and other monsters flood the city streets. Hinata, unfazed, lands on a street and grins determinedly, stating that it's time for a monster massacre. She then unleashes level 5 fire magic, Blazing Column, and engulfs the monsters coming her way in a fiery spell. On the other hand, Riku raises his hand and casts a powerful magic spell, summoning a relentless rain of jagged stone that obliterates the monsters around him. Elsewhere, Kusanagi, suspended midair, unleashes his level 5 void magic, Magic Bullet Barrage, sending a storm of glowing projectiles crashing into the creatures below. He guesses he will take care of the small fries while waiting for the boss. Suddenly, he notes an old man walking down the streets alone. Kusanagi lands on the ground behind the man and calls out to him, asking if he is okay. He tells the man that it's dangerous out here and suggests they get him somewhere safer. The man jerks his hand aside and turns his head to him, which surprises Kusanagi. With a smile, the man thanks him for his concern and assures him that he is fine, so there's no need to worry about him. As the man walks to the side, Kusanagi internally wonders why an old man like him is wandering around here, and deep down, he notes that the man looks familiar. Shortly after, the man sits in a car and urges the driver they go now. On the other hand, police and rangers take cover behind their cars and tanks, with one ranger declaring that the monster subjugation should begin while another officer calls for magic to be kept on standby. From above, Kusanagi observes their swift response, noting that they are indeed prepared to handle calamities as Shido mentioned, though they still lack experience. As he descends and lands on the ground, a policeman turns to him, questioning what he is doing there and stressing that it is far too dangerous. As Kusanagi steps closer, the policeman recognizes him as Kusanagi Minato of the Special Magic Team and expresses relief that he has already arrived. Suddenly, a monster lunges at them, catching the officer off guard, but Kusanagi swiftly incinerates it with a fiery spell. He reminds them not to let their guard down and urges them to keep up their attacks. Asking about the current situation, he listens as a ranger taking cover behind a car explains that the police and SDF have sealed off the area around Dotonbori. The policeman adds that their top priority is ensuring the safety of the citizens. The ranger admits that they are not prepared to take down the boss monster, and the policeman, gritting his teeth, acknowledges that their forces alone would stand no chance against it. Kusanagi, calm and confident, tells them not to worry since they have him. As the rangers activate their magic circles, they sigh in relief, remarking on how reassuring his words are. Kusanagi then shifts his gaze toward Hinata and Riku, who are fully engaged in wiping out the monsters, and remarks that it's not just him. They recognize Hinata and Riku as the magic nobles Homurai and Kaichai, and begin to wonder if the special magic team and the nobles are now cooperating. One ranger mutters that they might have placed themselves in a crazy spot, while another, more excited, claims that with them on their side, victory is certain. The policeman, equally thrilled, exclaims that with such power around, there's no way they can lose. Suddenly, an eerie energy sweeps over the area, freezing the cops in place. Anxiety grips them as they question what is happening, their bodies growing unbearably heavy under the oppressive force. As the enormous monster, radiating an eerie energy, steps forward, the rangers and police tremble, whispering in fear that it could be the chief demon. Panic rises as they note that the creature holds enough power to reduce the entire city of Osaka to ruins, and despair creeps in at the thought that there's no way they can win against it. Yet, Kusanagi strides forward with a confident grin, remarking that it has finally chosen to reveal itself. Deep down, a policeman anxiously thinks this is impossible. They are facing the chief demon itself, and he cannot comprehend how Kusanagi can remain so calm in the face of such overwhelming terror. Meanwhile, before Kusanagi can make a move, Hinata and Riku swiftly surge past him, declaring that the chief demon is their prey and urging him just to stand there and watch while Kusanagi calls them out. He internally notes that they beat him to the punch, but he believes they will handle an opponent of that caliber just fine. With a confident grin, Hinata urges the chief demon not to mind if she lets off some steam on it, while Riku, holding his sword, declares that he will slay it down. Hinata chants her spell and unleashes an intense flurry of fire, declaring that she will blow it into smithereens. Meanwhile, Riku summons a stack of magic circles, stating that they should settle this right away. However, before their spells can hit the chief demon, it counters by unleashing a level 8 fire magic supernova, triggering a deafening explosion that shakes the battlefield, forcing everyone to struggle for balance except for Kusanagi, who stands firm. As the spell subsides, the chief demon looms amidst the shattered remains of the road, its earlier spell leaving the ground shattered. Hinata stares in disbelief, unable to accept that their combined assault was so easily countered, while Riku admits in awe that the demon's magic was nothing short of extraordinary. With disdain, the demon calls them feeble humans and demands to know if there is a true sorcerer among them. The policemen are startled to hear it speak so fluently, and a ranger remarks that while he had heard chief demons were far more intelligent than ordinary monsters, Witnessing it firsthand is something else entirely. Kusanagi, standing behind them, notes internally that if they were up against less sentimental monsters, the people would feel less scared. However, if the opponent has human-like intelligence, it's understandable they would be frightened. But there are always exceptions. Meanwhile, Hinata ferociously grits her teeth in rage, asserting that the chief demon is playing her for a fool and declaring that she will reduce it to mere ash. She summons 7 magic circles and unleashes her attack, vowing to strike the demon with everything she has. At the same time, Riku casts his special level 8 gravity spell, Dimensional Blade, declaring it the essence of the Kaichai style. Amid the raging battle, Kusanagi watches with a grin, casually asking if those are original spells. With unwavering determination, Hinata and Riku declare the chief demon as nothing more than dead meat and demand that it prepare for its end. But the demon, rather than focusing on them, coolly comments on the display of power. When Hinata smugly assumes it's finally acknowledging them, the demon corrects her that it wasn't referring to them at all, but to the man calmly standing on the sidelines. Riku and Hinata charge at the demon in outrage, demanding how it dares to look down on them. Closing the distance, they unleash a relentless barrage of attacks, but the demon slips past every strike with ease. In an instant, it appears behind Riku, mocking them as too slow before striking them hard and sending them crashing aside. Without pause, the demon chief casts level 6 fire, wind fusion magic, flare cyclone. The overwhelming force of the spell catches them off guard, making it difficult for them to maintain their footing and causing them to collapse to the ground. As they shakily regain their composure, Kusanagi steps forward and calmly tells them to leave the rest to him. Hinata, her voice trembling with anxiety, grabs him by the collar and protests that there's no way he can win, emphasizing that not even the magic nobles could stand against such a foe. Riku adds that running away is also an option, but Kusanagi walks past them, urging them to relax, and claims that a monster like that is no problem for him. Deep down, Riku can't help but reflect on Kusanagi's bold claim, wondering if he truly doesn't sense the overwhelming magic power radiating from the demon. Tearfully, Hinata breaks down in frustration, insisting that this can't be happening and refusing to accept it. Clutching her face, she laments that they will end up disappointing that person and declares they must prove themselves. Meanwhile, Kusanagi releases his magical aura and, with a casual air, steps closer to the demon, remarking that it seems he kept it waiting. The demon acknowledges Kusanagi's immense magic power and demands to know who he is. Kusanagi casually replies, asking if he's really obligated to answer. The demon concedes that perhaps not, remarking that associating with humans is meaningless to its kind. With a menacing tone, it declares that they should indulge in slaughter instead. It then swings its massive claw with terrifying force, launching a relentless barrage of strikes, while Kusanagi keenly evades each blow with vigilant precision and takes the blows head-on. Hinata grins, stating that she told him that he can't do anything either, or can't win against the chief. But in the very next moment, the protagonist fiercely slams his fist into the demon's chest and calls it annoying. Hinata and Riku freeze in shock, their eyes widening as they realize Kusanagi remains completely unscathed despite the demon's relentless onslaught. Riku, still reeling, internally reflects that it would be meaningless if Kusanagi only focused on defense. He notes with unease that the chief demon's own defense is nothing short of extraordinary as well. He internally wonders how the protagonist will inflict damage on it. Meanwhile, Kusanagi muses that there is a spell he really wants to try, but perhaps he shouldn't do that now, and thinks a random spell should be enough. He then clenches his eyes and unleashes level 9 void magic, Magic Sparkle. Hinata is utterly taken aback to see him unleashing a level 9 spell and stammers in disbelief that level 8 is already the highest for them. Kusanagi then opens his blue, gloomy eyes and leaps into the air, surrounded by his magic circles, unleashing a fiery spell that burns the demon into ashes in no time. As the sky clears and returns to normal, a policeman questions whether the calamity has ended, while the ranger, still in disbelief, remarks that Kusanagi effortlessly defeated an enemy that even the magic nobles had struggled against. They then dash towards him, commending him as an incredible leader and a real messiah. Kusanagi turns to Hinata and Riku, calmly saying that it was no problem for him. Hinata clenches her teeth in frustration, realizing bitterly that they are no match for him, and that, in their current state, there's nothing they can do. Kusanagi then asks if they want to pick up where they left off, but Riku quickly refuses, admitting that he has passed the test and that they have lost. Kusanagi urges him to explain everything, and he agrees. At that moment, Takagami arrives there, stating that they need one more person, and Kusanagi is surprised to see her there. She asks if Kusanagi knew all along, and he affirms, asserting that she should know best that there is nothing she can hide from him. He then presses her for answers, demanding an explanation as to why she tried to test him, why the sorcerers have grown weaker over the past 50 years, and why she chose to cooperate with the magic nobles. Later, at Takagami's place, Kusanagi sits across from her, while Hinata and Riku stand off to the side, leaning against the wall. With a firm tone, Kusanagi demands to hear the full story and asks if Takagami was aware of these two all along. With a heavy expression, she admits that she did, and even knew beforehand that Kusanagi would be attacked. When he presses her for the reason, Riku remarks that they wanted to test him, to see whether he would use his power for selfish purposes and to determine if he truly possessed the skills they believed in. Kusanagi narrows his eyes and asks if that's the reason they dragged his allies into this so-called test. Riku calmly replies that it was nothing more than a threat, and they never intended to harm anyone. Unmoved, Kusanagi presses further, demanding to know why they went through with it at all. Riku explains that it's because Kusanagi and his team could become a serious threat to the magic nobles. In fact, their very existence, especially as members of the special magic unit, undermines the nobles' authority, creating a dangerous situation for Japan. Kusanagi responds coldly that all of this is the result of the nobles' own negligence. He points out that the special magic team never set out to undermine them. If anything, it has been the nobles who kept interfering with his group. Hinata, unable to hold back, sharply demands to know why. But before she can continue, Riku quickly cuts her off, admitting that Kusanagi is right. He confesses that when the first calamity struck, the magic nobles did nothing, and even afterward their response was careless and disorganized. Still, he insists, despite their failures, the world continues to need the magic nobles. Takagami explains that the core of the problem reaches back 50 years, beginning with Ikakami's death. That loss, she says, set off the chain of events that shaped Japan's current state and eventually gave rise to the magic nobles. With Ikakami gone, countless mages perished as well, while most of the demons vanished. In the aftermath, the number of illegal mages across Japan surged, creating instability and setting the stage for the nobles' emergence. Amidst the chaos, even civilians and the police self-defense forces were drained to the point where enforcement became impossible, and Japan temporarily became a lawless country. The few surviving legitimate mages fought desperately to curb the illegal mages, but Japan was on the brink of collapse, with everyone exhausted and losing hope for the future. She asserts that all of this was triggered by the death of Ikakami Minato, who was the pillar of support for the people, but then he was gone. She explains that the surviving mages began to ponder how they would rebuild Japan and restore hope among the people once more. Kusanagi curiously states that this must have led to the creation of the magic nobles, and she affirms his thought. She goes on to reveal that they deliberately established the magic nobles as a clear entity to gather the people's hope and trust, believing that with a new savior figure like Ikakami Minato, Japan could once again return to peace. In times without calamities, the power of mages was seen as dangerous, so the magic nobles gathered all magical books and documents across the nation. They recruited individuals with magical talent, while those without were eliminated, allowing them to monopolize both magical knowledge and skills. She adds that a nationwide ban on magic was enforced, where even oral traditions or mere rumors of magic were forbidden. Japan gradually moved toward peace, but this came at the cost of weakening the overall level of its mages. Kusanagi thoughtfully reflects that the imperial policies led to the decline of technology and knowledge, a common tale. Deep inside, he vividly recalls how 50 years ago, countless people and mages perished in the calamity. In contrast, many others turned to magic for wicked purposes, making it easy to picture the chaos that would erupt if he were gone. He then wonders aloud if the magic nobles truly possessed enough power to enforce all of that, stressing that the mage association they once belonged to never seemed to hold such influence. Before responding, Takagami glances at Hinata and Riku and whisperingly asks Kusanagi if he remembers Mumyu Hifumi. He remarks that he remembers and recalls that Hifumi was his subordinate, a guy who often clashed with him, a sore loser, arrogant, but was undeniably talented. Takagami whispers that Hifumi is now the chairman of the large Japanese corporation, Mumyu Group, and is originally famous as the heir to the Mumyu conglomerate. He has been supporting the magic nobles since then. Kusanagi, taken aback, remarks that this means Hifumi is tied to both the financial and political worlds, though he never knew he was the heir of a conglomerate. Takagami chuckles and notes that Ikikami hasn't changed, pointing out that titles, power, and wealth never interested him. His focus was always on magic and people. She then glances at Hinata and Riku before telling Kusanagi that the current standard of Japanese mages is low compared to the rest of the world. Back when he lived as Ikikami Minato, they were top class, but now they fall far short of that level. Hinata proclaims that Japan became peaceful because of its predecessors and asserts that the fact hasn't changed. Kusanagi nonchalantly asks what her plan would be if another calamity occurred, which catches her off guard, and she grits her teeth in frustration. Riku asserts that back then, they thought a calamity wouldn't happen again. Even if it did, they assumed the police alone could handle it, and in the worst-case scenario, the magic nobles could resolve everything. Kusanagi states that all those assumptions were wrong, and his words strike them like arrows. He then turns to Takagami, asking if she knew all of this. She confirms that she has been involved for 50 years, but clarifies that she is not one of the magic nobles. Her power and influence are far below theirs, and now she is simply a humble crafter of anti-monster equipment. Kusanagi scratches his face, internally contemplating that this is the truth of the past 50 years. The magic nobles, the decline of mages, the lack of knowledge about magic and calamities, and the reasons behind it. Yet he wonders if this is truly the whole picture. He then asks her if she has revealed everything, holding nothing back. She agrees, assuring him that there are no more secrets. With a sigh, he rises to his feet, declaring that the discussion is over and that he has a proposal. When Hinata curiously asks what it is, Kusanagi suggests they form a team. The suggestion makes Hinata grit her teeth. He explains they should think of it as a cooperative relationship, and clarifies that he is not saying he will be under them. Recalling the earlier calamity, he stresses that their cooperation is necessary. Hinata scoffs, turning her head aside, mocking that even the mighty Kusanagi Minato now seeks their help. Kusanagi calmly admits that he has his limits on his own, adding that if the magic nobles were to join them, it would be a tremendous help. He promises to let bygones be bygones if they agree, declaring that together they can withstand any calamity. He emphasizes that they can't possibly object to protecting the citizens. Riku responds that it's an offer they could hardly refuse, conceding that they stand no chance against the chief demon and must rely on Kusanagi. Takagami asks him to let her help too in her own small way, and offers that she can make anti-monster equipment. Kusanagi expresses his gratitude to both Riku and Takagami, while Hinata steps aside. Hinata, frustratedly, agrees to cooperate but firmly demands that he never bring up this incident again. Pointing a finger at him, she warns that if he nags about it later, she will knock his brains out. Kusanagi agrees to her condition and adds that there should be no more taking hostages. With a sigh, Hinata reluctantly agrees. Thus, the special magic team and the magic nobles formed an alliance. It was the first time in 50 years that the magic nobles had cooperated with others. Suddenly, Kusanagi pauses and remarks that it feels as though he's forgetting something, though he brushes it off as just his imagination. Meanwhile, when Ryuji and the children wake up, they are startled to find unconscious assassins nearby and curiously wonder who these people are. Elsewhere, the Mizuha sisters are stunned to see two men lying unconscious on the ground and question whether they might be burglars. Ruka, clearly frustrated, snaps that they must have a death wish. The following day at the Osaka Prefectural Police School, the squad members excitedly assert that they have been waiting for Kusanagi, which surprises him. At that moment, a police officer calls out the squad members to line up, reminding them that they are no longer students, and they swiftly heed his command. The officer apologizes to Kusanagi about this and asserts that it's as embarrassing for the police force to have these individuals who joined solely because they are fans, while Kusanagi smiles awkwardly. He adds that he can understand their excitement since the special magic team's actions during the calamity were impressive, even though he wants to take this training, and Kusanagi internally thinks good grief. Later, as Kusanagi speaks with the officer, people in the crowd whisper about the captain's whereabouts. One claims she cannot see him, while another points out that he is over there. The protagonist then firmly orders them to prepare their level 1 spells and release them. The squad heeds his command and unleashes their level 1 spells to break the targets, while the girls standing on the side smile to see Kusanagi. He sighs and scratches his head, internally asserting that it seems SNS and the media have a strong influence, and notes that their motivation may be impure, but at least they are eager. Still, he decides not to go easy on them. Later, the squad members wearily dash to the side, utterly exhausted from their relentless training. Kusanagi loudly asserts that it's training for increased physical and magical power, urging them to keep running while sensing magic, and to do it as if their life depended on it. The green-haired squad member, gasping for breath, complains that this isn't what she signed up for, while the boy running behind her weakly protests that such brutal training is outdated and even wonders what will happen if they die. Kusanagi, with a nonchalant grin, urges them to relax, revealing that he can use holy magic, so no matter what condition they are in, he will treat them. Pointing his finger at them, he firmly commands them to stop complaining and keep running, emphasizing that enemies won't care about their circumstances and urges them to train with all their might and soul. 1 week later, they all become significantly stronger, and Kusanagi acknowledges their growth, praising them for enduring the harsh training and remarking that they are completely different from who they were just a week ago. Grateful, they all thank him. With a smile, he instructs them to keep training, even when he is not here, and emphasizes that they are the protectors of Osaka's peace. They all break into tears as he steps aside, declaring that the rest is up to them, their voices trembling as they call out to him. Afterward, the level of Osaka's magic police significantly improved, reaching the same level as Tokyo's officers. As Kusanagi moves away, he remarks that it is time to return to Tokyo, musing to himself that there is probably another press conference waiting for him there. Later, a news reporter announces on television that the Special Magic Team and the Magical Nobles, the Hamurai and Kaichai families, have officially declared their full cooperation. The public reacts with mixed emotions in the comments, with one questioning whether they are truly cooperating, and another remarking that they are sick. At the same time, someone else confidently asserts that Japan will definitely become peaceful now. A man holding his phone remarks that there are rumors of major corporations planning to sponsor the Special Magic Team. Elsewhere, a woman watching the news on her phone wonders if that could be a problem for the police, while another man wearing headphones comments that it's apparently fine since the Special Magic Team isn't an official department. On the other hand, 2 boys in uniform watch the news on their phones. One remarks that the Special Magic Team is even offering technical support to civilian mages and thinks it's pretty cool, while the other observes that Japan seems to be revolving around the Special Magic Team. Meanwhile, on a news show, a commentator notes that the Mizuha family has yet to make an appearance. One of the anchors wearing glasses, seated at the table, remarks that the Mizuha family has actually been working with the Special Magic Team for some time. The first man then speculates that, in that case, they should have attended the press conference. Meanwhile, the lady sitting beside them wonders if their absence means they aren't officially cooperating. The anchor questions what the family is thinking when Japan is beginning to unite against the calamities. On the other hand, back in Tokyo, Kusanagi turns his head around, asking if they can't contact their father. Yuika remarks that she has tried multiple times, and Ruka mentions that they have been disowned. He turns to them, expressing his concern that their family head hasn't made an appearance. Ruka admits she thought her father would show himself once cooperation with the Hamurai and Kaichai families was established. Kusanagi internally notes that if the relationship with the Special Magic Team and Magical Nobles is good, then Yuika and Ruka's issues with their father should be resolved. However, Taoshiro's continued silence troubles him, and he thinks maybe he should look into it personally. While he is engrossed in contemplation, the sisters turn the topic and mention that they have heard he was a big hit in Osaka, asserting that they are proud of him. With a grin, Kusanagi remarks that he is involved in too much trouble as usual. Meanwhile, standing behind them, Shido quietly contemplates that when Kusanagi wasn't around, Chrono didn't show up either, and he internally wonders whether Kusanagi is the Shadowbringer. He internally asserts that if Kusanagi turns out to be an illegal mage, he will have to arrest him. However, deep down, he pleads for his assumptions to be wrong, emphasizing that Kusanagi is meant to be the savior of the world. Later that evening, while walking home alone, Kusanagi reflects that it's unusual for all three of them to be occupied at the same time, but admits that going home by himself isn't so bad either. Suddenly, Toshiru's maids approach him and tell him that they have come to pick him up. Later at Mizuha's place, Toshiru sternly points out that he has heard his daughters are living with him. Seething with rage and exuding overwhelming mana, he sternly warns Kusanagi that if he plans to harm them, he will end his life right here. Kusanagi nonchalantly remarks that they are just friends. Toshiru narrows his eyes and asks if Kusanagi is declaring that he will never lay a hand on his daughters. Kusanagi calmly replies that he would never do such a thing to his friends. Kusanagi internally wonders whether he called him here because he was worried about his daughters, and guesses he does have a fatherly side to him. Toshiru strides to the door and commands Kusanagi to follow. Stepping onto a magic circle, he soars into the air, and Kusanagi rises after him. Suspended high above, Toshiru declares that they should have a match, to which Kusanagi agrees without hesitation. Wasting no time, Toshiru unleashes level 7 water magic, Geyser Wave, sending a massive surge of water crashing toward his opponent. In response, Kusanagi counters with level 7 fire magic, Demon's Blaze. His flames roar forth and reduce the water spell to steam. With that, both land on the ground, and Toshiru comments in astonishment that Kusanagi managed to neutralize water's weakness with fire magic of the same rank and acknowledges that he is strong. He then walks past Kusanagi, stating that he entrusted his daughters to him. On the other hand, Kuroi Akuto shatters the wine bottles in rage and yells out loud, asserting that all of them are useless idiots, while his girls, utterly terrified, duck behind the table. Kuroi yells out loud that Chrono is still alive and well, and declares that there will be no more holding back. He will crush anyone who dares stand in his way. He ferociously points his finger at Toshiru, asking if he will live up to his expectations. Toshiru remarks that rest assured, he will annihilate the Shadowbringer. Kuroi then declares that this will be a full-scale war between the Black Rebellion and the Shadowbringer, urging the Black Mage to wait for his arrival. The next day, a crowd of students surrounds the protagonist, with one girl gushing that he looked so cool at the press conference and another pointing out that everyone is talking about the special magic team. Kusanagi lets out a weary sigh, inwardly noting that things are even more troublesome than before. Meanwhile, a pair of students gather around Yuika, chatting excitedly as fans, while she smiles back at them awkwardly. Meanwhile, 3 girls stand by the window, and among them, the red-haired Ame grits her teeth as she watches Yuika being praised by their classmates. At the same time, Yuika awkwardly walks to the side, telling the students following her that she needs to use the bathroom for a bit. As she walks down the hallway, she sighs, stating that she has already grown accustomed to things like this, but it's exhausting when they follow her all the way there. At that moment, the 3 girls call out to Yuika, asking if she has a moment. Shortly after, on the rooftop, while Yuika stands by the wall, they approach her, and Ame slams her foot against the wall beside Yuika, calling her an annoying prick. The green-haired Yua taunts her, asking why she's even part of the special magic team, while the 3rd girl, Fumiko, scoffs that just because Yuika is a magic noble doesn't mean she deserves special treatment. Yua arrogantly bets that Yuika must have seduced her way into the team, claiming she could easily see that happening. Yuika firmly retorts that she earned her place through her own capabilities and training, questioning why she would ever resort to such petty tricks. Ime then asks sarcastically if Yuika is claiming she has no feelings for Kusanagi, while Yua presses if she doesn't see him as a romantic partner. Fumiko adds coldly that there is no way a true magic noble would dare to lie about something like that. Before Yuika can respond to their accusations, Kusanagi arrives and sternly demands to know what they are doing, catching them off guard. They turn to face him, and Fumiko nervously claims they were pointing out how unfair Yuika is. Ime bitterly adds that it must be nice for a magic noble to receive special treatment, while Yua scoffs that Yuika probably relied on her connections. Ima suggests that maybe Kusanagi also got dragged into this, adding that it must be a real burden for someone as powerful as him. Her words make Yuika's expression sink with sadness, but the girls continue, insisting that it's unfair and claiming they would probably excel as well if they enlisted, saying they could even be of help to him. He acknowledges the situation with a smile, stating that he sees their eagerness and will therefore allow them to join the special magic team's induction course. He mentions that an extra hand would be valuable and tells them they are free to enlist once they pass the course. Excited, they eagerly proclaim that they will surely succeed and insist he should watch them, while Yuika feels deeply saddened by his decision. The next day, Kusanagi presents the three to the rest of the squad, announcing that they will be starting the induction course that day. They respond by saying they will be in his care. Ryuji mutters that he has never seen them before, while Ruka asserts that they don't seem exemplary, judging from their magic power. Meanwhile, Yuika wonders internally whether Kusanagi really plans to let them join. She firmly reminds herself not to let it bother her and to focus on what needs to be done. Iman excitedly wonders what she should do once she enlists, while Yua declares that she wants to get to know Kusanagi better, and Fumiko adds that this might be their chance to become famous. Looking back at them, Ruka remarks that they seem far too casual about the situation, while Ryuji questions what is going on with them. With a grin, Kusanagi steps forward and tells them not to think too much of it, saying the girls need this, which leaves Ruka and Ryuji somewhat startled. Meanwhile, Ime glances at Kusanagi from the side with a grin, thinking she should try to get closer to him during training. Later, while sprinting, she becomes utterly exhausted and pants heavily, exclaiming that she is going to die. Running ahead of the group, Kusanagi turns his head and urges everyone to run as if their lives depend on it, stressing that the enemy will not care about their circumstances, and tells them to imagine a monster chasing them from behind. The squad immediately follows his command, with the Mizuha sisters and Ryuji sprinting ahead while the three newcomers lag behind, completely exhausted and insisting they cannot go on. Kusanagi drops into one-handed push-ups, urging everyone not to slack off and to push their limits. Following his lead, the Mizuha sisters and Ryuji begin doing push-ups, while the three collapse on the ground, unable to manage even one. Kusanagi then raises his hand and strikes the target with magic, commanding the others to continue casting until they reach their absolute limit. The girls are completely drained, and Ime grits her teeth in exhaustion, thinking about running away, while her comrades share the same fear that this training will kill them or drive them insane. Kusanagi places his hand on Ime's shoulder and, with a grin, asks where she thinks she is going, emphasizing that this is only the warm-up. His words catch her completely off guard, and tears brim in her eyes. She fumbles on the ground, insisting that no human can possibly endure training like this. At the same time, Fumiko, kneeling, accuses Kusanagi of deliberately doing it to hurt them, and Yua declares that it is nothing but harassment. Kusanagi turns to the rest of the squad and urges the girls to look at them, emphasizing that they, too, could not keep up with the training at first, but they persevered day after day until they became the strong individuals they are now. He declares that they work side by side with death, fighting monsters and protecting citizens with everything they have. He points out that Yuika has always worked hard, relentlessly pushing forward even while believing she has no talent. Turning to the girls, he challenges them by asking how anyone could claim she is taking it easy, questioning where in her they see reliance on looks or connections, which leaves Ime caught off guard. He emphasizes that Yuika is an important friend to him and firmly declares that he will never forgive anyone who tries to discredit her. Terrified, the three panic and dash out of the training ground, desperately pleading for mercy. Watching them flee, Kusanagi remarks that they are utterly spineless and adds that he might have considered letting them join if they had endured and kept up with the training. Ryuji curiously asks what was with those people, but the protagonist tells him not to worry about it, saying they were just sore losers. Meanwhile, Yuika gazes at him with curiosity. Later, on their way back home, Yuika excitedly thanks him for standing up for her. Looking upward, Kusanagi replies that he only thought showing them the reality would put an end to their pointless flattery, adding that they will probably spread the word to the others as well. With a light giggle, Yuika asks if he is telling her not to worry about it, and he agrees. Her cheeks flushed, she admits that she also considers him an important person, to which he responds with curiosity, asking if that is so. Internally, she reflects that the way one values someone important may differ. But for now, that acknowledgement is enough for her. Resolving that one day she will be strong enough to stand at his side, she steps ahead of him and declares that she is going to become much stronger, strong enough to surpass him, and with a bright grin, she urges him to be prepared. Later that day, a calamity breaks out as the sky turns crimson and monsters surge forth, throwing everything into chaos and sending people fleeing in panic. Suddenly, Kusanagi and Hinata leap down from a building and spring into action. Together, they swiftly annihilate the monsters with their respective magic spells. The onlookers are panicked, finding their display incredible, unable to believe that the special magic team and the magic nobles are truly fighting side by side. With the cooperation of the special magic team, the reputation of the magic nobles is gradually being restored. The trend is that Shadowbringer handles illegal magicians while the special magic team deals with calamities and monsters. The special magic team has a unique organizational structure, focusing on students as its core, so few people recognize it as a police organization. This often results in delayed responses, and criticism towards the police is growing. Later that night, in a hospital, a boy named Kai, Leona's brother, lies unconscious on a stretcher, connected to a ventilator. Kusanagi, in his chrono avatar, quietly slides open the window and extends his hand toward the boy, casting level 7 holy magic, Angel Breath. Radiant feathers swirl and envelop Kai's motionless body. Internally, Kusanagi acknowledges that holy magic cannot awaken someone from a coma, yet he hopes it may still bring a positive effect to Kai's body and mind. So far, there has been no improvement, even after repeated treatments. Seeing no change in the boy, Kusanagi admits that holy magic seems ineffective. Yet when he recalls Leona, he resolves not to give up. Suddenly, he senses movement as Leona opens the door and steps into the room. She curiously glances around, certain she feels someone's presence, but finding no one, she dismisses it as her imagination. Meanwhile, Kusanagi swiftly leaps out of the window onto his magic circle, sighing in frustration that he was interrupted in the middle of treatment. Leona sits quietly beside her brother, gently asking how he is feeling, even though she already knows the answer. She then lifts a finger and says she will continue the story she began yesterday, this time about Chrono. She tells Kai that Chrono is truly remarkable, with exceptional magic, a proactive spirit, and a dependable nature. Unbeknownst to her, the protagonist lingers outside the window, secretly listening to her words. Leona adds that she has never met anyone like him before and asserts that everyone else just pretends not to see anything. With a hint of frustration, she tells her brother that Chrono can be so mean, recalling how he told her she was too weak and needed to train harder, all while coaching her with such strictness that it felt almost demonic. She then lets out a soft chuckle and asks if it isn't hilarious. Clutching the bedsheet of the stretcher with trembling hands, she sadly declares that she will never give up and will ensure no one else suffers the way Kai has. Through tears, she vows that they will take down Black Rebellion no matter what, swearing they absolutely will. Overcome with emotion, she breaks down crying, gently rubbing her hand against Kai's face as she tearfully apologizes to him. Kusanagi jumps down from the building and later arrives at a warehouse in his Shadowbringer costume, demanding to know who the people before him are. Leona gestures toward the group dressed in black outfits, explaining that they are his new allies. When he asks where she found them, Leona replies that it was less about her gathering them and more about them gathering themselves. She then shows him her phone, revealing that she has been uploading his videos and images online as part of an enlightenment campaign. She adds that the limited information she shared was meant as a test to see if they were capable of reaching out to him. Kusanagi recalls her making videos of him. Leona quickly reassures him not to worry, explaining that she has carefully verified everyone's identities, screened them, and ensured they are trustworthy. A boy in the group excitedly calls out to him as Lord Chrono, while a girl in front exclaims that it is truly the Black Magician in the flesh. With a confident grin, Leona tells him it's alright, but Kusanagi, unimpressed, simply responds with a flat probably. Shortly after, with a sigh, Kusanagi announces that he has come to train them, declaring that he won't hold back, and they should be prepared. The group eagerly responds that they are ready, insisting that despite appearances, they have confidence in themselves. With a hearty chuckle, Kusanagi remarks that he is looking forward to it, while Leona wearily presses a hand to her head, already knowing what awaits them. After training, the recruits collapse to the ground in exhaustion. Still, Kusanagi stands over them and firmly demands to know what is wrong, calling them pathetic and urging them to train as if their very lives depend on it. Though they were overly enthusiastic at the start, their determination quickly became evident, and under Chrono's relentless training, they grew remarkably. In time, the group divided into two units: the tactical team, specializing in information manipulation and hacking, and the action team, focused on striking and destroying Black Rebellion's hideouts. As Shadowbringer gained backing from various underworld organizations, his influence continued to expand. On the other hand, two police officers review a report on their phone, while Shido is engrossed in deep contemplation. One officer remarks that Black Rebellion's hideouts have suffered heavy damage, while the other muses whether this might be a conflict between illegal magicians, adding that some have begun to view Shadowbringer as a kind of vigilante. Meanwhile, Shido grits his teeth, inwardly scoffing at the idea of a vigilante, declaring that illegal magicians are nothing more than criminals and vowing that they will not be allowed to continue unchecked. Elsewhere, Kiroi, seething with frustration, furiously declares that Shadowbringer had better not underestimate Black Rebellion again, insisting that he is no longer the man he once was, while his girls shrink back in terror at the intensity of his rage. At that moment, a henchman approaches and informs Kiroi that everything is prepared. Kiroi snarls that he was too slow and calls him a useless man. With a ferocious glare, he declares that he will corner them and kill them with his own hands, while inwardly vowing for Kusanagi and Chrono to wait for what's coming. The following day, while Kusanagi is focused on training the squad, Shido watches him from the side, acknowledging that he is a remarkable individual, yet unable to shake the suspicion that he might actually be Chrono. Considering Chrono's age, abilities, and the timing of his emergence, the doubt is difficult to ignore. With a sigh, Shido admits to himself that he wants to believe Kusanagi is not Chrono. Meanwhile, Ruka, Ryuji, and Yuika clasp their hands together, bowing in apology as they hand their shattered bracelets to Kusanagi. They explain that they tried to fix the bracelets. However, Kusanagi reassures them that it's fine and tells them not to worry, emphasizing that the damage was simply beyond the item's durability. As he glances at a broken fragment, he reflects that a novice like him still can't craft proper anti-monster equipment and considers whether he should consult Takagami. Ryuji mutters that he still can't say he likes this situation, while Ruka remarks on how unbelievable it is that the magic nobles would go so far as to launch a night ambush just to test them. Yuika, frustrated, insists that just because they are magic nobles, they think they can do whatever they want. Kusanagi admits it angers him as well, but points out that for the sake of the future, cooperation with them is necessary. With an apologetic tone, he urges them to let it go just this once. Yuika concedes that if Minato says so, she cannot refuse, while Ruka adds that they still lack sufficient strength. Ryuji, clenching his fist, mutters that failing to notice they were under attack still makes him feel pathetic. Yuika thoughtfully notes that now that he mentions it, the magic nobles had been acting strangely, admitting that she doesn't know what kind of magic affected them. Still, they seemed completely unaware of their own situation. Kusanagi explains that drain-type magic absorbs magical power and blurs memories, leaving them unable to recall what happened before or after it was cast. He then declares that training is over and tells them to head back. Yuika apologizes, explaining that they have tasks to attend to at the academy, and Ruka follows with her own apology. At the same time, Ryuji steps aside, mentioning that he has to get to his part-time job. At that moment, Shido calls Kusanagi and offers him a ride. Shortly after, while driving, Shido mentions that Shadowbringer has been expanding his influence recently and asserts that, as a member of the police force, he cannot simply stand by and do nothing. Kusanagi curiously asks if Shido is still suspicious of him. Shido remarks that Chrono is a young achiever, and that, given Kusanagi's similar position, he might have noticed something. Kusanagi turns his face around, insisting that he doesn't know anything. He then glances at Shido and asks if Chrono is considered a villain, noting that he hasn't heard of him committing any evil deeds. Shido replies that, from what he has heard, Chrono seems to be a good person, which prompts Kusanagi to ask when that changed. Shido simply asserts that it's because Chrono is still technically a criminal. Shido then tells him that his father was a police officer, a man of strong justice. He was a remarkable person, and he always used to say that criminals are human too with consciences, and if one confronts them sincerely, they will understand. Shido tells him that he respected his father for that and wanted to become a police officer like him in the future, but his father was killed. He recalls that his father had been trying to negotiate with a criminal who had taken hostages. However, the criminal cast magic on his defenseless father, and, being unable to use magic himself, his father was killed without any chance to defend himself. Shido grits his teeth as he tells Kusanagi that his father stayed true to his beliefs, trusting in the criminals, only to be brutally killed in return. He adds that the criminal, charged with robbery and murder, was eventually arrested. He adds that when the culprit was asked why he killed his father, the man claimed he was scared, insisting it wasn't his fault but his father's. Remembering this, Shido sternly dismisses it as nonsense and leans on the steering wheel, scoffing at the idea of a criminal being scared. He asserts that the true fear should have been felt by the victims, like his father, who was killed, and that his father lost his life over something so trivial. With a hardened voice, Shido declares that he can never forgive such people and emphasizes that criminals are all equally scum. He fiercely turns to Kusanagi and asserts that even if criminals try to save others, they must never be forgiven. Otherwise, those who live honestly are left wondering what his father's sacrifice was for. Kusanagi notes inwardly that if Shido speaks with such intensity, it must be something deeply rooted within him. Shido then apologizes to Kusanagi, admitting that he became too emotional. He then drops Kusanagi, stating that he will be counting on him again tomorrow, and then departs. The following day, Yuika and Ruka stand at the academy waiting for Kusanagi, who is unusually late, something they find rare for him. Kusanagi hurries down the streets, irritated by how teachers always seem to talk endlessly. As he passes, a large screen on the roadside displays the news. Suddenly, the broadcast flickers and distorts, and Kuroi's image emerges on the screen, announcing that Black Rebellion has hijacked the transmission. The sudden interruption startles the crowd, and onlookers whisper among themselves, questioning if the man before them is truly Kuroi, the former magic noble. Kuroi calls out to the special magic team and Chrono, announcing that he has prepared a gift for them. With a fierce tone, he declares that bombs have been planted all across Japan and warns the police not to make any reckless moves, emphasizing that if they defy his orders, he will detonate them one by one. He adds that some fools might still believe his words to be an empty bluff, so he decides to demonstrate a fraction of his so-called kindness. With a sharp snap of his fingers, multiple explosions erupt as several buildings are blown apart, flames bursting into the sky and leaving everyone in shock and horror. A massive piece of rubble breaks loose and plummets toward the terrified civilians, which sends them into a panic. Just before it can strike, Kusanagi raises his hand and conjures his level 4 void magic, high magic barrier. The shimmering shield expands in an instant and saves the people from the disaster. The rescued civilians, still shaken, anxiously express their gratitude, while Kusanagi quietly shifts his focus toward the chaos unfolding nearby. On the other hand, Karen urgently informs Shido that the incoming reports are conflicting and unreliable. Shido grits his teeth in frustration, acknowledging that under these circumstances, neither the police nor the special magic team can take action. Meanwhile, Yuika tightly grips her phone, frustrated that she can't reach Kusanagi. Ryuji, equally tense, mutters in irritation about what Kusanagi could be doing at a time like this, while Ruka anxiously wonders what's going on. On the other hand, the broadcast shows Kuroi addressing Chrono directly, demanding that he come to the designated location alone. He warns that if Chrono refuses, every bomb will be detonated at once, and he insists that escape is not an option. Amidst the spreading chaos, Kusanagi stands his ground, listening intently to the broadcast. Later that night, the protagonist soars through the air on his magic circle in his Shadowbringer's avatar. Through a Bluetooth device, Leona informs that the designated place is a port warehouse that used to be a hideout and asks if he is really going through with this. He confidently affirms, assuring her that it will be fine. Standing atop a building's rooftop, she urges him to be safe and not die on them. Continuing his flight, he acknowledges her words with a firm agreement. Shortly after, he lands on the designated location and enters the warehouse where a large number of goons await him. Upon seeing him, Kuroi comments that he has been waiting for him and chuckles aloud, declaring that he has been longing for the day he could beat him to a pulp. He extends his arms, mentioning that everyone here is a top-tier mage with advanced powers, and claims that they have gathered the best of Black Rebellion. Kusanagi confidently asks if defeating everyone here would mean the end of Black Rebellion. Kuroi bursts into laughter, joined by the rest of his henchmen. A red-haired subordinate points at Kusanagi and mocks him, calling him an idiot for thinking he could win alone. Kuroi's expression hardens as he shoots the man a sharp glare, ordering him to be silent and calling him a dimwit. Grabbing the red-haired man by the collar, He yells that this is exactly how those who underestimated Chrono ended up beaten. However, he declares that he is different. He won't hold back and will kill him flawlessly, without ever lowering his guard. Kusanagi dashes forward, asking if Kuroi really believes he can pull it off. But Kuroi raises his hand, signaling him to stop, and warns that if he dares to resist, the bombs planted across the city will be detonated, urging him to think about how many lives would be lost. The protagonist halts, narrowing his eyes, as Kuroi commands his henchmen to kill him. At once, they unleash a barrage of spells, but Kusanagi's magic barrier automatically flares to life, effortlessly deflecting every attack without him even lifting a finger. Seeing the barrier hold firm, Kuroi grits his teeth in fury and snarls, calling Kusanagi an annoying brat. The mages keep hurling spells at him, but Kusanagi calmly tells them it's pointless, stressing that level 3 magic won't work on him. Kuroi fiercely slams one mage's face, shouting that they are all worthless since they can't even scratch their target. When Kusanagi calls him trash, Kuroi chuckles and claims that the same trash will brutally kill him. Clenching his fist, he acknowledges Chrono's strength and admits that with an overwhelming amount of magic and high-level spells, he would have no chance against him. However, he then pulls out his gun, presenting it as his answer, while his henchmen standing behind him appear utterly bewildered and terrified. Kusanagi confidently remarks that a gun will not work on him, but to his surprise, the bullet slices through his cheek and draws blood. Kuroi grins maliciously, pleased to see that expression on his face. Without hesitation, he unleashes a barrage of fire, revealing that the weapon is enchanted with magic designed to dismantle anti-magic equipment and capable of penetrating anything, even magic barriers. As the bullets graze past the protagonist, leaving only slight scratches, Kuroi raises his gun and remarks that it has been a while since he last fired, so the shots did not land cleanly. He is then taken aback to see Kusanagi standing amidst glowing magic circles with his eyes closed, and his wounds seem to be healing. Gritting his teeth, Kuroi ferociously demands to know if he is using holy magic. Kusanagi nonchalantly urges him not to mix them up, explaining that this is natural magic which activates without his will, and clarifies that he is not resisting. Kuroi confidently replies that it makes no difference, claiming that healing will not change the outcome. With a chuckle, he adds that it is better for him, as it simply means he can inflict more pain, and unleashes another barrage of bullets. Unleashing the bullets, he excitedly asks Kusanagi if it hurts and asserts it must hurt, emphasizing that even if the wound heals, the pain remains. Meanwhile, the goons are stunned to see the protagonist standing firm despite the slits tearing across his body. Soon, the radiant magic circles envelop Kusanagi and heal his wounds again. Meanwhile, Kuroi internally finds it odd that he cannot land a single direct hit and briefly wonders if Chrono is dodging, but quickly dismisses the thought, insisting that such a feat is impossible. At that moment, Kusanagi receives a message through his Bluetooth earpiece and responds calmly with a brief acknowledgement. Enraged, Kuroi roars in fury, outraged that he would dare communicate with his allies right in front of the enemy, taking it as an insult and an underestimation of his abilities. He fiercely clenches his fist and declares that he has held back long enough and will kill him. But before he can act, Kusanagi raises his arm and unleashes level 5 wind magic, Grand Typhoon, as intense swirling winds tear through the battlefield and wipe out all the henchmen in an instant. In desperation, Kuroi hastily commands his underling through his phone to detonate the bombs, but Kusanagi tells him that it's useless since all the bombs have been disarmed by his allies. Kusanagi comments that it hurts quite a bit and declares he will return the pain 100-fold. Kuroi fiercely grits his teeth, calling him a brat and vowing that he will kill him. At that moment, the special magic team barges into the warehouse, declaring that it's enough. Yuika announces that all the bombs have been disarmed, while Ruka urges him to stop his futile resistance. Glancing back from the corner of his eye, Kusanagi internally thinks they have arrived quickly and ponders whether they were waiting nearby without being found. Standing behind him, Ruka curiously wonders if he is the Shadowbringers' leader, Chrono, while Ryuji excitedly comments on the immense magic power he is witnessing. Karin, however, internally questions whether Kusanagi truly came alone and firmly resolves that they must hurry to support him. In his Chrono avatar, Kusanagi declares that the tables have turned, prompting Kuroi to grit his teeth in fury. At that moment, Taoshiru suddenly steps forward out of the blue, remarking that it seems Kuroi is having a hard time. Ruka and Yuika are utterly taken aback, their eyes widening in shock as they realize their father is standing there. They curiously ask why he is here and why he is siding with Kuroi. Kuroi casually rests his arm on Taoshiru's shoulder, declaring that it's because they are comrades. Ruka anxiously asks her father if there is a reason for this, while Yuika worriedly demands to know what happened. Taoshiru firmly remarks that he is not obligated to explain himself, catching them both off guard. Meanwhile, unable to recognize Kusanagi with his face turned and hidden beneath a black cloak, Shido, standing behind, calls out to him as the Black Mage. Kusanagi slightly glances back, asking if this is really the time to be treating him as an enemy. Karen anxiously remarks that since Kusanagi isn't here, they should focus on working together with the Black Mage. Ryuji agrees with her, stressing that this isn't the time for petty misunderstandings. Shido reluctantly nods, asserting that they will cooperate just this once. Suddenly, noticing grenades being hurled their way, Kusanagi quickly urges them to dodge, catching everyone off guard. Suddenly, a massive explosion erupts, and Shido shields himself with his arms, wondering what kind of power it is. Ruka shields herself as well, remarking in shock that these aren't ordinary grenades. Kusanagi comments that it is hard to believe there exists anti-magic equipment capable of dismantling spells, besides guns. Kuroi smirks, declaring that this isn't all, revealing several more grenades tucked into his blazer. Meanwhile, gazing at their father, Ruka bitterly remarks that she never imagined they would one day be fighting against him, while Yuika wonders aloud why things have come to this. Chanting his spell, Taoshiru attacks them with level 3 water magic, Azure Splash, sending a powerful surge of water rushing toward them. Ruka quickly shields Yuika and counters with her own level 3 water spell, but Taoshiru's magic easily neutralizes hers, and the torrent continues bearing down on them. Just before it hits, Ryuji swiftly intervenes, conjuring Rock Wall with his level 3 earth magic, blocking the attack and protecting the Mizuha sisters. Breathing in relief, Ruka thanks him, while Yuika nervously echoes her gratitude to her sister as well. Taoshiru calmly admits that both of them have grown far stronger than before, and even acknowledges that their teamwork is impressive. But then, exuding an overwhelming aura, he firmly declares that they are still no match for him. Ruka is taken aback, stunned by the sheer magnitude of her father's magical power, while Ryuji wonders whether it could be as much as Kusanagi's. Yuika steps forward, confidently declaring that they can fight now, and reminds him that they couldn't do anything before, but things are different now. Ruka affirms with resolve, declaring that they have grown stronger, while Ryuji confidently proclaims that they have survived hellish training. Yuika steps in with fiery determination, declaring that they will defeat him, and then demands to know what this is all about. The sisters then combine their strength, unleashing level 7 Great Water Magic, Geyser Wave, sending a massive torrent surging toward their father. However, Taoshiru dismisses them as too naive and counters with level 8 Water Magic, Tidal Wave, summoning an overwhelming surge to clash against their spell. Both spells collide violently, exploding into a massive surge of water that crashes down like heavy rain. Taoshiru calmly remarks that they managed to neutralize his magic, though not completely, and asserts that they are still far behind him. Ruka, along with her squad, collapses to the ground from the overwhelming force. Lying there, Ruka internally admits in shock that her father can cast up to level 8 and quietly concedes that he is far too strong. Nearby, Kuroi raises his gun with a scoff, mocking how one-sided this fight has turned out to be. Seeing the protagonist still standing firm, Kuroi scoffs, remarking that even the great Chrono seems powerless against anti-magic equipment. He asserts that Chrono has never faced guns before, and on top of that, the Black Rebellion has another skilled fighter on their side. With a confident sneer, he declares that none of them stand a chance and mockingly suggests they should beg for their lives. When Kusanagi whispers something under his breath and slightly glances back at his collapsed squad, Kuroi immediately fires at him, urging him not to get cocky. Yet, the protagonist effortlessly slips past every bullet, startling Kuroi, who finds it unbelievable. Internally, he dismisses it as nothing more than a fluke, insisting that no human can dodge gunfire. At that moment, Taoshiru launches another assault, conjuring level 8 water magic, Tidal Wave, sending a massive surge toward Kusanagi. However, he vigilantly evades it, leaping high into the air. As he comes down before Kuroi, The latter quickly brandishes a dagger and, to Kusanagi's surprise, unleashes level 5 dark magic, Night Raid, cloaking the weapon in ominous darkness. As Kuroi slashes with the dagger, the protagonist narrowly evades the strike, but Kuroi wastes no time, immediately following up with a relentless barrage of bullets. Kusanagi flips backward with sharp precision, dodging them all. Just then, another massive wave surges toward him, unleashed by Taoshiru's spell. Without hesitation, Kusanagi swiftly conjures a shimmering magic barrier, deflecting the torrent just in time. Meanwhile, watching from the sidelines, Ruji mutters in disbelief, wondering aloud if they're even facing humans at this point. Kneeling beside him, Ruka bitterly comments that it feels pathetic just to sit and watch. Yuika asserts that in their current state, they can't face Kusanagi. Meanwhile, Shido internally thinks that if they attack the Black Mage Chrono head-on, they can't beat him, but he notes that he is not paying attention to them now. He reasons that if Chrono is at a disadvantage, they might be able to neutralize him. While they are engrossed in a heated battle, Shido contemplates that reinforcements will arrive soon, and then Kuroi and Mizuha Taoshiru can be arrested, so he thinks they can't miss this opportunity. Shido turns to Karin and tells her that they are going to attack Chrono, which leaves her confused as she questions why, pointing out that he is fighting alone. Gripping her shoulders firmly, Shido explains that Chrono is an illegal mage and insists that this is their only chance to capture him. He urges her to join him, and when she hesitates with a hint of reluctance, he pleads with her, stressing that they cannot afford to let this opportunity slip away. Karin clenches her fist with determination, and Shido encourages her, assuring her that she can do it. Gathering her resolve, she begins chanting and unleashes a level 6 magic spell that strikes the protagonist directly. Watching this unfold, Kuroi lets out a chuckle, mocking their choice to attack Chrono, and scoffs that, as expected, the police are nothing but useless. As the protagonist collapses to the ground, Shido praises Karin's efforts and declares that it's his turn to strike next. However, the truth is revealed when Karin's spell shines brightly. It isn't an attack at all, but level 5 holy magic, first aid, enveloping the protagonist in a healing glow. Kuroi, taken aback, finds it preposterous that the police helped Chrono, an illegal mage. Kusanagi glances at his hands, contemplating that he can heal his wounds and fatigue with his passive magic, and he doesn't really need Karin's holy magic. However, he quickly realizes that it must be her trying to communicate her feelings. Shido, visibly frustrated, demands to know why Karin healed him, to which she replies that it's because he's fighting for their sake. Her words leave Shido confused, prompting him to question what she means. Karin then presses him, asking if he truly can't see the reality before them. She questions why he thinks they, who can't even move, are still alive, and why Chrono hasn't left his position. She emphasizes that it's all because Chrono has been protecting them. While Kusanagi is engrossed in the battle, she insists that if it weren't for him, they would have been Black Rebellion's targets, and that's precisely why Chrono hasn't run away. Shido, utterly taken aback, refuses to believe it, insisting that it's impossible and stressing that Chrono is an illegal mage. There's no way he would ever try to protect the police. But Karin grabs Shido by the collar, reminding him of the very reason Chrono is here. She asserts that Chrono came alone to save the people, and from the start, every moment of his fight has been for the sake of others. Shido glances at him and internally acknowledges that Chrono is not moving much from where he is now. That's why he is covered in wounds. Yet he suspects whether he is really doing this to cover for them or if he has been mistaken all along. Shido somewhat realizes that Kusanagi may be an illegal mage, but perhaps he is different from the others, and wonders whether he was averting his eyes from that truth. Barely regaining her footing, Yuika asserts that it doesn't matter whether or not Chrono is an illegal mage. Ruka, struggling to stand, agrees and insists that they should all fight together. Churoi chuckles and scoffs that nobody's like them won't change anything, mocking that they hardly have any magic power left. Yet, the squad unleashes their spells, proclaiming that even if their power is small, there is still something they can do. The squad launches a collective assault on Taoshiru, which momentarily startles him. Remaining vigilant, he swiftly leaps down and extends his hand to counter. However, before he can react, the protagonist strikes with a level 7 fire spell, Demon's Blaze, catching him off guard. Even so, Taoshiru manages to neutralize it in time with his own level 7 spell, Geyser Wave. Internally, he admits that he doesn't have many chances to strike at Chrono directly, and whenever he turns his focus on the special magic team, Chrono intervenes. He notes with frustration that their coordination is far too sharp for a makeshift situation. As Yuika unleashes her spell alongside Ruji and Ruka, she confidently declares that they at least know how to hold him off. At the same time, Karin casts her healing magic, silently assuring Kusanagi that they will support him and that he is not fighting alone. Behind them, Shido clenches his fist before releasing his own spell. Enraged, Kuroi contorts his face in fury, snarling and calling them repulsive whelps. Meanwhile, as Taoshiru focuses on evading the barrage of attacks, Kusanagi reflects that thanks to the special magic team, the pressure from Mizuha Taoshiru has lessened, making the battle far more manageable. At the same time, Kuroi fires his guns relentlessly, shouting that they are all irritating and vowing to kill them with his full strength. Yet Kusanagi effortlessly dodges each bullet, prompting Kuroi to ask in surprise what kind of magic he used to avoid them all. The protagonist nonchalantly remarks that he simply dodged the bullets without using any magic. Kuroi, frustrated, scoffs at his words and snaps at him not to joke around, stressing that this isn't some kind of movie. Kusanagi calmly notes that it has been a while since he faced long-range anti-magic equipment, which made it difficult for him to fight properly. Seething with rage, Kuroi unleashes another furious barrage of gunfire, shouting for him to die. Yet Kusanagi dashes forward, evading every shot with ease, declaring that it is useless now since he has already analyzed him. In that case, Kuroi quickly seizes his magic-dissolving anti-magic weapon, the rocket launcher, stating that everyone will be wiped out by its power. However, as dark energy seeps through the air, Kusanagi menacingly looms behind him, announcing that he has finally closed the distance, catching Kuroi completely off guard. Stunned, Kuroi cannot comprehend how he can wield a night spell. Kusanagi, wearing a chilling grin, leans close and whispers into Kuroi's ear as his magic circles ignite, calling him cruel. In an instant, dark energy erupts, coiling around Kuroi like a massive serpent. Startled and overwhelmed, Kuroi lets out a helpless scream. With a fierce glare, Kusanagi declares that this is no ordinary spell, but a special form of dark magic, one that inflicts relentless agony for 3 days and nights. He calls it a punishment befitting a villain like Kuroi. Completely engulfed by the writhing darkness, Kuroi collapses to the ground, powerless. The protagonist shifts his gaze to Taoshiru, declaring that it's his turn now. Behind him, the squad collapses to their knees, drained from the battle. Kusanagi glances back at them with a grin, internally acknowledging that they have done well, and now it is up to him to take care of the rest. Turning to Taoshiru once more, he asks if they should begin. To his surprise, Taoshiru calmly raises his hands and declares that he surrenders. Caught off guard, Kusanagi narrows his eyes and asks curiously what he means by that. Just then, Leona's urgent voice crackles through his Bluetooth earpiece, and she informs him that they have got trouble. She reveals that police and magic nobles are swarming all over Tokyo's Black Rebellion hideouts, the timing too precise to be a coincidence, leaving no doubt that Mizuha Taoshiru leaked the information. Kusanagi turns to Taoshiru, demanding if he was the spy who infiltrated Black Rebellion, and with a weary sigh, Taoshiru admits more or less. At that moment, Kusanagi senses something amiss, swiftly turning around to find Kuroi standing with a gun in hand, declaring that he had been fooling every single one of them all along. Kusanagi internally realizes that Kuroi has dissolved Cruel using anti-magic equipment. Holding up a detonator, Kuroi declares that he will destroy everything and set off the bombs planted nearby. Yuika anxiously urges that they must escape quickly, but Ruka, drained of strength, admits that her body won't move. Without hesitation, Kusanagi and Taoshiru dash forward, and Kusanagi unleashes level 7 fire magic, Fire Wall. At the same time, Taoshiru calls forth level 7 water magic, Emerald Aqua, forming a layered shield around the squad. At that very moment, Kuroi slams the button, shouting for everyone to die. However, Yuika is taken aback to see that nothing happens. Kuroi anxiously presses the button again and again, wondering what's going on, baffled since he planted those bombs everywhere. At that moment, Leona arrives there out of the blue, asking if they didn't tell him that they had already defused the bombs. He recognizes her as one of the Shadowbringer's men and asks how dare the pests flock together. He calls her scum and urges her to grovel and obey him. emphasizing that the incompetent ones are nothing but slaves working for him. Leona fiercely slams his face and sends him crashing to the ground, while she frustratedly asserts that she has finally given him her payback. With a bruised face, Kiroi admits that all of them are just being led around by the nose and reveals that he is not the mastermind. He is just a pawn. Revealing that, he then collapses to the ground. Kusanagi internally wonders whether there is someone behind Black Rebellion. Sensing the police approaching, he quickly lifts Leona and moves to the side. Yuika calls out to him as Black Mage, urging him to stop, but without turning, he leaps from the building. Watching him vanish, Ruka remarks that he's gone like the wind, while Ryuji mutters in admiration, noting what a guy he is. Meanwhile, Karin smiles, internally thanking Kusanagi for saving countless lives, being the only one who knows he is the Black Mage. The following day, news broadcasts report that Kiroi Akuto, 35, a former magic noble and current president of Black Rebellion, has been arrested on multiple charges, including conspiracy. The reporter highlights widespread praise for the police, commending their swift defusal of the bombs and emphasizing the high level of their anti-terrorism capabilities. Hearing this, Hinata walks to the side in frustration, while Riku walks behind her. On the other hand, Kusanagi explains to his friends that something happened to his family, which is why he couldn't come yesterday. Hearing this, Yuika urges him to make sure he contacts them next time, and Kusanagi turns his head to her with an apology, telling her that things have been hectic. Soon after, they arrive at Mizuha's residence, where the maids waiting outside mention that they have been expecting the members of the special magic team. Once seated before Taoshiru, they ask him to explain the situation. He explains that to restore the honor of the magic nobles and put an end to the rampant activities of illegal magicians, he pretended to cooperate with Kiroi and infiltrated Black Rebellion. He explains that Kiroi, once a magic noble, had been involved in countless crimes and was steadily expanding his influence, something he could no longer ignore. When Yuika curiously asks why he chose to act now, he reveals that it was an imperial order from the police. Since Kiroi was suspected of colluding with Fuka, the police general believed it would be easier for Taoshiru, as the head of a magic noble family, to approach him. As expected, Kiroi placed his trust in him, and the plan fell into place. Taoshiru goes on to explain that, although he isn't officially part of the police force, he was given special treatment as an undercover investigator, meaning he won't be held responsible for any crimes committed during the operation. The Mizuha sisters are deeply moved by this revelation, but also criticize the police, saying they did nothing while forcing him to endure such hardship. Kusanagi internally contemplates that the special magic team is just the tip of the organizational iceberg, which is likely to follow the same path. However, he wonders why Mizuha Taoshiru goes to such lengths. Deep down, he reflects that, as for the police, they seemed rather deferential to the magic nobles, but the roles were reversed this time. Moreover, he thoughtfully ponders why the police decided to act now and thinks the reason is that they could no longer overlook it, which lacks conviction. He recalled the moment he had asked Leona if the police had actually gotten ahead of them. She confirmed that despite their limited information gathering capabilities, the police had managed to get ahead, and more than half of the bombs had been fakes. Kusanagi asked whether they simply could not have prepared enough real bombs, and she sighed, admitting it was possible, but noted it had been sloppy for a threat. She added that the police had acted unusually fast, almost as if they had prior knowledge, and insisted that something about the incident felt off. Back to the present, Taoshiru asserts that, following Homarai and Kaichai, he too will now publicly cooperate and will lift their disownment. He acknowledges his sins and asks his daughters to forgive him. Yuika curiously asks if he is serious, while Ruka is utterly excited, and Kusanagi smiles to see them. Later, as Ryuji heads back with his friends, he stretches his arms wearily, remarking that the Mizuha family has reconciled and that the clan promises full cooperation with the special magic team. He adds that with the Black Rebellion destroyed, it seems as though everything is finally resolved. Walking behind, Karin glances at Kusanagi with a smile, internally realizing that Chrono and Kusanagi are the same person and thinking of him as her hero. She wonders if there is anything she can do for him. Meanwhile, Shidu reflects that Chrono is an illegal mage, yet he saved them, and wonders if Chrono is truly Kusanagi, whether he should capture him. He internally asks his father what he should do next. Meanwhile, Yuika reminisces about the moment she saw Chrono's eyes, which were the same as Kusanagi's, and wonders if they might be the same person. Kusanagi, walking ahead of them, thinks that this could become troubling if things continue like this. Later that night, he casts a healing spell on Kai, who is still on a ventilator, and internally questions whether it is truly impossible. He urges Kai to wake up, emphasizing that his sister is waiting for him. At that moment, Leona enters the room, but Kusanagi quickly sneaks outside the window on his magic circle. Leona tells her brother that they have defeated the villains together and that there is no need to worry anymore. She pats his head, assuring him that no one will hurt him again. At that moment, Kai regains consciousness and calls out to his big sister, which startles her, and she quickly grasps his hand, telling him that she is there. He welcomes her back, saying that he tried his best to stay strong while she was away. She tearfully embraces him tightly, while Kusanagi watches them from outside with a gentle smile, then leaps higher into the air. The following day, with his hands clasped, Ryuji tells Kusanagi that he needs him to look after his little brothers the next day. Sitting over the rooftop with Ruka and Yuika, Kusanagi curiously asks if something has happened. Ryuji explains that the thing is, his shift runs throughout the entire day tomorrow, and it will be really late before he gets to go home. He explains that he usually participates in the special magic team's activities and goes to work wherever his mother is working, but this time it looks like neither of them will be available. He bows before Kusanagi, explaining that he can't possibly leave his brothers alone until nighttime, and asks him to look after them. With a grin, Kusanagi agrees, stating that he loves kids. Ryuji excitedly remarks that he appreciates it. Yuika apologizes, mentioning that she doesn't think she can make it tomorrow since she has things to do related to moving. Ryuji realizes her concern, noting that she is not disowned now, and asks if she is going back to her father's house. Yuika denies his assumption and reveals that they are moving to a new place. She adds that their father told them to keep establishing their independence and explore the outside world, but to make sure Kusanagi Minato stays with them. Ruka internally notes that Yuika sounds just like him. Ryuji comments that their father is the same as ever, and Yuika remarks that it's a blessing that he provides all the money they need. Kusanagi internally notes that if Taoshiru is promoting independence, it makes sense for Yuika and Ruka to live together, though he seems to have his reasons for keeping Kusanagi close. Ryuji wonders whether this means that Kusanagi and Ruka will be staying with her. When they don't respond, Ryuji chuckles and remarks that, now that he thinks about it, Yuika might be better off alone, while Kusanagi, frustrated, wonders what that pause was for. Kusanagi then turns to Ruka, asking what about her, and mentions that he can probably handle it alone. She reluctantly replies that she wants to help. Ryuji stands up, apologizing to both of them, and promises that he will make it up to them. The next day, Kusanagi and Ruka take the kids to an amusement park, and while patting a child's head, Kusanagi remarks that it has been a while since he last visited one. One of the kids tells Kusanagi that he wants to ride the roller coaster, while another excitedly says she wants to go on the merry-go-round, and the third expresses her desire to ride the Ferris wheel. Kusanagi enthusiastically replies that they will ride all of them. Hoisting one of the kids into his arms, he turns to Ruka and asks what she is doing, urging her to join. She coldly remarks that she is coming. As the kids cling tightly to Kusanagi, he tells her that her face looks scary and asks why she is not smiling. She apologizes and fakes a smile, asking if it's better. One of the young girls buries her face against his leg, crying out that her sister looks scary, which catches Ruka off guard. Kusanagi pats the kids' heads, internally thinking what a handful they are. They then spend the day enjoying the rides in the order the kids demand, first the merry-go-round, then the Ferris wheel, and finally the roller coaster. Later, as they walk down the street, one of the kids remarks that it was so much fun, and the young girl excitedly insists they ride everything again. Kusanagi glances at Ruka, who seems lost in thought, and upon seeing him, she nervously grins. Two kids then dash for the bathroom, while Kusanagi, holding the third, urges them to be careful not to bump into people. He and Ruka then sit on a bench, with Kusanagi remarking that seeing the kids so excited is the best, and she agrees. She quietly admits that he is impressive, and that the kids adore him, but he downplays it, saying it's nothing special. She adds that, as he can see, she isn't good with children. Not that she dislikes them, but she is just not good at communicating with them. He nods, acknowledging that he is well aware of that. She nervously grins and apologizes, confessing that she once told Yuika she could never surpass her, but that's not entirely true. She admits she can't cook like Yuika, isn't as considerate, struggles to get along with people, and is even being surpassed in magic. With a sigh, she admits that she isn't perfect and sees herself as just a clumsy woman who can't do much. As the protagonist quietly watches her, she stands up with a smile, admitting that she isn't usually like this and apologizes, urging him to forget everything she just said. Seeing the kids running back toward them, she comments that it looks like the kids have returned. Meanwhile, some people nearby are taking selfies in the middle of the street, and a boy recording their video laughs at the people standing on the side, drawing annoyed glances from the onlookers as he mocks them. Suddenly, the boy holding the selfie stick accidentally collides with Ryuji's younger brother, almost causing him to tumble, which immediately catches Kusanagi off guard. Before he can react, Ruka springs into action with lightning-like speed, colliding with the same boy as she rushes toward the child. She quickly wraps her arms around him, steadying him and preventing the fall. Gently, she asks if he is all right, and the boy, overwhelmed by fear and relief, bursts into tears. Ruka breathes a sigh of relief, thankful that the boy doesn't appear to be hurt. The blonde-haired guy she collided with towers over her, scowling and asserting that it's completely uncool to bump into people without apologizing. His companion, a girl, scoffs beside him, muttering that it's disgusting. Ruka faces him firmly, insisting that they did nothing wrong and that he should apologize. Enraged, the boy swings his fist at her, claiming she thinks she's all that just because she's pretty, while his friends cheer him on. Before his punch can land, Kusanagi intercepts, firmly gripping the boy's arm midair and twisting it, warning him that this is a public place, not his personal playground. He scolds the boy, calling him scum and asking if he thinks he's the only one allowed to cause trouble. He firmly warns him not to ruin a place meant for everyone to enjoy. As he twists the boy's arm firmly, the boy anxiously begs to be released. Kusanagi finally lets him go, and the trio quickly flees. Turning to Ruka, he asks if they are both alright, reminding them that people like this exist everywhere. The young boy clings tightly to Ruka's leg, crying that he is so scared, while the other two kids huddle around her as well. She anxiously glances at Kusanagi, who responds with a gentle smile. Kneeling on the ground, she wraps the children in her arms, reassuring them that they are safe now. Later that night, Ryuji returns home, apologizing for being late, and asking if the kids caused any trouble. Seeing them asleep on the floor with Kusanagi and Ruka, he lets out a sigh of relief, realizing they didn't, and remarks that they look like a family. In a meeting of police officials, Shadowbringer and Kusanagi are referred to as Shadow and Light, Japan's twin mages, and point out that they attract widespread attention. In contrast, the police's reputation only plummeted. The general notes that despite their swift response to the Black Rebellion explosion, earning some praise, the special magic team's accomplishments overshadowed the police, leaving their standing largely unimproved. He emphasizes that they cannot allow Shadowbringer to operate unchecked and tarnish the dignity of the police force. Clenching his fist, he commands the police to capture those criminals posing as vigilantes. On the other hand, at Kaichai's family dojo, Kusanagi and Riku stand before each other with wooden swords in their hands, ready to spar. Riku dashes forward and unleashes a relentless barrage of assaults, but the protagonist vigilantly deflects them all. As Riku swings his sword, Kusanagi jumps to evade the strike. He then swings his sword at Riku, but when Riku counters with a strike, Kusanagi falters and trips. Riku raises his sword, declaring the match over, yet Kusanagi quickly points his sword at Riku's abdomen, insisting it's a draw. Riku finds it impressive that Kusanagi can fight on par with him, the assistant master. Kusanagi sheathes his sword, stating that he might not be a match in swordsmanship. Riku turns around, calling him modest yet skilled, and is impressed by him, while Kusanagi sarcastically states it's flattering. As Riku places his sword on the stand, he collapses on the ground, while Kusanagi curiously wonders what has happened to him in such a short time. Riku, completely worn out, admits that merely holding a sword makes him feel slightly motivated. Otherwise, he would rather do nothing and wish he could die or become a plant. Kusanagi sits beside him, telling him that it is unsolicited and urges him not to die. He reassures Riku that doing nothing is perfectly fine, simply being alive is enough, and if that brings him happiness, nothing else matters. Riku lifts his head and remarks that Kusanagi is an interesting person. He then sits beside Kusanagi, confessing that he has always felt out of place, and becoming known for his swordsmanship only made him feel even more alienated. Kusanagi reassures him, saying that it's not being an outsider, it's simply being unique. Riku admits that no one has ever put it that way before, while Kusanagi shares that he has gone through similar experiences himself. He reveals that he had faced an unimaginable terror, with death looming right before him, yet he fought back and, as a result, awakened his powers. He reflects internally that ever since the fateful traffic accident, he has learned to use magic by mimicking the monster's spells, and over time, he has even developed his own. Yet on that day, he had been the sole survivor, unable to save anyone. Clenching his fist, he asserts that all of the surrounding people saw him as an oddity, but now his strength and power aid others. He then turns his head towards Riku, asking if he doesn't have something to protect, wondering if that isn't why he is fighting. Riku sadly agrees with his assertion, stating that indeed, there is something he wishes to protect. Kusanagi rises and reaches out his hand toward Riku, encouraging him to channel his power for that purpose and emphasizing that his uniqueness is his strength. Riku clasps his hand and thanks him. Holding on to it, Kusanagi remarks that they should look forward to working together, and Riku nods in agreement. As Kusanagi departs, Riku watches him intently. Shortly after, Kusanagi strolls down the busy street, reflecting that for the head of a magic noble family, Kaichai Riku was quite decent and had his quirks. He considers Riku far better than others like Hinata, Fuka, Taoshiru, and Kiroi, who he finds pretentious, wicked, or simply incomprehensible. Suddenly, he collides with Hinata, causing her to stumble to the ground. He quickly apologizes, asking if she is alright. She rubs her head, complaining that it hurts, and scolds him to watch where he's going, calling him a punk, which catches him off guard. As she looks up, she recognizes him and asks what he is doing here. She grits her teeth, grumbling that she already ran into an annoying guy today. Kusanagi, unfazed, points out that she isn't in her usual flashy outfit. She scoffs, saying as if she would always dress like that, and explains it's only for official duties, revealing that it's actually anti-demon equipment. Kusanagi remarks that he figured she was just into that kind of style. When he teasingly asks if she is into it, she snaps at him, yelling for him to shut up and insisting it's her choice. As they become the center of attention with everyone around gazing at them, she asserts that they are too conspicuous here. Noticing the ice cream parlor sign, she heads in that direction and tells him to stop standing around and hurry up. He lets out a sigh, thinking to himself that she really does move at her own pace. Once they sit down in the restaurant, two girls at a nearby table whisper among themselves, wondering if he is Kusanagi Minato and commenting on how cool he looks. Meanwhile, the boys at another table glance back at Hinata in awe, recognizing her as Hamurai, the magic noble. One of them comments that it doesn't seem like she's on a date. Hinata shoots them a sharp look from the corner of her eye, leaving them flustered, while Kusanagi privately thinks she's like a mad dog. She then turns to him and asks if he met with Riku today, prompting him to ask with curiosity if she knows. She comments that the two of them seem to be getting along quite well, adding that it must be nice. He scratches his head and admits he should have invited her too, calling it his mistake. She snaps back, yelling that she isn't sulking just because he didn't invite her. Then she firmly reminds him that they are only temporarily aligned and that she has no interest in making friends. Meanwhile, at the table beside them, a family is celebrating their child's birthday, and Hinata's gaze lingers on them as the mother gently wipes her son's face. With a grin, Kusanagi remarks that it's fine with him as long as they can cooperate for the time being. She scoffs, finding his confidence as irritating as ever, yet admits that he is strong and presses him fiercely to tell her how he became that powerful. When he casually mentions a road accident, she snaps in frustration, saying she already knows about that, but insists there's no way he gained such strength from just an accident. Seeing the fiery aura around him, she declares that his magical power is abnormal and insists that it doesn't increase that easily, stressing that magic doesn't work that way. He glances at the energy flickering in his hand, realizing that he is actually holding back his power quite a lot, even more than before. She asserts that if risking death were all it took to increase magic power, they wouldn't have to struggle so much. she sternly yanks his collar, demanding to know the reason behind his sudden strength and urging him to spill it. Kusanagi realizes inwardly that she's desperate and wonders if she truly wants power that badly. He thinks to himself that telling her he is the reincarnation of Ikikami Minato from the modern era wouldn't make any sense to her, nor would it satisfy Hamurai. While she keeps a firm grip on his collar, he calmly replies that it's nothing special and tells her that if she wants to get stronger, she has to train the usual way. With a frustrated click of her tongue, she lets go, remarking that he is impossible to read. At that moment, the waitress comes over, apologizes for the wait, and sets a berry parfait on the table. Kusanagi is startled by the enormous size of the parfait, internally remarking that it looks like a monstrous creation. Hinata's eyes shine with delight as she shows how much she has been waiting for this, which surprises him and makes her seem like an overexcited puppy in his eyes. She then turns her head, acting indifferent and stating that it seems they brought the wrong order, but since it is already here, she might as well eat it. Kusanagi quietly wonders if she truly was not looking forward to it. With visible excitement, Hinata takes a big spoonful of the parfait and savors its taste, her cheeks turning rosy with joy. Hinata eagerly devours the parfait to the last bite, while Kusanagi quietly sips his juice. Once finished, she leans back in her seat with a satisfied sigh, remarking that it was delicious and that she is completely full. With a sheepish excitement, she scratches her head, admitting that she had always wanted to try the parfait here but felt awkward coming by herself, and concludes that this turned out perfectly in the end. With a grin, Kusanagi quietly notes to himself that she has a sweet tooth, something he hadn't expected from her. At the same time, he observes how her magic power is overflowing around her. Suddenly, Hinata snaps her eyes open and slams the payment down on the table with force, declaring that she has nothing more to say to him and that she is leaving. He internally reflects that perhaps she had let her guard down just now, allowing him to catch a glimpse of the magic power she had been suppressing. What he saw was clearly far more intense than it had been when they last fought. He thoughtfully muses that there is no way her strength could have increased so drastically from mere training. The thought lingers in his mind as he speculates that she is, without a doubt, hiding something. On the other hand, Shido sits in his office, mulling over the possibility that Kusanagi might be Chrono, since whenever Chrono appeared, Kusanagi was nowhere to be found. Still, he struggles to accept the idea, finding it hard to believe they are the same person. His thoughts shift to the police investigation, which is growing more intense by the day, and he realizes it's only a matter of time before Chrono is caught. His gaze drifts to a family photo on his desk, and he quietly asks his father in his heart what he should do. On the other hand, later that night, Leona informs Kusanagi that the police are moving to dismantle Shadowbringer, explaining that operations are underway across the city, and some members have already been taken in, though only for questioning so far. Kusanagi glances at his phone, reflecting that the special magic team has also been tasked with hunting down Shadowbringer, and notes that they are throwing everything they have into the pursuit. He briefly considers telling Leona that he is actually Kusanagi from the special magic team, but quickly dismisses the thought. He reasons that if she were ever caught, her character would keep her from speaking about him, yet the knowledge would only place unnecessary stress on her. Besides, he reflects that there is little to gain from revealing the truth now. He decides it is better to hint at police inside information without exposing everything, concluding that it simply isn't the right time to speak. Leona, standing behind him, remarks that if things continue this way, their pursuers might soon catch up, and insists they need to come up with a plan. With a confident grin, Kusanagi tells her to leave it to him, assuring her that he already has one. The next day, he shows up at Takagami's place, apologizing for the sudden request and explaining that he needs her help. Turning her head toward him with a sly grin, she replies that if the request is coming from him, then she has no reason to refuse. However, the general slammed his fist on the table and asked his subordinates if Chrono had not been found yet. The police officer, looking toward the paper file and speaking with difficulty, said they were still in the process of questioning the members of Shadowbringers, but they insisted they knew nothing. The general shouted again, saying it was the police's job to make them talk. The police officer approached the general's table and said they simply did not have the leverage to get them to confess, as the members who were lower down the line were most likely not informed. The general stood up from his chair and loudly declared that the police force's dignity was on the line. and he did not care if they had to use force, ordering that no matter what they did, they must capture Chrono. The officers saluted, responding that they understood. On the other side, at the academy lecture room, Shidu stood in front of the students, the mages, and said that, as they all knew, they had been ordered to find Chrono as well as the members of Shadowbringers. However, Chrono's whereabouts were still unknown. He continued that this had already gone public on social media and the news, and hearing this, Kusanagi and Ryuji looked at him attentively, while Ruka crossed her arms and Yuika and Karin stood next to her. Shidu went on to say there was a decent amount of content clearly undermining the police along with their countermeasures for the calamity, so they must put their utmost effort into this search. The mages who heard this were nervous, and one of them, looking toward the other, said they already had their hands full dealing with the calamity and the demons, though the other replied that this was not the responsibility of the SMT and wondered what the higher-ups were thinking. Looking away, Kusanagi thought that this only showed how desperate the situation was and that they would have trouble getting away if the police got serious. As Shidu waved his hand, he told his comrades to stand aside as they prioritized handling the calamity and the demons while continuing to search for the Shadowbringers, then added that was all and dismissed them. As the mages dispersed, Karin approached Shidu and asked if they were really going to look for the Shadowbringers, to which he responded that it was an order from above, and they had no say in it. Ryuji clenched his fist and asked if they still had to do it even after the brunt of the calamity's work had already been pushed onto them. Ruka said there was now even more work to do, and Yuika pressed her hand to her chest and asked who the higher-ups thought they were. Walking around, Shidu said he could understand why the higher-ups had done it, as the Shadowbringers had a tremendous amount of influence and popularity, and if those illegal mages ended up gaining more support, who knew what would happen. He thought it was about time to end this charade, Captain Kusanagi, and hearing this, Kusanagi frowned and asked what Shidu was trying to say. Shidu raised his hand and said that if he were Chrono, he should surrender himself now, and Yuika and Karin opened their mouths in shock, while Ruka and Ryuji frowned in confusion. Running to Shidu, Karin said Kusanagi was not Chrono, and she had told him that multiple times, and Yuika added there was no way Kusanagi could be Chrono. Growing stern, Shidu explained that the fact they were so desperate to defend him must mean that they, too, were in on it. But Karin, sweating, said that was not the case and added that Captain Kusanagi was indispensable to Japan, no, to the entire world, and it was true that Chrono had saved many lives. Karin asked why then, but before she could finish, Shidu, clenching his fist, shouted that was exactly why, because if Chrono surrendered now, there was a good chance the judge would reduce his sentence, which was at least better than being apprehended by the police. He then raised his head and waved his hand, saying that the timing at which both Captain Kusanagi and Chrono appeared, their stature and their abilities, but most of all the fact that Captain Kusanagi was never around whenever Chrono appeared, could not be a mere coincidence. Both Yuika and Karin were speechless and lowered their eyes. Shidu raised his hand and, looking into Kusanagi's eyes, told him to answer and reveal his true identity, asking if he was Chrono, to which Kusanagi began to reply. But before he could finish, Karin, watching her phone in surprise, turned her back to Shidu and loudly told him to wait. Shidu, closing his eyes in frustration, asked what it was now and if she was seriously still defending him. But Karin showed her phone screen to Shidu and said it was not that, telling him to look, as they had hijacked the broadcast station. On her mobile screen, a video was playing where Chrono sat on his throne while his other members, wearing the same black costume as him, stood on either side. Chrono said he was the leader of the Shadowbringers and asked the dear citizens to forgive him for intruding upon their time of relaxation, adding that the world seemed interested to see who was stronger between Kusanagi and him, and he would satisfy their curiosity. Also, Leona's face was visible among the others who had their heads down. He then pointed his finger toward the recording camera and said he, Chrono, hereby challenged Kusanagi to a duel. Watching this on Karin's phone, they all were filled with fear and worry, and Yuika, Ruka, and Ryuji shouted at the same time what they had just heard, while both Shidu and Karin were speechless and worried, and Kusanagi stood behind, pressing his lips together and silently looking toward them. Shidu wondered how it was possible that Chrono wanted a duel, asking himself how he could do that if they were the same person, and Karin also wondered what it meant, concluding that Kusanagi was not Chrono, while Yuika, touching her chin, wondered if she had been mistaken. After this, Ryuji, with no worry and a slight smile, asked what Kusanagi was going to do, and Ruka, standing beside him, said there was no need to ask, while Kusanagi smiled and responded that, of course, he would accept the challenge. After a few days, in Shibuya, in the destroyed place where all the buildings were in ruins and debris lay on the ground, and no civilians lived, Kusanagi stood there while a helicopter flew over him, and the announcement was made that the battle between Kusanagi and Chrono would soon begin. Chrono still had not made his entrance, and a large crowd had gathered as if for a large-scale event. But police had been dispatched due to its dangerous nature and were also standing by to apprehend Chrono. However, a large crowd of girls stood behind the railing bars, holding banners of love for Kusanagi, shouting and making slogans. One girl saying she knew Kusanagi-sama would win for sure. Another saying someone was in the way and she could not see, while others shouted Kusanagi's name with love. On the other side, people taking Chrono's side shouted slogans for him. One saying Chrono was going to beat Kusanagi, another saying being a dark hero was rad as hell, and another loudly saying the police should be doing their jobs instead of hanging around. Ryuji stood on the roof of a destroyed building, holding the railing bar and looking through binoculars, saying this had turned into a big spectacle, while the others stood behind, including Yuika, Karin, and Ruka, who worriedly used their mobile phones as they stood before each other. Karin said they were hyping it up on social media, too. Yuika said it was trending with 4 million comments, and Ruka said there were tons of viewers watching the live stream. Shido stood on the roof with the railing and, watching down, wondered what Kusanagi was planning, knowing there was no turning back now. Meanwhile, Hinata floated on her double spell circle looking down on the arena, and said he was late, while Riku stood on a floating piece of earth beside her watching the arena in silence. Then Taoshiru arrived on his bubble, and both Hinata and Riku turned toward him, Hinata saying so he was here too, and Riku adding that it was unexpected, to which Taoshiru responded that this was a fight he must see for himself. Meanwhile, the light show in the sky moved at high speed toward the arena, and everyone, including all the mages, looked up in surprise, wondering what it could be. That bright light hit the helicopter, but the pilot stabilized it, while Kusanagi watched the light without worry. The bright light hit the ground hard and exploded, the dust and smoke spreading. But Kusanagi stood in it without concern, unaffected by the strong wind, while police officers were blown away, and the people behind the railing covered their faces. Chrono landed on the destroyed ground, and the light from his landing faded. The announcement was made that the leader of the Shadowbringers, Chrono, had appeared. The lady reporter in the helicopter looked toward him and said he had appeared, while the man beside her, filming the scene, said it was astounding to see him in the flesh. Shiryu, watching from the roof to the arena where both Kusanagi and Chrono stood before each other, said he had actually shown up, while Karin asked if Kusanagi was not Chrono after all, and Yuika asked if they were really two separate people. Kusanagi brushed his hair and said he did not normally like putting on a show, but it seemed he had no choice. Chrono, ready to attack, remained silent, and Kusanagi extended his hand, asking if the cat had got his tongue, to which Chrono responded that it was fine by him, and they should put an end to this. The girls behind the railing were worried for Kusanagi, and all the mages, including Karin, Shiryu, and Yuika, were watching the fight that was about to start. Karin and Yuika both worried. Mizuha, Hinata, and Riku watched the arena with no expression on their faces. Meanwhile, Kusanagi cast his level 6 null magic inorganic cannon, while Chrono smirked and cast his dark magic chaos raven. Kusanagi shot the null magic inorganic cannon storm toward Chrono, and Chrono cast his dark magic chaos raven and shot it toward Kusanagi. However, both of their magic collided with each other and exploded into a huge magic explosion. The person in the helicopter, seeing that the magic explosion was about to reach them, fearfully informed the headquarters that they were going to crash at this rate and asked them to move the helicopter away. Still, the battle was only just starting to get good, while the arena was destroyed, and both of their magic waves were moving in a curving motion across the arena. Chrono, like a raven, ran forward at high speed toward Kusanagi to make an attack, and Kusanagi also clenched his fist and ran to attack. As both their fists collided, Kusanagi's magic exploded in the middle of their colliding fists. The whole arena shook around them, and the rocks lying on the ground fell away and exploded as waves of their magic spread from the place where they stood. Kusanagi's magic surrounded them, and Kusanagi struck with his fist while Chrono raised his fisting arms before him. Kusanagi's fist hit his arm, Then Chrono swung his fists from side to side to attack. But Kusanagi, surrounded by his lightning magic, moved back and dodged the attack. Meanwhile, Chrono hit his hand into Kusanagi's stomach and pushed him back. Then, using his level 9 lightning magic, penetrating thunder, he attacked Kusanagi and, holding him with his magic, threw him away. Chrono's magic, which held Kusanagi, passed through the destroyed buildings in a straight line and almost cut through 4 or 5 of them. After making that huge attack, Chrono ended his magic. Still, meanwhile, Kusanagi appeared behind him, surrounded by golden light, with spell circles glowing around his feet and the ground where he stood, while little golden magic fairies were circulating around him. Kusanagi brushed his clothes and remarked that good grief, Chrono was not holding back, his clothes had become dirty. But Chrono turned and cast his level 7 Earth Magic Comet and shot a huge comet toward Kusanagi to attack him. Kusanagi, standing without worry as he watched the comet, cast his level 9 magic through the fairies which were circulating around him, and those magic fairies formed a huge shield before him to protect him. The comet struck the shield and broke into pieces while the shield remained unaffected. After this, the shield turned back into pure magic fairies surrounded by golden light and returned to Kusanagi, and Kusanagi raised his hand and lovingly touched the fairies, saying that for Neo Magic, it went pretty well. The cute little fairies responded to him by joining their hands respectfully, and upon seeing this, the people watching the fight were surprised and sweating as they asked what was happening. Then, they began shouting slogans for Kusanagi. A young man with brown hair who stood in the front of the crowd with his friends asked his friend what that thing was. And his friend clenched his fist in happiness and victory and said that who cared about the magic nobles anymore. The first one with brown hair pointed his finger toward the arena and said that those two were on a whole different level. At the same time, girls in the crowd blushed and shouted slogans for Kusanagi while raising banners. One of them emotionally squeezed her eyes and said that it was too much for her heart. At the same time, another sat on the ground blushing with teary eyes, saying that Kusanagi-sama was too handsome, and the third girl lovingly said that she could not bear it. He was too cool, she could not even handle it. Hinata folded her arms and made a disapproving face, saying that null magic users were always so flashy and were nothing but clueless idiots. Riku said that both of them were capable of using level 9 magic, and Hinata replied that their amount of mana was really something else, that even while using high-level magic, they still had room to spare. Taoshiru added that what stood out most was Kusanagi's magic, because his continuous magic was moving as if it had its own will. And hearing this, Hinata thought that after activating a spell by reactivating it within a very short time frame, the spell's effect would persist, and that was continuous magic. It was the same concept as the magic they were using right now, except his was much better. She then turned her eyes and added that there were only a few mages who could use continuous magic, and Taoshiru added that probably even fewer could use automatic magic on top of that. He explained that there was also the matter of Kusanagi's abnormal physical strength, that he was likely using magic power to invigorate his body and was empowering his attacks and defenses with it as well. Hinata turned her face and said that he was like a wall of magic power, and Taoshiru closed his eyes and responded that probably he was. Hinata asked why he could not stop saying probably and likely. Still, Taoshiru opened his eyes and explained that this was how irregular their magic was. They had surpassed the magic nobles in every aspect, and that they were true demons. Meanwhile, in the arena, the fight continued as both Kusanagi and Chrono swung their fists at each other to attack, and both of them dodged each other's blows. In the destroyed building, Chrono got to the upper side, and Kusanagi jumped from the ground onto a pillar of the destroyed building and broke it, then jumped before Chrono and kicked him. But before the kick could land, Chrono cast his green lightning magic spell, flew upward, and dodged the attack. In a second, Kusanagi jumped again and got in front of him, saying that he was too slow. Then he kicked Chrono and threw him down toward the ground. Chrono fell toward the ground but steadied himself by landing on his spell circle, then got up and stood while moving toward Kusanagi, and Kusanagi also stood on the same green flying spell circle above him. Seeing this, Shido, Karin, Yuika, Ryuji, and Ruka all opened their mouths in surprise. The fight continued between Kusanagi and Chrono as they stood on the spell circles fighting in the air and attacking each other with hits, kicks, and punches. And seeing this, Yuika sweated and said that she had known they were strong, but had not imagined this. And Ruka, also sweating, added that she could not believe they still had more up their sleeves. Ryuji said that he could understand why those rubbernecks would be so interested in them, while Karin, watching her mobile screen and standing beside Shido, said that it was still heating up more and more, and Shido, also watching his mobile, said that not only in Japan but the entire world was watching. In New York, everyone was watching the live fight between Kusanagi and Chrono on the big wall screen and on their mobile phones. The people were enjoying it, but at the same time sweating and saying that it was an amazing battle. And an older lady clenched her fists and said that it had been years since she had felt so alive. In South Korea, in a cafe, a girl sitting before her boyfriend asked him what he was staring at his phone for, and he replied that some popular mages from Japan were fighting each other, and the girl, annoyed, asked how that could be more important than their date. Then angrily turned her face while drinking her coffee and said who cared about some Japanese mage. But she was surprised to see that not only her boyfriend, but everyone in the cafe was watching the fight on their phones and shouting the name of their favorite mage, saying that he would win. The whole planet Earth was watching the fight between the two and shouting the names of their favorite mage. The names of Kusanagi and Chrono were being called from all over the world. In the arena, both stood before each other, Chrono with his head down, while Kusanagi stood confidently with no worry or tiredness, saying that Chrono had put up a good fight. But it looked like he was finished, as Chrono was injured and his costume was torn. Chrono then cast his level 9 dark magic Shadow Scythe and swung it to attack Kusanagi. But Kusanagi extended his hand and cast his level 10 null magic Gigant Hex and shot it to destroy the scythe, declaring that this was the end. Kusanagi's Gigant Hex destroyed the scythe into pieces and passed through it. The Gigant Hex in its huge size kept moving forward and pierced through Chrono into a building. The building cracked and was destroyed. The ground shook and strong winds blew. Yuika winked because of the strong wind and asked if it was level 10, and Ryuji said with awe what incredible magic power, while Ruka asked just how strong Kusanagi was. Kusanagi, surrounded with his green lightning curvy waves, flew at high speed toward Chrono, and the reporter lady sit in the helicopter shouted that they should quickly follow him. Still, the pilot responded that he could not because Kusanagi was too fast, and the cameraman sitting below said that the video feed had been cut out. The reporter lady angrily shouted in frustration that it had been getting so good. Kusanagi landed on the ground and stepped ahead, while Chrono, injured, lay against the destroyed building's rocks. Kusanagi stood before him and extended his hand, but Chrono, with fearful eyes, looked toward him and cast his 9 dark spell circles toward Kusanagi. Kusanagi angrily told him to stop. Meanwhile, Kusanagi's golden magic aura spread over Chrono's body and around him, ending both him and his spell circles. Chrono disappeared and only Kusanagi's golden lightning spell remained in the air. Kusanagi took a deep sigh while looking at the golden aura behind him and thought that it seemed he was able to pull it off. He then looked toward his bracelet, which was breaking, and said to himself that it seemed the anti-demon equipment Takagami had made for him was at its limit too, and he guessed it could only withstand level 9 magic for a short amount of time. He then looked back toward his golden lightning magic and reflected that clone magic was useful, but difficult to use, since the duplicate was considerably weaker than him and barely able to speak. After a while, Takagami stood worriedly on the roof, looking toward Kusanagi who was standing there, and she closed her eyes thinking with relief that everything had gone well. She then smiled slightly as she recalled that she had been surprised when she first heard that Kusanagi was Ikakami-san, but even more so to learn that he had secretly been Chrono as well, thinking that he was always full of surprises. She considered that since he could not activate 2 spells at the same time, he had only an extremely short amount of time to reactivate a duplicate spell that already had a brief duration, which meant that because he needed to be constantly using continuous magic, he could not use any other spells. That was why Ikakami-sen had prepared anti-demon's equipment with automatic magic for her to use, and by making use of such equipment that could cast magic automatically while she was unconscious, he could theoretically use multiple kinds of magic at once. However, she thought that not only did it require a vast amount of magic power to accomplish, he also needed to control the double with his own mind. Otherwise, there was the risk of the double going rampant and attacking the onlookers. In other words, Ikakami-san was expending great magic power while still maintaining control of the double, and at the same time he conducted a thrilling battle pleasing to the eye, a brilliant performance only Ikakami Minato was capable of. Meanwhile, Kusanagi, wearing his Bluetooth earpiece, declared that it was Chrono and told Leona it was safe to stop jamming the broadcast now. Leona replied that she understood and asked if it was over, and Kusanagi answered that it was. All of it. Leona, who wore the same earpiece, was in the system room where other team girls were working on the system. And as she watched the screens while standing at the door, she thought to herself that nobody would be chasing after Chrono anymore. She smiled lightly and thought that was right, Captain Kusanagi Minato. Kusanagi asked her if she had noticed, and as she walked down the corridor she replied that of course she had, telling him not to underestimate her intel network. He asked since when, and she answered that she had known for a while. There had simply been no reason to bring it up until now. She then locked the door, and when Kusanagi asked if that meant she had a reason now, she replied that she did. Later she went up to the roof, closed her eyes, and thought that since today was the last time she would get to see Chrono, she wanted to remember it. Kusanagi smiled lightly, touched his earpiece, and asked if she had seen through him, and she leaned against the railing watching the city and thought to herself that she had. She then thanked Chrono, saying in her heart that he had saved her, her group members, and many others, and she was glad he had been there for them. The city below was full of happy people walking along the streets. The number of illegal mages had decreased, crime rates had gone down, and the Shadowbringers would cease their activities until the heat died down. So without him, Japan would be fine. She sighed and thought that she could also take care of any of Kusanagi Minato's work, though for a price. Kusanagi asked if that meant she was going to charge him, and she thought to herself that obviously she would, though she would give him a friends and family discount. Kusanagi looked up at the sky and agreed, saying he would be counting on her when the time came. Leona lowered her gaze and said softly that she would, and when Kusanagi frowned and replied yes, she happily blushed and whispered her farewell, saying goodbye Chrono in her heart. Kusanagi also touched his earpiece to end the call, then removed it and turned while saying softly to himself that she should take care. Before him the five arrived, standing on their flying spell circles as they flew toward him at high speed, and they landed in a hurry looking worried. Yuika landed and asked what had happened to Chrono, while Ruka asked if he was injured. Kusanagi opened his arms without concern and replied that it looked like Chrono had gotten away, though he himself would be needing some bandages, and he doubted Chrono would be showing his face again anytime soon. Shido bowed in embarrassment before Kusanagi and apologized for accusing him of being Chrono, while Karen also admitted with embarrassment that she had started to doubt him too and asked for forgiveness. Yuika touched her crossed arm to her chest and apologized as well. Kusanagi looked at them while sweating slightly and thought to himself that now he felt guilty, even if it had been unavoidable, and he was sorry for tricking everyone. Looking aside, he slightly raised his hand with a guilty expression and told them not to blame themselves, since everyone makes mistakes. Hinata, however, angrily clenched her fists and shouted that those enemies were unbelievably strong, and gritting her teeth and trembling she vowed that she had to get even stronger because with normal training she would never be able to catch up. Riku turned his eyes toward her but remained silent, while Taoshiru said he still had energy to spare even after such an intense battle. He then looked at Kusanagi, brushed his hair, and stood before Shido while asking exactly how much magic power he possessed. Kusanagi thought to himself that with this he had been able to prove Chrono and he were two separate people, and now that BR had been abolished the Shadowbringers were no longer needed, though Kuroi's words still lingered in his mind. Still, he reflected that he had solved the most urgent problem, and he smiled as he thought that was good enough for now. However, across all the television channels his commercials were playing, where he held a cup of elegant tea and asked viewers if they would like to spend a wonderful time with him, telling them to try elegant tea today. The girls everywhere, on the streets, in restaurants, and even in hospitals, were watching him on the big screens and capturing his pictures, while at the academy he was also seen instructing other students as they trained, telling them to work their legs hard and not to skip out on training. In the classroom he sat at his desk by the window, and when the media asked how he had become so strong, he explained that he had awakened to his powers after a near-death experience, and besides that, he supposed it was by training himself to the limit. In malls and shops, half-covered images of his upper body were bannered on cabin walls with the words "Restock TBD," which made many girls upset. Some of them complained that the merchandise was sold out, while others groaned that it was the worst. The next morning at the academy, the girls were in an uproar for Kusanagi, entering the classroom from both the windows and the door, and when they saw him they blushed and waved, making the other boys jealous. Kusanagi, annoyed, kept his head down as he sat at his desk with his arms resting on it, surrounded by girls from all sides. One girl lovingly asked him to shake her hand, another asked if she could hug him, and a third begged him to marry her, but Kusanagi grew tired of hearing such things constantly. Ryuji, Ruka, and Yuika stood aside watching with slight sweat, and Ryuji remarked that Kusanagi was really popular. Yuika asked if he would be okay, while Ruka noted that he was not good at handling such things. Kusanagi closed his eyes, gritted his teeth, and thought with frustration that it was a terrible headache. Suddenly he stood angrily, surprising the girls, and he ran toward the window as they screamed and chased him, while he leapt out and dashed away across the grounds at high speed. As he ran he recalled Shido's words when he had laughed and suggested that if he did more guest appearances, they could surely recruit talented mages. Kusanagi angrily thought that he should never have blindly listened to Shido. He ran away from the academy, sprinting through alleys toward home, while groups of girls spotted him and ran after him, shouting for him to wait. Kusanagi screamed in frustration that they should just leave him alone. After a while he was at lunch with Yuika and Ruka, who were having tea while Kusanagi, tired, sat on the couch. Yuika set her teacup on his head, while Ruka worriedly asked if he was okay, and he replied with closed eyes that somehow he was. He then looked around the home and asked more importantly if they had finished cleaning up for the move. Yuika proudly said that while he was running away, she and her sister had worked on it, while Ruka, standing beside her and holding her shoulders, added that Yuika had done most of the work. Kusanagi looked toward them and thanked them both, saying it helped a lot. He then explained that the new place was a 3-room apartment, so it would be nice to have their own rooms and not feel cramped. Hearing this, both Ruka and Yuika felt sad, and while Ruka sipped her tea she thought that sharing a small room had been fun in its own way, while Yuika thought that she would no longer be able to see Kusanagi's sleeping face. Suddenly Kusanagi turned and looked at them both, wondering what they were thinking, and the sisters quickly turned away. Yuika was quietly sad, while Ruka closed her eyes and scolded herself inwardly for what she had been thinking. Meanwhile Kusanagi took his phone from his pocket, stepped onto the balcony, and spoke with Takagami. She asked if he had some time to talk and admitted she was just wondering if everything was okay after that fiasco. And Kusanagi, kneeling by the terrace wall, replied that everything had gone smoothly thanks to her, though it was now coming back to bite him. Takagami laughed and said it was always hard being popular, and Kusanagi, watching Yuika and Ruka having tea in the lounge, told her to let him know if she ever needed anything, since she was an important friend and the only one who knew his true identity. Takagami promised that if anything happened she would call him first, and Kusanagi agreed, asking her to please do so, then said he would talk to her later. After the call ended, Takagami sat sadly on the floor with her legs folded, holding a framed picture of herself, her daughter, and her granddaughter. As she looked at it with sorrow, she whispered, wondering aloud what she should do. Ikakami-san. The next morning at the MPD training field the beautiful sun was shining in the sky, and all the new recruits were gathered there. The members were laughing and talking with each other, and a boy with purple hair clenched his fists excitedly as he said he could not believe he was in the same squadron as the Mizuha sisters. A girl with short hair stood aside with excitement and said that Captain Kusanagi would be there too. Meanwhile, Ryuji, Ruka, and Yuika arrived, and while watching the members, Yuika remarked that there were more new recruits than she had expected. Ruka added that it was because of Kusanagi without a doubt, and Ryuji waved his hand saying that no matter what their motives were at least they had enthusiasm. Ruka closed her eyes and said she only hoped they would be able to endure the training, and Yuika also closed her eyes and said that it was indeed pure hell. Meanwhile, Kusanagi arrived, and the members watching him became excited. The boy with purple hair asked if it was really Captain Kusanagi, and the girl with short hair blushed, saying he looked even more handsome in person. Kusanagi, feeling annoyed, thought that there was just no end to it, and he cast his rainbow-colored lightning magic, which was released from him and surrounded him, moving upward like flame and in high pressure pushing toward the new recruits. All the recruits shielded their hands before their faces and felt an intense magic pressure pushing them back. A boy sweating wondered that he could not move his body, while the girls sweating wondered what this magic pressure was. Kusanagi touched his collar and smiled in relief, saying that at least it had quieted them down. After this, the magic pressure became light and surrounded only Kusanagi. Closing his eyes, he said their newest recruits seemed to be quite resilient, and he had been planning to go light on training for the first day. But he supposed there was no need for that. Ruka, Yuika, and Ryuji stood aside, closed their eyes, and held their heads while thinking that Kusanagi was mad. After a while, Kusanagi loudly ordered them to cast their spells while sprinting, and the new recruits ran at the training lane with wheels and chains tied on their abdomens, struggling to move ahead while casting their spells and shooting the concentric circles on the ground in line to damage them. Kusanagi stood under his yellow protective barrier and loudly said to the new recruits that they would not be beating any demons with magic like that, while the recruits stood in groups of 4 and shot their spells against his barrier. After hours of training, the new recruits exhaustedly fell to the grass, and one of them said it was too much for mere humans to handle. Another one, lying on his stomach, said that Kusanagi was just hazing them until they gave up. A girl with long black hair, profoundly sweating and huffing, frowned and said she had not known Kusanagi was this mean-spirited and thought he was the worst. Another girl with short hair sat crying and said that it was impossible to keep up with this kind of training. However, Yuika shouted that she was not done yet, and a powerful stream of water appeared next to Kusanagi as Yuika sat on the ground with one leg folded and cast with her 4 spell circles, shooting toward Kusanagi. Ruka floated on her flying spell circle and attacked as well. Ryuji attacked with his spell, Shido also attacked, and Karin joined them with her spells. But Kusanagi was unaffected and single-handedly cast his yellow spell circles, shooting yellow light bullets while dodging everyone's attacks. Seeing this, the new recruit boy with purple hair was profoundly sweating and in shock, saying to himself, "What the hell?" while another boy clutching his head wondered that it was not even in the same realm as training. After a while, as they all tired and fell to the ground, Kusanagi stood active before them and said that was all for today. He then turned and waved his hand, telling the new recruits that their magic power would be measured after this and that everyone should come to the testing room after a 5-minute break. Hearing this, the recruits were shocked as he left, and a girl watching him said he was walking off as if that had been nothing to him. Another girl said that Kusanagi-sama was a monster. Ryuji looked toward Kusanagi, leaving, and scratched his head in surprise, saying he still could not compete with him. Yuika stood beside him clenching her fists and said she had to move more efficiently, while Ruka wondered aloud if she should speed up her magic activation further. Hearing this, Shido stood behind with Karin and laughed. The boy with purple hair gritted his teeth and looked toward the 5, including Yuika, Ruka, Ryuji, Shido, and Karin, and he said those guys were monsters too. Another boy clutched his face and cried that his mental image of the sweet Mizuha sisters was crumbling. After a while in the testing room, the big machine measured Yuika's magic power, and it was 120,000. Then it was Ruka's turn and hers was 118,000. Then Ryuji's was 105,000. Then Karin's was 100,000, and she was surprised with her mouth open in shock. Then Shido's was 112,000. Seeing all their magic powers, the boy with purple hair was shocked. His eyes went blank, and he shouted that it was over 100,000, the level of mage nobles, and he wondered if all SMT members were this strong. Kusanagi stood before him and said that Yuika's magic power had only been 2,000 before, but she had been able to grow to where she was now. The boy asked if they too could become that strong, and Kusanagi responded that of course they could if they were serious. Hearing this, the boy clenched his fist enthusiastically, while the girl with short hair and the blonde boy looked toward him. Kusanagi thought to himself that as they were now, Yuika and the others should be able to defeat a demon on their own, and if they fought together they could even take down a demon general. As Kusanagi complimented that they had grown strong, the Mizuha sisters happily reacted. Kusanagi looked toward his own hand and thought it was still not enough, for the demon king and demon gods still remained. As he was lost in his thoughts, Shido grabbed his shoulder from behind and laughed while asking if he could speak with him. Kusanagi made a weird face and said he had a bad feeling about it. The next evening at the Mage Nobles and SMT Collaborative Event Hall, everyone was gathered wearing decent suits. Kusanagi adjusted his coat sleeve while frowning with an annoyed and angry face, wondering why it had to be such a pain. Meanwhile, Shido waved his hand and thanked him for joining, while Ryuji stood behind worriedly looking at his hand and at himself in the suit. Kusanagi angrily said that it was good to collaborate with the mage nobles, but wondered if they really needed a whole party. Shido, sweating, explained that after the BR incident had helped the police force's reputation, they probably wanted to use this as an opportunity to celebrate their return to power, and he apologized for the trouble. Kusanagi held his head and thought that as a captain he could not skip out on this, as it was no longer just a matter of standing out or not. He then complimented Shido that he looked good in a suit, and Shido responded with thanks, saying he was used to wearing them. Ryuji adjusted his shirt button and sadly said it did not look great on him, but Kusanagi replied that he did not think so, saying Ryuji was tall and had a toned body. Shido walked ahead waving his hand and said it looked like the girls had arrived, while Ryuji stood with Kusanagi behind and thought in surprise that Shido was always so quick to hand him compliments. As Ryuji looked toward him, Kusanagi also looked at him with confusion. Yuika then arrived wearing a beautiful purple dress and apologized for the wait. Ruka in a dark blue dress also arrived, saying they had taken longer to get ready than she had expected, and Karin in a light green dress said there were many people present. Yuika asked Kusanagi if it was strange seeing her dressed like that, and he responded that she was right. At this, Ryuji made an angry face. Kusanagi complimented Yuika that she looked even cuter than usual, saying the soft color and delicate design of the dress made her charm stand out, and Yuika nervously blushed. He then turned to Ruka and said that the subdued colors of her outfit suited her well, emphasizing her style and adding an air of mature beauty, and Ruka blushed as well. Karin also blushed when Kusanagi told her that she had coordinated her dress well, creating a balanced silhouette and a very mature and attractive impression. As the three girls blushed from Kusanagi's compliments, Ryuji became furious. His chin dropped and his face grew longer in anger as he thought that Kusanagi had done it again, giving compliments without hesitation. Meanwhile, Kusanagi looked confused as he wondered whether he should continue complimenting everyone like that or not. At that moment, Hinata arrived with Taoshiru and Riku, and she wore a red dress, saying it looked like they were already there. Kusanagi turned to look at Kaichai in a suit as he waved and greeted them, while Taoshiru wore his usual outfit. Ryuji was surprised with his mouth open when Kusanagi happily complimented Hinata that the dress looked good on her, saying that the refined look created a gap between her usual rough image. Hinata blushed and shouted angrily for him to quit complimenting her, calling it gross. She then stomped ahead weirdly and said she was out of there, with Riku following. Kusanagi looked in surprise at Taoshiru and asked why he was there, and Taoshiru replied that of course he was because he had promised to cooperate with them. He then closed his eyes and said he had no interest in idle chatter and excused himself. Yuika, embarrassed by Taoshiru's behavior, joined her hands together and apologized to Kusanagi, and Ruka added that their father was not much of a talker. Kusanagi raised his hand and said it was fine, and he did not mind. Meanwhile, a girl with long black hair in a black dress passed by, and Kusanagi noticed her and looked at her silently. The members of the event then stood on the dais looking toward the stage and announced through the microphone their thanks to everyone for gathering. To start the event, they invited everyone to give a warm welcome to the main stars, and as the guests clapped with their wine glasses, the speaker mentioned Kusanagi and the other five as the accomplished members of the SMT, then mentioned Hamurai and her companions as the proud mage nobles, and finally announced the founder of the Mage Nobles and director of the Mage Association, Momiyu Hifumi-sama, as well as his honorable daughter Momiyu Chloe-sama. The girl in the black dress was revealed to be Chloe-sama, who stood beside her father on the stage. Kusanagi stood behind and, looking toward Hifumi, thought to himself that the man he had seen in Dotonbori was in fact him. Chloe, meanwhile, stood with a smiling face beside her father. However, Hifumi closed his eyes, smiled, and thanked the mech for the introduction, saying he was Momiyu Hifumi. He then began his speech, to which the people attentively listened, adding that their country was currently facing a crisis due to the calamity and the monsters that had appeared. Suddenly, his tone shifted from a calm voice to a loud one, and while waving his hand he declared that if they were to combine the forces of the Mage Nobles and the SMT, the monsters would no longer be a threat. Opening his arms and turning his eyes slightly, he mentioned the Mage Nobles who stood behind him and said that the Mage Nobles swore their utmost efforts to protect the world's peace as well as the progress and prosperity of all mages. Hearing this, the people happily started clapping. Kusanagi, looking toward Hifumi, thought that the speech was straight to the point and easy to understand. noting that it was a good speech and that Hifumi was a far cry from other politicians and their roundabout ways of speaking. As he was observing Hifumi, Chloe noticed him, and he felt uneasy when she unintentionally caught his gaze because he had been looking toward Hifumi and not at her. However, Chloe smiled at him, which Kusanagi ignored as he turned his head back to listen to Hifumi's speech. Hifumi mentioned Kusanagi and the others who stood behind him on the stage, continuing that henceforth they would be working closely with the SMT as both sides strove to uphold the public safety of Japan. He then smiled and added that he looked forward to working with Captain Kusanagi from there on. Kusanagi shook hands with him and responded that he, too, looked forward to working together. While holding Hifumi's hand and looking toward him, Kusanagi thought that he had a good amount of magic power and must have kept up his training throughout the years. He then closed his eyes and thought that it looked like Hifumi had not changed since back then. In the mage training grounds approximately 50 years ago, the great sage Ikikami Minato stood before the group of mage cadets. Raising his hand with pride, he told them to come at him however they pleased and even to attack in unison. The mage cadet Mumyu Hifumi, then a young man, angrily shouted that Ikikami should not underestimate him and called him an idiot. The mage cadet Takagami Shizuku angrily scolded Hifumi, saying that his words were rude because he was speaking to a living legend, the great sage himself. Hifumi cast his powerful level 4 spell circles, moving side to side in a circle while staring at Ikikami Minato, and shouted that he did not care who Ikikami was, declaring that he would slam his smug face into the dirt. Ikikami, calm and unworried, stood before him watching him cast the spell. Hifumi released his dark magic spell, chanting the spell words and shooting curvy dark waves toward Ikikami. Takagami Shizuku assisted Hifumi by casting her colorless water tornado storm and shooting it toward Ikikami as well. Seeing this, Ikikami sighed deeply and cast a single level 1 spell circle with his index finger, remarking with exasperation that their magic was crude. Watching Ikikami use only a level 1 spell, Hifumi grew furious and shouted that it was an insult. However, Ikikami shot his level 1 earth magic wood spears toward the mage cadets, which passed through the dark curvy waves and the water tornado, destroying them in seconds. The wood spears then struck the mage cadets, causing them to fall and scream in pain and frustration. Trembling while lying on the dusty soil, Takagami Shizuku said in disbelief that Ikikami had overpowered a level 4 spell with only a level 1 spell. Hifumi, sitting behind in shock, admitted that such terrifying power meant they could not even hold a candle to him. Watching the cadets lying on the ground, Ikikami thought that he had held back quite a bit, but since many people tended to drop out after experiencing their first training session, he supposed this time would not be much different. Hifumi, however, raised his head angrily and shouted that he was just getting started, calling Ikikami an idiot. Trembling and holding his cracked arm, he managed to stand again. Seeing him, Ikikami asked whether he was still able to stand. Hifumi replied defiantly that of course he was and that it was nothing. Takagami Shizuku, trembling, also managed to get up, saying she could still keep going too. While the others were almost unconscious, Ikikami smiled and thought that these two showed promise and that finally there was a good harvest. Hifumi and Takagami Shizuku then charged toward Ikikami, determined to kill him. Hifumi clenched his hand and shouted angrily for Ikikami to wipe the smug smile off his face, while Takagami Shizuku shouted that she was going all out. Yet soon after, instead of Ikikami, both of them were lying on the ground again, dust spreading in the air while Ikikami stood above them. Hifumi barely lifted his head, muttering that Ikikami was a monster, while Takagami Shizuku also struggled to lift her head, saying he was far too strong. Ikikami turned and looked toward them, thinking that the other cadets had already left and probably would not return. But these two were the only ones who stayed, and he was impressed that they had made it this far. Ikikami then stepped toward the academy, announcing that training was finished for the day and telling them to go home and rest. Suddenly, Hifumi shot his dark magic sickles at Ikikami from behind. In a second, Ikikami closed his eyes, moved aside, and dodged the attack. Hifumi stood up again, casting 4 level 4 dark spell circles, gritting his teeth, and shouting that it was not over, and that he would defeat him. Instead of harming Ikikami, however, Hifumi collapsed to the ground himself. Ikikami turned to look at him and thought that he had a fierce look in his eyes and was sure to become a great mage. He then looked at Takagami Shizuku, who sat trembling behind while casting her single spell circle and staring at him. and he thought that she too had tried to take advantage of his opening to attack him. He then said that it looked like the Mage Association had gained 2 interesting new members. Hearing this, both Takagami Shizuku and Hifumi lowered their heads, gritting their teeth. Hifumi, unable to stand, lifted his head and clenched his fist, declaring that Ikakami should just wait and see, because he swore he would surpass him. Ikakami smiled and responded that he would be waiting. The story then shifted to the present, where Kusanagi looked toward Hifumi and thought that the lad from before had turned into a fine individual, almost considering revealing that he was Ikakami, but then scrapping the idea. He remembered Takagami's words when she had pointed toward him and warned him not to speak of this to anyone else except her, saying that revealing it would only lead to chaos. After a while, it became Kusanagi's turn to make his speech, and his team members stood behind him on the stage. The Mii concluded that the introductions were finished and told everyone to take the time to converse among themselves. As everyone spoke with one another, Kusanagi stood alone aside, drinking juice and looking around while thinking with exasperation that his role was finally over. Meanwhile, Chloe approached him, excused herself, and asked if he had a moment. Introducing herself as Mumyu Chloe, she touched her chest and said she had been interested in him for a while and hoped they could have a chat. Kusanagi turned and replied that it would be his pleasure, observing that she looked to be a mage herself. Chloe happily laughed, admitting that she was, although she was still far from his level. Kusanagi, looking at her, thought that she indeed did not have much magic power and could not control many attributes either, yet he sensed something strange about her. Chloe then said she wished to get along with him, claiming that she had a strong intuition about these things. As they were talking, Yuika, holding a juice glass, pressed her trembling lips while watching them and wondered to herself that they seemed to be hitting it off. Ruka, eating her food with her eyes closed and sweating slightly, thought that it was only an introduction and that Yuika should not overthink it. Chloe then shook hands with Kusanagi, saying she looked forward to working with him, to which Kusanagi responded the same. While holding his hand, Chloe touched her chin, thinking to herself that just as she suspected, then closed her eyes, folded her hands, laughed softly, and said she was glad to know he was a good man. She then turned, stepping ahead, and said they would meet again soon. But as she turned, there was a faintly sinister expression on her face. Kusanagi, standing behind her, looked at the hand he had shaken with her and remained silent, though he felt something off. The next day in the academy, all the girls surrounded Kusanagi, who rested his arm under his face and sat on a chair with a bored and annoyed expression. The girls, blushing and calling his name, sought his attention while he thought with irritation that just when he believed the party was over, here he was again, wondering how long this would go on. Meanwhile, the teacher entered the class and asked the students to take their seats, announcing that a new student would be joining them. The female student entered, and it was none other than Chloe, who stood before the board beside the teacher and greeted the class, saying it was nice to meet them. She introduced herself, stating that she had just transferred from Kamui Magic Academy, that her name was Mumyu Chloe, and that she looked forward to working with everyone. Seeing her there, Kusanagi's hand slipped from under his face as he looked toward Chloe in shock, stunned to see her in his class. The students in the class happily started talking to each other, and one of the boys said that he wondered if she had been at the event yesterday. Another boy responded that it was the first time he had seen someone from the Mumyu conglomerate since they usually did not show themselves in public, and he added that she was really pretty. The teacher asked Chloe to take the empty desk next to Kusanagi-kun, so she went there, and hearing this, Kusanagi became speechless and stared at the desk as if his breath had stopped. Chloe sat beside Kusanagi, and he said that he had not expected her to transfer here. Chloe smiled and responded that she had told him before that they would meet again soon. Hearing this, Kusanagi turned his eyes to look at her, feeling something strange. After a while, the two boys who had been talking earlier about Chloe approached her and stood beside her. One of them asked where her old school had been, and the other asked if she had a boyfriend. The girls also surrounded her, and one of the girls asked her if she wanted to go to a cafe with them after school, while another one angrily said to the first that it was not fair since she had intended to invite her first. Yuika, who was standing beside Kusanagi before the green lecture board and watching the scene, said that Chloe was already so popular, and that the students usually flocked around them instead. Meanwhile, Ruka entered the classroom with Ryuji, saying that she had not thought Chloe would actually transfer there. and Ryuji, entering the door behind her, said that he wondered what exactly that girl was thinking. After this, both of them stood with Yuika, and Yuika said that it had happened right after the collaborative event, so there must have been some sort of reason. Ruka responded that she had thought they had resolved the friction they had with the mage nobles, while Ryuji added that it had better not be another one of their schemes. As the three of them stared at Chloe and talked with each other, Kusanagi noticed them while all the students in the class surrounded Chloe and happily talked to her. After a while in the training ground, Yuika stood with Ruka and Ryuji and shouted in surprise. Before them, Chloe stood beside Shidu, and Shidu, looking toward his tablet, said that he would repeat himself. This was Mumyu Chloe-san, and she would be joining the SMT starting that day. Hearing this, the students were surprised, and the same boys who had stood around Chloe in the class expressed shock. One of them said that she was the daughter of the Mumyu conglomerate, while the other rubbed his chin and said that he wondered what she was doing in the SMT. Shidu, looking toward his hand, added that in order to deepen their working relationship with the mage nobles, they had decided that Chloe-san would act as a bridge between both parties, and having her join the SMT would help foster trust between them. That was what they had been informed. Chloe closed her eyes, moved her head respectfully, and said that she was Mumyu Chloe, and although she was still a student and an inexperienced mage, she humbly asked for their guidance and encouragement. Hearing this, Yuika, Ruka, and Ryuji looked toward each other in silent surprise. After some minutes, Yuika shook hands with Chloe and said that it was good to have her, and Chloe responded that she looked forward to working with her. Shidu came to Kusanagi and said that he was sorry since it had been a sudden order from the higher-ups. Kusanagi responded that since they had announced they would be collaborating in a big way, he had expected something like this to happen, so Shidu should not worry about it. Shidu, sweating, closed his eyes and said that he understood and that, as expected of him, Captain Kusanagi. Kusanagi added that he still needed to test her. After a while, the training started, and all the students, including Yuika, Ruka, and Ryuji, were running after Kusanagi at high speed. Kusanagi, running ahead, mentioned that they should run as if their lives depended on it and that they should surpass their performance from yesterday. Yuika, Ruka, and Ryuji, running at high speed and using their full strength, were sweating profusely, and Kusanagi then stopped running and said that he was going to get a little serious. He jumped ahead and ran at his highest speed, saying that they should keep up with him. Ryuka, running faster, said that she would not lose, and Ryuji shouted while making sounds as he ran, while other students became tired and fell to the ground. One of the girls kneeling and sweating profusely said that she could not go on, while another boy, huffing and bending to his knees, said that the Mizuha sisters and Ryuji-kun were amazing. Another boy, extremely tired and hardly able to breathe, said that they were the only ones who could keep up with Captain Kusanagi. As the remaining students, the Mizuha sisters, and Ryuji continued running, Chloe suddenly ran past the other students at high speed and then past the Mizuha sisters and Ryuji as well. Seeing her, they were shocked, since Chloe showed no signs of tiredness, and as she ran past Yuika and the other two, she politely said to pardon her. Yuika, angrily looking toward Chloe, ran ahead and shouted in refusal. For the second round, only Yuika, Ruka, Ryuji, and Chloe passed, and Kusanagi cast his lightning magic spells and shouted that they had to push past their limits and use their magic even when exhausted. Ryuka and Ruka used their water spell Tornado Storm with their spell circles. Ryuji cast his earth magic, and Chloe cast her dark magic spell circles. In the third round, Kusanagi shouted that they had to train their bodies even further, and in that round, they had to put 1 or 2 heavy wheels on their bodies while doing push-ups. Yuika failed at the start and began screaming, as she had only 1 wheel on her body like Ruka, while Ruka and Ryuji were doing well, and even Ryuji had 2 wheels on his back. Kusanagi placed 8 to 9 wheels on his back and while pushing up shouted that training only had true meaning when their lives depended on it. After training for a while, Kusanagi stood in the center as the exhausted students fell to the ground, and he said that they could take a break. Yuika, sadly folding her legs and sitting on the ground, said that it was the same as usual but still hard. Ruka closed her eyes and, sitting beside her, said that she thought she had done pretty well for herself, while Ryuji, extremely tired and lying on the ground, said that his muscles were screaming in agony. Meanwhile, Chloe, with no signs of tiredness like Kusanagi, arrived, adjusted her hair, and stepped toward Kusanagi, asking if it was already time for a break. Kusanagi turned and noticed her, and she smiled and happily said that she still had some energy to spare. Seeing this, Yuika wondered how Chloe was still fine when they themselves had only recently managed to get used to it. Chloe then said that it was very strict training, and Kusanagi, folding his arms, responded by asking if it was too old-fashioned for her. Chloe smiled and said that it was not at all. In fact, she thought it made perfect sense, since by training their bodies they improved their physical and combat abilities, and by using magic while at their physical limit, they improved their magical techniques and level cap, since being on the brink of depleting their magic power made it stronger. She then added that he included a bit of Spartan-like yelling which kept everyone motivated, and the students were shocked and speechless as they listened to her. She lightly laughed and repeated Kusanagi's words that if they did not act as if their lives depended on it, they might end up losing that life in a real battle. Kusanagi responded that she was exactly right, and she smiled and said that she was the Mumyu clan's daughter after all. However, the other students stood aside in a group, and Yuika, standing ahead of them, said that Chloe-san was amazing and she had to concede. Ruka said that they should all learn from her example, while Ryuji said that she had a lot of talent and he was impressed. Chloe, joining her hands and smiling, replied that they had all done great as well, and that she knew the members of the SMT would be reliable. She then raised her hand and said that she had a question for Captain Kusanagi. Both Mizuha sisters, standing aside and watching, felt jealous. Yuika pressed her lips, and Ruka turned her face away, wondering that Chloe-san was so beautiful and seemed to be popular with both boys and girls and maybe even with Kusanagi. They thought that there was no question about her abilities, and they wondered if Chloe-san was stronger than them. Would she be the one to support Kusanagi by his side? They then angrily and annoyingly thought to themselves that it would not happen. Ryuji, standing behind them, was unable to understand what they were both thinking. As both Kusanagi and Chloe were talking, the two sisters kept watching. By building a cooperative relationship between the SMT and mage nobles, even though calamities occurred frequently, the mage nobles were always quick to respond, unlike in the past. And as a result of the SMT establishing itself in further regions, there had been a notable decrease in casualties from calamities. Kusanagi, standing under the dark clouds, thought that the number of calamities was still increasing, and they could not afford to let their guard down. Meanwhile, in the destroyed dimension, flaming monsters were sliced apart by Hinata, who jumped up, kicked them, and struck loudly, saying that it was the end for them, and that they should take this. As the sliced bodies of the flaming monsters lay on the ground, Hinata stood watching them and said that they were trash and wondered if that was all they had. Two young boys standing around Hinata started shouting slogans for her. One of them said that those weak demons were no match for their boss, while the other said that it was as expected of their mighty leader. Hamurai proudly exhaled, folded her arms, and smiled. Yuika landed on the ground behind Kusanagi and said that they had cleaned up the monsters, although Hinata had taken down most of them. Kusanagi said that she was skilled and stronger than before. Hinata, with an angry face, turned and said that eventually she would surpass him too, and he had better be ready. Riku, standing behind Kusanagi, said that he was sorry about that since she could not seem to be honest with herself, and Kusanagi said that it was fine, he did not mind it, and Riku should not either. Riku said thanks and then asked about their next move. As they were talking with each other, Kusanagi explained to Riku, while Hinata tried to listen to their conversation. However, when they noticed and turned to look, she quickly turned her face and stood aside alone. Meanwhile, Yuika was laughing and talking with Chloe. Kusanagi asked Riku if the mage nobles were not all that close with Chloe, and Riku said that they tended not to involve themselves too closely with the Mumyu clan. He then waved his hand with a tired face and left, saying that he was sorry but would get back to the mission. Chloe came to Kusanagi and asked if he had a moment. When he asked what it was, both Yuika and Ruka, with jealous and worried faces, watched as Chloe smiled and lovingly asked him if he would like to go on a date with her. And at Shinjuku Station, the beautiful sun rays were falling to the ground. Kusanagi, wearing a decent costume, arrived and walked ahead. Behind him, the people were standing indulged in their activities, and a little boy was buying something from the big teddy bear. As Kusanagi walked there, two boys passed by, and one of them said that the girl they had just passed by was extremely cute. The other one turned his head and said that he thought he should have started a conversation, while the first one said that she was way out of his league. As Kusanagi kept moving ahead, Two boys in front of him saw Chloe and blushed. One of them shouted that she was Mummy Chloe, while the other one said that she was so hot that he wanted to talk to her. Chloe, wearing a beautiful black dress and carrying a black bag and shoes, stood before the railing. Kusanagi stepped toward her while, in the meantime, all the boys there, blushing, gathered around. Kusanagi stepped ahead and passed through the center of the crowd of men. He went to Chloe and asked if he had kept her waiting, and she replied that she had just arrived herself. Seeing them talking, a boy angrily gritted his teeth and moved ahead, saying that she already had a boyfriend. Another boy, his friend, stopped him and said to wait because was that not Kusanagi Minato from the SMT? The other boys turned and, seeing them, began crying and clutching their heads. One of them said that the two of them were a whole power couple, while the other one said that they could not compete with that and should go home. Seeing this, Kusanagi, who stood behind, was confused. After this, both Kusanagi and Chloe moved ahead, and along the way Kusanagi asked why she had invited him there. He wondered if she did not actually want to go on a date with him. She turned with a beautiful smile and asked if he had caught on already, then explained that the truth was she did not know much about this area since she had transferred schools, so she was hoping he could be her guide. Kusanagi said that she could have asked anyone else she knew, but she answered that she had also wanted to talk with him in private. Kusanagi then said that was the reason she had called it a date. Meanwhile, a couple passed by them, and the boy, seeing Chloe, blushed and fell into her beauty and started moving toward her. But his girlfriend furiously caught him by the arm and pulled him to stop him from going near her. Kusanagi remembered the time back in the training ground when Chloe had asked him to go on a date with her, and everyone including Yuika, Ruka, and Ryuji had been shocked to hear it. Kusanagi thought that she had just phrased it in the most troublesome way, and the mood had become very awkward after that. Chloe then closed her eyes and said that she was the daughter of Mumyu Hifumi, the president of the Mumyu conglomerate, and that she always felt out of place no matter where she went, because everyone pretended to respect her and gave her special treatment. She then turned and stood before Kusanagi and said that he was different, because when she had first talked with him, she had realized that he did not treat her any differently. Kusanagi responded that titles and positions did not matter. What was important was the kind of person she was. Chloe stepped ahead of him, lightly laughed, then turned and said that he truly was an interesting person. As they walked in the alley, Yuika, wearing beautiful clothes to hide her true identity, was watching them, peeking from behind a building wall with teary eyes and trembling lips. She wondered how hopeless she could be as a woman to end up tailing them again, and thought that maybe she should call it quits, but she was curious. Suddenly she noticed Ruka hiding behind a board and peeking through it with a sad face, keeping her eyes on Chloe and Kusanagi, and seeing this Yuika was surprised and wondered if it could be her sister. Yuika, blank-eyed and shocked, put her hand over her mouth and wondered if her sister was tailing Kusanagi too. She thought that there was no way her sister would ever do such a thing. But then she noticed the red bean bun that Ruka had brought, and she realized there was no mistaking it. Her sister really was tailing him. She slowly moved ahead, hiding from wall to wall, and thought that she needed to keep following them, or she would lose sight of them. As she quickly moved ahead, Ruka also came equal to her with her mouth full of bun, and both sisters looked toward each other as they ran. Ruka angrily asked Yuika what she was doing there, and Yuika, still running, responded that she would like to know the same thing. Suddenly, Kusanagi turned to look when he felt something behind them in the alley, and Chloe asked if something was the matter. He looked toward the same teddy bear that had been standing at the station when he had arrived earlier, and he responded that it was nothing. Both the Mizuha sisters, profoundly sweating in fear of being caught, were hiding behind the teddy bear. Yuika said that it had been too close for comfort, while Ruka said that even though she was suppressing her magic power, he was still as sharp as ever. Yuika said that it looked like they were after the same thing, and Ruka agreed, saying so it seemed, as both sisters stared at each other angrily. After this, Kusanagi asked Chloe what she would like to see, since she had wanted a guide. Chloe replied that she would like to stroll along the route of a typical high school date. Kusanagi said that he did not mind doing that, while both Mizuha sisters peeked at them from behind the teddy bear. As the two moved ahead, they entered the parkside area with Chloe walking ahead and Kusanagi following, while the Mizuha sisters peeked at them from the bushes. Later they went to a cafe where Chloe was exploring the perfume lying on the middle table, while the sisters watched them from the glass window. After that, Kusanagi had a drink while Chloe sat beside him, with a teacup on the table before her, and the sisters sat in the cafe behind them, watching. Chloe asked what normally happened after that, and Kusanagi, holding his chin and looking up, said that usually they would chat, hang out somewhere, have a bite to eat, and then head home, although it differed from person to person. Yuika, eating pastries and staring at them, thought that she could not hear what they were saying. Chloe took a sip of tea and said that she understood, so that was how a typical high school date went. She then put the teacup down on the plate and said that she wondered what the point of doing those things was, just walking, looking around, and sitting down to eat, and what meaning those actions had. Kusanagi responded that there was probably no meaning in the actions themselves. Chloe added that yet people did them anyway, even if there was no meaning. Kusanagi said that what mattered was who she was spending time with, that with that certain someone even just walking around became special, and that was why the time spent with them was valuable even if the actions had no meaning. Chloe then asked if that was what a date meant, and Kusanagi waved his hand and responded that was how he saw it anyway. He then looked toward her and asked if the time they had spent that day had value to her, and she, looking toward him, remained silent, then turned her head and looked down, saying that she thought so. Kusanagi closed his eyes and said that he was glad to hear it. Chloe added that she tended to surprise people with her words or actions at times, but he had not been fazed one bit. She then looked lovingly toward him and said that he was a lovely person, Kusanagi-san. Hearing this, Yuika was shocked and wondered about the word lovely, while Ruka wondered if it could be that Mamiyu Chloe liked him. Kusanagi responded that he was honored. Meanwhile, two girls sitting nearby suddenly noticed Kusanagi and Chloe and started blushing. One of them asked the other if she recognized those people, and the second girl responded that she was right. Was that not Kusanagi Minato and Mamiyu Chloe? Kusanagi closed his eyes, got up, and said that they should get going, while Chloe lightly laughed and said that it was a good idea. After a while, they both stood at the station. Chloe stood before him and said that the day had been very valuable for her. Kusanagi responded that that was good to hear. Chloe closed her eyes and humbly asked if they could go out again sometime. Kusanagi responded that he did not mind, while both Mizuha sisters, peeking from the wall, made sad crying faces at his words. Kusanagi waved his hand and said that he would like to learn more about her as well, and hearing this both sisters opened their mouths in surprise. Chloe laughed and said that he was very assertive, but she felt the same way, then turned and stepped ahead, saying that until next time. Kusanagi stood behind, waved, and said that he would see her later. Yuika wondered that she could not believe Kusanagi had said something like that, while Ruka sadly wondered if Kusanagi was serious. Kusanagi then turned and stepped ahead to leave, his magic aura surrounding him, while Chloe's dark magic aura surrounded her body as well. The next day in the classroom, Ryuji asked how Kusanagi's date had gone yesterday, to which Kusanagi responded by asking why he was being questioned. Ryuji put his arm on Kusanagi's shoulder and took him aside, saying that he was just curious as a friend. Kusanagi closed his eyes, waved his hand, and replied that it had not been a date. He had only been showing her around the area, and all they did was walk around, check out some shops, and have some tea. Ryuji frowned, pressed his lower lip under his teeth, and thought that what Kusanagi described was exactly what a date was. Both Yuika and Ruka stood aside and turned their eyes toward Chloe, who was talking with Karen. Ryuji closed his eyes, folded his hands, and thought that he just hoped this would not cause any drama, while Kusanagi looked toward him in confusion because he did not know what Ryuji was thinking. Suddenly Ryuji began to sweat profoundly and loudly told Kusanagi not to get stung. Kusanagi, sweating as well, asked in confusion what he was talking about. After a while, the lecture started and Shidu, along with Kusanagi, stood before the whiteboard. Shidu, looking toward his tablet, began the lecture by explaining their present situation. As of now, they had seen a dramatic decrease in calamity and monster-related casualties within Japan. After the abolition of BR, there had also been a similar decrease in the number of illegal mages, and additionally, there had not been any appearances of the Shadowbringers or Chrono. Karen, listening to the lecture while looking toward her mobile screen, commented in surprise that it seemed there was less talk about the Shadowbringers in general these days. Yuika, sitting beside her, remarked that it had been so trendy before. Kusanagi thought that the police should be able to handle cases related to illegal mages on their own and wondered if the Shadowbringers no longer needed to do anything. He then raised his voice and declared that they could not get complacent and that they were going to train themselves even more from now on. All the students, including Karin and Yuika, stood up and loudly responded in one voice that they agreed. However, at night Kusanagi lay on his bed in his room, thinking that the SMT members had improved their skills, but their coordination with the mage nobles still needed work. He thought he needed to find a way to fix that. But meanwhile his phone started ringing, so he sat up, picked up the call, and asked what was going on. Leona, on the call while working in the kitchen, said it was about Mamiyu Chloe and Takagami Shizuku, explaining that she had looked into them and thought he should know. She asked if it was a good time, and Kusanagi stood up from the floor and said yes, asking her to tell him what she had found. She began explaining that first of all Mamiyu Chloe was not Mamiyu's biological child, but rather his stepdaughter. Oddly, she had only become his stepdaughter a few years ago after her parents had both passed away in an accident, and it seemed that was when Mamiyu Hifumi had taken her in. Hearing this, Kusanagi stood before the glass window and asked whether she had been attending a different magic academy, to which Leona replied that she had, although she had transferred around the same time as joining the SMT. Her magic abilities were said to be above average apparently. Kusanagi remembered Chloe in the training ground, how she cleared all types of training very easily, and thought that he would not call that merely above average. Leona, while arranging the knife and cutting board, said Chloe seemed like a usually calm girl with a peculiar aura about her, and with looks like that she always stood out a lot. She then put the phone on the stand and loudly called Kai, asking him to come help set the table. The little boy, who completely resembled Leona, ran happily from the room saying okay. Leona told him he was still recovering so he should not run, while Kusanagi responded that he was fine and that she worried too much. While Leona prepared the food and looked toward Kai holding a food bowl to arrange the table, she apologized and said she would get back on topic. She explained to Kusanagi about Takagami Shizuku, who apparently had a daughter and a young granddaughter, though nobody had seen her recently. Kusanagi asked in confusion what she meant, and Leona replied that some information claimed Shizuku had gone overseas. Suddenly Kusanagi felt something and asked Leona to hold on, then opened the room door and saw the Mizuha sisters entering the home. He stood in the doorway, waved, and welcomed them back. Yuika responded with thanks, after which Kusanagi shut the door and continued on the phone, apologizing and asking Leona to proceed. Leona said that was unconfirmed, and something about it did not sit right with her, as it felt strange. Kusanagi asked if she thought it might be fake, and Leona, standing beside the food table while Kai happily watched, said she was not sure and could be mistaken, but she would dig deeper. Kusanagi apologized for the trouble and told her he appreciated it, to which she said it was fine because he had helped her more times than she could count. Kusanagi replied that he would talk to her later. Kai asked if the person she had been speaking with was Kusanagi, and Leona asked what made him think that. Kai said it was because she looked really happy, and Leona placed her hand on his head lovingly and asked if he really saw her look happy, while Kai looked back at her in confusion. On the other side, in the general's office, he said they needed to know more about Kusanagi Minato, and that he would like to assign Takagami Shizuku to that task. Takagami stood before him in silence, and the general, sweating profoundly, added that if they could not uncover the secret to Kusanagi's strength, they would become useless. She responded that she understood, and the general said that Kusanagi seemed to let his guard down around her and asked if there was any reason for that. Takagami, sweating and struggling to speak, smiled and then composed herself, adding that it was probably because she was older and he was a very kind person. The general stood from his chair and said that no matter what, then approached Takagami and, pointing toward her, shouted that regardless they could not turn back now and neither could she, because they were in the same boat. Takagami closed her eyes and responded with a firm yes. After a while in the training ground, all the students stood in sequence before Kusanagi, who told them that training would now begin. Meanwhile, Shido arrived from behind, running and raising his hand, loudly apologizing and asking them to wait. Kusanagi turned to look and asked what it was, and Shido worriedly said that the Army Mage Division had come to Japan for a meeting, and he had been told they wanted to observe SMT training. Hearing this, Yuika turned her head in surprise and commented that the Mage Division was one of the strongest elite units. Ruka, standing beside her, added that they boasted some of the best mages in the world. Ryuji, standing next to them, asked if Shido was saying that people like that were interested in them. Kusanagi wondered to himself that America's level had not been this high 50 years ago, but supposed they had risen to the top in the present day. Shido, waving his hand, told the students that news of the SMT had spread even overseas, and the fight with Chrono a while ago seemed to have put them on the radar. Chloe then added that what they were really interested in was silence, and everyone there listened to her in silence. However, Shido added that there was another reason the Americans were visiting Japan, because calamities were occurring throughout the world just like they had 50 years ago, and they were likely here to come up with a countermeasure. Meanwhile, someone from behind shouted loudly that no one needed a countermeasure, and all the students turned in surprise to look. Behind them, a muscular man, who seemed to be a high-ranking officer dressed in a black army suit, with other muscular soldiers, was present and stepping toward them. As those army men were stepping toward them, an intense golden flaming aura surrounded them. Seeing them, one of the members shockingly stated that this was the U.S. Army Mage Division. Another member said that they were very intimidating. The army man in a black suit arrived and stood before Kusanagi. The bluish strong water aura was releasing from Kusanagi's body and moving upward, and both of their strong intense auras, water and flame, moved upward and collided with each other. As both of their intense aura waves sparkled and fell around, Yuika, sweating, gritted her teeth and wondered what formidable magic pressure it was. Yuka said that it was hard to even stay standing. The man in the black suit was angrily staring at Kusanagi, and Kusanagi looked like a little kid before that man's body size. The man angrily shouted over Kusanagi, and seeing this, Yuka and Ruko worriedly cried out. Suddenly, the man's behavior changed from anger to love. He hugged Kusanagi to his body, looked up, and laughed while saying that they had finally met Mr. Kusanagi. But there was no sign or expression on Kusanagi's face. The man frowned, looked toward Kusanagi, and started examining his body by moving around him. He then checked Kusanagi's arm and, surprisingly, remarked that his body was firm. Yet he was so skinny, and he wondered how he was really capable of battling to the death with such a physique. Kusanagi turned his face and asked him politely to let go already. The man quickly removed his hand from Kusanagi's arm and released him, saying that he should forgive his manners. He then held his chin, grinned with hateful eyes, and said that he had forgotten to introduce himself. He stated that he was from the Army's 1st Mage Division of the United States of America, Major Aaron Anderson, and that he was also the chief researcher of the U.S. Army Magic Institute despite his looks. Hearing this, Kusanagi wondered about the Magic Institute, thinking that they must study calamities and monsters as well as magic as a whole. Anderson then waved his hand happily and said that he was the commanding officer of the SMT, Kusanagi Minato. He mentioned all the members standing behind him and said that there were the other members of the SMT. Aaron Anderson extended his big strong hand and said that introductions were unnecessary as he already knew each and every one of the SMT members, adding that he had heard they were all quite skilled. Hearing this, all the members happily looked toward each other and clenched their fists in honor. Kusanagi wondered about Japan's own magic research, realizing that it had not made much progress thanks to the mage nobles, not to mention that his own knowledge was outdated by 50 years. He thought that he should consider this as a good opportunity. He then pointed to Anderson and asked if he was a magic research specialist, and if Anderson did not mind, there were some questions he would like to ask regarding monsters and calamities. Hearing this, the army soldiers furiously looked toward Kusanagi, flames of anger spreading in their minds and bodies. The strong flaming magic aura released from those army men's bodies moved upward and surrounded the area where they stood. The members of SMT sensed the strong magic pressure, and Kusanagi also sensed that furious flaming aura spread around him. But he remained silent, and it had no effect on him. The flaming magic aura made the SMT members fall to the ground, sweating profusely, and they wondered what a strong murderous intent it was, as it completely surpassed their own amount of magic power. Anderson shouted for them to cease fire, and at his order the army men stopped and everything turned normal. Anderson then apologized for this immature lot, saying that good hunting dogs could be overly cautious at times. Kusanagi smiled and said that there was no problem, that it was a pleasant breeze. Anderson stood beside Kusanagi, swung his heavy arms, jumped and laughed, saying that his squad's magic pressure was a mere breeze to him, and added that Kusanagi was a funny guy. Kusanagi slightly sweated and was surprised by Anderson's behavior. After this, Anderson stood before Kusanagi and asked what he wanted to know about calamities and monsters. Kusanagi replied that yes, he did, though he apologized for his lack of knowledge, explaining that he was curious to know what exactly they were as well as the recent research findings. Anderson gestured with his hand and explained that it was hard to sum it up in a few words and that they were still working with speculation. But he believed that monsters were magical life forms and calamities were phenomena which transported the monsters to Earth. He explained that recent investigations had revealed that when a calamity occurred, the area was overrun with a special magic that was separate from the magic humans possessed. Originally, that theory was supported by the fact that they could detect magic power due to the sky turning red. But there had not been any conclusive evidence until now that magic power had the same properties as the monsters. In other words, monsters were composed of magic and their bodies also turned into particles upon death, which further supported the theory. He continued that monsters could be said to have similar habits to animals, but in reality, they did not exhibit physiological responses such as excretion or mating. So in fact, they were only mimicking animalistic behaviors. Hearing this, Kusanagi asked why they were attacking humanity. Anderson responded that there was no clear reason, though theories suggested that they were responding to magic, while Kusanagi, looking toward him, wondered why he was showing off his muscles. Anderson, moving at high speed, fell to the ground and started doing push-ups, saying that 50 years ago there had not been very many calamities in America. Because of that, there had been fewer investigations and limited information to work off of. He then jumped upward from the push-up position, saying that however, there had been many reports of calamities triggering a person's magic power to awaken, and that was still the case even now. Sitting on the ground doing stomach and leg workouts, he explained that recently they had begun to understand more about the subject thanks to the increased quality of magic measuring instruments. For example, when a calamity's magic dissolved into the atmosphere, it remained as natural magic even after the calamity was over. Sitting on his legs on the ground doing more workout, while his mage division members were doing the same behind him, Anderson added that the same process occurred when a monster was defeated, and, as it turned out, it produced a large amount of magic. From this, they deduced that the particles they saw upon a monster's death were its body being dissolved into magic. Hearing this, Yuika surprisingly thought that this was what Kusanagi had told her, but she wondered how Kusanagi knew that. Kusanagi raised his voice and explained that he had seen a monster who seemed to be trying to bring about a calamity before. Anderson, wiping his face with a handkerchief, said that they had heard that something like that had happened in Japan. However, since there had been virtually no similar cases and the world's first calamity had happened when there had been no monsters, it was more likely that he had misjudged the situation or was otherwise mistaken. Kusanagi folded his arms, pouted, and thought to himself that he did not think so, remembering the monsters and the latter's breakout. Anderson touched his chin and said that it was true that monsters, especially bosses, could gradually become stronger, and it was possible that the monster itself had become the trigger to cause a calamity. Kusanagi stood before him and asked if it was really the case, and Anderson explained that they had already tested it, waiting to see what would happen if they purposefully did not defeat the boss of a small calamity. Monsters appeared one after another, but they stopped spawning after reaching a certain number. If they defeated any monsters, their numbers would increase until they reached the same number, and then the increase suddenly stopped. After that, the amount of calamity magic in the atmosphere did not increase either. He concluded that it was highly likely that there was a causal link between the frequency of calamities and the monster's strength, but there was no doubt that it was dangerous to leave a calamity unchecked. Even if the monsters were growing stronger, the boss must be defeated, at least until they could prove that the theory was correct. Kusanagi thought that his own views were the same regarding the monsters, that those calamity experiments were very interesting, but he guessed that they had not found anything concrete yet. Anderson frowned and angrily stared at Kusanagi, exhaling from his nose, and said that he had an impressive amount of magic power, did he not? Noting that there were not many mages with strength like his. Kusanagi opened his mouth in fear. Anderson angrily moved toward him and asked to inspect his body, while Kusanagi moved backward and refused. Anderson touched his chin and thought that Mr. Kusanagi was very mean, while Kusanagi turned away, thinking what a pain it was. After this, Kusanagi stood aside and asked if Anderson was aware of the mage nobles. Anderson stood aside as well and said that he probably only knew about as much as Kusanagi did. He then explained that 50 years ago their country's mages were still weak. They had stopped receiving dispatch and technical assistance of mages from Japan, and information related to mages had been cut off. Hearing this, Kusanagi wondered if it was an effect of the mage nobles' monopoly over magical knowledge and techniques, and thought that no doubt America was ahead of them now thanks to that, which was ironic. He then said that he had learned a lot from Anderson today and thanked him very much. Anderson laughed, stood before his division mages, and replied that they were indebted to Japan for their help during the world calamity, and to Ikikami Minato in particular, and that they were glad to repay him. Kusanagi said that Anderson still seemed to be after something else, and hearing this, the division army mages pressed their lips and stared with blank eyes. Anderson loudly said that the truth was he wanted to experience Kusanagi's strength for himself, and that was why he had come to Japan without a second thought. Shido, standing behind fearfully, loudly asked whether he had not come to Japan to attend an important meeting. Anderson turned and angrily responded that no, that had come second, and that who cared about some stupid meeting filled with ignorant big shots. Shido looked toward his clutching hand and said that they had not been given permission for combat training, urging Captain Kusanagi to dissuade him. Kusanagi folded his arms with a happy, fresh face and replied that if they all kept their mouths shut, it would be fine. Anderson showed his strong fist and loudly said that he was a big fan of that spirit in Kusanagi, and that this was a rare opportunity, so they should go all out. Kusanagi, looking up toward Anderson, asked who needed countermeasures, remarking that Anderson had just shown how much faith he had in his own abilities if he was right. The Army Mages Division showed their powerful crossed fists surrounded by a fire aura, and Anderson stood before them, responding that seeing was believing. Kusanagi, surrounded with his powerful bluish aura, stepped ahead and thought that this was a good chance to measure the magic power of America's mages and see what they had got. After a while, Anderson pointed toward his companions surrounded with the flame aura and said he would have Kusanagi face off against his men first. Yuika, Ruka, Ryuji, Shido, Karin and Chloe stood as a team ready to fight before Anderson and his companions. Yuika confidently waved her hand and said that if he was sending out his subordinates, then Chloe completed the statement saying that they would fight too. Anderson raised his hand and asked if she could hold off on that. Yuika clenched her fists and shouted why. But Anderson stretched out his hand and replied that they only had interest in the strong unless they were all on the same level as Mr. Kusanagi. Yuika lowered her gaze, pressed her lips and began to say something. But before she could complete her statement, Kusanagi added that this was a good opportunity. He then stood ahead of all the SMT members and pointed his finger toward them, mentioning that they had fought monsters plenty of times, but they had not done many lectures about fighting fellow mages, and told them to observe the fight closely. The members were slightly scared but agreed with Kusanagi, enthusiastically clenching their fists and responding yes sir. Anderson held his chin and wondered that he had thought they were a bunch of chumps, but surprisingly they seemed to be well disciplined. Kusanagi was surrounded with his strong bluish magic aura releasing from his body and moving upward, and he said that now they would get this started. The division mage companions of Anderson clenched their fists ready to fight, surrounded with their different color magic auras. Anderson shouted that the battle exercise should commence, and at his order his companions ran toward Kusanagi to fight. Kusanagi stood ready before them. He cast his yellow lightning spells and shot flaming bullets toward the division mages, but all of them dodged Kusanagi's attack easily by moving from side to side. However, they surrounded Kusanagi from all directions to attack him. Seeing this, Yuika worriedly asked herself if they had really closed the distance without using any magic, and Ryuji also wondered if they had really managed to rush Kusanagi in an instant. Kusanagi extended his hand and stretched it, and with no worry he said that their movement was not bad. Meanwhile, one of the division mages clenched his fist and extended his other hand to attack Kusanagi. But before he could do so, Kusanagi jumped at high speed backward and from side to side, trying hard to kick the mage. The mage failed to land his attack and instead started chanting spell words, casting green lightning spells and shooting curvy bullets from those spells toward Kusanagi. Meanwhile, the other members used their spells such as Flame, Water Tornado, and Dark Magic, shooting their storm of spells altogether toward Kusanagi. Kusanagi twirled in the air, passing through the magic, and landed on the ground. At that moment, one of the mages swung his leg to kick Kusanagi's face, but before that Kusanagi extended his arm in front of himself and dodged the attack. causing the mage's leg to strike his arm instead. However, all the mages continued their storm of flame, tornado, dark magic and wavy electric attacks altogether on Kusanagi. But Kusanagi cast his level 4 null magic high barrier over himself and dodged all their attacks at once. Yuiko worriedly shouted that it could not be true. She could not believe they were putting Kusanagi on the defensive. She then added that while their spell levels were not particularly high, each one had considerable firepower, and even Kusanagi's magic defense would not be able to withstand it for long. Above all, their spell activation times were extraordinarily fast. She then looked toward the division mages and thought that this was the true power of the American Mage Division. As all the division mages ran toward Kusanagi, he stood before them and said that he would expect no less of their military, as they had received excellent training. He then raised his voice and said that in a battle against another mage, large-scale spells were rarely used. Only when both sides were substantially skilled would such spells appear, and in most cases they would be fighting their opponent in close quarters combat because it took time to cast spells, and it was difficult for a mage to use magic when their opponent got up close and personal. Even for two equally high-level mages, it was common to fight in close combat for that reason. The division mages each cast their double spell circles to attack Kusanagi. One of them attacked him with a flame storm, but Kusanagi dodged the attack by moving backward in high speed. Another one attacked with water tornado magic, but he dodged that again. The third one attacked with dark electric waves, but Kusanagi blocked it with his level 4 barrier. Seeing this, Anderson wondered if Kusanagi was giving a lecture just to show off in front of his subordinates, and he thought that if so, then he was disappointed in him. He then showed his fist to one of his subordinates who had been casting his spell circle to attack Kusanagi and thought that he should put an end to it. However, the mage instead cast more spell circles and tried hard to attack Kusanagi. Seeing this, Anderson thought in frustration what he was doing, as he had told him to defeat Mr. Kusanagi. As the member attacked with green magic arrows, Kusanagi in time jumped into the air, twirled and dodged the arrows by leaping backward. Seeing this, Anderson was surprised and wondered what was going on. Another mage got ahead and started swinging his fists to attack Kusanagi, but every time Kusanagi dodged the attack by moving down and side to side. Seeing this, Anderson wondered what was happening and why Kusanagi did not have a single scratch on him. The tired division mages stood there and wondered why they could not land a hit on him. None of their attacks were working. How was that possible when they had never faced such an opponent before? Kusanagi stood before them with a happy, confident, fresh face and said that he commended their refined techniques as a result of diligent training and the mental fortitude that had made it possible. Their skills in combat were splendid, and as thanks for showing him their skills, he supposed he would get a little serious. The 4 division mages stood before him, and this time, instead of them running to attack him, Kusanagi himself ran toward them. He kicked one of the mages and broke his neck. Seeing this, the others were scared. He then moved toward the second and kicked him so hard that he broke his knee. He then stood on his spell circle and kicked the third one in the face, and the last one cast his green lightning spell to attack. But Kusanagi cast his yellow level 3 spell circle. Seeing this, the members of SMT were surprised and Anderson was speechless and sweating. After beating the 4 mages and making them fall to the ground, Kusanagi stood in the center of their bodies confidently. Anderson held his head, closed his eyes, and said that his elite unit had been taken down just like that. To think that mere students of this country that used to be complacent could become so strong. Kusanagi stood before him and said that his men had fought wonderfully. Anderson then asked, although he was honored by his praise, they were utterly defeated and wondered where Kusanagi had learned to fight in hand-to-hand combat like that. Kusanagi responded that he was mostly self-taught. Hearing this, Anderson smacked him on the back and laughed, saying that he was truly an interesting man. He then held his coat collar and said that in that case he would demonstrate his own strength next. He took off his coat and shirt and threw them away, showing his muscles to Kusanagi and saying that despite how he looked, he loved a good fight. Kusanagi, sweating, smiled and thought that was exactly how he looked. Anderson clenched his strong fists and said that now they would get this battle started. Mr. Kusanagi. CH-81 Anderson cast all the magic powers he had. Different colors of aura mixed and released from his body and moved upward, and he angrily clenched his fists. Seeing this, Kusanagi thought that was Anderson, who in high speed ran toward him. Kusanagi, seeing him coming so fast, wondered that he was indeed very quick. Anderson started swinging his fists to attack him. But every time Kusanagi moved his head backward and side to side and barely managed to dodge the attacks. Anderson then cast his level 5 lightning magic spell circles, particle charge, and shot the particle charge arrow from his palm toward Kusanagi. Kusanagi in time moved downward toward the ground, backward dodging the attack with difficulty. He then jumped from side to side backward on the ground and knelt there. In a second, Anderson appeared before him so close that he tried to lock Kusanagi in his arms, grinning as if to say he was too slow. Kusanagi was surprised to see him but quickly jumped backward into the air and saved himself. He then landed on the ground before Anderson. Anderson, looking toward his empty hands, said that Kusanagi was a slippery one, for he had been sure he had caught him. Kusanagi remarked that Anderson had enhanced his physical abilities with magic. Anderson laughed and replied that he was glad Kusanagi noticed, explaining that this was a technique of his own invention. He proudly showed his muscles to Kusanagi and explained that, thanks to the recent progress in magic measurement and perception technology, they were in the midst of establishing a method to freely control magic itself, and his power applied that very method. Suddenly his mood shifted to anger as he furiously stared at Kusanagi and shouted that he called it muscle magic. Kusanagi repeated the words mana arts and smiled as he completed his thought that this was the true name of the power. Anderson wondered if that was the same one Kusanagi had used in his battle against Chrono, noting that his magic power rivaled, no, far surpassed it. He was truly glad to have met him, for this technique was the accumulation of dozens of years of research, and though it was a mystery as to how Kusanagi could use it, right now he did not care. He readied himself to attack again, and thought that he would bulk himself up by fighting with Kusanagi. Kusanagi smiled, thinking that although it was still far from perfect, he was surprised Anderson was able to use mana arts, for he had not expected to find someone who could create the same technique through their own efforts. It looked like he would be able to enjoy this fight. Kusanagi himself cast mana arts around his body, dragged his shoes on the grassy ground, and then in high speed ran toward Anderson. At the same moment, he punched Anderson's face as Anderson punched his, and then they began swinging their fists at each other in a fierce exchange. Yuika, watching this, worriedly thought that her eyes could barely keep up with such a fierce battle. Ryuji wondered aloud just how strong Kusanagi was, since he was still a student like them. Yet his magic techniques and knowledge seemed out of this world, able to defeat any enemy without breaking a sweat. He thought that Kusanagi's battle with Chrono had already been astounding, but now he was up against an elite of the US military, a major no less, and still Kusanagi was overwhelming him not just in magic power, but in physical combat as well. He asked himself how such a thing was possible. Yuika thought that all this time she had pretended not to notice, but the truth was that Kusanagi was simply too strong. They were growing stronger, and she had believed that so long as they kept up their training one day they could stand by his side as his equals. But now she wondered if that was truly possible, for she was unable to imagine a future where they could ever catch up to him. Both sisters were sad, Yuika lowering her eyes and folding her hands while Ruka watched Kusanagi and Anderson with sadness. Kusanagi, moving at high speed, jumped toward Anderson and began kicking his body. Anderson also tried to counterattack with his kicks, but every attempt was easily neutralized by Kusanagi. Kusanagi's kick struck against Anderson's folded arms raised before his face. Anderson then swung his fist in a counterattack, but Kusanagi grabbed his fist, stopped him, and then slammed him into the ground single-handedly. In a second he jumped backward while Anderson struggled to rise but knelt on the ground in pain. Kusanagi, surrounded by mana arts, stepped forward. Anderson wondered to himself that Kusanagi was far too strong. Compared to him, it was like he was an infant. He questioned whether Kusanagi was truly human, for he might as well be a monster. Kusanagi got near and stood before Anderson and asked if they should continue. Anderson admitted that he had lost. Kusanagi then helped him to stand, and Anderson closed his eyes and confessed he was at a loss for words, saying that had not even been a competition. Waving his hand, he added that he had hardly ever seen anyone as strong as him. Kusanagi asked what he meant by hardly, and Anderson explained that he wished to say that there were monsters in America too. He then extended his hand to Kusanagi and said that he would always be welcome in his homeland as a friend. Kusanagi happily shook his hand and agreed that he would go if he ever had the chance. After this, Anderson retrieved his coat, turned and waved his hand, and said farewell to Kusanagi and to the members of the SMT, leaving with his injured comrades. The members of the SMT ran excitedly toward Kusanagi, one of them saying that it had been amazing that even the US military's mage division was no match for him. Kusanagi, however, stood silently with no expression, and the others, Yuika, Ruka, Ryuji, Karin, and Shido, stood speechless behind him. The Mizuha sisters thought to themselves that they needed to grow stronger in order to walk by Kusanagi's side. Ryuji resolved that he was done depending on others and would have to find his own way forward. The next day in the academy room, Kusanagi sat on a chair and was surprised to learn that they were going to sell merchandise for the SMT and Mage Nobles collaboration. Shido, showing him the papers, explained that now Kusanagi was appearing more often in the media, there were many people who wished to join the SMT or support their efforts against monsters and calamities, and their budget was steadily increasing, so they were planning their next measures. Kusanagi, checking the papers, asked if the real reason was that Shido wanted to line his own pockets. Shido nervously laughed and replied that they needed money to continue their operations, and he was not crazy about the idea either. Kusanagi, looking toward the paper, thought in dismay. But then when he looked toward his concept image, which was quite cute, he thought about plushies and imagined little children with happy teary eyes holding doll of Kusanagi. He then agreed, saying that he did not mind if they started selling merchandise. Shido happily asked if he truly meant it. Kusanagi pointed his finger and said yes, but only on one condition. When Shido heard the condition, he scratched his head and asked if it was even possible since it would eat up a lot of their budget. Kusanagi waved his hand and said it was no problem, for preparations were already underway. Shido asked what was left. However, the members of SMT looked in surprise at their mobile screens, and Yuika noted that it was news of a joint training camp with the Mage Nobles. The next day, in the morning, the sun was shining in the sky, and in a certain area of Tokyo, the same 3 buses in line were passing on the road. However, as the buses arrived at their destination, Kusanagi, with the others carrying their bags, stood outside the beautiful training camp building and asked himself if this was the place where they would be training. The Mage Nobles, Hinata with her team, stood there looking toward Kusanagi and the other SMT members and remarked that this had turned into a real pain. Meanwhile, Hifumi, with his manager, arrived in a car, saying it could be rough on his old bones. Seeing him, Yuika asked herself, with surprise, if even President Mumio had come, while Ruka, standing behind, wondered if she had been mistaken, since she thought it was going to be just a standard training camp. Shido, waving his hand, explained that President Mumio was the promoter for this training camp, and that apparently it was to make up for the Mage Nobles' past mistakes. Kusanagi noticed that the Fuka family was not present, and when Chloe got out of the bus and stood beside him, she explained that the family had essentially disbanded after the family head and successors were captured, adding that she doubted the Fuka family would ever regain their former glory. Kusanagi asked himself if there had not also been members who had no part in the conspiracy, but Chloe, stepping ahead and closing her eyes, said they were probably investigated but must have been let off the hook, and she was sure they were all leading new lives by then. Kusanagi thought he had heard a bit about the Fuka family from Leona, but it sounded like the butler was safe. Meanwhile, he noticed Hinata passing by him with her team, and she also noticed Kusanagi standing there, turning away angrily with a displeased expression. As the Nobles Mages team members stood around, the SMT members were being hatefully stared at, and seeing this, Yuika fearfully asked herself why they were glaring at them in that way. Ruka said that although they were cooperating for now, the Nobles did not have a good impression of the SMT. Ryuji added that, come to think of it, the Nobles never tried to make conversation with them during anti-calamity missions. Kusanagi closed his eyes and wondered, with exasperation, who could know what would come of this. However, all the mages, including the SMT members in their uniforms, and the Nobles mages wearing black costumes, placed their baggage inside the training camp hall, and after a while, they all stood on the ground under the bright sunlight falling from the sky. On one side, there were SMT members, while on the other side, in their own sequence, there were the Nobles mages. Hifumi stood before them all on the iron stage, with the senior mages at either side standing on the ground. Hifumi, waving his hand, thanked them all for taking time out of their busy schedules to join them there, saying he was sure they had been feeling mentally drained, since there were not many people capable of filling their shoes after all. Kusanagi thought the police and the SMT regional division were covering for them in their absence, and that there should not be any major issues since there were not many calamities around that time. But he was still a bit worried. As Hifumi continued his speech, he clenched his fist and loudly declared that he believed this joint training exercise to be absolutely necessary, because in order to overcome the great calamity, their battles would grow ever fiercer from then on. And that was why it was essential to improve the cooperation between the mage nobles and the SMT. That being said, he continued that there were precious few people capable of leading all of them, and that such a person must be upstanding and wise, and above all an outstanding mage, and that he could only think of one person who fit that role, the SMT captain, Kusanagi Minato, who would serve as the instructor of the joint training camp. Hearing this, Hinata showed displeasure, and the members of the mage nobles grew scared. One of them clenched his fist and shouted, in anger, why it had to be someone from the SMT, while the girl with blue hairs shouted that it meant he was saying the mage nobles had to listen to them. Hifumi, angrily staring at them, responded that it seemed some of them were dissatisfied, and demanded to know if there were any mages there who could defeat Captain Kusanagi. All of the mage nobles fell silent, speechless, and pressing their lips in anger. Hifumi then turned to Kusanagi and asked him to address them. Kusanagi thought that although what Mumyu said was true, it also served his own interests, since the mage nobles had long monopolized magic knowledge and techniques. But even so, they could not win against him, and had realized they had reached their limit, and Mumyu intended to use him. He stepped up the stairs of the stage, thinking that even after all this time he still hated losing, but he did not dislike that about him. Kusanagi stood confidently on the stage and began his speech, stating that they would be training there for 2 weeks, and that there was only one thing he asked of them, which was that they follow his lead as if their lives depended on it. The next day, during the training, the members of the mage nobles, with weights on their backs, were attempting push-ups, but none of them managed to succeed. All of them were sweating profoundly and lying on the ground, exhausted. One of them shouted angrily, asking why he was making them do push-ups. Kusanagi, having almost 15 weights on his back, was doing push-ups without difficulty, and calmly explained that training the body was the foundation of all magic, and that they had to push themselves to the limit, which left the mage nobles speechless. Hinata, Taoshiru, and Riku, with 7 weights each on their backs, were also doing push-ups, but the signs of tiredness were evident on their faces. Hinata shouted defiantly that it was nothing. In the next round, both the SMT members and the nobles mages, with weights attached to their belts, were running after Kusanagi. He ran ahead of them all, shouting that they should run like they meant it, and that there was no point in cutting corners. The members grew severely tired, and it became hard for them to keep running, but Kusanagi shouted for the last sprint and told them to keep up. Hinata, running with her comrades, shouted that there was no way she would let them get away from her, while Taoshiru, running behind her, tried his hardest to catch up and said he would not lose, with Riku, behind Taoshiru, agreeing. Yuika, while running, watched Hinata, Taoshiru, and Riku chasing Kusanagi, and thought, in amazement, that the mage nobles were actually listening to him, something she had never thought she would see. After a while, everyone except Kusanagi, Hinata, Riku, and Taoshiru collapsed from exhaustion, while the others lay on the ground. Kusanagi stood before the 3 of them and the others, and told them to take a 5-minute break and make sure they were hydrated. One of the nobles' mages, still panting, asked what the point of doing this was, while another, also panting, said it felt like training with no real goal. Hearing this, one of the SMT members behind them angrily asked what they meant by no goal, since they knew that was not true. Another clenched his fist and declared that Captain Kusanagi was an amazing person. A mage noble member doubted this, and asked if he was not just hyping up a mere student, claiming he doubted Kusanagi had any real skill at all. Hearing this, one of the SMT members angrily grabbed him by the collar and gritted his teeth, demanding to know what he had just said, and ordering him to take it back. Ryuji, seeing them, brushed his head and said he knew it would come to this, while Yuika, worriedly, said they had to stop them. Meanwhile, Kusanagi stepped between them to prevent a fight, and told his own side that it was enough. The SMT member protested, but Kusanagi, looking at the mage noble member, said he understood the distrust, and that if he were not acting as their leader, he would welcome criticism, but for now, he required obedience to his orders. He then turned to his own member, and told him that if he truly believed in him, he should just bear with it for now. The man sadly lowered his head and apologized. After this, both the SMT and mage nobles turned to stare at each other, while Kusanagi stood aside watching them, and thinking, with exasperation, that they seemed to have a deep grudge, and that the fact they still had the room to argue was a problem. He then made a horrible, weird face, thinking that in that case they would do that, and Yuika, standing behind, grew scared at the sight of him. After a while, Kusanagi stood on top of a hill, casting his level 4 all attributes of magic, and started shooting at the ground where the mage nobles were standing. They clutched their heads, covering their ears in fear, shouting what was happening. Kusanagi shouted back, asking what was wrong, and warned them that they would die for real if they did not fight back as though their lives depended on it, urging them to use their magic until they could no longer continue. The mage nobles screamed and staggered in the storm of magic, one of them, with teary eyes, shouting that this was not training but simply abuse. Seeing them in that condition, one of the SMT members, sweating profoundly under the magic pressure, grinned and said the mage nobles were pathetic. Hearing this, one of the mage nobles shouted back in anger, asking what he meant by that, and then stood beside his teammates, declaring that they must not be looked down on, and would show what it meant when mage nobles became serious. The other team members also prepared to counterattack, and the SMT member clenched his fist and stood beside his companions, shouting that they would never lose to them, and that everyone should fight like they meant it. Seeing this, Kusanagi smiled and thought that it seemed their competitive spirits had been ignited, and the mission accomplished. After a while, both SMT members and mage nobles collapsed on the ground, exhausted, and Kusanagi, waving his hand and closing his eyes, told them that was enough for the day, and they should rest well and prepare for tomorrow. Meanwhile, Hinata approached and told him to hold it, calling him by name. Kusanagi stopped and turned his face toward her, asking if she had a question. She extended her hand and asked if he was really going to keep training them like that. Kusanagi asked if that was a complaint, but she said it was not, only that surely there must be another way. Kusanagi repeated that he had said before, there was no other method. He explained that there was a way to stimulate magic capacity and sensation by having an advanced mage administer shock therapy to awaken the magic flow, but that was only effective for beginners and would have no effect on them. Hinata angrily waved her hand and shouted, demanding to know how he had managed to grow so strong. What was with his ridiculous amount of magic power? What about his abnormally high-level spells, or the fact that he did not even need incantations? Kusanagi simply replied that, apart from increasing his magic capacity by using magic until the brink of exhaustion, and improving his techniques in other ways, he knew no other method to get stronger. Hinata stood trembling with anger, gritting her teeth, and said fine before telling him to forget it and turning away. Riku walked after her and apologized to Kusanagi. Watching them leave, Kusanagi thought to himself how he had become so strong, remembering that the first calamity had triggered his awakening, and yet he had never met another mage as strong as himself, wondering why he was so powerful. Then, looking toward his hand, he continued to wonder why he had so much magic power and why he was the way he was. The next day in the evening, as the sky was quite dark, Kusanagi raised his hand loudly, saying that was enough training for the day. The members of the mage nobles, hell tired, fell to the ground lying on it. One of them said he could not go on, and another one said he was dying. The first one, lying on his stomach on the ground and angrily hitting his fists to the ground, wondered if there was really a point in training like that. The second one, sitting up lost with blank eyes and huffing, said that they were dignified mages, yet this grueling training was no different from being in the army. After this, they all hardly stood up. The first one with red hair angrily said it had been several days since they started training, but he did not see any improvements. The second one with brown hair, standing behind and scratching his hair, said it looked like Captain Kusanagi was all talk after all. Kusanagi asked if they were going to the magic measurement room and told them to follow him. After this, they all passed through the corridor. The guy with red hair smiled and said he bet nothing had changed. The other one with brown hair responded that they could not expect to get stronger after just a few days of training. Suddenly, as their magic measurement started, the one with orange hair, looking surprisingly toward the measurement board, shouted in shock that his magic power was 30,000 before, but had now grown to 40,000. The others, seeing the measurement board, were also shocked. Then they started looking toward their hands in surprise as they stretched them. One of them asked if it had actually grown, and the girl among the team asked if such a thing could really happen in such a short amount of time. Kusanagi stood before them, raising his hand, and said that was not all. They would get even stronger over the course of those 2 weeks. They all looked toward each other and, pressing their lips in embarrassment, remained silent. The next day in the training ground, the mage nobles were running after Kusanagi at high speed, and Kusanagi shouted for them to follow his lead. Then, while running, he turned and looked toward the members, who were now running passionately and enthusiastically. The member with orange hair gritted his teeth while running, thinking that if that was the result after just a few days, then if he put everything he had into those 2 weeks, he would grow even stronger. Kusanagi, seeing them, smiled. The next day in the ground, Kusanagi cast his level 3 yellow flaming spell and shot it toward the members, shouting for them to show him what they had got. The members of the Mage Nobles and SMT cast their spells, including Earth Magic, Water Tornado, Flaming Storm, and Electricity Magic, counterattacking Kusanagi. After training for a while, the members of SMT, hell tired and profoundly sweating, fell to the ground. One of them said he was at his limit, and the other said his magic would not last any longer. Then, in the next round, the members of SMT were running along with the members of the Mage Nobles. The guy with orange hair, running and profoundly sweating, said the SMT was a sloppy bunch, and the other one with brown hair added that those guys could not even hold a candle to the Mage Nobles. Hearing this, the member of SMT with purple hair became surprised and angry, running in speed and shouting furiously about what they had just said, that the SMT was an elite squadron, and they would never lose to the likes of them. The other one with green hair, running and coming behind the purple-haired guy, was surprised to see his behavior changing in anger suddenly. Ruka cast her single spell circle and, looking toward the members running, said it looked like they had sparked a friendly rivalry. Yuika also cast her single spell circle and said she had been worried at first, but now they were fired up. Meanwhile, a flame storm fell on them as they both were laughing and talking. Both of them got scared and fell to the ground trembling. Kusanagi, in an angry voice, asked if they had time to chit-chat during training. Then it must be easy for them. He stood with the flaming storm and, extending his hand to cast more flaming magic to attack them, said he would raise the difficulty level just for those two. Ruka and Yuika got scared, and tears appeared in Yuika's eyes. After a while, in the dining hall, all the members of SMT and Mage Nobles were having food. The red-haired guy, while eating, asked if his magic had been performing well lately. His friend, sitting beside him and waving his hand, responded that even their spell levels had improved, not just their magic capacity. Another member happily said his casting speed had gotten faster too, and another one, standing before them while having his lunch, said he was even able to shorten his incantations. The guy with red hair said he guessed Captain Kusanagi's strength was the real deal after all. The girl, lowering her gaze with a deep sigh, said that was true, and the guy sitting beside her lowered his gaze and said yes, if he was able to produce results like those. Meanwhile, the members of SMT, both with purple and green hair, holding their food trays, came from behind and stood behind the red-haired guy. One of them happily said he had told them so, and the other, pointing his finger, said Captain Kusanagi Minato was amazing. The guy with red hair, frustrated, folded his arms, closed his eyes with a displeased expression, and said he would admit that much. Meanwhile, those two guys of SMT put their food trays beside them on the table and sat beside them on the chairs at the same table where the Mage Nobles were sitting. The friend of that red-haired guy angrily yelled that their head mage was even more amazing. However, they all finished their food while talking and indulging in discussion. Seeing them, Kusanagi smiled, thinking it seemed like it had worked out. Before him, on the same table, Chloe was calmly having her food while Yuika and Ruka were feeling dizzy, and Ryuji, seeing them while holding his food tray, stood behind them surprised, his eyes turning blank. The next day in the training ground, the training continued. Both sides' members were shooting their magic toward the target on the ground and destroying them. One of the Mage Noble guys shot his sharp earth pieces toward the target and destroyed it. As the members were using all types of magic, including earth and electricity, showing their magic power, Kusanagi, watching them, thought it looked like everyone's magic level had improved, that they were doing well. Suddenly, he turned to look when he noticed Chloe raise her hand and shoot her level 3 dark magic toward the target, burning it. seeing her magic power. Kusanagi thought Mummy Chloe's abilities were supposed to be above average according to Leona, but they were clearly higher than that. As he was looking toward her, she also noticed him. While Kusanagi thought she seemed to be hiding her true strength, but he could not get a read on her, he decided to set Chloe aside for now, as what concerned him more was Riku using his level 3 earth magic and shooting sharp stones toward the target. Hinata, looking aside with a bored angry face, also used her single flaming spell while standing beside Riku. While noticing them, Kusanagi thought Riku and Mizuha Taoshiru were doing fine, but as for Hinata, her motivation was lacking. Well, he could understand why. Every time she saw his face, it was like she wanted to bite him. He wondered why, but still, it would not be good if things continued that way. Hinata, with a bored face and blank eyes, stopped casting her spell and sat on the ground on her feet, wondering what a pain it was. Kusanagi, waving his hand while standing before them, asked them to stay behind. Hinata got up and said he should just tell them what he wanted already. Kusanagi said it looked like the training had not been effective for her and asked if she could tell him why. She angrily shouted that it was practically pointless. She would not get stronger like that. Kusanagi said that she was still participating every day, but she pointed toward him and shouted that she had no choice because it was an order. Kusanagi, lowering his gaze, thought that an order, Mumyu, seemed to be the only superior the mage nobles obeyed. He was surprised she actually listened to someone. Hinata angrily turned and loudly said anyway she was not going to change her attitude about it. Riku exhaled and said to Kusanagi he was sorry about her. Kusanagi responded it was fine, he did not really mind. Come to think of it, he noticed Riku was always with her, so he wondered what his relationship with her was, since he seemed to care about her a lot. Riku, lowering his gaze, replied that he thought they were friends, but he might be wrong, and that they did not have anything special. Kusanagi said he saw and apologized for asking a personal question. Riku, waving his hand with a sigh, said it was fine and apologized for inconveniencing him too. Kusanagi asked if he meant Hinata, and Riku said she had a rough personality so people often took her the wrong way, but she was not a bad person. Kusanagi said he quite liked straightforward grumps like her. Riku turned with a smile and thanked him, calling him Kusanagi Minato. After this, they both turned to leave, waving hands. Kusanagi thought Hinata, he would take note of her. The next day, all the members were standing in the ground talking to each other. Meanwhile, Hinata arrived. Kusanagi, standing beside Yuika and Ruka, noticed her. He then tried to keep an eye on her. Hinata, stretching her body, went to the dining cafeteria hall to have her food. As she sat alone there having her strawberry pastry, Kusanagi also entered the food hall and filled his plate. He then thought that her subordinates seemed to have a rough time talking to her, and guessed Riku was her only friend. After this, both Yuika and Ruka, having their food, sat on either side of Kusanagi. Kusanagi turned and looked toward Hinata, thinking maybe she preferred being alone, though it did not really seem that way to him. As he was looking, behind him Yuika kept her eyes on him. Kusanagi, clenching his fist, got up, thinking to himself that, alright, he would just have to lend her a hand. And both Yuika and Ruka, hearing this, became surprised. The next day in the corridor Kusanagi waved his hand and smiled, greeting Hinata with a good morning, while she stood before the window, turned to look at him, and said nothing. Later in the training ground, while Hinata was practicing magic, Kusanagi approached her, pointed his finger, and explained that she should do it just like that. She turned to look at him but did not respond, only staring. Later in the corridor, as Hinata was walking, Kusanagi followed her from side to side, peeking from behind, and thought that she seemed to be in a bad mood. He wondered what was wrong and if she was listening, but she angrily grit her teeth and remained silent. Suddenly she turned and, like an angry dog barking, shouted at him, demanding to know what his problem was, why he kept bugging her, and what his game was. Kusanagi responded calmly that he only wanted to talk to her, while she shouted back that all he wanted was to talk. Kusanagi waved his hand and added that yes, she was always on her own and seemed lonely. She folded her arms and said that she was not lonely, that she preferred being on her own. Kusanagi remarked that it did not really look that way, to which she turned and asked how he would know. Kusanagi told her that someone who preferred to be alone would not put themselves in situations where they needed to interact with others, nor would they take an interest in others or allow others to take an interest in them. but she did not seem to fit into either of those categories. She loudly told him to stop talking as if he understood her. Kusanagi said fine, then suggested that they do it another way. As she frowned angrily, staring at him, Kusanagi pointed his finger and asked her to be his friend. Hearing this, she made a disgusted face, screamed in embarrassment, demanded to know what he was talking about, and even started blushing. Kusanagi asked if that meant no, adding that he knew he was actually fond of her. Hearing this, she felt shy, blushed, and tried to hide it with an angry face while clenching her hands. She then turned aside and said that people would not usually go out of their way to ask to be someone's friend, and he should know that. Kusanagi touched his chin and admitted that she was right. She then lowered her gaze and told him to give up on getting to know her, because a girl like her was annoying and troublesome. Kusanagi responded that he did not think so. Hearing this, Hinata became speechless. Kusanagi waved his hand and added that he did not dislike her. In fact, he liked the way she honestly expressed herself, since people who needlessly flattered him only made him uncomfortable. She clenched her fists, turned her back to him, and silently listened. Then she muttered that he was such a strange person, turned, smiled with a blush, played with her hair, and said that he was a weirdo. Kusanagi was surprised to see her sudden reaction of blushing, smiling, and acting polite. Suddenly she realized what she was doing, ran away angrily while swinging her fists, then turned back to glare at him with hate, saying that she was never going to be friends with him and that there was no way it would happen. Kusanagi stood behind, admitting that it seemed he had been rejected. As he stood alone in the corridor, Chloe, who had been hiding beside the wall and listening, smiled at what she heard. Later in the training ground, practice continued as the members, including Ryuji, Ruka, and Yuika, used their magic to hit the targets before them. Taoshiru used his Water Storm level 3 magic to attack and successfully destroyed the target single-handedly, while Ruka and Yuika stood aside watching him. Meanwhile, Kusanagi raised his voice, telling everyone that training was over and they should take a break. He then complimented both the Noble Mage members and the SMT members, saying they all worked hard. The SMT members smiled in response, but the Noble Mages kept their usual stern expressions. Kusanagi thought to himself that everyone seemed to be honing their own strengths. Suddenly, he noticed Yuika and Ruka standing behind Taoshiru, watching him, while Taoshiru kept his back to them. Both sisters called him father, and Yuika asked if he would like to have a meal with them afterwards, while Ruka added that they had not had a chance to talk lately and would be happy if he joined them. Taoshiru turned them down, saying he still had things he must do and would have to pass on the meal. Hearing this, both sisters looked sad, while Kusanagi, watching Taoshiru leave, went to them and remarked that Taoshiru was still the same as always and had not changed his attitude even after lifting their disownment. Yuika lowered her gaze and sadly said he never used to be like that. When Kusanagi asked what had changed, she explained that their father used to be kinder and would listen to them, but after their mother passed away, he was never the same. He would not talk to them as much and was always away for work. Ruka, with tears in her eyes, said she thought she understood their father's feelings because she had felt the same way. When their mother passed away, she felt she had to become stronger to protect Yuika, so she became strict and ended up losing sight of herself. Hearing this, Yuika became emotional and held Ruka's hands, saying that now she was the same kind older sister as before. Ruka emotionally thanked Yuika, then closed her eyes and said she had changed, but their father had remained unchanged. Yuika added that she could never tell what their father was thinking because he never told them anything. Ruka then wondered if their father still loved them. Kusanagi waved his hand and with a cheerful face assured them that if their father did not love them, he would not have treated him as an enemy and tested him the way he had. He then turned his back, sweating slightly, and pointed out that such an attitude was definitely that of a father towards someone making a move on his daughters. Hearing this, both sisters blushed and were shocked. Suddenly Kusanagi noticed Taoshiru leaving again, surrounded by magical aura, and thought that his magic power had been wavering just now, as if he were hesitating about something. Meanwhile, Chloe appeared and called Kusanagi from behind. He turned to look while the Mizuha sisters tried to act normal. Chloe asked if she could have a word with him. After a while, both Kusanagi and Chloe stood behind the wall. Kusanagi thought to himself that it seemed like she was going to ask him on another date. Chloe smiled slightly and said that these days she kept thinking she wanted to know more about him. More and more, even down to the deepest parts of him. Stepping closer, she touched him and said she wanted to know what kind of person he truly was, adding that he was unlike any other, both in beauty and in character, with a charm that simply exuded from him. Kusanagi replied that he was honored by her praise. Chloe told him that he was an odd man, appearing straightforward while hiding his true motives. She then removed her hand from his face, stood before him, and said that at times he was dashing, at others naive, but even those difficult to grasp aspects of him were charming. She then touched her chin, looked lovingly at him, and asked if he would consider going out with her, saying she believed their relationship could be truly splendid, and that despite appearances, she was quite the devoted type. Kusanagi remained silent, his face blank. Chloe touched her chin with her fingers and said that if it was what he desired, she would do anything and give him anything. She then leaned even closer and asked if he would spend his life together with her. Kusanagi quickly moved backward, saying that he did not plan on dating anyone. Chloe also moved back, folding her arms and smiling as she remarked that it was too bad. She then turned, saying that this concluded her business and that she would be going now. However, as she left, Kusanagi also stepped ahead, turned, and looked silently toward her. After a while in the training ground, Ryuji happily put his hand on Riku's shoulder and raised his fist, saying that he had done well. Riku responded that he too was not shabby. Kusanagi stood behind with Ruka and Yuika, who asked what this was and how it had ended up happening. Ruka explained that the two of them had gotten to talking about their workouts and had decided to compete against each other, and the outcome was that they both completed 1,000 reps and then collapsed. As both Ryuji and Riku were happily humming and looking toward them, Ruka added that after that things somehow became like this. Kusanagi said with surprise that they were both muscleheads. After a while in the training ground, the members casting their magic were training, both Ryuji casting his level 3 earth magic and Hinata casting her level 2 magic. She was running at such high speed that it looked like she was flying and Ryuji was chasing after her. After this, in the hall, the SMT members and the Noble Mage members sat together in groups, talking with each other like friends. A few days later, Kusanagi stood on the iron stage to give a speech while all the members of both sides stood before him. And this time the SMT members and the Mage Nobles stood as a group, not separately as before. Kusanagi said that all of them had trained themselves well. That day marked the end of their training, but it was only the beginning, and that many lives might be lost to the coming world calamity, but if all of them performed their roles to the best of their abilities, the calamities and the demons could be defeated. He clenched his fist and shouted that they were all strong, and that even the world calamity would be no match for them, telling them to rest until the mission began and to prepare themselves. However, a flaming aura released from the ground behind Kusanagi, and he raised his fist, shouting loudly that it all rested upon their shoulders, declaring that they would definitely protect Japan and the world. All the members of both sides passionately raised their fists and responded in agreement to Kusanagi. A guy from SMT with purple hair joined hands with the red-haired member of the Mage Nobles with whom he often quarreled. But now they made a good and strong team together. The guy with purple hair saying that they were counting on the Mage Nobles, and the red-haired guy responded with the same passion that SMT could also count on them. As everyone shouted slogans for Kusanagi, Hinata stood behind and wondered that he really was an amazing person. For not only the SMT, but even the Mage Nobles had been trained by him, and their abilities must be several times greater than before. She thought that he had managed to get most of the people there to open up to one another, and even this idiot had been nice to her. And while she watched only Kusanagi, she thought about friends, then angrily clenched her fists and gritted her teeth, wondering what she was even thinking, and told herself to get a grip. She thought she did not need friends and did not even want them, lowering her head as she thought that it was all pointless anyway. After a while, Hifumi and Kusanagi stood before each other on the ground. Hifumi said to him that these were splendid results, and Kusanagi responded that his words honored him. Hifumi turned and looked toward the members standing behind, saying that they were originally at odds due to not understanding one another, but now both the SMT and the Mage Nobles had begun to trust each other. Thanks to Kusanagi, everything was progressing without a hitch. He then extended his hand toward Kusanagi, saying that by continuing like this, the world would finally find peace, and Kusanagi shook his hand, responding that he hoped so. Thanks to the training camp, the level of both SMT and the mage nobles had increased, and the coordination between the two improved significantly. As a result, the damage from calamities and demons around Tokyo had greatly decreased, and despite the occurrence of calamities, the documented damages were the lowest they had been in the last 50 years. In the playing ground, a guy sitting on the bench using his phone said to another guy standing before him with a football that there were no problems with SMT and mage nobles around, and the second guy responded that it was true, that it was completely peaceful now, and even if a calamity occurred, SMT would take care of it. A family of 3 shopping in the mall spoke. The lady said to her husband that they could finally go out without worrying. Thanks to the success of SMT and the mage nobles, for better or worse, all of Japan felt at peace. Except that still in the training ground, Kusanagi trained the SMT members, shouting not to slack off, telling them it was pointless if they were not pushing themselves to their limit. The members using their magic were shooting at long-distance targets, and Kusanagi pointed his hand and raised his voice, saying that the more they felt like dying, the more peaceful Japan would be, and that in order to protect the people they must suffer where they could not be seen, as it was their mission, their duty, and their pleasure. Suddenly Shido ran toward Kusanagi, calling to him that it had been decided they would cooperate with mages from all over Japan, including civilians. Many mages would lend their support when the major calamities struck. Kusanagi turned and listened and responded that it was good work. Karin, watching from the tab, told Kusanagi that based on the location and damage incurred during the major calamities 50 years ago, they had decided on the deployment of each member, and they believed they could handle all of them, except the largest of the calamities near Tokyo Tower. Kusanagi said that he had an idea about that, and they did not need to worry. Shido whispered in Kusanagi's ear about the matter they had talked about, and that he had taken care of the distribution as asked in secret, and Kusanagi responded that it helped since they needed some insurance. Kusanagi stood under the sky in the ground, clenching his fists, and thought about the world calamity, the largest of the calamities, the one that affected not just Japan but the entire world. It was not a single calamity, but many occurring at the same time 50 years ago, when humanity had not been able to handle such an unforeseen scale. But he thought that would not happen this time, as he had made preparations for every eventuality. The next day, Kusanagi stood in the academy ground with all the members gathered around him. He raised his voice, saying that, as they all knew, in the coming days the world calamity would occur, and that they should rest until that day came and spend time with their families. The members became scared and started asking each other if that was really all right. They said they did not know how dangerous the major calamities would be. But Kusanagi told them that they had done all they could, and all of them had become as strong as they were able, so they should rest easy, for they would definitely win. Hearing this, the members sadly lowered their gaze and remained silent. And though Kusanagi's own friends stood behind him with sad and scared faces, there was no expression of fear visible on Chloe's face. Kusanagi scratched his head and said that it seemed his words had not been enough for the members, so he would leave them with one last thing. He raised his fist and smiled, telling them to believe in him, that when things were difficult, painful, and scary, when they made them feel like running away, they should remember him, for no matter the situation he would save all of them, the people, and the world. He raised his hand and his voice, saying that they could always believe in him. Whatever situation arose, he would take care of it. Hearing this, all the members became happy. Tears appeared in Yuika's eyes, and they all loudly responded in one voice, calling out to their captain. On the other side, Hinata was walking carefree in the alley, while Riku stood behind, turning to look at her, and Taoshiru sat alone on a wooden bench outside the house. Chloe sat in her father's office while Shido and Karin worked hard there. Everyone was happy in their home and life was going smoothly. Yuika baked pizza for Ruka and Kusanagi, and they were eating together and enjoying themselves. Many days later, the news was spread on the big TV screens outside the building walls that the world calamity was upon them, and all citizens were asked to shut and lock their doors and remain inside their homes. Once more, the army vehicles were on the ground. There were no citizens or civilian vehicles. All the shops and everything was closed, and the army soldiers stood outside buildings on the road. Kusanagi and his team were prepared to face the monsters, and as Kusanagi looked up, he said that it was coming, and the sky above them began to turn red. This was the world calamity in which Ikegami Minato had perished, an army of demons numbering in the thousands, and the key to victory now lay with this man. Kusanagi, fully confident and passionately clenching his fist, shouted that they would go and save the world, and his team members responded with full passion, loudly affirming him as the sky above them completely turned dark red. The world calamity is a phenomenon where thousands of calamities occur across the globe. It is the greatest of all disasters in human history. And at this moment, that greatest of disasters had begun occurring in Tokyo. It was the world calamity that had claimed Ikegami Minato's life when he fought against it. However, in the meeting, all the officers were present, opening their laptops before them, and the officers were in worry and hurry. An officer showing some papers to the Prime Minister stated that it appeared the world calamity had begun, and the Prime Minister, worriedly looking, said they were counting on the special mage team. Old Shibuya Kusanagi and his comrades stood on their flying spell circles and, surrounded with curvy green waves, were flying over the area. The clouds were dark, and the monsters appeared everywhere. Kusanagi, seeing the situation, thought that it was just like that time, perhaps even on a larger scale, as he could feel a massive amount of magic power surrounding him. But he resolved that this would not be like back then, and that he would not let anyone else die. The citizens, scared and worried, were looking from the glass windows of their apartments. A man, looking up at the sky, stated that the sky had turned red, while a lady carrying her daughter in her lap sadly reassured that it would be all right, insisting she just knew it would be all right. Both the little girl and boy held Kusanagi's cute dolls in their hands, with which they played, and the boy assured that it would be all right while the little girl expressed her belief that the great sage would protect them. Inside the airport, citizens carrying their packed bags sat on floor mattresses, using their phones to watch the situation. Two girls were crying, one of them carrying Kusanagi's paper picture and urging that Kusanagi should do his best, while the other one, carrying Kusanagi's doll, pleaded that he must win. Meanwhile, outside in the city, media helicopters had arrived, recording the scene, while the lady reporter using her micro headset looked down toward the ground where monsters spread and declared that the world calamity had begun, and that the red sky was spreading across Japan. Dark portal gates appeared everywhere, from which monsters were emerging in large numbers, and the lady in the helicopter loudly shouted toward the recording camera that demons were materializing one after another. The citizens were being urged to evacuate from the expected site of the calamity, but she doubted if they would really be safe. She then, looking toward the monsters coming from the portal gates, fearfully wondered if everything would really be all right. There, the monsters were in large numbers, spread all over the roads, and the lady, seeing them, shouted fearfully that there were simply too many of them. Suddenly, a flaming storm shot toward the monsters, destroying buildings, and Kusanagi landed on the destroyed building pieces. The lady, seeing Kusanagi while recording the scene, announced that it was Captain Kusanagi Minato and that he had arrived. Kusanagi stood in the air, using his level 5 flaming spell, shooting flame bullets toward the monsters to kill them, while both Yuika and Ruka used their magic water tornado storm attacks on the monsters, and Ryuji also used his earth magic to form sharp rocks and shot them at the monsters. The lady reporter in the live camera made the announcement that the Mizuha sisters and the rest of the squad were there too. Everyone casting their spells attacked the monsters, and they all wore wireless phones to talk to each other while killing the monsters. Kusanagi ordered to clear out the demons right away, and to hold out until the calamity's boss arrived, reminding them that since there was more than one calamity, they must preserve their magic power, to which both Mizuha sisters responded in agreement. As they all continued attacking the monsters with magic of all kinds, more and more monsters kept coming out from the portal gates. Kusanagi turned, remarking that there were more demons than usual, and Yuika, standing behind him, added that the demons were getting stronger. Ryuji, standing on a rock while casting his earth spell, loudly shouted in frustration, asking where the mage nobles were, while Shido, standing at a distance and touching his earpiece, stated that he was trying to contact them but could not get through. Ruka worriedly added that her father was not answering either, while Kusanagi turned to Chloe, implying that she must know something. But Chloe, standing at a distance, responded with an apology, saying she did not know either. Karin, touching her earpiece, introduced herself as Karin of the Special Mage team and asked if anyone was reading her. But she received the response that it was no good, the chain of command was in chaos, and communications were in disarray. Kusanagi, attacking the monsters, thought that the preparations they had meticulously made were already facing issues now that the day had come, and he was certain there must be something going on. Meanwhile, army and police officers arrived, worriedly calling out to Kusanagi. Kusanagi turned to look and inquired whether they were unable to use wireless communications and asked what the situation was like. The officer, in worry, responded that the situation was the same for both the police and the self-defense force, and he then added that the entire scene was in chaos and that they were unable to coordinate. Another officer standing beside asked what should be done. Yuika added that they could not handle the calamity without the mage nobles, and Ryuji, landing behind her but a little away, angrily questioned what the mage nobles were doing. Shido insisted they had to contact the other locations somehow, otherwise the situation would worsen. When Kusanagi turned his head and shouted for everyone to calm down, they all turned and looked toward Kusanagi, who then stood before them and declared that no matter the situation, what they must do remained the same, and that even without the mage nobles they could win if their strengths were united, since this was what they had all been training for. He clenched his fist and loudly proclaimed that he believed in all of them, and they all, enthusiastically clenching their fists, responded with determination. Yuika, casting her level 3 spell circles and attacking the monsters, thought that Kusanagi was right and that they only had to do what they had to do. Ruka, also casting her level 3 spell circles and attacking the monsters single-handedly, smiled while thinking that, as expected of Kusanagi, he was always calm and reliable, and with him around, they could not lose. As they were all casting spells and attacking the monsters, a huge flaming storm exploded upon the monsters. Seeing this, the lady reporter from the helicopter pushed the man recording aside, watching from the glass window, and urged viewers to look, saying that the special mage team was overwhelming the demons and praising Captain Kusanagi Minato. Older people holding Kusanagi doll and watching the live recording of the special mage team killing monsters from their televisions smiled proudly, while the girls in the airport hall watching the live news on their phones smiled as the news reporter mentioned that if it was him, he would protect Japan, and that with him around they would definitely be alright since demons were no match for them. However, after clearing the area, Kusanagi and his team stood there, and Kusanagi thought that there were dozens of calamities happening within Japan during the World Calamity, that this would be a tough battle without the mage nobles, but that just this amount was still doable, since he had been making preparations for this day. Meanwhile, hundreds or even thousands of monsters poured out of the gates and started spreading. Kusanagi, running at high speed, urged the others not to let their guards down as the demons were still materializing, and they all, running after him, loudly responded in agreement. This time, Kusanagi, surrounded with his mana art, clenched his fist, jumped up toward the monsters, and began punching them to kill them. Suddenly he noticed that the monsters were casting their dark spell circles, attacking the ground area from above where he had been fighting. Dust and smoke spread from the ground as monsters flew up. But Kusanagi, casting his level 9 null magic, sparkled in the air above them and thought they were too naive. Then using his magic, he attacked all the monsters at once and killed them. After killing them, he landed on the ground, saw more monsters emerging, and remarked that they were still coming. He then raised his hand, and different colors of mana art light surrounded him as he thought that it seemed like he would have to use that. After eliminating all the monsters in the area, the members of the special mage team were exhausted from fighting so many enemies. Yuika stated that they had finally eliminated all of them, while Ruka remarked in disbelief at their numbers. Kusanagi, looking toward the monster corpses, thought that they were stronger and greater in number than 50 years ago, just as he had expected, and that this would not be straightforward. Suddenly the ground began shaking, and Ruka noted that she recognized the feeling, while Yuika, turning and looking around, said that it felt like the boss was coming. Suddenly, from the huge portal, the Demon King emerged, and seeing it, the members began sweating in fear. Ruka wondered what it was. Ryuji shouted in denial that it could not be true, and Yuika fearfully questioned whether it was a Demon King. Ruka turned and shouted saying how dreadfully intimidating it was. Yuika shouted that the real deal was so big. The Demon King started casting his spell, and a huge level 10 fire magic Big Bang exploded and destroyed the whole area with the fire explosion while everyone tried to defend against the magic blast. After the attack, the Demon King thought everyone had died. He then turned to leave, but suddenly, from behind, someone asked where he was going. The Demon King stopped there and turned to look at his back. Kusanagi was casting his level 9 null magic fairy shield before all the members to protect them from the explosion, and he told the Demon King that the battle had just begun. At the same time, Kusanagi, with his level 10 null magic Aegis shield, protected everyone on the battlefield, and everyone was surprised to see this. Yuika fell to the ground and said sorry to Kusanagi. Ruka added that they had responded too late. Kusanagi turned and said that they should not worry about it since the opponent was a demon king after all, and they should be on their guard. Chloe asked in surprise how he could use two spells simultaneously. Shido said that the fairy-like spell was probably an autonomous spell, and the spell that protected their troops was probably a spell actively used by Captain Kusanagi. Karin asked Chloe if she was not only supposed to be able to cast a single spell at once. Chloe explained that autonomous spells were an extremely advanced technique that allowed them to control spells subconsciously. The high concentration chance and the necessity of transmitting magic power needed for normal spells could be completely omitted. The entire process of casting a spell could be bypassed. The phenomenon was similar to muscle memory. In other words, he had mastered both conscious control and subconscious control of his spells simultaneously. Ryuji, hearing this, added that as per usual he was casually doing something ridiculous. However, the Demon King angrily punched on the ground where all the members stood. The ground burst open, and every one of them was thrown into the air. While falling away, Ruka shouted that they should do this. Yuika shouted yes. Both the sisters together cast their level 8 Greater Water Magic Tidal Wave and shot it toward the Demon King. Ryuji cast his level 6 Earth Magic to attack the monster at the same time and told the others not to forget them. Shido, Karin and Chloe also cast their powerful magic to attack the monster. Altogether they attacked the monster, but suddenly the Demon King turned and using his fire magic shook off all of their spells. They all jumped away and Yuika said in shock that it shook off their spells. Ruka asked in shock if it was too big for them to damage. Suddenly, a huge flame explosion struck the Demon King from behind, and the monster turned to look furiously. The person who attacked the monster was none other than Kusanagi, who stood behind, casting the strongest spell and shouting that he would deal with this guy. The others headed to another calamity. Yuika worriedly shouted, but Kusanagi told them there was not just one calamity. Without the mage nobles' support, the countermeasures for the other disasters were likely reaching their limits. He then surrounded himself with his mana art and ended his previous strongest magic. Stepping on the ground, he said they should assist the other groups as he was going to start getting a bit serious. Seeing this, Ruka put her hand on Yuika's shoulder and said they would only get in his way if they stayed. Yuika turned, saying she was right. She then turned and loudly told the other members to leave the place to Captain Kusanagi and that each squad should move out to another calamity. After this, both the Mizuha sisters stood on the flying spell circle and flew into the air, moving ahead. Ruka said they did not need to worry about Kusanagi. Yuika said yes, because it was Kusanagi after all. Kusanagi would definitely not lose, no matter who he faced as an opponent. As all the members left, Kusanagi stood with no worry before the Demon King and said now it was just the two of them. The Demon King stared at him. Kusanagi flew toward the monster at high speed to attack him. The Demon King tried to counter with a punch, but Kusanagi dodged. He thought that defeating a Demon King was simple, but he needed to conserve his magic power, as he did not have endless magic power either, and preparing it took time. As such, he planned to defeat the Demon King using as little magic power as possible. As the Demon King got on his knees, Kusanagi used level 11 Holy Magic, Holy Ray, to attack him. The Demon King started to get burned, but was able to get away, which Kusanagi noticed. The monster then started charging up a spell to attack Kusanagi, but Kusanagi said he was too slow, as he had already used his level 12 Fire-Earth Synthesis Magic Ground Zero. He wondered if he had used too much magic power and noted that the monster was stronger than the previous Demon King. As such, he had to preserve his magic power even more until the Demon God came. Meanwhile, everyone was joyous upon seeing Kusanagi defeat the Demon King, while noting that he did not look concerned at all when facing him, and they called Kusanagi the strongest. While at other calamities, the SMT police and self-defense force were struggling, while the mage nobles were nowhere to be seen as the demons were overwhelming them. The monsters raised their hands in the air, and seeing this, Kusanagi noted that it was the same thing he had seen before, and he wondered if the monsters were summoning the calamity. However, huge numbers of monsters again poured out of the portals. Kusanagi grew nervous, thinking that it was the final stage of the world calamity, where the demon god would show up. The final calamity that claimed his life as Ikikami Minato. The scene shifted to Yuika, who was killing the demons and telling everyone not to rush, but to destroy them steadily. She then smiled, thinking that the powerful feeling of strong magic power had disappeared, and she knew Kusanagi had beaten the Demon King just as expected of him. She then turned and looked toward the other members who were attacking and killing the demons, and she thought that everyone was starting to look haggard. She wondered if her big sister was alright at the other calamity. She suddenly received a voice message, but the sound was not clear and the words were cut off. So she quickly looked upward and touched her wireless phone, asking whether wireless communications had been restored. She said she heard them over, and then she received a clear voice message stating that a large calamity had occurred near Tokyo Tower and all personnel were to come to the scene right away. Hearing this, one of the members worriedly turned and said that they would not even be able to deal with a small-scale calamity there without support from the mage nobles. Yuika turned and told her comrades that members of the SMT should remain and deal with the small-scale calamity while she herself was heading to the large calamity, and she left the rest to them. She flew away from there, landing on her flying spell circle, while the members looked toward her and loudly responded with Roger. On the other side, Kusanagi stood in the air casting his level 8 null magic inorganic cannon to take care of the demons. He looked ahead toward the ground and wondered about the overwhelming number of demons, and he questioned himself whether he needed to use a higher level spell, though he wanted to preserve his might. Meanwhile, his comrades arrived flying and called out to Kusanagi, apologizing for the wait. Kusanagi turned to look at them and said they all seemed okay, though they had ended up leaving the other members behind. Yuika responded that they did not have enough hands anywhere, and Ruka added that there was no other way to make up for the absence of the mage nobles. Kusanagi then turned, looking down at the ground full of demons and at the monsters spread in the sky, and said that they would stop them there. He asked everyone to go, and as they all readied themselves to attack and kill the demons, they responded loudly with Roger, sir. While this was happening, the lady reporter in the helicopter worriedly said that this was the final stage of the Great Calamity, and she stated that it was the calamity that had claimed Ikakami Minato, and that it was on a whole new scale. Seeing this, people became scared and afraid while commenting that there was no way any human could do anything about it. The pilot told the reporter that it was dangerous to stay there and that they needed to leave, but the lady reporter refused, saying that they needed to let everyone see that they were doing their best there and that they would be safe from every attack as their helicopter had apparently been equipped with anti-mon equipment. Just then, a monster approached, and as it tried to attack, the equipment activated, making the reporter think they were safe, but the demon casually created a hole in it by ripping it apart. Seeing this, the reporter became shocked and terrified while bracing herself and insisting that it could not be defective. Just then, the demons were taken down by someone, and it was none other than Kusanagi. Seeing him, the lady reporter felt relieved. Kusanagi appeared on the broadcast and began to reassure everyone with a motivational speech, saying that the people of the country were surely panicking and scared, that they were all worried about when the demons' attacks would reach them, but that he wanted them all to rest assured. He then stated with absolute confidence that he would not let anyone die. After this, he quickly took his leave, and the lady reporter commented that he was too cool. The rest of the SMT members joined him, and they all began their counterattack, with everyone fighting back against the huge demonic army. One of the demons then used a level 6 fire wind synthesis magic, but Kusanagi countered it with level 7 null magic and destroyed it. He then quickly appeared behind the demon and landed a powerful punch on him, sending him crashing to the ground. Seeing this spell, everyone was quite impressed, but Kusanagi explained that its efficiency was poor and that it could only dismantle spells up to a certain level. Yuika then told them that the demons were still coming, and Kusanagi received a voice communication for a backup call, noting that the situation was the same as the other calamities. The scene then switched to another group who were on the verge of breaking. The purple-haired man told everyone to look at something, and it was the mage nobles. Seeing them, everyone felt happy and friendly. The purple-haired man stepped toward one of the mage noble members, the one with red hair, and said that they had kept them waiting and told them to join the fight already. Another member with green hair remarked that they were trying to play heroes by showing up late. But suddenly, the red-haired mage noble raised his hand and attacked one of the SMT members, shocking him. Right as they attacked, Kusanagi overheard their screams through the device, followed by a notice to all personnel stating that the mage nobles had betrayed them and should not be trusted. Kusanagi worriedly tried to ask what had happened, while Yuika grew concerned and asked Kusanagi what was going on. At their location, someone then arrived, asking why it was so noisy. Seeing him, Yuika was shocked, as it was none other than Chairman Mumyu Hifumi, along with the heads of the mage nobles. Shido, with other SMT members, stood before Hifumi and the mage nobles, and surprisingly asked if it was true that there had been a report claiming the mage nobles had betrayed them. Hifumi laughed and responded that there was no way they would betray them, while Shido, with a confused smile, said then. Hifumi waved his hand and, surrounded by a dark evil aura, said they never intended to join forces with them from the beginning, so there was no such thing as betrayal. Shido shouted, and the others were also shocked to hear this, but there was no expression on Kusanagi's face, who stood ahead of all SMT members and silently listened to everything. Ruka surprisingly asked if they were not supposed to be comrades, but Hinata shot her flaming bullet toward Ruka to attack her, though in time Ruka moved back and saved herself, angrily shouting that they should not get the wrong idea, because they had never once considered them comrades. Kusanagi looked toward Riku and asked if he was the same Riku, and Riku, closing his eyes, responded that he could see. He then held something tied in black cloth and showed it to Kusanagi and the others, saying that the mage nobles had turned against the SMT, the police, the self-defense forces, and the very nation of Japan itself. Chloe, shocked and putting her hand on her mouth, asked in disbelief that her father would never do such a thing. Hifumi, surrounded by dark aura and floating upward in the air, laughed, saying the time had finally come, and then, looking up to the sky, he raised his hands, saying that through numerous experiments it was finally complete. He then cast the biggest dark spell circle with his raised hands, and, seeing that massive spell circle, everyone was surprised. As Ruji shouted in disbelief, and Ruka also shouted about the immense size of the circle. Meanwhile, Chloe moved ahead, waving her hand, saying they would stop it before it activated, and she cast her 4th rank dark magic, Shadow Edge, shooting it toward her father to stop him. But before she could strike, a giant monstrous hand emerged and grabbed Chloe's Shadow Edge, ending it. That monstrous hand belonged to a demon, who came out of the portal, along with many more behind it. Seeing this, Yuika shouted that a demon was protecting Mumyu Hifumi, but Shido shouted, in denial, that it was only a coincidence, and such a thing could never happen. Meanwhile, Kusanagi received a voice message through the device, saying he could not believe it, that the mage nobles were cooperating with the demons. The mage nobles, along with the demon monsters, were casting spells and attacking the area. Both SMT members, the one with purple hair and the other with green hair, barely saved themselves from the mage nobles, while walking behind the destroyed building, and helping each other to walk. The purple-haired man said he could not understand what was going on. Then, touching his fist to his injured head, he said he thought they had understood each other during the joint training camp. On the other side, Hifumi said that with this calamity controlling magic, all the demons in Japan would become their allies. Hearing this, Kusanagi thought to himself how Hifumi had learned magic that interfered with calamity and demons. Hifumi, wearing a sinister smile and staring at the SMT members, said that this magic had a special effect. And then, the dark spell circle's calamity magic power began to release downward and channel into his body. Chloe, worriedly, asked if the calamity's magic power was being channeled into her father, and Yuika, surprisingly, said she had never seen such magic in her life. Kusanagi, pressing his teeth, thought it was the same as when he awakened to magic, the same phenomenon as when he encountered the first calamity. He then explained that the calamity was a phenomenon that brought magic power to this land, and it also supplied magic power to humans with magical potential, and, by utilizing it, one could obtain a massive amount of power. Hifumi smiled, saying that, as expected of Kusanagi Minato, he caught on quickly, and explained that the calamity's magic power allowed people to gain even more magic, but it was meaningless if they lacked the capacity to withstand it. Kusanagi, staring at Hinata and Riku, asked if that was why their magic power had been increasing, and Hinata, raising her hand, responded that they had indeed been gaining magic power from the calamities up until now. She explained that they had pretended to cooperate all this time to ensure the calamities proceeded smoothly, then angrily pointed toward Kusanagi, saying they had used him, worthless scum, to create the current situation. By cooperating with the SMT, fewer people would suspect the mage nobles, and that way, even if they promoted calamities behind the scenes, or stole the calamity's magic power, no one would notice. Kusanagi asked if it was only a monopoly on power, and Hinata responded that at first they planned to eliminate him. but since he turned out to be more capable than expected, they decided to use him instead, because if the calamities were left unchecked, the mage nobles would face a flood of criticism, which would be troublesome. Besides, to trigger the Great World Calamity, they needed to follow the flow of history. Kusanagi asked why she needed to follow the flow of history, and Hinata closed her eyes and called him an ignorant fool, saying that calamities basically occurred in the same locations, because there were specific places where the calamity's magic power flowed more easily. She then pointed her finger toward Kusanagi and shouted that, unless a calamity was resolved, the next one would not occur, so they had used them to resolve calamities one after another. Chairman Mummy Hifumi was absorbing the great calamity's magic power into himself, and the amount of power he would gain was immeasurable. She then, with an evil smile, pointed toward Hifumi and shouted about the birth of the strongest magician. Kusanagi asked if she had planned to betray them from the very beginning, and Hinata, raising her hand, asked if that was not exactly what she had been saying. Kusanagi waved his hand and asked if they had really not formed even the slightest bond with them, but Hinata clenched her fists and shouted for him to shut up and stop saying such disgusting things. Looking toward Kusanagi, she shouted that there was no such thing as bonds, and that she did not need comrades like him. Ryuji stepped forward and shouted, asking Riku if he was really going to betray them too, and if he truly had betrayed them. But Riku, with a blank face, remained silent, before saying that battles were breaking out everywhere, that the mage nobles and demons were enemies, and that it was only a matter of time before Japan fell. He then looked toward Kusanagi and said that even Kusanagi Minato could not protect all of Japan. Kusanagi remained silent while the SMT members, including the one with purple hair, were fighting the demons and shouting that there were too many enemies. The member with green hair, injured, knelt down, unable to fight, before the advancing demons and army vehicles. In the shops, demons entered by breaking walls and cast their dark magic to attack civilians. Seeing the demons, the civilians shouted, and even though they were only civilian magicians, they were expected to fight for their lives, and another civilian, casting a single spell circle, shouted to stop whining and cast magic. Otherwise, he would die. On the battlefield, Shido said the situation was not looking good, and Karin told him that there were no reserve forces anywhere, and, at this rate, everything would fall apart. Meanwhile, two figures appeared, standing in the dark, one surrounded by a purple aura, asked if everything was going according to plan, and the other, shorter in height and surrounded by a green aura, responded that it was exactly so. Shido looked toward them, trembling in fear, and asked why such a thing was happening and why Kiroya Kudo and Fuka-jin were there. Then, he shockingly looked toward Takagami, who stood beside them, and asked about her too. Karin covered her mouth in shock. Kusanagi asked Takagami if she was truly there with them, while Kiroya Kudo opened his arms and shouted that he had been waiting to see him, Kusanagi. Fuka-jin angrily clenched his fists and shouted that he could finally kill him with his own hands. Seeing this, all SMT members were shocked. Shido questioned Akudo how he was here since he was supposed to be imprisoned, and Akudo replied that they had collaborators within the police, as well as within other groups, and while putting his hand on Takagami's shoulder, he added that she was also one of them. Yuika questioned why they were doing this despite being mage nobles. Akudo replied that it was precisely because they were mage nobles, since they considered themselves beings of higher existence who were not like the incompetent commoners. With their magic, they could destroy half a city if they went all out, even entire nations with just one magician. For some reason, however, the mage nobles were being manipulated by powerless beings, by powerless fools, which Akudo found really strange and which made him angry. As he said that the mage nobles should stand at the top, below them should be the magicians, and at the very bottom, the powerless trash who had gotten too full of themselves. Jin came along, saying that their clan became mage nobles for this very purpose, to monopolize knowledge and technology, and to rule over the incompetent. But instead, those cunning incompetents kept on using the mage nobles instead. Akudo then excitedly claimed that it would all end now, as they had learned to grow stronger through the calamities, and that with this much power they had no enemies left, with Jin saying that it was time for the mage nobles to reign supreme. Both Yuika and Ruko were shocked upon noticing that their magic power had increased to the point that they seemed like different people now, but Kusanagi remained calm, and seeing this angered Akudo and Jin, who said they could not wait to see his face in despair. He ignored both of them and asked Takagami if she had been lying to him, and this further enraged Akuto, who said that she was always on their side, calling her a piece of trash who lied for her own benefit, and Takagami looked quite sad hearing that. Moving on, Akuto and Jin had planned something, and were about to put it into motion, as Akuto took out his phone while saying to let the slaughter begin. However, the other members of SMT were surrounded by demons, and the demons were actually attacking places outside the calamity zones, with the shelters being attacked as families tried to defend their loved ones. Kusanagi received the information that demons were pushing into the city streets and was asked for his orders. Both Akuto and Jin tried to mock him, saying that even someone as capable as him could not save everyone from here, and Chloe stated that even if they were to go now they would not make it in time, while Shido questioned what they should do. Akuto and Jin laughed at them, mocking them that they would be crushed and should know their humiliation. Kusanagi then spoke up, saying that there were 3 types of anti-magic equipment, which confused Akuto. He explained that the first type was used by magicians. It had a longer lifespan, and could even use attributes the user normally could not, but it required infusing magic power, so only magicians could use it. The second type interfered with magic or magic power, and the SMT and Mage Nobles uniforms fell under this category, as they either amplified powers or suppressed magic power. Hearing this, Jin asked if Kusanagi had gone mad from the situation, but Kusanagi continued that there was one more type which had a short lifespan, but could be used even by those without magic, a type that could activate under certain conditions. Akuto started to get nervous and asked what he was talking about, and Kusanagi replied that it was anti-magic equipment with automatic magic effects, as a barrier was suddenly formed around the civilians which blocked the demons' attacks. The power had been activated from Kusanagi's dolls and other merchandise, and he explained that they had used SMT's popularity to mass-produce merchandise and had embedded defensive magic into the goods as insurance for times like this. Shido thought to himself that he had not believed it when he first heard of this plan and never thought they would actually have to use it. Akuto thought that Kusanagi was insane since he was so thorough, and Jin argued that even if they could defend, it was meaningless since the magic equipment had a short lifespan. Kusanagi then flared up his magic power, agreeing with Jin, but he decided to go further, saying that he had embedded his own magic into those pieces of equipment, so his magic power was overflowing all over Japan, and with this his magic could reach across the entire nation. With his own magic power he could sense everything from afar, and then Kusanagi's attack flew up really high over Japan, as he invoked his 13th rank null magic, unlimited magic bullet, which began raining down on all the demons attacking Japan. Everyone was shocked and nervous upon seeing Kusanagi use such a spell to take down the demons, and soon reports came in that the magic raining down from the sky had wiped out a massive number of demons. While they had not fully grasped the situation, it was confirmed that most of the citizens across the country were safe. Both Yuika and Ruka were once again shocked beyond belief, saying that what Kusanagi did was beyond common sense and truly incredible. Akuto grew nervous and flustered, saying that it could not be happening, since releasing magic across Japan was not something a human could do. But Jin told him to calm down, saying that not all of the demons would have been wiped out. Akuto then shouted to Kusanagi that the Mage Nobles were still out there, and if the anti-magic equipment could not be used repeatedly, then the magic within the merchandise would eventually stop working. Kusanagi replied by asking if he had forgotten something, and Akuto nervously asked what it was. The scene then switched to the police and SMT members, who were surrounded by Mage Nobles and demons, and just then someone arrived, with Kusanagi saying that there was someone else in Japan they could rely on. But at the same time, some people clad in black robes appeared. The SMT and the police note that it is the Shadowbringers, and they wonder why they are here. The Shadowbringers immediately take down the monsters and order their teammates to cooperate with the SMT and exterminate the monsters to protect the citizens. The SMT also order their unit that they will work together with the Shadowbringers, as the safety of the citizens is the top priority, and the news helicopter reports the same as well. Fans of the Shadowbringers start to go crazy, as they have been waiting for Chrono to appear. Meanwhile, Leona is confused, as she wonders how this even happened, since she was put through insanely strict training, and had to memorize how to use a large amount of anti-magic gear, and she had already said her goodbye. It is awkward for her to see them again, but in the end she does not care, and decides to go all out. using her anti-magic gear to launch a level 7 water magic. Everyone praises her and starts to think that she is Chrono, and seeing her power, everyone becomes motivated and decides to join in as well. Leona states that after this, Chrono would have to treat her to dinner. Akuto feels confused when he learns that the Shadowbringers are appearing all over the country, and he tells Kusanagi that since he had prepared this from the start, he must have been doubting the magic nobles all along, which Kusanagi agrees to, and both Jin and Akuto become angry and get ready to attack him. Akuto also orders Takagami to fight, and she hesitantly does so. Riku and Hinata also get ready, noting that they do not have any choice either, and the SMT respond the same way. Akuto uses 5th rank dark magic, and gets behind Yuika to take care of the small fry first. Kusanagi takes notice of her, and gets distracted, which allows Hinata to land a punch on his face, and right as Akuto is about to strike Yuika, Ruka saves her using her water magic, and tells Yuika to stay sharp. Kusanagi, who was only pushed back a little, is able to block her attack by forming a tiny barrier before the impact. Suddenly, Riku attacks him, but he dodges once again. They both begin to tag team him and jump on him to attack, but he easily counters and kicks both of them away at once. As Kusanagi tries to focus on Mamiyu, his path is blocked by a 7th rank water magic from Takagami, who states that she will not let him pass. Meanwhile, Riku and Hinata get back up as well, saying that they know firsthand how strong he is, so they will not let him help his allies. Kusanagi notes that they are using a division strategy, which he finds troublesome, as he has already used up a lot of magic power, and would rather take out Mamiyu first, but a high number of monsters are guarding him. He does think, however, that he might win if he were to go all out, though it would be a gamble. Hinata and Riku state that he will not be allowed to get near the chairman, and that he would have to go through them first. Kusanagi prepares himself, noting that they are stalling for time, and so their battle begins with Kusanagi easily taking down multiple enemies at once. Both Riku and Hinata know that he is too fast. Meanwhile, Akuto and Jin grow annoyed, as their opponents refuse to back down. Shido and Yuika are overwhelmed by the number of enemies, and start to feel anxious, but Chloe speaks up, and tells them not to give up, saying that if it is them they can win. Both Yuika and Ruka agree, and regain their fighting spirit, knowing that this is not a time to complain, and Ruka tells Chloe that she has misunderstood her. Since she does have a fiery spirit, Chloe replies that perhaps she has been inspired by all of them, and the 3 of them begin their assaults. Akuto attacks them, while telling them not to get cocky, but Ruka and Yuika counter with their combined 8th ranked grand water magic, and as their magic collides, they cancel each other out. Both Akuto and Jin grow more annoyed, as they see how strong their opponents have become. Akuto then notices Takagami simply standing on the side, and grows angry at her. Kusanagi, meanwhile, notes that something that should be happening soon has yet to occur, and Akuto orders Takagami to fight for real, and threatens her, warning that if she does not obey, she should know what will happen, which frightens her. She prepares to attack Kusanagi while apologizing to him, but Kusanagi powers down, saying good grief. The SMT members notices this, and grows worried for him, seeing that he has let his guard down, and shouts at him to move, since Takagami's spell is coming for him. But her spell completely missed Kusanagi, and Yuika was surprised and confused seeing that Takagami in the end was unable to attack Kusanagi, and Akuto became angry at her, saying she should have known what would happen to her family if she was going to defy him. She requested him to stop and not lay his hand on his daughter and granddaughter, and he replied that she was the one who broke their agreement and threatened her that with one call from him, it would all be over. He could get their arms broken and have them humiliated since they were both women, and now due to her actions her family was going to suffer. Suddenly Kusanagi received a call and commented on that person for doing a good job, and Akuto became furious at Kusanagi for making a call in such a situation and decided to kill Takagami's family in anger. But Kusanagi told him that it was useless and showed him that he had already saved them. Seeing this, Akuto was surprised and did not believe it was true since only a few people knew their location and even the police had been bribed. But Kusanagi replied that they had been careful not to leave any traces. So although it was tough, the fact that they had evacuated from the disaster turned out to be their downfall, which made it possible to track their location. And he thought that the Shadowbringers had done a good job as well, and that their disguises had not been exposed either. Akuto asked him since when he had figured it out, and he replied that even though Takagami had a family photo, she never once talked about them, and she was overly cautious about the mage nobles, so he had someone run a background check on her. He then turned toward Takagami, telling her that she should know she could not hide anything from him, and she started crying and felt relieved knowing that her family was safe now. But suddenly Akuto grabbed her hand from behind and planned to take her as a hostage instead. She immediately attacked him using 8th rank wind magic raging storm and told him not to touch her. And seeing this, Kusanagi said that she had finally gotten a little serious, and she quickly bowed down and apologized for deceiving him. But he put his hand on her back and told her not to worry about it, as helping a friend was only natural. Meanwhile, Akuto got back up again and told them not to be sentimental, as he ordered the other mage nobles to go all out and kill everyone for sure this time. And Hinata seemed annoyed by him, while Kusanagi stepped in saying that he was disappointed in both her and Riku for taking hostages. But she told him to shut up, saying she did not need him to order her around. The scene shifted to Yuika and Ruka, who had finished taking down the nearby monsters, and the mage nobles, except for their leaders, had also been defeated. And Jin was quite shocked seeing all of his aides lying on the ground like that, unable to believe that they had all gotten this strong. Takagami and Kusanagi prepared to battle as well, with Takagami saying that she would be assisting him from now on. And suddenly Taoshiru arrived, saying that the party was reaching its climax and that he should lend a hand as well. Both Yuika and Ruka were surprised to see him there, and Akuto told Taoshiru that he had taken his sweet time getting there. Yuika and Ruka shouted at Akuto to get away from their father, and he called them devoted daughters for that and told Taoshiru to tell them whose side he was really on. Both Yuika and Ruka were unable to believe that their father was on that side, and when Akuto insulted their father, Ruka thought that if he was insulting him, then she did not plan on forgiving him. But Taoshiru took his stand and announced that he was on the side of the mage nobles, and both of them were left shocked and unable to believe what they had heard. Akuto said that he had been terrified during the bombing incident, thinking that Taoshiru had switched sides, but the truth had been different, and even after he was exiled from the mage nobles, their connection was not severed. The mage nobles controlled the surface world and the bar to rule over the underworld. All of it was so the mage nobles could dominate the world, but because of the Shadow Bringers, the BR was destroyed. Information about organizations connected to BR also started leaking. It was not only the mage nobles who were involved with BR, but also the government, financial circles, police, and many kinds of organizations, and yet they decided to abandon BR, which was cruel. So Akuto ended up thinking that he had been discarded as well. Taoshiru spoke, saying that because of all that, the police gained a better reputation, and their ties to BR were brushed under the rug, which led to the mage nobles and the SMT naturally forming an alliance. And Akuto shouted that the entire country of Japan had been deceived by the mage nobles. Then Jin spoke, saying that the mage nobles had not changed in 50 years and that they still believed in the absolute supremacy of complete magicians. But over the long years, some fools had misunderstood the true purpose of the mage nobles. Still, Yuika and Ruka did not believe their father was on that side, with Ruka assuming that he must still be doing undercover investigation. But Taoshiru replied that he had never changed. He considered himself a pure-blooded mage noble, and he had no intentions of betraying his comrades. Hearing this, both Ruka and Yuika fell into despair, learning that their father had been their enemy all along. Kusanagi spoke, saying that he could not comprehend why Taoshiru was protecting the mage nobles as they oppressed others and pursued only their own interests. They could not even be called nobles, but Taoshiru told him to be silent. Kusanagi did not stop and continued saying that he knew Taoshiru loved his daughters, which was why he tested Kusanagi and kept them away from himself. Taoshiru claimed that it was not true, but Kusanagi replied that it was true, and he was lying to both them and himself, and he questioned what had made him like this. But Taoshiru became angry and shouted at him to shut up concerning his daughters. All the mage nobles powered up and prepared for battle, with Taoshiru stating that he had enough of their nonsense and that he would kill them all and restore the mage nobles. But Kusanagi also got ready to fight, calling Taoshiru a stubborn old man. The members of SMT, including Takagami, cast their powerful magic, an aura surrounding them and releasing from their bodies. The mage nobles stood before them, surrounded by their own powerful magic and ready to fight, while their side demons stood behind them. Hifumi was still absorbing the Great Calamity magic as Hinata cast her 10th rank fire magic Big Bang and shot it toward the SMT members, declaring that they should take this. As the enormous fire explosion occurred, the ground was destroyed and Kusanagi and his comrades were separated from each other. Kusanagi and his comrades flew with the help of their flying spell circles, saving themselves from the huge fire explosion, and landed on the ground away from each other. Kusanagi landed while thinking that they had been split up again and wondered if everyone was okay. But before him, Riku, Hinata, and the group of demons appeared. Riku urged that they should continue, and Hinata added that it was round 2. Kusanagi, with no worry and clenching his fists, stated that he would not hold back, and they already knew it. On the other side, Jin made an annoyed face and remarked that fighting against side characters was boring, while Akudo said that the weaklings should just die quickly. Ryuji told them that they were the side character idiots, and Takagami warned that underestimating them would bring regret. Shido loudly declared that as a police officer he was arresting them here, while Karen said she would not let them escape again. Jin then cast his 8th rank wind magic Raging Storm and shot it toward them to attack, declaring that weaklings should not get cocky. In response, Ryuji cast his 7th rank earth magic Comet and shot it toward Jin's wind magic Storm, saying that it was too slow. Jin's wind storm was struck by Ryuji's earth magic Comet, resulting in an explosion that ended with both Jin and Akudo being pushed back by the pressure of Ryuji's earth magic. Jin flew back, remarking that it was a pain, while Akudo saved himself by sinking inside the ground. After this, Akudo got up angrily and demanded that Jin should not lose to such weaklings, while Jin, still flying, loudly responded that earth magic was simply a bad matchup for him. Akudo then took out his gun, holding it in both hands, and said that he would show how it was done with the anti-magic equipment that could decompose magic so that weaknesses would not matter. He pointed the gun to shoot at them, saying that although it was a waste of bullets, there was no choice since all of them would die here. Suddenly, his guns were taken down by wind magic arrows, which hit his hands, caused by Takagami's magic, and she shouted in response that anti-magic equipment was just a tool, and if he let go of it, he could not use it. Akudo, holding his injured wrist, frowned angrily and shouted that she was an idiot older hag. Jin, casting his powerful magic, shouted that there was no need for tricks anymore, while Akudo also cast his powerful magic, shouting that they should die from his full-powered spell. Karin and the others also cast their powerful magic, Karin declaring that she would not let them, Shido adding that he would give it his all, and Ryuji saying that it was finally his time to shine and he would show them the results of his training. Takagami, holding her magic crystals in her fingers, thought that the magic power was incredible and that it seemed they had a plan, so it was best for her to support them here. She sent her 4 magic crystals toward the SMT members, thinking that she would amplify their magic power with the anti-magic equipment. As the magic crystals shone and merged with the SMT members' magic, the 3 of them felt a strong power within their bodies and their magic levels rose higher. Karin cast her 10th rank Holy Magic God Breath, saying that she would grant it a holy attribute. Shido felt the powerful changes in his body, and Ryuji, casting his powerful magic, declared that with this they could win, completing Shido's thought. Jin, casting his wind magic, shouted that ordinary fools should die, and shot his special 10th rank Atmosphere Magic Absolute Atom Storm at them. Akudo, casting his special 10th rank Dark Magic Death Parade, sent it toward them to attack, declaring that the weaklings should sink into darkness. In response to both of their powerful magics, Ryuji cast his special 10th rank Gravity Magic, Infinite Gravity, while Shido cast his 10th rank Holy Thunder Composite Magic, Kuranos, shooting them toward Jin and Akudo's magic with all their might. Ryuji's Gravity Magic and Shido's Thunder Composite Magic moved ahead, pushing, piercing, and destroying Jin and Akudo's powerful spells. Jin's Atmosphere Magic was destroyed by Ryuji's Infinite Gravity, which then pushed Jin down into the ground, making him scream, while Shido's Thunder Composite pierced through Akudo's Death Parade and then through Akudo's body, making him scream in pain. However, after performing such powerful magic, Ryuji fell to the ground, saying that he was really at his limit, while Shido, sweating, admitted that he was out of magic power. Akudo, though lightly injured, got up and shouted that they were idiots, while Jin, holding his injured arm, stood behind and admitted that he had never thought they would be pushed this far. Seeing them, Takagami asked if they were still able to move, while Karen, shocked, said she could not believe they were still standing after that. Akuto thought that he had used up a lot of magic power, was out of anti-magic equipment, and the damage was severe, so maybe they should wait and see what the others would do next. Takagami looked toward the anti-magic equipment crystals, of which only 3 remained, and she wondered if she had used up all her equipment, realizing she did not have much magic left either, and that the consequences of neglecting her training had caught up to her. Karen thought that she still had some magic, but she wanted to avoid wasting it in case she needed to heal, since she was not great at combat either, so maybe it was best to observe for now. On the other side, Yuika cast her 7th rank water magic geyser wave and shot it to attack. Still, Taoshiru responded by casting the same 7th rank water magic geyser wave, colliding both spells and ending them. After this, Taoshiru cast his 4th rank water magic, Waterfall, and shot it to attack Yuika. Still, before it could harm her, Chloe pushed Yuika away with her own magic, warning her to look out, and the waterfall struck Chloe instead, knocking her unconscious. Yuika, worried, ran toward Chloe, calling her, while both Mizuha sisters stood before the unconscious Chloe. Ruka said that she was fine and only unconscious, and Yuika thanked Chloe for protecting her. Taoshiru said that it was the first one down, which made Yuika angrily rise and state that even if it was their father, he was hurting his comrades. Ruka added that he was serious, wondering if their father truly meant it, and Taoshiru, casting his powerful magic, responded that he had been saying it from the start. Yuika and Ruka, both surrounded by their powerful magic, said they would get serious too, and Ruka added that they would surpass their father here. Together, both sisters cast their 11th rank Great Ice Magic Diamond Dust, Yuika saying that it was the new magic they had developed, while Ruka said they would expend all of their magic power. In response, Taoshiru cast his own 11th rank Water Magic Maelstrom to attack his daughters. However, Taoshiru's Maelstrom kept moving ahead at high speed, while both Mizuha sisters shot their Diamond Dust, which collided with the Maelstrom. Yuika showed an expression of pain and made a lightly painful sound, while Taoshiru also made a disapproving face and continued to push his Maelstrom forward in an attempt to destroy the Diamond Dust. Yuika shouted that they would not stop until they heard the truth from their father, and Ruka added that they could not afford to lose. The Diamond Dust, moving at high speed and in large numbers, struck against the Maelstrom and began freezing it until the entire Maelstrom froze and pushed Taoshiru backward. He was knocked away, and the frozen fragments of his Maelstrom fell onto the ground. Yuika asked herself if they had won, and Ruka asked herself if they had really defeated their father. Taoshiru, trembling, sat up and said not yet, while Yuika remarked that even after taking their most powerful magic, he was still standing, and Ruka acknowledged that it was to be expected from their father. Taoshiru once again stood before them and began casting his level 4 powerful magic. Still, Yuika shouted that she wanted him to stop because she did not want to fight anymore, and Ruka cried out that for parents and children to kill each other would leave their mother heartbroken. Hearing this, Taoshiru became speechless, lowered his head, and ended his magic there. Seeing this, Akuto hid behind and gritted his teeth in anger, thinking that Taoshiru had hesitated. Suddenly, he noticed his gun lying nearby, and in high speed he jumped toward it, grabbed it, and began shooting bullets at Yuika and Ruka, loudly declaring that they should die like weaklings. As the bullets rushed toward the sisters, someone suddenly moved ahead of them to protect them, and blood spurted into the air. Yuika and Ruka were struck speechless when they saw that the person shielding them was none other than their own father, Taoshiru. 2 bullets pierced his chest and he fell backward, while Yuika and Ruka, with teary eyes, cried out for their father and rushed to help him. Together they helped him sit up, holding his hands, while Yuika wept, asking why this was happening and why it had to be their father. Taoshiru could not answer, only letting out a weak sound of pain. Akuto ceased firing and sneered that they were stubborn pests. Meanwhile, Takagami arrived, casting her level 4 magic, declaring that she would not let him cause more harm. She attacked Akuto with her wind arrow, striking his arm and making him drop the gun. Akuto fell to the ground holding his injured arm, angrily calling her a worthless weakling. Taoshiru, bleeding from his mouth and lying on the ground, looked at his crying daughters and wondered what he had been trying to do, even if it meant making his own children weep, questioning what he had really become. Taoshiru had been born as a mage noble and raised under their strict laws, believing that mage nobles were supreme beings while powerless humans exploited magic users. to change that world, they had waited for the right time to rise up and gathered their strength. For that was the mission of the mage nobles. After the great catastrophe, they plotted to seize control of Japan, but due to rogue magic users, the followers of Ikegami Minato, and the schemes of powerful figures, the mage nobles were unable to rule. Since childhood, Taoshiru had trained relentlessly to dominate the foolish masses and stand at the pinnacle. He had been appointed as head of the family and arranged to marry his betrothed in order to preserve the mage noble bloodline. On the day the leader chose his partner, he first met his fiancée, and he thought it was only a political marriage, nothing more than a formality, until the day he met Ruri. She was an odd woman, expressing emotions openly, willful like a child, and always having him wrapped around her finger. But he soon found that comforting. For someone like him, whose life revolved around the mage nobles and their laws, she was the first person he truly cherished, and as time passed he gained more and more precious people in his life. Yet as a mage noble, he had to prepare for the inevitable battles ahead. Still, then he questioned what would happen to Ruri and his daughters, wondering if he would drag them into war, forcing them to bear the burden of killing and risking their deaths. The thought terrified him, and his fear took another form. When Ruri fell ill with a fatal disease, she asked Taoshiru before her death to take care of Ruka and Yuika and love them always, and holding her hand, he answered that he would. With those final words, Ruri passed away peacefully as though relieved, yet Taoshiru failed to keep his promise to her. Without Ruri, he did not know how to love his daughters, for as the head of the mage nobles, he had been raised to believe that the law was absolute, and inside him, the laws conflicted with his love for his children. In the midst of that, his daughters joined the SMT, enemies of the mage nobles, and within him, the mage noble and the father clashed, leaving him uncertain which side to choose. Returning to the present, Taoshiru placed his hand on his face, admitting that he could not love them enough, and he began to cry, saying he was sorry. Ruka and Yuika called out to their father as he fainted at that moment, whispering that they must live, and both sisters cried, begging him not to leave. Meanwhile, Karin arrived and used her healing magic on Taoshiru, assuring them that he was fine and only unconscious. As Karin continued her healing magic, Ruka and Yuika, still calling out to him, stood and turned furiously toward Akudo. Yuika asked how he dared to harm her father, and Ruka declared that she would not forgive him. Both sisters cast their powerful magic, while Akudo, filled with rage, cast his own powerful spell, saying they were just weaklings with barely any magic left. Jin also stood beside him, casting his powerful magic and saying it was time to end things, but Yuika declared that this was where the mage nobles would fall, and Ruka added that they would avenge their father here and now. On the other side, the fight continued between Hinata, Riku, and Kusanagi. Hinata, surrounded with her powerful flaming magic aura, kicked Kusanagi and threw him away, but Kusanagi stabilized himself and landed on the ground safely. The Demon King stood behind Kusanagi with other demons who raised their hands together and cast a powerful flaming storm to attack him. As always, Kusanagi dodged all of their attacks, and seeing this, the Demon King angrily swung its punch to strike. But the punch hit the ground where Kusanagi had stood, causing an explosion. Hinata wondered aloud if he had died, but Riku, standing behind, responded that he should not be unharmed. Suddenly, Kusanagi emerged from the cracked ground, surrounded by his mana art, grabbing the demon's punch and pushing it upward while saying that it was pretty rough. Hinata shouted that this was no joke and questioned why he was unscathed, while Riku responded that such a thing was not humanly possible. Kusanagi folded his arms in a cross position and stated that there were too many of them and that it was better to thin their numbers a bit. He leapt into the air, attacked the Demon King, and threw it into the other demons. As the Demon King was thrown aside, Kusanagi, flying in the air, cast his 11th rank holy magic, Holy Ray, and began destroying the demons. Seeing this, Hinata shouted repeatedly for him to stop messing around and insulted him, saying that even with a Demon King present, there should have been no way he could take it down in an instant. She exclaimed in surprise that their magic power had surpassed 1 million thanks to the Calamity magic, and that they had reached the same level as Ikegami Minato, and she questioned what kind of ridiculous power he had. Kusanagi simply responded that the information must have been wrong, because there was no way Ikegami Minato was that weak. Hinata, pointing toward the Mizuha sisters standing behind, angrily asked about his comrades. Yuika, completely exhausted and barely standing, said that she could not move. Ruka, holding her arm and sweating, asked if Yuika meant that this was her limit. Ryuji admitted that his body would not respond, while Shido stated that it seemed his magic power was almost depleted. Takagami, worriedly looking toward the anti-magic equipment, admitted that she had never thought they would be pushed this far. Akudo laughed and shouted loudly that this was what happened when weaklings got cocky, while Jin pointed toward them and declared that they were done. Akudo then drew his guns and pointed them at the Mizuha sisters, saying that they should just die already, while Jin also cast his wind magic, declaring that they were in the way. The sisters, unable to move or counterattack, stood helpless, but in the next second, Kusanagi appeared behind Akudo and Jin, asking what they were planning to do to his comrades. Both Akudo and Jin froze upon hearing Kusanagi's voice, and Hinata, shocked, turned around and wondered since when he had been there. In an instant, Kusanagi leapt into the air and kicked both Akudo and Jin in the face, throwing them away, saying that they were in the way. After this, he flew toward his comrades. Yuika called out to him, while Ruka, feeling guilty, apologized that she had held him back. Kusanagi told them that they had done well to get this far, and that they should leave the rest to him. He then flew away, telling them to stay back so they would not get caught up in the fight. Yuika, watching him leave, asked if Kusanagi would be fine, and Ruka replied that she could not imagine him losing. Ryuji said that he was counting on Kusanagi, and Shido saluted him, declaring that the future of Japan was in his hands. Karin, who was healing Taoshiru, quietly prayed for him to win, while Takagami, filled with worry, thought to herself that he should be safe. Kusanagi hovered in the air and looked toward the mage nobles, including Hinata, Riku, Akudo, and Jin, asking if all the mage nobles were gathered there. The four of them stared at him with both fear and anger. Akudo, his eyes throbbing with rage, declared that he would kill him and swore that he would definitely do so. Jin furiously asked how he dared to trample on the noble mage nobles. Hinata stated that even someone as strong as him could not win against four mage nobles, and Riku drew his sword, declaring that he would take him down here. Kusanagi gestured at them and told them that enough talk had been made and that they should come at him. Hinata, casting her powerful spell, jumped to kill Kusanagi, while Akudo began shooting bullets from his guns. Riku charged with his powerful magic sword, and Jin unleashed waves of wind magic to attack him. In an instant, Kusanagi moved side to side, dodging the bullets, then cast his own powerful spell, shooting it against Jin's attack while dodging it at the same time. As Hinata and Riku reached near him, Hinata threw a punch, which Kusanagi dodged by raising his arm, while with his other hand, he grabbed Riku's powerful magic sword as it swung down. At the same time, Hinata continued her assault while Akudo kept firing, wondering what Kusanagi truly was. Kusanagi then cast a protective shield barrier around himself as the four mage nobles continued their relentless attacks, but none of their attacks could reach him while he stood under the barrier. However, as the magic barrier faded, Kusanagi, still surrounded by his mana art, knelt on the ground, touched the earth, and cast his 12th rank fire and earth composite magic, striking the four of them at once. The entire ground shattered into pieces, and fire erupted from beneath, sending the four mage nobles crashing away. Hinata shouted in disbelief at the 12th rank fire and earth composite magic, while Riku shouted its name, Ground Zero. Thrown back violently, Hinata struggled to sit up, trembling, and wondered how, in an instant, all of the mage nobles had been defeated. Kusanagi, standing before them, admitted that he was surprised himself, but that it seemed he was a little angry. Akudo, in pain, knelt nearby in shock, while Jin sat trembling and clutching his head, repeating the word monster. Hinata admitted that she could not win, that there was no way she could defeat such a monster, and lowered her head in despair. Kusanagi turned his gaze toward Mumyu Hifumi and thought to himself that since the mage nobles were defeated, it was now Mumyu's turn. The red vines bound Hifumi's lower body as he declared that it was too late. Those vines then spread across his whole body, forming a shell around him as strong red aura waves twisted around it. From within that shell, a voice declared that summoning a demon god required an enormous amount of magic power, and asked what he thought would happen if all of it were absorbed into himself. Suddenly, from within the vine shell, a monstrous hand emerged, followed by a glowing red eye. Yuika, terrified, worriedly said that there was no way such a thing could be happening, while Ruka, in shock, said that it could not be. Kusanagi asked Hifumi what he was, and before them, Mumyu Hifumi floated, his body now half human and half monster, laughing as he had transformed into a powerful monster. Ryuji asked what the hell that was, saying it looked like a monster and wondering what on earth was happening. Takagami, filled with worry, asked if it could really be Mumyu Hifumi. After this, Hifumi landed on the ground and admitted that he was surprised, saying he had not expected to turn into a monster, but that it felt amazing. Kusanagi asked if this was the result Hifumi wanted, and if he had desired strength so badly that he turned himself into a monster. Hifumi responded that he did not care about being human anymore, boasting that his magical power had surpassed 10 million with ease and that he had gone beyond Ikigami Minato. Meanwhile, Hinata, trembling at the side and staring at Hifumi, said to her father that she had done her best just like he had told her, even when she was sent away as an adopted child and even when she was made the head of the Hinata clan. She confessed that she had not made any friends and had trained alone all this time, that she had even fought Kusanagi, though she was scared, but she had still tried her best. Holding Hifumi's leg and crying, she begged him to praise her and acknowledge her. Hifumi struck her and threw her away, telling her to shut up. But before she could hit the ground, Kusanagi caught her. With teary eyes, Hinata faintly asked her father why, and Kusanagi thought to himself that he understood now why she had acted that way. He quickly flew while carrying Hinata in his arms and brought her to Yuika, handing her over and asking Yuika to take care of her, to which she responded with understanding. Hifumi sighed deeply in anger, saying that protecting the weak was hypocrisy, and asking why not simply abandon the incompetent. Kusanagi, with blank eyes, asked if she was not his daughter, and if it did not bother his conscience, but Hifumi responded that it did not matter to him at all. Kusanagi shouted that he had fallen, but Hifumi raised his hand and shouted back that no, he had transcended, that he had surpassed Ikigami Minato, and that he had become a being equal to a god. Kusanagi asked if he wanted so badly to surpass Minato, even though Minato was already dead, and Hifumi shouted in response that it was true, that Minato had died for the pathetic reason of protecting weak worthless trash, even though he had once stood above him. Hifumi shouted that even though Minato had claimed he would wait for the filth to clear, he had still died, and Hifumi said he could never forgive him for running away with victory. That was why, he declared, he had surpassed him, and he claimed himself to be the ultimate being, stating that all other magicians were worthless. Kusanagi raised his hand and said that such arrogance was intolerable. Hifumi cast his 14th rank dark magic, Shadow of Death, and shot it toward Kusanagi while shouting that arrogance was the privilege of the strong. Seeing this, Yuika worriedly exclaimed that it was 14th rank magic, while Ruka pointed out that it was even without incantation. Kusanagi sighed that it was troublesome and cast his 14th rank non-attribute magic, Oblivion, before himself. Hifumi's Shadow of Death struck against Oblivion, was stabbed into it, and was locked inside. Afterward, Oblivion shattered into pieces and dispersed into the air. Witnessing this, Hifumi cast his 10th rank automatic dark magic, Dark Flame, and remarked that it was interesting magic but rather uninspired. Kusanagi calmly stated that he would be more resourceful next time. Ryuji asked what kind of battle this was, and Shido declared that there was no way a human could win against such an opponent. Yuika admitted that she had always thought the same, but Ruka countered that Kusanagi was different. Yuika agreed, saying that if it was Kusanagi, he could definitely win, and Ruka added that if it was him, surely it was possible. Takagami, trembling, said in disbelief that such a thing was impossible, and Yuika turned to her, asking what was wrong. Takagami, pointing with her trembling hand toward Kusanagi, said that something was wrong with him. While Kusanagi cast a magic shield over himself, Hifumi's dark flame struck against it, then gathered into one place, turning into a single enormous flame. Kusanagi, surrounded by his mana art, struggled to withstand the growing dark flame. As it neared him again, Kusanagi cast his 10th rank non-attribute magic, Aegis Shield, to dodge the attack, but the dark flame struck hard against the shield, pierced through it, and spread across it. Unable to completely dodge, Kusanagi was struck directly by the dark flame, which spread around his body. Yuika, horrified, said that there was no way this could be real, while Ruka exclaimed that it was ridiculous and impossible, as Kusanagi was being pushed back. His clothes burned away from his arms and legs, leaving him injured, and lightning aura surrounded the wounds across his body. Hifumi shouted weak repeatedly and asked if Kusanagi had exhausted his magic in this battle. Yuika, standing behind and trembling, asked if Kusanagi was going to lose, and Ruka refused to believe such a thing could happen. Ryuji said there was no way Kusanagi would lose to anyone, while Shido reminded everyone that Captain Kusanagi was supposed to be the strongest. Karin insisted that Kusanagi would definitely win, but Takagami, trembling, asked why she had not realized sooner, saying they had been cruel. Hearing this, Yuika turned and called out to her, asking what she meant. Takagami said that he had always acted so confident, always telling them it would be fine, always saying to leave it to him, and she admitted he had kept saying such things to reassure them and to reassure the people. She then cried out that he was human too, and just as human as they were. Hearing this, Yuika lowered her head and thought that Takagami was right, that they had all been relying on Kusanagi, that they had been clinging to him. Ruka also lowered her head, realizing that while they thought they had been trusting him, in reality, they had simply been pushing everything onto him. She thought that his back had always seemed too far away for anyone to reach, and that no one had noticed or realized how much pain he had been in or how much he had been protecting them. Ryuji said he was the worst kind of idiot to himself, and Shido added that he, too, was guilty, as was all of Japan. Karin admitted that they had all simply assumed Kusanagi would be fine. Takagami began crying, saying that if they had not believed that, then everyone would have felt uneasy, which was why he had always kept smiling. She said he had shown confidence and stood in front of them all this time, and as she remembered Ikakami's words about always enduring, she broke into tears, saying she had never noticed. Yuika also cried as she called Kusanagi's name. Hearing them, Kusanagi turned with a smile on his face, and seeing his comrades crying and worried, he raised his fist and told them that he would not lose. As he stood there looking back at them, Hifumi approached, saying that Kusanagi would die there. Kusanagi turned to face him just as Hifumi's hand reached closer toward his face. Hifumi swung his sharp hands to attack, but in time Kusanagi moved backward quickly and dodged the attack. Seeing this, Hifumi angrily said that Kusanagi was too slow, repeating those words as he quickly got closer and started swinging his punches. Kusanagi raised his arms before himself to block, but Hifumi's punch hit him so hard that Kusanagi seemed unaffected. In response, Kusanagi kicked him and then punched his face in the lower chin area. After this, Kusanagi cast his 13th rank null magic unlimited magic bullet and shot them toward Hifumi. As the bullets hit Hifumi's body, he screamed while gritting his teeth. In response, Hifumi cast his powerful automatic dark magic and shot it to counterattack, saying that Kusanagi dared to mock him. Kusanagi, surrounded with his glowing aura, asked if that was automatic magic and said he was persistent. But Hifumi replied that it was his line and that it was over now, since Kusanagi's magic power was nearing depletion and the game would end there. Kusanagi said that he thought it was about time. Hifumi then began casting his powerful magic storm and declared that Kusanagi would die there by the highest rank magic he had devised. Kusanagi, watching the powerful spell, said it seemed he had no choice but to go all out. Hifumi cast his 15th rank dark magic Armageddon and shot it toward Kusanagi. In response, Kusanagi cast his 15th rank Holy Null Composite Magic Innocent Void and shot it toward Armageddon. Kusanagi's Holy Null Composite Innocent Void moved at high speed, piercing through Hifumi's dark magic, destroying it, and continuing toward him. The Innocent Void light surrounded Hifumi, ending his dark magic, and Hifumi screamed in pain. After a while, Kusanagi knelt on the ground from exhaustion. Ruka asked if they had defeated him, and Yuika called out to Kusanagi worriedly. Meanwhile, Hifumi's voice was heard saying not yet, for he could still move. Hifumi, surrounded with a flaming aura and sweating profusely, stood again and moved forward, saying that he could still move and that even after using magic of such magnitude, he still had strength left, telling them to behold his immense magic power. Kusanagi, tired and injured, said enough of that, but Hifumi laughed and asked if he was begging for his life, declaring that he was only at that level after all. Hifumi then surrounded himself with his 15th rank dark magic, opened his arms, and shouted that the Calamity's magic power was terrifying and that he would surpass both Kusanagi Minato and Ikakami Minato and become a god. Kusanagi asked why he could not see that he had already reached his limit. Hearing this, Hifumi was shocked, his eyes throbbed, and he asked what was happening as his body began burning. Suddenly, the dark flaming aura that he had infused into himself from that powerful calamity began releasing from his body, cracking him apart. Hifumi screamed in pain while Kusanagi stood before him and said that if he forcibly increased his magic power, his vessel would break, and it was only natural. Hifumi fell to the ground and asked if Kusanagi knew from the start, and Kusanagi, lowering his gaze, said yes. Hifumi asked why he was losing when he was supposed to surpass Ikigami Minato, saying that the only one he should ever lose to was Ikigami alone. Kusanagi said it was because Ikigami died and caused him pain, and he told him to wait. Shocked, Hifumi asked what he was talking about, but Kusanagi said he was sorry, calling him Mamiyu, and in that moment Hifumi could see Ikigami in Kusanagi, and realized that Kusanagi was Ikigami. Hifumi raised his hand toward him, saying no way. About 50 years earlier, Hifumi had stood before Ikigami's dead body in a church ceremony ritual and asked why he had died and why he looked so peaceful. Takagami came to him and said that Ikigami had fought tirelessly for the people, so they should let him rest now. Hifumi angrily struck Takagami aside, saying to shut up and not to interfere. He then stared angrily at Ikigami's dead body while holding a box and shouted that Ikigami was still alive, claiming that the healing magicians were incompetent and that Ikigami could still come back. He began casting holy magic on the dead body, shocking Takagami, who said that he should not be able to use holy magic and that even if he could, Ikigami was already dead. As Hifumi continued casting, Takagami shouted again that it was holy magic and he should not be able to use it. Hifumi shouted for Ikigami to come back to life and called him an idiot. But when he saw his magic had no effect on the corpse, he frowned. 2 guards arrived, grabbed Hifumi, and pulled him back from the body. Hifumi tried to free himself, shouting for them to let go, while the guards dragged him across the floor toward the exit as he kept shouting that he would not forgive Ikigami, calling him incompetent trash who had died for the sake of powerless fools. He shouted at the people and guards that only exceptional magicians were needed and that he would change the rotten world, declaring that he would surpass Ikigami Minato. Hearing this, everyone was speechless, and Takagami covered her mouth with teary eyes. After that day, Hifumi trained relentlessly, spending every day honing his skills. He used his position to its fullest, creating the magic nobles, extending his reach into politics and finance, controlling the information given to the ignorant masses, and monopolizing knowledge and technology. He trained endlessly but was still far from Ikigami Minato. For the sake of his foolish pride, he even falsified information about Ikigami Minato. He turned his shame into anger and continued training to walk ahead of him. No matter how many times he fell, he got back up, determined to surpass him and become stronger to stand by his side, to walk together with him. He never hated him, he simply admired him, which was why he wanted him to live. He pointed his finger toward Ikigami while standing in the corridor and declared that he would surpass him. Ikigami simply smiled, then turned and started walking ahead of him. Hifumi ran behind but fell to the ground. Ikigami extended his hand toward him. Hifumi sat up, looking at the hand, and extended his own to take it. But suddenly something happened behind him, and he turned to look. The story shifted back to the present, where Kusanagi extended his hand toward Hifumi, who also extended his hand to take it. But before he could, someone pierced their hand through Hifumi's body from behind. Seeing this, Kusanagi's eyes widened in shock, and Hifumi cried out in pain. However, Hifumi's body lost strength, and he fell to the ground fainted. Yuika shockingly asked who she was, and the person who stabbed and pierced her hand into Hifumi's body was no one else but Chloe. She took out the gem heart, the evil power from Hifumi's body, and while holding it in her bloodied hand, she smiled. Yuika asked Chloe about her actions while Hinata, sitting behind with teary eyes, angrily grit her teeth at seeing her father's situation. She quickly ran toward Chloe shouting to stop, while Kusanagi leapt toward Chloe in an attempt to grab the gem from her hand. He struck Chloe on the face, but Chloe, casting a magic shield before her, saved herself from Kusanagi's attack and told him that hitting a woman was the lowest of the low. Hinata, running toward Hifumi, cried out to her father while Kusanagi asked Chloe what she was trying to do. Chloe surrounded herself with her 14th rank dark magic, the Shadow of Death, and shot it toward Hinata and Hifumi's body, saying that this was what she was trying to do. As the dark magic shadow neared to attack, Kusanagi stepped ahead and cast his 14th rank null magic, Oblivion, to protect them. The dark magic shadow collided with oblivion and shattered into pieces, the force causing Kusanagi, Hinata, and Hifumi's body to fall away. Kusanagi then used his wind magic to catch and save them from falling, landing them safely on the ground. Chloe laughed and added that finally the time had come, and then she ate the piece of gem she had taken from Hifumi's body. The flaming dark aura surrounded her and released upward with immense force. The pressure of the flaming aura was so intense that Kusanagi raised his arm before his face and moved back. Suddenly Chloe began turning into the demon god. Seeing this, Ruka trembled and asked what it was, while Yuika also trembled and asked what was happening. Chloe laughed and opened her arms, declaring that it had been 50 long years of waiting and finally the moment had come. Ryuji said in disbelief that there was no way. Hinata exclaimed that it could not be, and Takagami, covering her mouth, said she could not believe it, while Kusanagi added that it was the demon god. Chloe was surrounded by the most powerful dark aura, so intense that all the mages raised their arms before their faces. That overwhelming aura made all of Kusanagi's comrades faint and fall to the ground. As the aura spread slowly through the city, the other members of SMT engaged in another calamity shouted among themselves asking what this terrifying magic power was. A police officer, covering his ears and clutching his head, said that it was terrifying and admitted he was scared. Civilians in their homes covered their ears, trembling, and said they had a bad feeling and their bodies would not stop shaking. A family of 4 sat on the floor holding their children and said they were scared, praying for safety and asking for help, while the pressure of the aura broke the windows and furniture of their house. Chloe laughed and added that all of Japan was being consumed by despair, asking if Ikikami Minato could bear the screams of humans. She said that the moment she first touched his hand, she was certain he was Ikikami Minato, which was why she infiltrated SMT, gathered all kinds of information, earned their trust, and lured them into complacency. Hearing this, Kusanagi pointed toward her and said that Mumyu's abnormal behavior and calamity magic were her doing, and that she was the one who manipulated him. Chloe responded that the word manipulated was ugly, explaining instead that she had simply brainwashed him. For over 50 years, she said, she had slowly and carefully strengthened demons through gradual calamities, leading to the birth of immense magic power by triggering the largest calamity. She gathered the calamity's magic power into a human vessel, and by stealing it the demon god could be revived, leaving only the task of killing Ikikami Minato. She cast her 15th rank dark magic, Armageddon, and shot it to attack Kusanagi. Kusanagi cast his 15th rank Holy Null composite magic, Innocent Void. But his magic was almost depleted, which Chloe noticed as she laughed and said even the great sage could do nothing without magic power. She began attacking him in high speed while Kusanagi ran, dodging the attacks, and pushed himself ahead of the dark Armageddon. He jumped onto the ground, then leapt upward, but the dark Armageddon struck him heavily and threw him away. Kusanagi crashed into the cracked ground, and blood spurted out of his mouth. A large wave of dark Armageddon gathered near him as he lay fainted, exploding upon him with destructive force. After a while, as the dark magic ended, Kusanagi was severely injured, his clothes burned, and he lay on the destroyed ground. Chloe looked at him and said it was just like 50 years ago when he fought and died for others, remarking that he should have left people to their fate. Meanwhile, Kusanaga's hand slightly moved, and trembling, he stood with great effort, hardly able to stay on his feet. Chloe saw him and said he was covered in wounds, so low on magic power that even his automatic magic was not activating. Kusanagi shouted for her to answer what she had been doing for 50 years, why demons killed humans, why they came to this land, and what exactly the calamity was. Chloe laughed and responded that he was asking too many questions at a time like this, but since she was in a good mood, she would tell him at the end the mystery of the calamity. She then added that they all must have already suspected it. The calamity was the phenomenon of transferring monsters and magical power. As magic was transferred from the demon world to Earth, that magic was consumed, and monsters were transferred. The more monsters appeared, the more magic increased. The more magic increased, the stronger monsters could be transferred, and ultimately she, the demon god, was meant to be transferred to Earth. But since Earth had no magic, at first only weak monsters could be transferred. However, once magic filled the world, humans were supposed to turn into monsters. Due to the first calamity, Earth was supposed to be overrun with monsters immediately. However, For some reason humans did not turn into monsters, and for some reason magicians were born. Then the worst thing happened, as magicians absorbed magic power, and since they did not turn into monsters, the magic required for her, the demon god, to transfer was insufficient. Magicians were nothing but obstacles to monsters, which was why monsters killed magicians and also began killing humans who did not turn into monsters. Kusanagi silently listened, and Chloe added that originally the first calamity should have been enough. But to increase magic power, a step-by-step calamity had to be carried out. The powerful monsters they called bosses were, in essence, magic tanks, monsters that contained an enormous amount of magic, and whether they lived or died, their role remained unchanged. This was the meaning of the calamity. The calamity had been initiated for her to take control of the earth, but an unexpected event occurred. Infuriatingly, she had been defeated by Minato Ikikami. She suffered a devastating attack and had even prepared for death. However, just before being broken down into magic, she succeeded in maintaining her consciousness, though her magic was weaker than that of even magical beasts, and she could no longer use magic. In other words, she barely managed to keep her consciousness, became a remnant of magic, and continued to wander. Chloe's demon face throbbed slightly, and she added that she had never experienced such humiliation. As she continued wandering in Japan, she felt a resonance of magic, and it was then that she encountered Mummy Hifumi. That man harbored darkness in his heart, yet he was pure and single-minded, so it was easy to slip into the gaps of his heart. And over time she recovered her magic and continued speaking to Mummy's consciousness. His anger towards the 8 magicians, his self-righteous thinking, his tendency to blame others, and his lack of moral values allowed the brainwashing to progress gradually until he took control of Japan's underworld. His weak heart struggled, and it was laughable that he pathetically cried out for help, calling again and again for Ikikami to help him, and that was what he kept crying. Kusanagi still remained silent and kept listening to her words, while Chloe added that over a long period her magic had been restored to a certain extent, but she could not reclaim her body as a demon god. So in order to stabilize her magic, she needed a vessel and an enormous amount of magic. That was when she found Chloe, and just like with Mummy, she sensed a resonance of magic. So she took over Chloe's dying body and became an adopted child of the Mummy family. She regained some power, but in those 50 years the number of monsters had decreased, and although she tried to initiate the calamity, with too little magic only a few monsters appeared. So she devised a plan, gathered monsters, and forced the calamity to occur, timing it for when the connections between her homeland and Earth were at their strongest. In short, she triggered the calamity again at Kamui Magic Academy, and once a calamity occurred, small-scale calamities happened naturally while large-scale calamities were caused using monsters. By triggering the calamity, Earth was filled with magic, but it was still not enough for her to regain her complete form, so she needed condensed and dense magic. Since the human body was a vessel for magic, she thought that if she infused humans themselves with magic and gathered an amount of magic powerful enough to explode, she could solidify it and consume it, thereby obtaining immense magic power. As a bonus, she let him know something, that the reason he was cornered like this was all part of her plan. Moreover, she added that 50 years ago he had refused to abandon others and fought on the front lines until his magic was depleted and he died, taking down most of the monsters by himself and even defeating her, something she had never anticipated. But in doing so he had also exposed his weakness, for no matter how powerful he was, his magic was finite. His magic power now was not even 1,000, and she thought it was pitiful to see Minato Ikikami like this. When she realized he had reincarnated, she was terrified, but he ended up making the same mistake, and considering his magic levels, he was closer to a magical life form like a monster. Even in death, he had maintained his consciousness as magic and found Kusanagi Minato. In other words, he had reincarnated using the same method as her. But none of that mattered anymore because she would erase every last bit of his magic and erase his soul itself. Hearing this, all Kusanagi asked was whether it had all been her doing. The calamities of the past, the killing of magicians and people, the manipulation of the mage nobles, the schemes behind the scenes, and the attacks by monsters that dragged countless humans into suffering. Chloe responded by asking what it mattered, and suddenly Kusanagi began screaming loudly with all his might as the mana art surrounding him started increasing and moving upward to the sky. Chloe's magic also spread and moved upward, and she wondered what this magic was, asking why magic was overflowing when his magic was supposed to be depleted. Kusanagi swung his hand and cast the 15th level automatic Holy Magic Heavenly Blessing, and at the same time, he also cast the 15th level automatic Null Magic, Magic Absorption. Seeing this, Chloe began sweating as she asked herself about dual automatic magic and complete recovery combined with magic absorption, wondering what kind of magic it was. Kusanagi's figure became visible in Chloe's eyes, and she questioned why his magic was increasing, while his magic continued to rise without limit. Chloe shouted that it was impossible, and Kusanagi declared that she had truly made him angry, demon god. However, Chloe wondered how it was possible since the only magic known to absorb mana was calamity magic. And yet what she saw was an automatic magic whose recovery rate even surpassed calamity magic. Furthermore, it absorbed more than just calamity mana. In other words, healing and mana recovery had become semi-permanent. Meanwhile, a strong glowing light spread where Kusanagi was standing, and the light pressure was so intense that it became difficult to see through it. Ruka sheltered her hand above her head and asked in confusion what was happening. Yuika said she was sensing the demon god's mana pressure, and then Ruka asked if the figure within the light was Kusanagi. Yuika also shielded her face with her hands, hardly able to see Kusanagi within that glow, and said she could not understand what was going on. Chloe angrily asked herself why such an idiot as him could use such magic. Kusanagi explained that if the same thing was happening as it had 50 years ago, then he would never make the same mistake again. 50 years ago, the number of magicians had been small and they had not been prepared for the calamity. So in the present day, he increased the number of magicians, trained them, and taught them how to handle calamity monsters and counter magicians. To overcome his own weakness of mana depletion, he developed drain-type magic and conducted experiments. And because using it on monsters carried the risk that the demon god would notice, he restricted its use to humans. The side effect of memory loss had been convenient, so it worked out well. Using it as automatic magic had been difficult, but his anger towards her made it possible. Chloe furiously said to herself that Ikikami was being ridiculous, that he spoke as if he had planned everything, and she asked herself whether he was implying that he already knew she existed in this era. Kusanagi explained that when he was reincarnated he had not been certain yet, but had considered the possibility, so he planned and prepared for everything. And as time passed, the truth became clear. Since the moment she noticed him, he had already noticed her. Hearing this, Chloe shouted in rage that he had let her roam free on purpose, but Kusanagi with a smiling face said she was simply a bad actor. Chloe then furiously leapt toward Kusanagi with the intent to kill him, and in response Kusanagi also jumped toward her, declaring his name as Kusanagi Minato. Both of them were surrounded with their most powerful magical aura which spread throughout the whole area. Chloe's demon giant hand moved to attack Kusanagi, but he struck the hand and dodged the incoming blow. Immediately afterward he cast his 12th rank magic and shot dark magic arrows toward Chloe. Kusanagi's powerful magic waves struck Chloe's demon body and caused her to feel intense pain. He then flew forward, passing through her waves of dark magic. Chloe's demon body extended its hands to attack him, but before it could strike he kicked the demon body and threw it away. Chloe screamed in pain and cast her 13th rank dark magic, Dark Ray, shooting it toward Kusanagi. He stood firmly before the incoming ray, and as it reached him, it collided with his mana art barrier, stopping completely and failing to move further. The dark ray shattered into pieces and disappeared, upon which Chloe, shocked, asked what he had done. She shouted angrily to herself that she wanted to know what he had done just now. Kusanagi simply stated that he had done nothing and had only been standing there. Chloe screamed in disbelief, saying to herself that if he was only standing there, then he was claiming it was just a mana barrier. She refused to accept it, declaring herself as the god of monsters, and for a mere human to surpass her was absolutely unacceptable. She shouted that she would never acknowledge it. Meanwhile, giant monsters emerged from portals and surrounded Kusanagi. They moved close to attack him but failed because of the protective barrier surrounding him. The monsters cast their powerful magic toward him, but every spell failed against the barrier. Kusanagi then cast his 13th rank Extreme Null Magic, Unlimited Magic Bullet, and attacked all the monsters at once. The monsters were burned away by the Extreme Null Magic, their bodies dissolving into nothing. Seeing this, Chloe screamed for him to be blown to pieces as she cast her 15th rank dark magic, Armageddon, and shot it toward him. Kusanagi, surrounded by powerful wind magic, flew backward to evade. The demon god then opened its mouth and cast the 15th rank 9 attribute fusion magic, Ragnarok, hurling it toward Kusanagi. In response, Kusanagi cast his 15th rank extreme null magic, Apocalyptic Blast, and sent it forward to counter the attack. His Apocalyptic Blast seized the demon god's fusion magic, crushing and squeezing it with ease. Afterward, Kusanagi landed on the ground while Chloe, shocked, wondered to herself how he had blocked her 9 attribute fusion magic so easily and asked in disbelief whether he was even human. Kusanagi floated before her as Chloe shouted in rage that for someone like Ikikami to surpass her, the god of demons, was absolutely unacceptable, and that if he intended to go further ahead of her, then she would surpass him even more. Chloe screamed in anger and cast her 16th rank dark magic, Apocalypse, declaring that the highest rank of magic Ikikami Minato could use was only 15, while she could wield 16. Kusanagi, in response, shouted that he could wield 17, and he cast his 17th rank extreme null magic, Gungnir, Odin's legendary spear, shooting it to counter Chloe's attack. However, Kusanagi's Odin's legendary spear moved at high speed and stabbed into Apocalypse, piercing through it and destroying it completely. The spear kept moving ahead and drew near Chloe to attack. Chloe screamed, but her demon god hands grabbed the spear and protected her. Chloe shouted the name Ikikami Minato while the legendary spear moved from upside down, side to side, around her and attacked. She screamed and fell to the ground like a lifeless body. On her way down, her demon hands cast a bigger dark spell, but the magic ended midway. While falling, she noticed Kusanagi before her, closing his eyes and clenching his fist. The mana art around Kusanagi shot all over Chloe's demon body like spears. Kusanagi then punched Chloe with his mana art and threw her away. She crashed into the ground, cracking it beneath her. After this, Kusanagi landed on the ground and said her calamity magic was incomplete. It had too many openings and the magic absorption speed was too slow. That was why she had used it on a fool. Chloe's body was wounded, and she angrily asked why he could foresee so much and wondered who he truly was. Kusanagi shouted in reply that he was the great sage, the one who knew everything. Chloe shouted great sage and raised her hands to cast her dark spell. But once again her spell ended before it could be completed. Kusanagi cast powerful golden spell circles and declared that he was tired of these monsters and that they should disappear. He shot his golden lightning magic at Chloe, who screamed in pain. As her body slowly disappeared, she wondered why she was losing to a mere human. How a human could not only adapt to magical power, but also maintain his form, and why this world was not being corrupted by magical power, why it was not meeting the same end as theirs. Then she saw and finally understood. Ikikami Minato, Kusanagi Minato, it was because he was here. He had the capacity for magic that surpassed even her. Because he was here, humans were not corrupted by magic. She wondered if he had received the magic from the earth into his own body, with that tiny human body of his. This world was different from theirs, a world where the anomaly was him. Then the dark sky ended, sunlight appeared, and the clear sky returned. Seeing this, the SMT members happily said the sky had cleared. A policeman happily said the calamity had ended. Other members looked toward the mage noble members who had deceived them, and said that it seemed so, calling them idiot magical aristocrats. Citizens happily hugged each other, raised their hands, and shouted slogans for Kusanagi. A family of 4 at home happily pointed toward the sky and danced. As everyone rejoiced, the dead bodies of monsters lay on the road. Anderson and his comrades were happy. Anderson closed his eyes and raised his fist, giving Kusanagi praises. On the other side, as Chloe's body disappeared and the sky returned to normal, the SMT members along with Takagami, Hinata, Riku, and even Kusanagi were all happy. Members happily ran toward Kusanagi calling his name. Ryuji said that he had defeated the demon god, while Shido said the world would now be at peace. Yuika emotionally thanked him, while Ruka happily said that if it had not been for him, they would not have been able to defeat the demon god. Kusanagi responded that it was not just his power, but also because everyone around the world had worked hard. He then asked his comrades to accept his thanks, and everyone, including Karin, became emotional. Karin even started crying. Meanwhile, Kusanagi noticed Hinata sitting beside her fainted father, crying and calling him. saying she did not want him to die. She quickly came to Kusanagi pulling his coat, apologizing for everything up until now, promising to make up for it, saying she would do anything. Bowing down and crying, she begged him to save her father. Riku also came forward, bowed down, and said that he too was asking for this, admitting he knew it was selfish, but he still begged him. Kusanagi placed his hand on Hinata's head, pointed his finger, and told her not to forget her words. Then Kusanagi began using healing magic on Hifumi, thinking that by supplying healing magic power, he could reverse the parts that had turned into a monster, and steal the calamity magic power. With the way he was now, he believed he could do it. Hifumi's body began healing and turned back from monster to human form, leaving SMT members surprised. Yuika asked if everything had returned to normal. Ruka said it was a miracle. Hinata held her father's hand, crying, thanking Kusanagi, while Riku also thanked him from the bottom of his heart. In response, Kusanagi smiled. Thus the days of battle came to an end. Thanks to information from Hinata, Riku, and also from Mizuha Taoshiru, the magic aristocrats along with complicit police and self-defense force executives, bureaucrats, and others were arrested one after another. Many had been forced to cooperate through threats, and although they were not found innocent, there was a strong chance of reduced sentences. Mamiyu Hifumi regained consciousness, but had lost his memory. Hinata was Hifumi's biological child, who had been given up for adoption to the Homi family as a child. He grew up in loneliness, living without ever knowing a father's love. However, his obsession with his father never faded and became distorted. The next day, Riku sat inside the jail and spoke to Kusanagi through the glass window. He explained that he could not bring himself to abandon Hinata and acted like an older brother, thinking he was looking out for him. With his head down, sweating, he added that he too had been lonely and did not know the warmth of others. Maybe it was one-sided sympathy that turned into obsession. By the time he realized it, there was no turning back. He admitted he was a killer who had dragged many people into the calamity, a horrible person, a piece of trash. Kusanagi rose from his chair and told him that his sins would not disappear, but there were some burdens he did not need to carry. Stepping toward the door, he told him to look at the newspaper. After a while, Riku read the newspaper, sat against the wall on the floor, and burst into tears. The paper showed the picture of SMT members and reported that the number of deaths from the calamity was equal to 0. Thanks to advanced measures taken by Unit Kusanagi Minato, the casualties had been extremely low, with only minor injuries. The scene shifted to the hospital where Taoshiru sat on the bed before Yuika and Ruka. He apologized, saying that because of his weakness he had caused them worry. Yuika said that from now on it would be the three of them together as a family, and Ruka agreed. Suddenly Taoshiru noticed the blue flowers in the air and heard a voice saying there would be no more making their daughters cry. This was the soul of his wife, and seeing her, Taoshiru burst into tears and froze. Covering his mouth, he cried and admitted she was right. 1 month later, Kusanagi sat in a classroom with an angry face as all the girls in the academy surrounded him lovingly, calling his name and asking him to look their way. Surrounded from all sides, Kusanagi jumped from the classroom building down to the ground, asking how they were supposed to deal with this. As he jumped and started running, a large number of girls stood waiting for him on the ground, capturing his pictures. Kusanagi angrily ran at high speed, passing between them. Yuika and Ruka also ran behind him, while many boys waved banners in love for both Mizuha sisters. Ruka asked them why, while Yuika asked the same of Kusanagi. Kusanagi turned and asked if they too were being chased. Hours later, the three of them reached the park area. Kusanagi stood aside and said seriously that he needed a break. Yuika sat on a bench and admitted that everyone was simply too obsessed. Ruka said it looked like she would not be able to go back to school. Yuika rested her head against the back of the bench and said perhaps it meant peace had returned. Ruka said it seemed like all the monsters were completely gone. Kusanagi looked toward the sky and said peace, then sighed, thinking it was true they had defeated the demon god and no new monsters had appeared, but he wondered if peace had really returned. While the Mizuha sisters looked at him, Yuika remembered that the demon god had called Kusanagi Ikakami Minato. Ruka thought that his form had looked exactly like the Ikakami Minato she had seen in photos, and wondered if that meant Kusanagi was Ikakami Minato. As the sisters looked at him, he turned and said that he would head to the training ground since he could not rest easy until he gave Shido a piece of his mind. After this, the three of them moved ahead, Kusanagi walking before them. Yuika said she was coming too. Ruka called out to wait up for Kusanagi. On the other side, in the darkness, there was an oval-shaped thing wrapped with red dark vines, and from it a dark hand emerged. A few months later, everyone was happy and enjoying life peacefully. Since the Great Calamity, disasters had stopped occurring and monsters vanished from the entire world. So the people rejoiced as peace and daily life slowly returned. While in the academy during a lecture, Yuika stood from her chair and shouted as she asked what he meant by saying that the special magic unit was disbanding. Shido stood beside Kusanagi and responded that the special magic unit's main mission had been dealing with monsters and calamities, and since those threats were now gone, disbanding was a natural outcome. Hearing this, Yuika turned and admitted that it made sense, but she still found it difficult to accept. Another member added that they had worked so hard to get this far, while another girl sadly asked the others if it was true they were really disbanding. Kusanagi closed his eyes and told them it was nothing to feel sad about. If anything, they should be glad that peace had returned, because even if the unit disbanded, what they had built up would not disappear. He reminded them that they had all grown, achieved great things, and overcome many obstacles, and that they could thrive anywhere as long as they believed in themselves. The members responded confidently in agreement. After a while, a group of members gathered around Kusanagi, talking to him, while on the other side, others stood around Yuika and Ruka, speaking with them. When the conversations ended, the members left, waving and bowing before Kusanagi and the Mizuha sisters, who waved in return. Yuika remarked that the special magic unit was truly shutting down, and Ruka said she guessed that meant they were going back to being ordinary students. Ryuji, sweating and covering his face with his hand, said there was no way it was happening. He thought about when he had sat beside Ruka in the classroom with all the academy students peeking at them from the window, and also remembered when students had surrounded Yuika and given her gifts. Thinking of this, he said there was no way he could endure sitting in those packed classrooms. He then pointed at Kusanagi and said that, especially now, since they had become insanely popular, it was worse. Kusanagi, with his back to them and wearing a strange expression, said he did not even want to return to school, which made Ryuji remark that it seemed to have hit him harder than expected. Shido smiled, pointed his finger, and suggested that they should consider becoming celebrities, mentioning that they had already been scouted. Kusanagi looked at him angrily and asked if he was being serious, causing Shido to grow frightened and quickly apologize. Shido then explained that since they had a proven track record, he had heard they could be given an exception and allowed to finish classes remotely, and that they would probably receive recommendations for universities, with companies worldwide wanting them. He reminded them that they had saved the world and suggested they start thinking about their own futures. After a while, Kusanagi, Ryuji, Ruka, and Yuika were walking through an alley when Ryuji sighed about his future. Kusanagi asked him if he had decided what to do after graduation. Ryuji looked up to the sky and explained that he could not really afford to go to college, that he wanted to make life easier for his mother, so he was planning to get a job. Kusanagi told him that sounded tough, but Ryuji explained that lately he had been getting paid by the special magic unit and things had become much easier. His mother had switched from night shifts to day shifts and was now home more often. Kusanagi noted that his little brothers must be happy, and Ryuji grinned and gave a thumbs up, saying yes, every day seemed fun and that Kusanagi should visit again. He then turned to Ruka and added that the kids wanted to see her too, and Ruka replied she would drop by sometime soon. Kusanagi then asked both Mizuha sisters if they had decided on their paths. Yuika replied she was planning to go to a magic university overseas, and Ruka replied she wanted to learn more about magic as well. Hearing this, Kusanagi thought that even though their father had been arrested, it must have been tough, but it was good that they had received sympathy from many people. As Kusanagi turned and continued talking with Ryuji, Ruka walked a little ahead behind them, wondering if in the end she should ask whether Kusanagi was truly Ikikami Minato. She also thought that reincarnation should be impossible, but Yuika, looking at Kusanagi, thought that his knowledge, skills, behavior, and strength made sense only if he really was Ikikami Minato. As they continued walking down the road, Ryuji asked about Takagami, and Kusanagi replied that he had gone to see her the other day and she seemed well. Since her crime had been committed under threat, it seemed she would receive a suspended sentence. Ryuji asked about Riku, saying he was facing a heavy sentence. Kusanagi stopped and said the magic nobility had committed a grave mistake. Their excessive elitism had led to their downfall. Hearing this, the three lowered their gazes, but Kusanagi then added that it was also true the demon god had been behind the scenes, which should be taken into consideration, and the three smiled. As Kusanagi walked ahead, he wondered about the questions that remained: what exactly the demon god was, what the other world he spoke of had been, the demonized Mumyu, and the reason for his reincarnation. He wondered if perhaps he had been reincarnated by the same method as the demon god. And if that were the case, then perhaps he too was something similar to the demon god, not even human. After some hours at Ryuji's home, the two children were playing with Ruka, hanging from her arms while she made an annoyed face. Seeing this, Yuika stood behind and remarked that she had never seen her older sister act like that before. A little girl pulled at Kusanagi's cheeks while he sat on the floor and said he had told her so. Yuika turned and called out to him, while Ryuji, preparing food, saw his little sister pulling Kusanagi's cheeks and apologized, saying she was simply very happy that they had come and more excited than usual. Meanwhile, Kusanagi's phone rang on the table. He picked it up to answer, but because the little girl was pulling at his cheeks, instead of saying hello, he accidentally uttered a strange sound. Shido, on the call, asked Captain Kusanagi why his voice sounded strange. Kusanagi stood up and moved aside, telling him to explain what the matter was, while Yuika held the little girl so that Kusanagi could speak easily. The little girl cried out asking Kusanagi to come back, but Shido explained that the exam tickets for the International Mage Qualification Test had arrived for all of them. Kusanagi put the call on speaker so everyone could hear. Shido explained that unlike Japan's mage exam, this qualification allowed them to operate worldwide, that the difficulty was high and the eligibility requirements strict, but their achievements during the disasters had been recognized. Since many new mages had emerged during the calamity, but their abilities had not been properly evaluated, it had been decided that all mages would retake the test. Yuika confirmed that meant they were still provisional mages, and Ruka added that minors were generally not allowed to get certified. Kusanagi declared it was a perfect opportunity and encouraged them to go for it. Yuika excitedly said it would be a piece of cake for them. Ruka agreed that, compared to the great calamity, it was nothing, and Ryuji said they should do it. Shido on the call said he would send the details and told them to do their best, and then added that Captain Kusanagi might even reach Sage Class Master rank. Kusanagi asked what Sage Class Master was, and Yuika explained it was the highest rank for mages, with only 6 in the world. Ruka added that out of respect, they were referred to as the Great Sages. Meanwhile, on the other side, at the United States of America International Mage Association, Anderson saluted the members gathered in the hall and thanked the esteemed members of the 6 Great Sages for attending. Peacemaker Andre Grandin hid her shoes on the table and shouted that for calling her all the way to America, he must be looking down on her. The gentleman Victor Butler said he could not bear to watch someone become emotional and wondered if she could have a little more class. Mastermind of Magic Vidya Varma added that people with low intelligence tended to become emotional easily, and she guessed that did not change even at the sage level. Andre Grandin's eyes throbbed with anger as she stood up surrounded by her dark magical aura and shouted that they dared to look down on her. Meanwhile, future seer Ma Ferron grabbed Andre Grandin's hand and told her to quit it. Andre Grandin angrily asked if Ma Ferron was an idiot and if she was trying to anger her that much. Leonard Foster, known as the One, said that was enough because it was not right for the great sages to fight among themselves, and he then asked Andre if she could control herself here. Andre pulled her hand away from Ma Ferron's grasp and said she understood. Rose Maiden Krista Altman asked why they had gathered remotely in the first place and if that was acceptable. Anderson replied that there was no obligation for the 6 sages to meet in person. However, he believed direct interaction was necessary this time. Leonard Foster asked if it could be related to the International Magician Tournament. Anderson confirmed it was. Vidya Varma added that as the Great Calamity had subsided, the world was gradually stabilizing. However, there was a movement to carefully examine the unreliable information related to magic, and as part of that the magician exams were being held. Anderson pointed his finger and said there was one more reason. It was about Mr. Kusanagi. Leonard Foster asked if that was the person who had stopped the great disaster in Japan. In other words, he wanted them to evaluate him. Anderson said there was a possibility that Kusanagi had the potential of a sage class. Hearing this, Leonard Foster became furious and his flaming aura surrounded and released from his body with such intensity that everyone there felt it. As that flaming aura moved toward Anderson, Anderson closed his eyes and stepped backward. Leonard Foster said the potential of a sage class was being claimed and asked if it was believed that someone could become one just by defeating a demon god or something. Anderson frowned angrily and said perhaps it was only speculation. Leonard Foster said he did not expect him to say that. He then raised his hand and said in that case he should be shown this Kusanagi and his power. Meanwhile, Kusanagi with his 3 comrades Ryuji, Ruka, and Yuika arrived in America. Ryuji said that so this was America. Everyone in the surroundings was enjoying their life and indulging in their own activities while speaking English. Ryuji remarked that they were speaking English, and Yuika, with an annoyed face, responded that since it was America she thought it was natural. Ryuji turned and said they should get more excited since they were abroad, but Yuika replied that even if he said that, she did not feel the same. Ruka added that it was not her first time here. Ryuji turned and sweated profoundly, thinking that these people just did not understand. And on the way they were rattling off English, but he thought that someone ought to be the same as him. Meanwhile, he noticed 2 girls standing before Kusanagi who asked if he was Japanese and invited him to take a walk together so they could show him around. Seeing this, Ryuji was surprised. Kusanagi responded to the 2 girls that he had something to do so he could not and did not have time to play. Ryuji made a weird face as he sat there and said Kusanagi could even speak English. Kusanagi responded somewhat. Ryuji's weird face showed that he was wondering how this guy could be so naive yet have such high abilities. On top of being good at both studying and sports, his magic was at a monstrous level too. As he was wondering this, Kusanagi surprisingly looked toward him. Yuika said she wanted to go to the hotel and rest. Ruka added that they were tired from traveling so they should take it easy today. A few days later, at the International Magicians Society headquarters, the 4 of them entered the building, and Ryuji said the facility was nicer than he had expected. Yuika said they should check in first. After this, both Kusanagi and Yuika checked in. Their pictures were taken by the machine and printed out. The 4 stood before the glass door, and Yuika said she saw the door open while she was checking the entrance identity machine. However, they entered the hall where all the magicians were present. Everyone noticed the 4 of them and also noticed Kusanagi. A boy with yellow hair said to look at that. Another boy with red hair said it could be the ones who had stopped the Great Calamity. Ryuji said they were staring too much. Ruka closed her eyes and said it could be because of the Great Calamity. Meanwhile, in the hall before the esteemed members of the 6 great sages, the screen live recording was playing where Kusanagi with his team was entering the hall, and also the other members' live recording was being shown. Leonard Foster said indeed they were not half bad, they had good quality mana. Krista Altman said a magician's true power had a significant impact on national strength because they possessed power that overwhelmingly surpassed ordinary weaponry. Leonard Foster said these young people would be responsible for the future of their countries. In other words, the results of this exam would also be linked to the evaluation of the countries. Vidya Varma added that there was a possibility of war breaking out. Leonard Foster said, however, generally speaking, other countries besides Japan were supposed to have magical restrictions in place. Vidya Varma said, but to conduct the exams on such a large scale, other countries besides Japan should have been restricting information about magic. Leonard Foster added that because there were aspects that resembled military technology, it was just that Japan disclosed information and the trend changed. Vidya Varma, while watching Kusanagi's training videos on the laptop, said that Kusanagi's theory on magician education was mostly technology and knowledge already known in developing countries. However, that was something that had not been made public. Leonard Foster added that how he knew that was unclear, but he had raised Japan's magicians to a world-class level. He then looked toward Kusanagi on the screen and said he was not so simple. As Kusanagi and his team were walking in the hall, a group of people from behind called them and asked if he was Kusanagi. Kusanagi turned and said sorry, but the boy with green hair angrily pointed toward him and said that defeating a demon god was a lie. He called him an idiot liar and said what kind of trick did he use, or if he had some kind of connection, or if he had found out about some politician's weakness. Hearing this, Kusanagi asked if he was not related to Shino or anything like that. The guy angrily gritted his teeth and said not to change the topic. Yuika said somehow this kind of thing felt nostalgic. Ruka said her ears hurt a little, and Ryuji agreed. Meanwhile, the guy angrily pointed his finger and shouted idiot, saying it would be exposed soon anyway. and everyone was watching him. Kusanagi, looking toward them all, thought that this had become troublesome, but it looked like it might also be a little fun. Meanwhile, the girl with red and purple hair stood behind and noticed Kusanagi. However, in the lecture hall, Anderson stood on the stage with his comrades and stood on the dais, raising his voice and commanding everyone to sit down. Seeing him, Ruka and Yuika thought that Major Anderson might be their army examiner. Anderson continued by saying that from that moment he would explain the exam, that he would only do it once, so everyone must listen carefully. He explained that the written test, the magic power measurement, and the practical combat test together made 4 tests, and if they did not reach the standard score in each test, they would fail, and that other aspects apart from the tests would also be evaluated, so they must behave in a way that was not shameful for a magician. After passing, the rank would be decided based on the total score. Hearing this, the boy with green hair, resting his hands behind his head and leaning on the chair, asked in an uninterested manner what the conditions were to become a Master Sage class. Anderson responded that getting a perfect score was a major prerequisite, but there were other conditions as well, such as ability, achievements, aptitude, and popularity, and that they needed to excel in all aspects. He then turned and winked, saying it was possible that the 7th sage might be born from among those people. All the mages sitting in the lecture hall released their magic aura according to their level and type of magic, and seeing them, Anderson thought that this year's examinees seemed to be a talented bunch, though Kusanagi was in a different league. However, behind him on the wall, the screen displayed the interface of the written exam, and Anderson raised his voice saying that the exam would now begin. After this, the exam started, and during the test Kusanagi thought in disbelief that the questions were nothing but things about his father, and he clutched his head, wondering why he had heard that it would be related to magic but never imagined there would be such a trap. Anderson, watching Kusanagi sit there nervously without writing anything, thought that this exam had the highest difficulty level, and that even Kusanagi would not have an easy time with it, but he hoped not to be disappointed. After a while, Anderson looked shockingly toward the result board and shouted in disbelief, asking himself if they were kidding him, because Minato Kusanagi had gotten a perfect score and was in first place. He then profoundly sweated, wondering that even for him it was questionable whether he could get 80%, and that this was a problem. As expected, he thought, Kusanagi was no ordinary person. Looking toward Kusanagi standing with his friends, he thought that if it were him, he might actually become a Master Sage class. Meanwhile, Yuika happily said that a perfect score was amazing, and Ruka said she was already used to being surprised by him. Kusanagi asked them how it had gone for everyone else, and Yuika happily responded that her sister and she were probably around 20th place. Ryuji said he was around 40th place. Kusanagi asked with surprise if Ryuji had been good at the written test too, but hearing this, Ryuji angrily stared at him. In the next test for magic measurement, the professor stood in the hall and raised his voice, saying the next part was the magic power measurement. He pointed toward the measuring device and said that there was no magic power that could not be measured with the latest device, and then commanded to start the measurement. Kusanagi, standing behind the others, thought whether his measurement would be the last one. Yuika moved ahead to measure her magic, and all the members were surprised to see that her level was almost 1 million, and they whispered in astonishment about her power. Then it was Ruka's turn, and her magic level was 900,000, which earned her compliments from the members as well. Next was Ryuji's turn, and his magic level was 890,000, and the other members asked in amazement what was going on with the Japanese people. As the other members continued measuring, Ruka stood aside and wondered that she had been left behind in the written test, and even in magic power they were gradually catching up to her. Kusanagi smiled as he looked at his comrades, thinking that all 3 of them were growing. Suddenly, Kusanagi noticed the girl with red and purple hair standing in the device, and the intense red aura released from her body pushed others back. The professor was shocked and announced that her magic power was 1.6 million. The members whispered among themselves that she was from China, a genius of magic and martial arts, and that her name was Wu Shuaijing. She adjusted her gloves and stepped out of the device, while Kusanagi looked toward her and thought there were some truly interesting people here who had not shown their full power yet. After all the members were measured, the professor called for Kusanagi. As he stood before the device, he thought in dismay about what he should do this time. The members nervously stepped back, saying that it was finally Kusanagi's turn. Leonard Foster, watching from the live screen, said to himself that it was time to see what would happen. Yuika wondered aloud how much power he had, and Ruka reminded her that he had once jokingly said it was 99 million, while Ryuji added that maybe it had not been a joke. Yuika dismissed it, saying there was no way. Kusanagi entered the device, closed his eyes, and thought there was no need to hide his true power anymore. The mana art surrounded him, and as it passed through the device it spread in the hall, causing the members to move back, saying that the magical pressure was tremendous. The mana art expanded to the whole academy building and spread into the city, and suddenly the device broke as his flaming aura exploded inside. Kusanagi thought he knew it and that it had probably broken. Seeing this, Leonard Foster said it was amazing, while Krista Altman remarked coldly that it was nothing much, and even their magic power could not be measured by the device. Leonard Foster replied that in other words there was a possibility he was as strong as them, while Krista closed her eyes in annoyance, saying it was impossible. Vidya Varma, however, said that the boy was interesting. In the next round, on the ground, the professor loudly announced that they would now begin the practical combat test in battle format. Kusanagi stood there smiling and thought that the Special Demon Squad uniform was comfortable, and that he was glad he had received one. Seeing him, another member on the opposite side angrily asked if by smiling before the fight he was underestimating him. Kusanagi confusingly asked himself about what the opponent meant, then waved and apologized, saying he was focused. The professor raised his hand and announced that the first match would begin, and Kusanagi, surrounded by his powerful flaming aura, ran forward at high speed,